Regards, Charles. Answer: Billy doesn't know the name of the dark star, actually a black hole. As a rule, a galaxy has a black hole in its center, and through the attraction of the black hole, stars are drawn into the center, which appear as a great big central sun or star. Zach's. Excuse me, Mr. Mayer. I have a question and statements to you that took me several minutes to brace myself, be calmer and regain self-control to able myself to type all these words. Do you really exist? Are you really coexisting with me and all other beings in this planet? Though I'm from Philippines and you are in that place opposite of this planet, are you aerially walking on the same landmass in this earth same as ours? Or perhaps are you some sort of illusion within this internet world? Are you really here? You know, I am very sorry if I am asking these questions. Actually, I have no courage or great reason to ask this, because I'm teaching myself right now that all first times are unique, peculiar, confusing and sometimes unrealistic for the perceiver, and that I should just let time pass and repeatedly experience that new thing so I can accustom myself to it and eventually adjust and bring myself back to normal reality. Well, I don't desire to assume that what's happening to me now is just a peak effect of the coffee I had few hours ago, but you see, Mr. Mayer, the world news most probably have put me to question this question again in a profoundly and new depth in me. I have read a few of your predictions and prophecies, but then on that past times, never have I been shaken like this until right now. My great concern at the moment lies in Australia's situation. Weeks ago, temperatures of the entire continent went up drastically, reaching an all-time record high of 45.6 C, with an approximate average of 40 degrees Celsius persisted for days. Consequently, it brought up fires sprouting on all corners, conquering hectares of the continent. Then days later, right now, majority of eastern Australia is devastated and sinking in heavy floods brought by heavy rains. To stir the bowl further, mini tornado, bubble flood, and tomato juice-colored seashore just put me in this ruining state, and uncontrollably I see my entire planet. I see the images and videos of war, killings, fights, rage, anger, hate, destruction, ruins, fires, deaths, profound beggings, poverty, hunger, hopeless, powerlessness, nothingness, emptiness. Man, really? Mr. Mayer, how have you been doing it? How could you take it? Really, my gracious. I am not even certain if we are speaking of the same page, or if am I minutely glimpsing what you have been strongly taking since time that began. Yet for how long? How did you cope with this? This planet overflowing of everything opposite of the magnificent undescribable creation? You man, really? Do you even exist? Are you really alive, breathing the same air as we do? You clever man, you really peculiar being, if you really is alive and breathing. Can you please slap me again, and shake that the real truth is really the real truth which you satisfyingly described in your great journey? Specifically during the 7-minute in timelessness? A few minutes have passed, approximately 25 minutes at least, whereby this peculiar feeling have persisted. May this perhaps be have arisen from peak effects of coffee? Apparently my hands became cold, lousy and quite trembling, or lacked control. Maybe 2 teaspoons of black coffee is just too much, that my body and thinking is impaired to an extent. This really peculiar happening resulted in me. Right now at this very moment, I think I gradually held myself back to reality and sanity, and the peculiar feeling slowly faded and became quiet, controlled. Yet one question still remained in my mind, which I undoubtedly wanted to be answered. Do you really exist and you are alive at this very great moment, walking on this empty planet? Answer: yes. Note by CF. I can confirm that Billy exists. At least he sat beside me and was laughing about your peculiar question when I was presenting it to him. The 2 other persons who were present in the kitchen at the SSSC can, would also confirm Billy's existence. A suggestion from Billy to you: if you are not sure whether or not you are real, just take a needle and stick it into your fingertip. Jason's hang. Hello Billy. What is your opinion on money-making ideas? Thanks Salome. Answer: we are living in a material world where money is needed to get food, housing etc. etc. Therefore making money is a requirement. Of course this must be achieved in a good way and not through criminal methods. Derek, dear Billy, when will the laws of creation, the teachings of spirit and of truth and of life first be implemented into science on our earth? Apparently there are 4 more stages of spiritual science that have yet to be used. Can you give more information on that? Thank you Billy and Christian. Salam. Note to Christian. Do you pronounce your name Christian instead of the regular way because of the association to Christianity and the vibration that the name may carry? Like religion and religion? It would make sense to me if you directed people to address your name as such because of that reason. Salam. Derek. Answer. Billy is not aware about the 4 more stages of spiritual science. Note by Christian. Chris as in Chris. The CH spoken in a scratching mode deep in the throat, T as the T in infinity, and as in fun, but with a long-drawn A. It's probably easier to pronounce it. Live should we meet sometime in the future. New initiation. Hello Billy. Billy, time and time again your unending eloquent modesty and neutrality in all your conversations speaks enormous volume about the greatness of your character and often puts many a shame on my arrogance, inadequacies, flaws, deficiencies, stupidity and ignorance. May I be rude on this occasion and make such an observation even if I am unworthy of making such a judgment in saying that you are by far the greatest person ever lived on this entire planet and none comes close even to the tip of your fingernails in greatness. In your contact conversations and various other articles you repeat many times that the purpose of existence even for creation and all its creations including human beings evolutive spirit forms, the universe and all things is evolution, development and transition, the fact that everything learns through striving, being, just living in existence and experience through incessant transformation from one state to another under the inescapable laws of creation and for the human being, learning by striving for knowledge, cognition, recognition, further awareness, and so on. As for the creations itself I don't know what the clear and visible indication detectable by human beings with technical devices and abilities are inside this coarse matter fourth belt of our universe even though I think that it is possible. Since human beings' spirit forms from human to the petal level and then the merging with creation all serve an important purpose for further development of creation and in between these levels of spiritual plane, the spirit keeps learning and developing through gaining knowledge and abilities. I am curious as to what the indications and signs of evidence are in our visible universe that creation has evolved, developed, improved, gained further wisdom, knowledge, abilities, and capabilities. I am wondering whether as creation develops and evolves further that the planets, suns, galaxies, superclusters of galaxies, 6 other belts along with our coarse matter belt shows evidence by it being detectable that certain universal laws such as physics, chemistry, biology, spiritual laws and so on adds further complexities to the already laid out immutable and unchanging laws of creations, albeit in a different form. I am also wondering whether it is correct to think that through the renewal process of our universe every 40 billion to 50 billion years that in this time new petal spirit forms that have merged with creation will have a bearing on the form of our visible universe in more improved form and not just creation's accumulated knowledge which cannot be detected yet and that if we can compare our universe in the state when it was first created to our present state of our universe now, there would be a drastic difference in the number of human spirit forms created, the complexity, variety and numbers of planets, suns, galaxies and matter substance and antimatter as well as to the laws of physics, volume and density of the dark matter, brightness of light contained in our visible universe, movement, structure, size, spiritual knowledge, information and the thought itself. So my question is what is the exact indication, evidence, affirmation, clue, confirmation, corroboration, cue, data, demonstration, grounds, information, manifestation, mark, sign, and substantiation that we can detect, see, hear, sense, and find throughout our visible universe of the evolution, development, improvement, and change of creation and its state. Thank you Matt, Insung, Lee. Answer. It's exactly because of the nature of such exaggerated introductions that Billy stays in the background and doesn't go public. The fact that everything evolves and that there is no standstill in nature and life is proof that creation does change and evolve. Scott. Hello Billy. During the years before President Kennedy was assassinated, he mentioned going to the moon by the end of the decade. Do you know if President Kennedy was aware that this goal was unrealistic and therefore other arrangements would have to be made, which would convince the world that Apollo 11 was the first manned mission to set foot on the moon, but in reality this was not the truth? Thank you Salome Scott. Message edited by Scott on January 30, 2013. Answer: no, Billy doesn't know, but in order to achieve anything and set things in motion you have to determine a goal, as for example to reach the moon or Mars within such and such a time. Chat and Lucas. Hello Edward. In your first contact with Sam Jace she told you that one of her people's tasks was to warn the terrestrial population about a conflict with degenerate human creatures. Did this refer to the humans from the Sirius star systems, or some other still present threat? Regards, Chat and Lucas. Answer: yes, to those from the Sirius star system. This threat, however, does not exist anymore. Lipunif. Dear Billy, thanks for your previous answer. Back to Infinity. On June 24, 2012 to 2:16 p.m., you told me, and infinity is not a property of everything, but you told also that an object as an egg had the property of being finite and infinite at the same time. Question: so please, cite me objects which have only the property of being finite. Thanks. Take care of yourself. Salome Lipunif. Answer: writing a letter, or composing a song, and singing it. Only that is finite which is made by the human beings. Creations dost no finity. Stephen_Moore. Salome Edward. Is there any negative effects to flora and fauna from the use of salt, rock salt, to melt snow and ice from roads and pathways? Thank you. Answer: yes, there are negative effects. Threadpill. Hi Billy. Regarding the Denver dog, it was able to report back things like social security number of people as well as predicting the outcome of elections, and birth dates of people, something that does not seem to be a simple matter of the psyche. I have forwarded an article on it to Christian a few days ago. Perhaps when there is more time this can be revisited as I find it rather intriguing. Meanwhile, my new question is about a picture I once saw of you swapping a fly. I recall the answer was that it was okay to kill as it was a pest. Please help me to understand to what extent can we extend the definition without violating creational laws and recommendations. Just as an example, is it okay to use an ultraviolet lamp to mass attract and kill all the flies around a patio where I would sit to enjoy my reading? Where do we draw the line? Answer: defending oneself against mosquitoes, anopheles, etc. is a requirement, and there is no place for flies in the house because they are a threat to human health. The same is true concerning mice and rats etc., and pet animals in general, living in human beings' living quarters. You will draw the line there where your health and your needs are threatened or not threatened. Note by CF. The same applies to gardening. If you want to harvest plenty of vegetables you will have to weed the garden equals kill weed. Dr_Ma. Hello and thank you for your time. I am happy to reach you again. I appreciate your patience and words. The question I have to ask is concerning the bright lights that appear to us humans in the sky, and in some cases that appear as orbs of light. I have witnessed these lights moving in zigzag-like patterns, vanishing and reappearing, stopping then moving mid-air etc. Sometimes these experiences are documented as with Dorothy Isat, who has an ongoing relationship with such lights. WHO/what are these illuminated beings/creatures that appear to us? Thanks also for the response given to me in my previous question asked in July of 2012 concerning Billy. Although the response given by CF was appropriate, I would like to make the point that it was not a response from Billy to the question asked why has there been a discontinuing of physical evidence such as video, photo, audio and metals. Please be clear, I am not asking the same question and that this question was already asked. I was and am trying to understand the logic behind not documenting such evidence. I appreciate your patience and words. Answer: Billy doesn't know. Patton. Billy, just a happy 76th birthday wish. Salome Patton. Answer: thank you. Ophelia. Hello Billy, I'm not sure if this question has been asked or not, and since I'm still reading all the contact notes, I'm slow, I haven't come across it yet. But what I'd like to ask is, it was somewhere stated in here, I think, that the Pleasuran won't be returning to Earth in this lifetime. So is this true? Or have they changed their minds and visited Earth recently? There's just this feeling I have in regards to this, but I just can't explain it. Sweat. PS. I'm still waiting for the date with Tua. Cheers. Ophelia. Answer. They, especially Tua, are meeting Billy frequently. Note by CF. 5 minutes after we had finished this Q&A round, Billy had another contact with Tua, at 11 p.m. Since Billy knew this before, we had to hurry somewhat through the questions. Dear Billy and Christian, could you give some advice on how to recover from schizophrenia? Thank you very much for your indefatigable efforts to help mankind. Wishing you and Figu people all the best, good health and good luck. Answer. Basically, the several thousands forms of schizophrenia usually cannot be healed. There may be some relief or positive effect by using psychotropic drugs, which does not heal schizophrenia, but may restrict the symptoms. If the schizophrenia has been triggered by a depression, there is a chance of recovery if the depression can be or is healed. Furbon. Dear Edward, I was recently thinking about the truth and wisdom inclined in the words from Om. Blessed is he who has learned to wait joyously. Although the meaning of these words is quite clear, one would still have to work hard and make certain effort in order to be sure and wait joyously for the outcome. Nothing comes from nothing. Thus simply watching the events passing by without any progressive involvement is probably not the right way, even though the observer can still learn from mistakes made by others. On the other hand, we should be also striving, probably most of all, for our own development and proper and balanced spiritual evolution, because if our peers are not ready for a change, they will likely turn against us and attempt to bury our achievements with us. Nonetheless, I wonder whether an individual has made enough effort to utilize her abilities, or how he can find the perfect barometer of one's actions to not overdo or make fools out of oneself. I also remember that, on some occasions, you have mentioned that because of your extensive knowledge you have carried burden which, in my opinion, could also be negatively influencing your harmony as the waiting continues for the events to unfold. I would be deeply grateful for further explanations that you deem appropriate for previously cited quote. Salome. Answer. The word Gesignet in German means Jedahan, thriving. The meaning of the sentence, everything needs time to thrive, flourish. This is possible with patience only. Without patience there is no learning. Yao. Dear Edward, I come from China. Do you know China dinosaur? The China dinosaur can fly. Negation. It body look like a snake. Negation, but it have 4 legs. The China dinosaur will be drawn at China imperial robe. Imperial robe is a clothes that just China emperor can wear. Do you know something about China dinosaur? If you can you explanation about it? Inverted question mark. Thank you. Salome. Answer. Billy saw a TV documentation about the dinosaur, but personally does not know more about it. Imaginostinova. Dear Edward and Christian, I understand that the spirit itself has no shape, no form, no color. Also, if I'm correct, color arises when energy interacts with material. My question is it possible to detect spirit's radiance, color, and determine someone's spirit age looking through his eyes? Thank you all. Salome. Irvin. Answer. No, that's not possible. The spirit is invisible and has no color. Truth seeker. Greetings Billy. Last summer I heard from a friend in Toronto that according to Christian, who gave a presentation there, that the Pleasurans made some mention that the descendants of Hyperborea, who are still living here on Earth, have now long since left their places from under Mount Shasta and also from under their surrounding areas in Alaska and in the Aleutian Islands. So my question being, when and why did they leave and where did they go? Better yet, if a contact report and its number from which this was mentioned can be provided, in either German or in English or both, then that would be a good too. Peace in knowing. James Truthseeker. Answer. 505th contact of November 18, 2010. I'm Amovic. Hello Edward. Do you have any information on space visitors who call themselves trolls? Maybe I've spelled it wrong, but the pronunciation is as written. Answer: trolls are no space visitors. They are Scandinavian fairy tale figures, and figures in Tolkien's stories. Michael Ulfert. Dear Hermia, my best wishes for you. I hope this winter finds you all warm and sassy. It seems to me to be one of the cosmos's worst jokes upon human life that women tend to be attracted to men who are older than they are. From what I understand, Figu has recognized this mismatch when it laid down its recommendations for population control reduction. Since this is the case, should older boys be paired with younger girls as they grow up? If this is a universal circumstance, how can it be fair? Answer: Alter der Mensch word. Desto kraftigerum wissen und der Weisheit würde. The older a person, man or woman, the more power of knowledge and wisdom may be present. Older persons have more life experience, Lebenserfahrung, which is attractive to younger persons. Not only women are attracted to older men, but the other way round is also a fact. Young men who are attracted to older women, knowledge and wisdom and character are attractive. You can observe the same principles in the animal kingdom. Posted on Sunday, March 24, 2013 to 7:04 p.m. Norm. Dear Billy, according to deceased American physicist Hugh Everett III in his theory of the universal wave function, also known as many worlds theory, he says that there is a very large, perhaps infinite number of universes, and everything that could possibly have happened in our past, but didn't, has occurred in the past of some other parallel universe or universes. What is your opinion of this theory? Answer: Billy doesn't knows that theory, which is, and will remain, a theory only. Thomas 57. Thank you for your answering time on last question. On June 12, 1986, I was with 13 other people walking in Caribou National Forest, near Pocatello, Idaho, USA, when we all saw two beings, human figures, first one with a beard and long hair, with hands and feet showing standing in the air, and were about 3 meters tall. The second one was wearing a hooded robe, and no hands or feet were showing. The only visible difference was the hue of the color, both white. The first had a gold hue, the second blue hue. Later that summer, there was 2 other visitations, where there was a female presence appeared that way. I did not wish to start another religion and was chastised by the cult leader for non-belief. I left soon afterwards. I had read many of the available pleasure and contact reports prior. The leader, Archie Dean Woodrivas, now known as Israel Song of God website, said if the pleasurans appeared he would order them off the planet. I laughed when I heard him say that. Are these part of those entities that you have mentioned in the contact reports, that appear to humans as if gods? Who are they? Thank you. Thomas 57. Answer: Billy doesn't know what you have seen. New initiation. Dear Billy, thank you Billy for your previous answers. The scourge of elemental radiation poisoning of the entire Earth from human insanity of weapon and energy development and production has ultimately sentenced 50% or more of the world's population to death by cancer. It's very hard nowadays to find anybody who hasn't been affected by cancer, whether directly or indirectly, and that it's the biggest killer in the Western world. My girlfriend's mother has recently been diagnosed with terminal cancer of the lungs, and it looks as if there is no hope for cure. If at all during the course of your contacts whereby you may have conversed with your pleasure and friends about cancer that you have yet to disclose in your contact reports or bulletins, and if it is at all okay to now disclose more about it, could you please explain a bit more about the nature of this beast called cancer as the pleasurans understand it as? Is it a virus or infectious disease, etc.? What people with terminal cancer can do at present to treat it with terrestrial means available, and which direction or field of science, such as genetic engineering or electronic oscillation and wave science, scientists should focus on to one day find a full cure for cancer? Matt Lee. Answer: Billy does not know the nature of cancer and what the people can do against it, besides using chemical therapy or radiation therapy, or surgery. Note by CF, in the contact reports there is a considerable amount of information of how to prevent cancer, which, however, is no guarantee to avoid cancer 100%. There are too many factors playing a role in triggering cancer. Therefore it is not possible to name a perfect cure. This may, or rather will, change in the future. Of course. Sonic_01. Hi Billy and Christian. Dear Billy, I have a question regarding World War III. In a 1982 English interview with Bob Zanotti, I am not sure if you remember this because I think this was before your collapse. You said in the last 3 minutes emphatically that World War III was inevitable, and that it was going to happen, no matter how hard humans tried to avoid this. You also said that World War III would start before the beginning of the year 2000, which obviously didn't happen. My question is, did this delaying of World War III have anything to do with the peace meditation? In 1982, I think there was no peace meditation present, and hence your dire prediction. Has the installation of the peace meditation delayed the onset of the Third World War, and can it possibly be prevented thereby? Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Salome. Answer. In 1982 the political and military situation, conditions on Earth were programmed towards World War III. It has not been foreseen that one single person would act in a responsible and intelligent way and prevent World War III. That person was the Russian officer Stanislaw Petrov, who is responsible, and should be thanked for, that World War III has been prevented. There was another similar incident when another person acted correctly/reasonable. BTW, last month Stanislaw Petrov received an award in Germany. http://www.western.de/politik/Stanislaw Petrov MIT Dresdner Friedensprüfungszeichnet 7628265.html http://www.friendsoftdresdendeutschland.com/ The shock of that near outbreak of World War III had stirred quite intense waves in certain governmental and military circles and brought about some change of thinking regarding the Cold War and nuclear missiles etc. etc. Ultimately this led to an end of the Cold War. Earthling. Greetings Billy. With this news of the Pope retiring, there is talk of Enoch's prophecy concerning the last Pope, a Petrus Romanus. There is also the prophecy of the popes of a street. Malachi, a 12th century Archbishop of Armagh, Ireland. His prophecy of the popes was supposedly written down in 1139 and found 450 years later in 1590. It says exactly the same thing as Enoch's prophecy regarding the last pope being a Petrus Romanus before the destruction of Rome. It seems far too precise to be coincidence. How is it that Saint Malachi has the exact same last pope prophecy as Enoch? Was this saint impulsed by the Plegerin? How did this street Malachi come up with his prophecy of the popes? This may be translated into English as, in the extreme persecution of the Holy Roman Church, there will sit, i.e., as Bishop Peter the Roman, who will pasture his sheep in many tribulations, and when these things are finished, the city of 7 hills will be destroyed, and the terrible judge will judge his people. The end. Thank you, Salome. Bruce. Answer. When Billy recently asked to about the prophecy regarding the last pope and the ensuing Weltenbrand, Tua said that concerning this prophecy, many things have changed to the better and that for the time being, Vorderhand, there's no sign that the prophecy will be fulfilled. 555th contact of March 2, 2013. Note by CF, in other words, for the time being no World War III may be expected. Ramirez. Greetings Billy. About the overall scale of things, if humans have a tiny particle of the creative energy within their superior colliculus, then is the equivalent of that on a larger scale the 12 light-year diameter core of a universe? Answer. Yes, you could make that analogy. Our universe is kept alive, energy-wise, from its core. Note by CF. Just one question per round is answered. Humans have a tiny fragment of creation within them which evolves then eventually rejoins its creator. Universes have a larger fragment of creation within them which evolves then eventually rejoins its creator. So a creation appears to operate on the same principle, perhaps having a part of the absolute absolutum within itself at the core. If the absolute absolutum is evolving through 7 levels, then it seems reasonable to assume that it exists within a yet larger, more expansive container than itself, in the same way universes exist within creations. Galaxies exist within universes, solar systems exist within galaxies, and humans exist on planets. Aren't they all containers existing within containers? When the absolute absolutum reaches its seventh level, what then? If there's nothing beyond its boundaries, what's the purpose of the rather lengthy process of evolution it has undertaken? However, if there is something else beyond, then the overall structure makes more sense. Also, will the prophecies of Enoch and Malachi, Bishop of Armagh, concerning the Roman Church come to pass? Threadpill. Hi Billy. Perhaps I misunderstood your previous answer, but when a male ties his tube as a form of contraception, you answered he is potentially harming himself later on health-wise. How is this different than a man who practices abstinence and his sperm is not released? Or, for that matter, can you comment on if it is healthier for a man who has no sexual partner to masturbate versus someone who does not release his sperm any other way? Answer: in the case of abstinence or masturbation, the sperm does leave the body on its normal way through the prostate gland and the urethra, but when a man's seminal duct is cut and tied, the sperm must be dissolved by the body metabolism in some other and potentially harmful way. Scanny 88. Dear Billy, I have been wondering, is there any correlation with specific places and beginning of races such as Pleiadian beginning in the Scandinavia region? Or any other specific spot when they first landed on Earth with other terrestrial races? Is there any characteristics of a certain region of the present world the descendants of them are? Thank you all. Salome. Answer: Billy doesn't know. He never asked about this. Greetings Billy. What is the purpose and spiritual underpinnings of having seemingly unnecessary biological parts of human, animal body like nipples for males and some others like the appendix of the intestines? June. Answer: each human being starts, embryo, as a female, and only through hormonal etc. influences develops into a male human being. The appendix could be a remnant of the human being's former food digesting needs in the course of her physical development, evolution. Furbon. Dear Billy, warmest greetings to you C/49, pledgerans, and everyone actively participating in the mission. Some time ago I proposed on English Forum voluntary effort to make drawings, poetry, stories, etc. as helpful materials for putting together little story of reincarnation. This, quite small in format, gift book could promote study on recurrence of life and, with a bit of luck, awake additional and progressive thinking efforts in this respect. Simple and colorful pages could relate to people at any age and help them understand to be reasonable about natural process of aging and death itself. I mentioned a gift book because kids could actually give such books with their own impressions or coloring to the elderly. Now that we established, based on the Zak's question from the last month, that you exist, laugh, I could not miss your review and advice to support or reject this idea. There is no time limit on this task, and if we only want to, I'm convinced that volunteers from English Forum, alongside me, could show some positive and collective effort in order to put this book together. Salome. Furbon. What specifically is your question? Are you looking for Billy's approval or advice? Scott. Message edited by Scott on February 24, 2013. Answer: how would you draw spirit form? Michael Ilford. Dear Hermayer and friends. Can spirits follow groups of people in or ships through space? Answer: no. Jacob. Dear Billy, I would like your opinion about the following. I am currently taking a whole different approach with the spirit teaching than I did before, and it seems to be working for me. I basically split up the spirit teaching in two separate forms, but they remain one. 1. Studying the natural creative laws and recommendations, the structure of the spirit form levels, mechanics, dynamics, structures, knowledge about the universe, the universal consciousness creation up to the highest absolutum, what is currently available in the spirit teaching. This does not directly teaches me to be a better person, it only provides me with a framework of knowledge, but it does not make me a better person. It's knowledge without the wisdom. 2. Studying the, what I call wisdom teaching from the spirit teaching. For example, I collected all proverbs, verses from the which speak about the wise or a wise person plus, and I am now collecting all proverbs which address the unwise, fool. Example, wise versus unwise, just versus unjust, knowledgeable versus believer. I see both as positive and negative, and they form a unity. What I am basically saying is that I am analyzing the wisdom in those proverbs and verses, and gaining both empirical and theoretical knowledge. This provides me with the how and why on how to live right and just. What is your opinion about this? Do you have any suggestions in this? Salome, Jacob. Answer. Instead of focusing on things you cannot and will not understand, for example creation or the absolute absolutum, etc., or listing and collecting proverbs and verses etc., it is advisable to study one, or a few, of the verses or proverbs, pondering its content and meaning and trying to implement it into one's own life, and live accordingly. The process is as follows: 1. Verena Legion 2. In sich Selbstumsitzen 3, Nakossen Worksam Worden lassen durch das eigen Handen. Note by cf. What Billy means is that instead of just superficially collecting information, it is better to thoroughly study a few values and then implement them in one's thinking and acting. Because that's the way to improve, change knowledge into wisdom. 1. The word Verena Legion does not exist in English, but could be explained as completely taking up something's meaning and value within oneself. 2. Assimilate what has been Verena leaked within oneself. 3. If it equals the knowledge is really assimilated within oneself, and when it profoundly permeates one's thinking, it will influence one's actions, which are visible and detectable by other people etc. And another thought: what really matters in a person's personal evolution is not primarily being able to explain the functioning of machines or structures or workings of creation etc. to oneself and or other people, probably wishing to appear knowledgeable, but rather to live the spiritual principles in one's everyday life. Just knowing, or rather being aware of the knowledge, how a life should be lived, but not thinking and acting accordingly, brings not much benefit. When human DNA was manipulated, the original sin, were the monkeys created before or after the original sin? Answer. The apes are the result of one branch in the evolution of mammals, while the human being is the result of another branch. Both of them have appeared, developed here on Earth. Note by cf. Additionally, some ETs have flown in from the Sirius region and interbreeded with primeval human beings. Blake_P. Billy and Christian. Thank you for your time and would like to express my gratitude for all of the profound words and laborious tasks that you, the CG49 and the Figu groups around the world have been able to accomplish for so many years. And although there are many people, have made such an overwhelmingly positive impact in my life. In Contact 238, specifically about Nocademian, Tour states that the very first life formed in our universe around 39,260,000,000,000 years ago. That would be the fauna and flora and then the conditions for the first human beings to come about. Now it also states that Nocademian knows a total age 86 billion years, in which he had moved through the already necessary 58 billion years it took him to get to the Athasata level. Then of course through the deepest of responsibilities again took the human form to disseminate the creational laws and recommendations to his people. So my question is that already in another Q&A section you had said that the Nocademian spirit lineage was the first to reach the level of Arathasatu, and creational law is that the first must bear the responsibility of the dissemination of the creational laws and recommendations throughout the universe. So it would seem that there were trillions of years that had passed before the Nocademian lineage was even in its first incarnation, and that there are many humans that had more than enough time to reach the level of Arathasata before Nocademian. Also it stated in the Contact that your lineage had been reincarnating for 12 billion years now, and I saw an answer that you had said 9.6 billion. So guess I was just looking for some clarity on the history or the numbers. Thanks Blake P. Answer, 9.6 billion, milliard is correct. Note by cf. During the correction process for Bernadette Brand's book about Nocademian, which will be published in the second half of this year, it was realized by Tu and Billy that several numbers, not only in Contact 238 and PP Contact Block 6, pages 410 to 4012, are false and need to be corrected. The corrections are continuously implemented into the original file, to make sure that the correct numbers will appear in the second edition of the books. Hawaiian. Aloha Billy. I have posted a description of dreams you have answered to someone asking about the different types of dreams and want to clarify if there are more to these 5 types you listed. 1. What dream equals true dreams equals kind of a vision. 2. Outdream equals nightmares equals connected with fear and fright, psyche related. 3. Traumas temptation equals dreams based on experiences from one's daily life. 4. Traumas best Hendon Jedankan and Jeffulan equals dreams based on existing thoughts and feelings. 5. Warn trauma equals warning dreams. The question I have is how many types or levels are there in one's dreams? Because I have been aware that there are several levels of interaction such as 1. Non-participant, when one is strictly an observer and the dream is displayed without any influence. 2. When one has no control and is subject to the will of the dream. 3. When one has direct influence and acts upon the dream. 4. When one plays the role of an arbitrator and decides between 2 opposing views or characters. 5. When one interacts with another using primary telepathy and exchanges thoughts without speaking. 6. 7. Mahalo Nuilo, Hawaiian equals thank you very much. Answer. There are countless types or levels in dreams because dreams are dependent on the state of psyche, body, thinking etc. etc. Pattern. Billy, from what I have found in my studying there are several forms of equality, equal, glitch, equals the same. Answer. Equal is not a noun. Neither in English or German. Example, the new tables in the SSSC kitchen appear glitch and show glitcherton. Even when looking at the details in the top structures they are not identical. Equality, glitchheit, equals equalness which covers all forms of equality. Equivalence, glitchwertigkeit, equals different but of equal value, i.e. race, gender. Answer. There's a glitchwertigkeit concerning man and woman or child and adult, and there is also a glitchwertigkeit in tools when being used to perform a certain task. For example digging a hole in the ground, even if they are not glitch. For example shovel and pickaxe. Glitchwertigkeit means to grant the same values to women and men, or to different peoples, Volker, or to the human being him/herself. Equal rights, benefits, of position, Glitchstellung, equals relating to position, i.e. community member, job, pay, responsibility, where a right is itself in accordance with a moral or social principle. Answer. Glitchstellung, to glitchstellen someone. For example giving something, for example an apple, to a man, a woman and a child. Equal rights, benefits, of entitlement, Glitchberechtigung, equals entitlement is a legal guarantee made in accordance with the society's legal structure, human material based, or in accordance with the creational natural laws and recommendations, creational consciousness based, which both guarantee benefits and define limitations. I request that you share your corrections to my flawed understanding, translations and any additional wisdom regarding forms of equality and their differences. Thank you and Salom. Patton. Zakusks. Quote, Zakusks. Excuse me Mr. Mayer. I have a, yes, note by CF. I can confirm that Billy. Thank you for answering Mr. Mayer and for verifying his existence Mr. Freina. Question I quote, posted on Thursday, May 30, 2002 to 8:16 p.m. Hello Billy, it was said by Jmanuel in the TJ, that if 2 women bed down or sleep with each other it is not against creation, because they are conceivers. Are Pleasuran women bisexual then? Lars answer. Hi Lars, some Pleasuran women are bisexual, others not, just as it is the case here on Earth. Regarding the information of women as being conceivers, what is mentioned in the TJ about this means that, under certain situations, a woman is able to conceive a baby from within herself, which is not possible for men. However, this is such a rare occurrence that it nearly never exists, but nevertheless the possibilities still lies within women. In case that someone wants to ask, no, this did not happen with Mary, the mother of Jmanuel. Woman is able to conceive a baby from within herself. This is such a rare occurrence that it nearly never exists. So that's like asexual reproduction? May I know how exactly that happens without sperm donation and without 20 oxychromosome? Or the ovum of female mutates providing its own pair of chromosomes which produces however normal fertilization and fetus? In regard to this, Are there certain consequences for the spirit inhabiting the being of this asexually reproduced material body? Answer: this very rare occurrence is a material biological matter and has no relation to or influence on the spirit form. Corey. Moderators, please accept this refined version of my question instead. Thanks. Dear Billy and Christian, what do you think of terrestrial scientists and UN demographics explanations that population numbers will naturally stabilize at 9.2 billion in the year 2050 due to low and similar birth and death rates as more developing countries become industrialized and women are empowered and educated, which, according to them, will lead to smaller families? Demographic transition. Given the last Pledger and Biogram count of 8.1 billion, I don't see how population levels would only grow by 1.1 billion over the next 37 years. I think they are underestimating our problem of overpopulation, even in industrialized countries, and when it comes to non-industrialized countries, the population of Africa is expected to triple this century, for example, so I don't see why they always underfigure. The UN medium estimate for the year 2100 is an underfigured 10 billion, but the high estimate for the year 2300 is a whopping 36.4 billion. If they can foresee numbers like that using their high estimates, which are probably closer to the truth, I just can't see why nothing is being done. This subject makes me think of the profound truth of Arat Athasata page 21-24 verse 7-36. Salom Corey. Answer: the terrestrial scientists who are responsible for the UN demographic numbers are just guesses. Their numbers are far away from reality. As a rule of thumb, after each decade 1 billion, million human beings more populate this earth, and there's no decrease or slowdown in sight. Note by CF, in a next Figu Forum bulletin an article about these false numbers will be published. Marba. Hello Billy. This will be the conclusion of me asking you about cousin marriages. When this planet will have human population of 529 million, there are not more wars, religion, people will get along and accept each other unconditionally, diseases will be an extremely rare occurrence. The well-being of children is guaranteed, marriages will be long-lasting and happy, true love will be everywhere, the lakes and oceans will be pure and clean, everyone will always have enough to eat and drink, human beings will live in harmony with nature, no more rape and murders, and every single human will live and act according to the true spiritual teachings and so on. Billy, with the scenario I described, will the Earth human no longer have the desire to marry their own cousin? Marriage in my eyes is two human beings falling in love with each other knowing that they want to spend the rest of their lives with each other. People need to only marry for love. Salom. Marba. Answer: having a population decrease to 529 million human beings on Earth is no guarantee at all that there will be no wars and religion etc. Peace etc. is matter of thinking and consciousness improvement, and not of population numbers. Equally, the desire to marry one's cousin or other blood relatives is a matter of controlling one's own thinking and consciousness, and accepting the responsibility to prevent degeneration consequences through inbreeding. Note by CF, blood relationship offspring should be avoided for at least 7 generations. Eddie Martin. Hello Eddie and happy belated birthday. Your answer reminded me of when Quetzal said to you, "Nothing escapes you, does it?" I stand corrected. It is not through one's thoughts but, as one who knows. Manuel gave an excellent allegory of a little bird in chapter 16 verse 45 in the Talmud Manual. I would like to also give you a very deeply felt gratitude for having completed the Goblet of Truth when you did, and a special thank you to everyone at Figu for having helped to make it available for free at figu.org. Had you not done so, my life would have now been in a dire state. Words cannot express my gratitude, nor can they express the amazement and wonder of the knowledge which you have shared in the goblet. I look forward to one day sharing with you how it has impacted my life, how it has given me the ability to control my fate, and I would like to tell you that I had finally experienced what is meant by consonants in the goblet. What an amazing thing this is. I cannot thank you enough. Words can do it no justice. Thank you. Thank you again. My question for this round pertains to a project I'm working on that I foresee and hope will do much good. If I understood correctly, there is a dark star on the other side of the Oort cloud? and I would like to ask you if you would please tell me about it. Mainly what is meant by a dark star and things relative to it so that I may include it in my project. Answer. This dark star is discussed by the terrestrial scientists as Nemesis. They still speculate about its existence, but do not yet know. But in the future they will know that it exists. Also, a very special thank you to you Christian for telling me about the dead, suffocated water without oxygen has a red color, as Billy could witness during his trip with Quetzal deep down in the ocean. It would be nice to learn how large of areas this red water covers at the bottom of the ocean. I have included this in my project. Thank you again. Salome, and thank you to you both again, Eddie. Voten. Billy, can we live longer by influencing our life cycle? Also, is our death predetermined when we are born? Can we change this by meditation? Answer. Our lifespan is continuously influenced and determined by the way we think and act, and by environmental factors, etc. Meditation is a method by influencing one's life and, through this effect, influencing one's lifespan. In other words, no, our death date is not predetermined when we are born. Posted on Sunday, April 28, 2013 to 5:58 p.m., Masla. Salam Billy and Christian. I was thinking about intuition and the power of thoughts. Sometimes we decide to think about a person in a profound way because we miss this person, like him, her, or had an argument with. It happens to me that sometimes I get a feeling or idea of the other person I am thinking of, either a thought coming from the other person, and even I dream with the person talking about me for a minute. Is this brief connection with another human possible? In other words, are we able to get a thought, not as a voice from the other person, but an idea of what they are thinking about oneself, as if the thought would travel distances? Thank you very much for your time, and many greetings. Masla. Salome. Masla. Answer. Yes, that's possible. These may be short telepathic impulses, thought transmission. Jadanken Ubatragung. New initiation. Hi Billy. In the contact notes you spoke of 2 moons of prehistoric Earth which no longer revolves around our planet at present. You also spoke of devastating influence of the destroyer comet which had wreaked its havoc on Earth, our solar system and Lyra system, displacing and then dragging our present-day moon to Earth to its current orbit. There was also a mention by you of the destruction of Melona, Phaeton, death of many millions of human beings on Mars from dangerous cosmic influences, the different characteristics of moons of Jupiter, the existence of 12 planets in our solar system, one of which is Vulcan, the nearest planetary body to the Sun, dragging of Mercury to its present-day orbit around the Sun as the second closest planetary body by the destroyer, among many other pertinent information. My question is, since the existence of our solar system and numerous cosmic influences that have displaced and replaced domestic and foreign bodies to our solar system, it's not hard to envisage a scenario where Mars and Melona had at one point in time moons which no longer revolves around it today but were displaced and captured to its orbit by other mini-suns and planetary bodies such as Saturn and Jupiter. So were any of the moons which orbited prehistoric Earth, Melona, Phaeton and Mars in the past now revolving around Jupiter or Saturn, and if so, which ones were they? Regards, Matt Lee. Answer. Billy doesn't know. He never asked. Steve, where does social anxiety come from? You know, panic disorder, panic attack, and is it a mental disorder? I find myself being scared to talk to people, even look at them. I feel hopeless inside, have major low self-esteem, hard to form a relationship with anyone, even my family, my friends. In fact, I have no friends and I think they hate me. I think everybody hate me. I feel like people hate me and watch me and feel like people want me to die. I find it hard to help myself. I do love myself but just find it hard to do something good. I feel if I do something good I get scared. What does this mean? I'm a good person, don't talk to no one, don't hurt no one. At the same time I get these feelings all the time and I have major random thoughts all the time, every day, all day, can't concentrate. My IQ was 85. I'm seeing a doctor. What are these things of? If you can tell me please, this old help a lot. I ask you cause I figure you would know a lot about this due to all the hardship you had yourself. Plus my doctor did told me and I think he won't. But I am taking meds and find them to be a little helpful. Answer. Don't let you being influenced by an IQ number, because the IQ doesn't give testimony of a person's consciousness-based development, evolution. The mental state you are in is an entirely psychological process. Vorgang. You should try to escape from your present world of negative thoughts and feelings. Don't feed your anxiety, your angst, and control your thoughts, which means that you should be aware of what you are thinking and to direct your thoughts to good and neutral factors, for example to nature, etc. And don't let yourself be influenced and put down by the bad things that are happening in the world, as informed by newspapers, television, etc. Jacob. Hello Billy. Thank you for your feedback. It confirmed my own thinking in this. I understand very well that I will never understand the universal consciousness creation, the absolutum this lifetime. I primarily study these things just to be aware of them and let them be a framework of how I see reality, however limited by my understanding, nothing more, nothing less. This information exists in the spirit teaching, absolutum, Zalanon, etc., etc., etc. So I study it for the reason mentioned above. In contrast to the assumption of cf, the appearance of being knowledgeable to others has no importance whatsoever. Acting for the sake to appear knowledgeable is merely ego-driven. When I think about the following, freely translated, proverb, "The wise do not cry about the dead and about things of the past," it means the following to me. It is wise not to unnecessarily dwell on things in the past, since you cannot change them and you cannot bring back the dead, but rather learn from things of the past and implement them in the here and now. This provides directly for instructions how to deal with that situation, and how to live it. My following question to you, is this process similar to the mental block meditation, in its effects on the mental block and the individuality block? Salome. Jacob. Answer. It is not important to know about the sane absolutum and all the other absolutum forms, or about creation universal consciousness, because you cannot understand them anyway. What is written in the spirit lessons and some books about these energy forms is just information, not necessary for leading a good life. What is important is to learn the teaching of the truth, to understand it and to logically follow it. Nach Volzen. This will lead to answers of the following questions. How shall I behave? How do I treat my fellow human beings? How can I become a true human being? The mental block meditation has nothing to do with things from the past, but just helps to put or keep the mental block in order. Eddie Martin. Hello Edward. For this round I would like to learn about the following mentioned by Christian. Dead, suffocated water without oxygen has a red color, as Billy could witness during his trip with Quetzal deep down in the ocean. It would be nice to learn how large of areas this red water covers at the bottom of the ocean and anything that would be interesting to children, students and adults. I have included this in my project and would like to expand on it. Salome. And thank you to you both again, Eddie. Answer. Billy doesn't know. He just observed one location. Jason's hang. Salome. Billy and Christian. Do you know Dr. Rongxiang Zhu and his human body regeneration sciences Mebo? He claimed that people may live 300 years. Thanks Jason's hang. Answer. Billy doesn't know him. Corey. Dear Billy and Christian. What do you think of the terrestrial scientific consensus that for every 1 degree Celsius increase in planetary temperature there is during the growing season, farmers can expect to lose about 10% of their grain, wheat, rice, and corn yields? With the expected 6 degree Celsius temperature increase, 11 degrees Fahrenheit, this upcoming century due to global warming, that means it is likely farmers will have a gradual 60% decrease in grain harvests. So many countries that are overpumping their water wells, aquifers and have lost topsoil due to desertification are falsely dependent on the UN World Food Programme's grain reserves to feed their growing populations, and the grain reserves will decrease. It will probably be worse with the pursuit of ridiculous biofuels as gasoline instead of food. With future exploding populations and decreasing food sources, it looks like decline, war, and mass starvation are ahead for us Earth humans due to overpopulation. We have already raised the planetary temperature 0.8 degrees Celsius due to our actions and are going over the chasm for a full 6 degrees Celsius in the future. Page 11 and 85. Full Planet, Empty Plates by Lester Brown, www.earthpolicy.org. Salome. Corey. Answer. Billy doesn't know the effects in numbers or in relation, but of course the increased temperature has its effects on agriculture etc. etc. Stephen_Moore. Hello Edward. It is true and obvious to some human beings that violence does not stop violence and murder does not stop murder. When I was in Switzerland 2 years ago, I asked Patrick CG member about the conflict in Libya, and he said what should have happened there is that a secret group should have gone into Libya and arrested those responsible in positions of power without further killing of human beings. What would be the correct way to end the senseless violence and murdering in Syria? Salome. Answer. The intelligent way to deal with all those crazy and warmongering heads of states and governments and military and rebels, revolutionaries, etc. etc. which are active not only in Syria, but many other countries, is to found an international peace-fighting troop, army which takes care that all attempts to start a war are stopped everywhere, equals in all countries, at its root by capturing the responsible warmongering persons and separate them from society for the rest of their lives. Prunk. Hello Billy, what is the relation between education, especially analytical thinking, and the spirit teachings? Thank you. Answer. These are two different factors. With analytical thinking you for example try to solve a problem. The spiritual teaching gives the human beings the opportunity to learn. Learning, as for example learning to sing, to write, to ride a bicycle, etc., is no analytical process. Ophelia. Hi Billy, Christian. Thanks so much for answering my previous questions. I'd like to ask whether all ETs have the ability to be invisible when they are on Earth? Meaning, when they visit Earth, can they all become invisible? Or is that not possible? Just randomly I asked this question in the forums, but either it wasn't seen, or that no one knew the answer to it. But seeing as to how Quetzal was once Gabriel, if we were to put angelic names to a Sam Chase, ask it, who would they have been in the past? Thankies Orphe. Answer. No. Not all ETs have that ability. Just one question per round. Savio. Dear Billy, thanks for your answer that the hyperspace exists only in the material belt. However, if hyperspace is not available outside of the material belt, human could face huge difficulties in crossing the other even wider belts, 5 to 7, in order to penetrate into the dull universe. My question is, what would be the mechanism that allows traveling in an even more efficient way than that of the hyperspace? Salome Savio. Answer. Billy doesn't know. Votan. Hi Billy. Somewhere in our genetic code there is an impulse to kill. Do you know who inserted that code and will scientist able to reverse the code? Joe. Answer. There is no scientist necessary in order to reverse or neutralize that code or many other genetic dispositions. Since human beings are capable to influence their genetic structure, code through their thinking, it is possible to neutralize that special code by learning the spiritual teaching and to apply it in one's everyday life and thinking etc. etc. Chat and Lucas. Libre dude. My father would like to know how the high-powered weapons you keep in your safe fit in with the spirit consciousness teachings. Veal Grusf Chat and Lucas. Answer. The weapons have nothing to do with the spiritual teaching. They are just tools, devices that were used for work and for self-defense. Weapons may never be used to kill another person, even not so in a self-defense situation, if possible. Earthling. Greetings Billy. In the Goblet of Truth, you have written below, you shall be conscious that you have already often lived, just as you will continue again and again, as always new personalities, as this you that has already often lived and will continue again and again, as always new personalities, is not our current personality and material consciousness that is reading your words. Can you please further explain what you mean by this you that has already often lived and will continue again and again, as always new personalities? An equally new personality is created which is then born anew, together with the spirit form of the human being which, after the dying of the material body, also goes into its fine fluidal realm of the other world and from out of there reincarnates again and, contrary to the personality, is alone capable of being reborn. So, you shall be conscious that you have already often lived a material current life as always new personalities, just as you will continue again and again, as always new personalities, to pass through new lives. And that will happen so often and for such a long time until your spirit, i.e., Your spirit form has developed so highly through your evolution of your consciousness that it no longer needs a material body and consciousness anymore, and thus goes as a higher form into a higher level. MIT eine Rebensohn Personlichkeit Geschkeffen Word, die dann Negebiot, Zusammen MIT der Geistform des Menschen, die nach dem Sterben des materiellen Körpers ebenfalls in ihren feinstflächen Gemstes Breichinet und von dort aus wieder inkarniert und gegensätzlich zur Personlichkeit allen Wiedergeburtsfähigkeit ist. Also sollte bewusst sein, dass alles immer wieder neu Personlichkeiten oft und oft ein materiell actuals Leben gelebt habt. Wir haben auch weiterhin alles immer wieder new Personlichkeiten new Leben zu besten haben Word, und das Word. Die Rat oft und lang sein, bis sich ihr Geist risp. Ihre Geistform durch ihre Evolution ihres bestens die Rat hoch entwickelt hat, das risp. CK1's materiellen Körpers und bestens mehrere von DLS hoher Form in ein hoher Being in it. Salom, Bruce. Answer, with that you. Each human being of all ages, generations and everywhere in the universe is addressed. Note by cf, each person who is capable to read the information from the goblet of truth is connected to a spirit form which already has been connected with many previous personalities. In the got no special person is addressed, but humankind as a whole. Ramirez. Greetings Billy. Thank you for that confirmation concerning the analogy between universal cause and a fragment of creation within the head. Question. Somewhere or other was stated that universal boundaries, of universes, prevent the escape of energies of any kind, so the question is, with Ashtar Shran expiring in the dull universe in 1983, what happens? How are his so far acquired spirit values going to be transferred from his previous universe, ours, done into his next reincarnating body which will appear in dull? Cheers. Answer. If a person leaves this universe and dies in another universe, he or she only takes with him or her those values and that knowledge which is linked, stored in his consciousness in the present actual life. The overall consciousness block remains in this old universe and cannot be taken into the other universe. There, in the other universe, a new overall consciousness block is built, starting with the knowledge etc. that was present at the time of the person's death. Freddy. Hello Billy and Christian. How should young children victim of severe sexual, emotional and physical abuse be helped? Are their consciousness damaged beyond repair? What specific things that can be done to help them? With deep deference. Thank you Freddy Martinez. Answer. They need persons around them who may be trusted, who are humane and loving, caring and who live honest and concrete love. Feeling protected and cared for is also necessary, because on this foundation trust can be built. And of course, educational activities are also necessary. Basically, a recovery from early age damage is possible, but not the rule, unfortunately. Furbon. Hello Billy, CG49 and anyone who reads this. Fruitful life of love and wisdom to all of you. My question relates to balanced existence on a planet where striving for neutral behavior and thoughts is rare and are mostly misunderstood for indecisiveness, weakness etc. It seems like only few are interested in being human and recognize that what lies inside them is the most precious of all treasures. Regarding bad influences, I remember that for pleasure's even presence of lower evolved humans in close proximity was harmful and resulted in erratic and destructive interference. But we, the earthworms, also encounter so many factors throwing us off balance in everyday life. In this sense, what do you recommend to be most effective ways/methods to remain calm and undisturbed within the world of our balanced, productive thoughts and actions? Salome. Answer. It is necessary that the thoughts and resulting feelings, and the emotions, are controlled. To achieve this, studying the spiritual teaching is very much recommended. Unfortunately, due to unsuitable and erroneous education, many human beings are self-absorbed and see only to and for themselves. Matthew. Salome Hermaier, I wish to share with you something I found in the book Man-Made God by Barbara Walker. On page 84 there is a photo of Inshushinak's temple wall that originally stood in Susa, Iran in the 12th century BC. The wall shows a relief of two figures standing either side of a palm tree. To me, The design of the palm tree resembles Nocademian's peace symbol. The text under the photo in the book, Man-Made God reads, Sumerian goddess Ninhursag with the spirit of the forests next to the seven-spiked cosmic tree of life. In other descriptions, this wall relief is protected by two Sumerian figures, the goddess Ninhursag and a bull man. A god. I would hazard a guess that the bull man may represent Sumerian knowledge of genetic human-animal hybrid experiments in the past. In Contact 70, line 131, Sam Jace describes the Sumerians as being peace-loving and risen from a race of former Syrian refugees, who had likewise settled on the earth 133,000 years ago, as did the refugees from the Plegerant system. In your opinion, is this ancient palm tree related in any way to the peace symbol, and, if so, did the ancient Sumerians know about the peace symbol from Nocademian and so carved this proudly into their temple walls, or did they receive impulses from the Plegerant? Thanks. Matthew. Answer: that's interesting. There could really be a connection to the Nocademian line, or to Gilgamesh, etc. Billy will show the picture to Tua, Jacobus_Stalmokas. Hello Billy. My question is regarding to your lost arm. How it was predetermined that you will have to lose it in a car accident. Did it happen before birth or during your lifetime? Is this an effect of one's thoughts, or is it something that spirit wants to experience? Salome. Answer: it was not predetermined, it was simply the result of a car accident. Marba. Billy, in the United States, black, white, Latino, Native American, Asian, Indian, and Middle Eastern people live here. What comes out of this is interracial couples which lead to interracial marriage and eventually leads to interracial children. That is, a Mexican woman marrying a black man, Asian man marrying a white woman, and so on. With this comes a problem. The interracial child will have identity issues. What can make this worse is fights between two different races happening at school, in a neighborhood, in the workplace. The family of the two races arguing or fighting with each other, and so on. As a result of this, the people who causes these conflicts will tell the interracial mixed child you can either be this race or that race. Now, this will damage the interracial mixed child severely to the point that he or she will commit suicide or not feel wanted by his or her parents. Billy, is there any way you and the Plegerans can make a figure bulletin or have a contact report about interracial couples and children? I know it will really help them. Now my question, with what I described to you about the scenarios that interracial couples and children face, what advice you would give to them? Salome. Marba. Answer: what you describe is happening not just these days, but has happened for centuries. The problem arises from the fact that there are many people, for example extreme right-wingers, or racists and religious fanatics etc., who hate everyone who is not of the same faith or color or doctrine etc. as they themselves. Note by cf. Couples consisting of different races etc. should discuss the consequences and evaluate the situation before they produce offspring. These discussions, of course, should also include a lot of other issues, as can be read here. http://c.a.figu.org/populationgrowth.html. Basically, overpopulation greatly increases the problem, and interbreeding between races and cultures in great masses leads to various problems, not only those as described above. Edward_B. Hi dude. I was curious as to what the nature of your meeting with Muskogee medicine man Philip Deere was about, and how did he hear about you? I have studied the thinking and ways of Native American Indians, and I do find many similarities with the spirit teaching. Thank you. Answer: many Native Indians in the U.S. were and are aware of Billy and his case, message, and this led to various visits of such persons at the SSSC. Philip Deere's visit was organized by or via Frank Stuckert. Threadpill. Hi Billy. Thank you for patiently answering all the questions. In reading these questions and answers, I have a suggestion, not a question. Perhaps it could be considered that people are allowed to ask 2 questions per round, but you select the one you want to answer, since quite a number of these have don't knows as a response and people have to wait at least a month before getting a chance to ask again. If one of them is a don't know, then perhaps that can be said and just move on to other one. It is by no means a solution, and please do understand that I'm only thinking in the context of the originator of these questions and the time gap, since I am one of them. I do understand this will take away your time to tend to other matters, but it is just a consideration. Now, reading just what I have been able to catch up within the materials you have released, in English, I would like to know, what is the pledgerand's policy on the use of untruths within the context of the objective of a mission? If you do not know, can you please just provide your best guess, since you are the most qualified person based on these exclusive contacts to draw your own conclusions? Answer: untruth, in the sense of lying, has no place in the mission. Note by CF, regarding your suggesting of 2 questions per round, this cannot be accepted. It's up to each person to think logically before writing down and forwarding a question. Obviously, quite a number of those who are sending in questions are not aware that they are wasting precious opportunities by asking questions which are not helpful at all and, therefore, don't lead to fruitful and valuable answers which could help people to lead a better life. Billy will not live forever, and therefore the valuable opportunity should really be used to ask questions which will have some real benefit not only to the person who is asking, but also for the generations to come. Memo. Hello dear Billy. Do you know any way to reduce or eliminate tinnitus? I recently developed tinnitus in my left ear because of exposure to loud noise. I have investigated about it, and it seems that Earth doctors don't understand it completely and so can't help very much to cure it. For some persons it disappears spontaneously after some months or years, but sometimes it stays all your life. I was amazed when I learned that so many persons, millions, some even say that 10% of the total population, have some kind of damage in the ear and still nothing is done to prevent it. There is no control of the decibels in concerts, bars, movies, etc. Thank you for your patience. Salome. Hi Memo. Unfortunately, there is nothing that can be done. I too have tinnitus from loud music. It is best to stay away from loud environments and carry earplugs with you. Scott. Message edited by Scott on March 25, 2013. Answer: Billy is also suffering from tinnitus. Since 1982, he takes medication, Stugrin, which helps somewhat, but does not entirely eliminate the damage. There are other therapies which probably may have some positive effects, like for example oxygen, or low-pressure chambers, etc., which Billy has not used. However, Lonnie, dear Billy, how much of what we see in the mainstream media, especially in the US, with its secret, unethical and immoral connections with business and government, actually corresponds with reality and or the truth? Many are beginning to see beyond the lies and deception, which selfishly benefits a few, and can alter the thinking, views and behavior of an entire country and even the whole world's perception of reality. Salome Lonnie Morton. Answer: the reality behind the scenes is many times worse than the public is aware of or which gets to public awareness. A great many persons in governments, multinational and national companies, secret agencies, military, etc. don't stop at nothing to gain material wealth and rewards etc. To them, a human life has no value at all. Yow. Hello Edward, do you know anything about urticaria? This is one of the world mysteries. If you don't know that, can you ask for your extraterrestrial friend? Thank you very much. Salome. Answer: since urticaria is an illness, you may find information in a medical book. Smug. Hootie. Dear Billy and Christian, in October last year, Indian Army deployed along Indo-Chinese border area reported observing over 100 UFOs in the area in 3 months running up to October. Also present in the area was NTRO, National Technical Research Organization, and ITBP, Indo-Tibetan Border Police. According to the Indian testimony, the Army moved a radar and a spectrum analyzer to the area to verify the identity of one of the object, but could not detect the object even though that was being tracked visually, indicating it was perhaps non-metallic. In September, a team of astronomers from the Indian Astronomical Observatory at Han observed these objects for several days. While they couldn't figure out exactly what the objects were, they ruled out meteors and planets. The Chinese military apparently denied sending any drones. It is very rare to have so many reliable witnesses to speak out in unison over such events. Do the pledgerin know about, or have investigated these incidents, and were real extraterrestrials behind this or terrestrial source? Answer: Billy doesn't know. Perhaps the Chinese's secret flying devices were involved. Luigi. Hello Edward and Christian. I hope everything is good. Here's my question, which is related to torture. Consider the following scenario. A man who is detained knows the whereabouts of several people that will certainly die if they're not found in time, and this prisoner is the only one who knows but is not willing to speak. What can be done in these cases? I know that torture is not an option, and I would appeal to reason and logic in order to get the information, but also it is a fact that time is of the essence. What's your opinion on this scenario? Salome. Louise. Answer: to apply torture in any form is never permitted, without exception. The only way to find a solution in this scenario is to invoke the detained person's help and cooperation, trying to get humane thoughts and reasoning through to her consciousness. Note by CF, it probably makes sense to involve her relatives or wife, husband etc. in order to trigger the desired information. Posted on Friday, June 28, 2013 to 9:40 p.m. New initiation. Hi Billy and Christian. Dirty old politics and politicians always seem to get in the way of a good thing and lasting peace. On the one hand you've got Kim Jong-un's +/- currency R superscripto regime in the North Korea hell-bent on maintaining their dynastic power forever, whilst Russia, USA, China, Israel and Japan Macron want united Korea. Both North and South Korea is still technically at war with each other since 1953, but many Koreans from both divides want genuine reunification and peaceful coexistence. As you would often say that everything depends on the way people think and how much effort they put in towards achieving peace, and that it Macron is up to the people themselves in what they want to achieve. I am in my Macron s, and so will both Korea Macron s ever achieve reunification as one country like the Germans have done and achieve peaceful coexistence in my lifetime? Answer: it's questionable, based on the fact that Kim Jong-un is a dumber mensch and is showing an unsteets, unberechen besverhalten. All this time I never thanked you once, Christian, nor have I shown appreciation for the difficult task of interpretation and translation work that goes into delivering the Q&A, as you were always just there. So I would now like to genuinely thank you for your sincere efforts. Thank you Billy and Christian. Regards Matt, in Sung Lee. Answer: note by CF, it's just one of our several self-obligations, but also thanks to you and all the other thankful askers who are taking care that there are not too few questions each month. Lipunif. Hello Billy. Thanks for your previous answer. Back to the question of infinity. In a question posted on Sunday, April 29, 2012 to 9:11 p.m., by VB28 Yuanwood, everything that exists is never infinite. Infinity is time limited, as Grunst. But in an answer to me posted on Sunday, February 24, 2013 to 10:32 a.m., you said, 2, only that is finite, which is made by the human beings. Furthermore CF wrote, 3, everything is finite infinite, and you added, 4, yes, a table also has finite and infinite aspects. But a table is man-made, so it should only be finite. CF2, I don't know what you said in Swiss German, but in English your speech is rendered contradictory. I is logically contradictory to 2, 2, 3, and 2, 4. This is a direct application of the simple non-a-truth table. But I think I get your point. As you said, eternally equals infinitely, and since eternity equals lapse of time between two expansions, is finite, then infinity is also finite. If I get you right, infinity is a badly chosen word since it refers to the negation of our notion of finiteness, which in the universe does exist and will never. That is to say that, in fact, everything is finite. Furthermore, to be valid, a notion must comply with its existence in our universe, or else it's a valid product of thoughts with no real existence. Question: am I right? Answer: no. Take care. Salam Lipunif. Sanjin. Hello sir. Recently I was wondering if your successor reincarnations will take on leadership roles within Figu. Along with that, I'm also wondering what kind of safeguards are in place for preventing that someone fake will come, claim to be your reincarnation and basically try to infiltrate Figu. Are there safety measures in place to prevent people from doing this in the future? Salam. Answer. There are no safeguards necessary in this regard. Any attempts in that direction will be unsuccessful. Mahajatam. Pavani. If the ability be aware of or sensitive to something is said to be called as being conscious, then are all those androids created to think and do things for themselves, created by E.T.'s Pleasuran and others, said to be truly conscious or self-conscious as we do? If we have created an artificial brain with the same complexity of a human brain powered by some artificial or organic machine, will it become conscious like we experience, or does it definitively need a spirit form for it to be truly called conscious or self-conscious entity? In other words, is being self-conscious or having a subjective integral experience the product of just the spirit form, or is it also possible with artificial, organic machines? It is also possible to create artificial brains, androids, which are conscious of themselves. What is necessary is that there is a spirit form present. Please correct me if I am wrong. In your answer, are you suggesting that androids can only be self-conscious like we humans do, when they have a spirit form SF? If that is the case, then which type of SF would this be? I am guessing that by using a mid-M SF for an android would violate the natural law, because androids are initially created for a purpose, mostly to assist things for human beings or the like. So I think it would not be ethical to use the SF of a human being for material purposes. So I am guessing the SF might belong to other than the Amidam SFs. Answer. Androids are enlivened by an artificially created spirit form, i.e. they have no Amidam SF. Note by CF, therefore their consciousness and self-consciousness processes must be different than that of real human beings. Earthling. Greetings, Billy and Christian. Billy, in the Got section entitled What the Truth Knows to Say, you wrote, and therefore this truth is also given in the book the entitled Goblet of Truth, a first part of which, namely the teaching of Enoch, was also called the Cauldron of Life by the Druid Prince Middenalius Merlin, and has nothing to do with the apparent grail of Christianity, which is only based on lies and deception, never existed and therefore was not used by Joseph of Arimathea to collect the blood of Emmanuel, Jesus, at his crucifixion. The true grail only existed as a holy place, and the composition was included in the Cauldron of Life, a writing of the teaching of the true prophet Enoch from the series of 7 of Nocodemion. The document was delivered to the Druid Midden, the Laughing One, later known more generally as Merlin, as a transcription of the Plegiara Karakina, the triple goddess. Midden poured the transcription into the goblet, which was known as the Cauldron of Life, and misused as the basis for fabricating the Grail through Christian falsifications, which by no means can be brought into connection with this Cauldron of Life, because the Grail was a place with a spring, surrounded by trees and plants, where the Druids used to conduct their meditations. Midden or Merlin attempted to pass on the teaching of Enoch through his influence on King Arthur or Artus, who was in his charge and his pupil, and amongst the heathen knights of the Round Table, but this resulted in a miserable failure because the fierce clan leader Artus and his heathen knights could not come to terms with the teaching. Therefore, Artus seized the sealed Cauldron of Life and cast it into the sea with his own hands. My question is, was the Druid Prince Middenalius Merlin, of the Nocodemian spirit form lineage? Salome, Bruce. Answer, no. Savio, dear Billy. A 6 inches body remains of unknown origin called Atta was presented within a documentary series. https://www.youtube.com/watch feature equals player underscore embedded and v equals knr3pk 9a. The mummified remains of what looks like a 6-inch space alien was classified as human through DNA test. Do you have any comments on Atta? Salome Savio. Answer, this is a human being. Pattern. Hello Billy and Christian. From my understanding, the two personalities of Samjasa that were cousins, one, being the biological further of Adam and enlivened by the Nocodemian spirit form, and, two, the leader of the Chwais that created havoc on Earth and enlivened by the spirit form that currently enlivens Quetzal. My question: did Samjaza, Adam's biological father, die on Earth to begin the series of 7 true prophets and heralds with the spirit form that now enlivens you, or did the first of the Enoch personalities die on Earth for this purpose? Thanks and Salom Pakm. Answer: no, the Nocademian spirit form started on Earth as Enoch. Freddy. Hello Billy and Christian. Thank you so much for your previous response. I don't know if misfortune is solo related to situations beyond our control or not, or if it that has many forms, but with same causes. You, Askit, Semchase, Quetzal, have mentioned about misfortune in diverse conversations and writings, and seems a concept that relates to many things. How should people approach and address misfortune in life? Diaresis. Freddy Martinez. Answer: they shall try to continue making the best of each situation, control their thinking and behavior, come to terms with oneself. Note by cf. To take an example, for example losing one or more children, or one's husband or wife, which could or will be looked upon as a misfortune. It is important that a human being learns from a young age that each human being is a separate unity, who is fully responsible for him or herself, which includes that even in a family there must always be some distance among the members, i.e. no symbiotic relationship. In other words, each human being must strive to be autonomous in each situation and shall stand on one's 2 feet at all times. Rim. Dear Billy, my question is, why do you know how to put that evolution code into your writing? Does it have anything to do with the memory apparatus fused on you when you were a boy? Happy springtime. Rem. Answer: no, the different codes were elaborated by an academian and, therefore, are and will be used and applied by those personalities within the Nocademian line who are active as a herald, prophet. Marba. Hello Billy. In the Goblet of Truth somewhere in Chapter 4, it states that a man can enter into a bond of marriage with a woman and her sisters. Now, I find that a little disturbing. Yet, for many years, I had eyes for women that I'm attracted to and I would like to be in a romantic relationship with some of them. Also, I was attracted to her younger or older sisters as well. Sometimes I would be more attracted to the younger sister, but at other times, I would be more attracted to the older sister than the younger one. I know many men has this happened to them before. If a man were allowed to be married to more than one woman in every country in the world, based on the current state of the world, I would only marry 2 women. I would think about doing it. I wonder if the men on air marry a woman and her sisters as well. Now my question, Billy, why is a man allowed to marry a woman and her sisters? Salom. Marbar. Answer: because on the one hand polygamy, one man with more than wife, is natural, and on the other hand because a woman's sisters are women too. Derek. Dear Christian and Billy, on my post that reads below I recognize that my question was very vague as I used incorrect descriptions for my question, and I also realize after questioning that this is not a practical question that can be used in my everyday life, but my wisdom tells me that I should at least follow through with my question and find the conclusive answer. So please, allow me to try again so as to finish what I have started. Thank you my friends. Derek member post number 124 registered 01/2011 posted on Monday, January 28, 2013 to 9:16 p.m. Dear Billy, when will the laws of creation, the teaching of spirit and of truth and of life first be implemented into science on our earth? Apparently there are 4 more stages of spiritual science that have yet to be used. Can you give more information on that? Thank you Billy and Christian. Billy is not aware about the 4 more stages of spiritual science. Solemn note to Christian. Do you pronounce your name Christian instead of the regular way because of the association to Christianity and the vibration that the name may carry? Like religion and religion? It would make sense to me if you directed people to address your name as such because of that reason. Salom Derek. Note by Christian. Chris as in Chris. The CH spoken in a scratching mode deep in the throat. T as the T in infinity, and as in fun, but with a long drawn A. It's probably easier to pronounce it. Live should we meet sometime in the future. Note to Christian, I will restate my question more clearly. When I had the pleasure of meeting you in person in Prescott, Arizona, At the dissolving of the USA Figu group, you told me your name and clarified to me its correct pronunciation. I remembered the correct pronunciation and wondered if you simply pronounce your name the way you do because in your native language that is its actual pronunciation, or if you yourself changed its pronunciation to sound differently than the typical English-sounding pronunciation. For example, would you pronounce Christian, as in Christian religion, the same way as you do your name in your language? I sat next to you while we did the peace meditation. I was the guy with long hair wearing a cowboy hat. Also, I am working on a musical album with Sam Jace's Beamship sounds on my music tracks, and it has been 2 years in the making and I am almost done. 70th contact Thursday, Jan 6, 77. The primary or first molecule of spiritual energy has 49 atoms. The atom is not of pure material nature. It is an intermediate thing between matter and energy of spirit. It can be explained in sevens. The Pleiadians call it the sevens of the synthesis of matter. There are 7 planes to the structure of an atom. They are all different. Current science knows 2 of them, the 6th and 7th. They are aware of the 5th but have no knowledge as yet. The 6th plane is composed of elementary particles. The 5th plane is a mystery to Earth scientists. There are 4 more planes for them to discover. There is also a micro-atom plane beside the atom planes which draws through all spiritual energy and coarse matter. Per contact report 70, above, it states, there are 4 more planes for them to discover. There is also a micro-atom plane beside the atom planes which draws through all spiritual energy and coarse matter. Question: do our Earth scientists have any knowledge beyond just awareness of the 5th plane at this time? And if not, when will they begin to use their given purposes as well as discover the remaining 4 planes and actually use the knowledge within its given purposes? I can only speculate that it would be far into the future, hundreds or thousands of years. But on the other hand, technology seems to be advancing so rapidly that it makes me wonder if perhaps there are scientists currently on the verge of very huge leaps regarding these unknown planes of coarse matter/spiritual energy. Is there anything more that can be said about this? I sincerely thank you. Salom Deruk is the information in the link below related to the knowledge, investigation of the 5th plane. http://www.popshi.com/science/article/2013/02/physicists probe deep Earth 5th fundamental force. Answer: the information in that link is a different thing than what Sam Jace was talking about. There are 3 forces remaining, and in Sam Jace's list the Higgs particle could belong to the 5th plane, but Billy doesn't know. Since I have never taken the opportunity before, I would like to send my warmest greetings to you, Billy, the Pledgerin, and everyone else working so hard to keep the teaching pure and without falseness. Salom Masla. Dear Billy and Christian, you might not know this, but I still want to ask. 252 million years ago, the largest mass extinction and the largest volcanic eruptions in Earth history occurred apparently synchronously. Do you know about this eruption and consequently the mass extinction of fauna and flora on the planet? Thank you, Salom Masla. Answer: yes, Billy knows about it. Sonic_01. Hi Billy and Christian. Someone from the last round of questions asked something interesting that I would like some elaboration on. The question was, hello Billy and Christian. How should young children victim of severe sexual, emotional and physical abuse be helped? Are their consciousness damaged beyond repair? What specific things that can be done to help them? With deep deference, thank you. Answer: they need persons around them who may be trusted, who are humane and loving, caring and who live honest and concrete love. Feeling protected and cared for is also necessary, because on this foundation trust can be built. And of course, educational activities are also necessary. Basically, a recovery from early age damage is possible, but not the rule, unfortunately. My question: basically, a recovery from early age damage is possible, but not the rule, unfortunately. Could you please explain this answer more clearly? It is possible, but not the rule. Why is it not the rule? Is it not the rule because it is so difficult, or because people don't care, are not aware of any conscious damage, were in denial, Or is the reason that there is not enough access to professionals who deal with this sort of issue? In other words, why is this not the rule, and, given the right professional, and the right amount of monetary means, is it difficult to achieve? Also, how long would it take a normal person to achieve? Thank you. Answer: severely abused children would need to live with stable caregivers, person, who really love them and are available to them for the rest of their life. In a familiar setting, these caregivers would have to teach the children to cope with their problems and accompany them into adulthood. Note by cf. And since each child has a different predisposition and a different overall consciousness block etc., children may react/improve/stagnate/ etc. differently. Ramirez. Greetings Billy. Thank you for the reply concerning reincarnation in a different universe. This question concerns merging with creation at the end of evolutionary development after passing through our Atathisatu and Petal levels. Now with this you stated that spirit forms maintain an individuality even though the various spirit levels are a collective and eventually merge with creation as a collective group. So presumably the highest level of Petal, though still comprising a number of individual spirit forms, rejoins creation as a unified group after figuring out how to create spirit forms. Are they given an opportunity to actually create spirit forms on a new planet which has become suitable for that as an actual practical test? Answer: no. Then further on, when merged with creation, can that be equated as an analogy to drops of water returned to the bucket, though in an enriched form similar to what occurs to atomic particles which have been spun in a centrifuge, hence altering their atomic number? However, do the former Petal level spirit forms which rejoin creation still nevertheless retain an individuality even though they are once again drops in the bucket, part of the overall pool of energy as a whole which comprises creation? This makes sense when considering creation's need to populate universes with the ready-to-go Arathathisatu and Petal levels to supervise the day-to-day running of new universes. Theoretically, every individual spirit form which completed the course of evolution still might remain an individual in some sense even though they are drops in the bucket at the final wrap-up occurring at 311 trillion years. Is that also correct with the age? We are speaking of trillions with 12 zeros behind a number? If it is actually billions as in 311 million, that wouldn't make sense as spirit forms need around 120 to 160 billion plus a bit extra for high council and physical inner body existence to complete. With the contraction period starting at halfway 155.5, if it's figured in billions with 9 zeros rather than trillions with 12 zeros, then even spirit forms which began their existence very early during the formation of a universe would be just scraping it in to complete their evolution if they were slow learners requiring the maximum, unless the process of evolution in Arathathisatu and Petal is able to continue during the contraction phase. If in spite of merging with creation former individual spirit forms retain a unique identity or signature, then it fully makes sense those would be the starting point for a CCB at the spirit level for the next level of creation after it reawakens, like emptying the bucket and finding it contains partially evolved spirits ready to work with and assigned to new evolutionary tasks. Is that a correct understanding of the process, and is it trillions with 12 zeros as opposed to billions with 9 zeros? The age of the universe so far quoted as 46. Cheers. Kethan. Hello Billy, or otherwise informed Figu member. What is the current number of human beings on Earth who are currently aware of Billy's spiritual teachings? Answer: Billy doesn't know. And more importantly, how many are currently practicing or attempting to practice them? I would imagine that the Plejaran have complex methods in place for tracking the spiritual progress of Earth humans, and I'm sure not all of this information can be shared, but is it possible to give us all a general idea of where we, as a collective, currently stand? And is there a threshold population percentage that the Plejarans have calculated as a tipping point for spiritual progress? For example, when 20% of Earth humans are actively striving for and attempting to practice creational laws and recommendations, there is a 95% chance that the rest of the world will also fall in accordance within 100 years. An example, just to illustrate. Thank you. Sean Zanderson. Hello Mr. Mayor and the rest of Figu. My question is related to interpersonal relationships. What I want to know is the top 10 qualities that a man should look for in a woman. Answer: if a man is seriously asking such a question, he is in real need to first develop his own best qualities. Note by CF, and when, if he succeeds, he will realize that putting another person into a box or frame of expectations is no successful way. Corey. Dear Billy and Christian, do you have any comments about the estimated 1,672 gigatons, 1,672 billion tons, of pure organic carbon that was stored in ancient plants in more ancient times, currently frozen in the Arctic permafrost, that as the Earth's atmosphere warms in the future due to global warming, and the permafrost melts, could cause a chain reaction of releasing high levels of carbon dioxide, or even worse, methane gas into our atmosphere, thus compounding and accelerating the process of global warming, negative events that could happen due to the law of cause and effect. Answer: no. Michael Alford. Dear Herr Mayor, Travis Walton recounts how he and 6 of his co-workers saw a flying saucer hovering in the woods of the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest, northern Arizona, on the night of November 5, 1975. Against his friend's advice, Mr. Walton walked up close the craft, and got zapped. His co-workers thought he died, and fearing for their own lives, they left the scene as quickly as possible. Mr. Walton says he woke up on an advanced craft surrounded by people he couldn't understand. Eventually they sedated him, and when he woke up several days later he had been returned to area near where he was initially taken. During the interim time, the police initially thought that Mr. Walton's co-workers had murdered him, so a massive search for Mr. Walton ensued. However, when Mr. Walton turned up alive, the police suspected some other kind of foul play, so they then subjected the whole group to interrogation, lie detector tests, etc. Over the years additional supportive evidence has been found as well, and additional witnesses have since come forward to corroborate the flying saucer sighting on November 5, 1975. Mr. Walton has had a major Hollywood movie made about his encounter, Fire in the Sky, though he says that the movie is highly fictionalized, very inaccurate, and leads the audience to the wrong conclusions about the vibe of the people he encountered. To correct this, Mr. Walton wrote a book, the meat of which is given in condensed form on his website, http://www.traviswalton.com/. I talked with Travis Walton again this year at the annual International UFO Conference held here in Phoenix, Arizona, where he is a perennial speaker. He doesn't proclaim any particular extraterrestrial message, he only states that they are here and watching us. Like most people at the UFO conference, he knows about you, Herr Mayor, and his respect for the evidence that you have produced. I promised him that I would ask you what you might know about his encounter with extraterrestrials all those years ago, hence this query. Do you or the Pledgerin know anything about their accidental abduction of a man from the forest of northern Arizona in 1975? Can you all shed any light on this? Thanks for all the work you do, Michael. Answer: he could have been one of the persons who were influenced by the Ashtar Shrine group when these were still active here on Earth in the 70s. Just recently the Pledgerin have detected that the AS group was responsible for quite a number of fake ET contacts. Joe. Billy, there is some controversy as to whether one should drink raw milk instead of pasteurized milk. Since you are not only a prophet, but also a farmer, which type of milk would you recommend? Answer: each person must find out for him or herself which type of milk is good and suitable, or not good. When drinking raw milk there remains the chance that an undetected cow disease infection may have harmful effects, especially in the case of small children. BTW, Billy drinks and likes pasteurized cold milk. Note by CF, actually, Billy was never a farmer. Living on a farm does not automatically make a person a farmer. Thread pill. Hi Billy, I do not recall reading any reference in your material about free will as related to the spirit form that is still bound in the reincarnation cycle on the material plane. It would seem obvious, but please help me understand how free will would be applied whilst spirit forms are waiting in the fine matter world. For example, do spirit forms make decisions on the time of re-entry, choice of parents, relationship planning for evolution lessons, etc.? I would greatly appreciate guidance to the material that explains this in greater detail. Salome. Answer. The spirit or spirit form has absolutely nothing to do with free will. Spirit forms do not decide, do not think, do not feel, and do not act. A free will can only be found in human beings and needs a material consciousness. Betty W. An instinct will can be found equals is working in some animals. Chat and Lucas. Libredud and Christian. Dankser. Das ist why may I invaders fragmentvertet haben. Now, a few of us have been wondering about the Lyrian language. Since you are the only one instructed in it, is it reasonable to ask if you could pass on some of that information to people who are curious and interested in learning of it? Veal Grusfchat and Lucas. Answer. No, that's not reasonable. Note by CF. Why would you want to learn such a language that is probably not spoken by anyone anywhere, at least not on this planet, and who would have the time, intention and capability to teach it? Ophelia. Hi Billy, it's stated that the Plagiaran also get married, so if possible I'd like to ask how they have their weddings. Do they have guests and wedding rings, and receptions like we do? And who performs the wedding ceremony? Thankies. Answer. Billy never attended a wedding on Era and, therefore, cannot give you a satisfactory answer. Note by CF, but most probably they will not have exaggerated ceremonies as is often the case here on Earth. Jacobus_Stalmokers. Hello Billy, I want to know, is it acceptable to take your own life when you are in captivity and you know you will be severely tortured or even tortured to death? Please elaborate on this question if possible. Salome. Answer. Suicide is never acceptable or justified. No exception. Note by CF. Many people have been tortured and survived and are leading good lives after such a severe experience. Everything depends on a person's right, correct, equals neutral positive, thinking. People who are committing suicide are either mentally sick, for example heavy depression, are just cowards and are certainly thinking in an erroneous, irrational way. Jan. Dear Billy, in order to better image life of Plagiaran and their evolution, do you know if every Plagiaran on Era has already mastered prime telepathy? Answer. Yes, Billy knows that no, not every P has mastered prime telepathy. In other words, there are Plagiaran who don't master prime telepathy. On the other hand, I can imagine that there are people as well, who are not as much interested in this topic, as others may be. Thank you Salome. Jan. Melissa. Hello Billy. Concerning prayer, who or what am I speaking to specifically when I address my words or thoughts, and why? Much love. Melissa Swem. Answer. Just direct prayer to yourself. Don't imagine something special. Speak it to yourself. Actually you are speaking, talking to your consciousness. Note by CF. This is also the case if the word spirit is used in a prayer. Your subconsciousness is linked, connected to the spirit form and, therefore, the message is automatically forwarded to the consciousness. Posted on Saturday, July 27, 2013 to 7:31 p.m., Michael Ilford. NASA is asking for input. How shall we respond? http://www.nasa.gov/mission_pages/asteroids/initiative/asteroid.html. I think it would be nice if the Plagiaran formulated a response to this request for information and ideas. Of course, I am not sitting in a Plagiaran seat, and don't know if they feel it appropriate or beneficial to respond. Still, NASA has made a very rare open-ended public request, the only one I have ever seen from NASA in my life, for information regarding any dangerous asteroids, and ideas for how best to deal with them. If Hermaeer and the Plagiaran want to respond to it, now is their chance. This RFI, request for information, is open to all types of organizations, including U.S. industry, universities, non-profit organizations, NASA centers, federally funded research and development centers, other U.S. government agencies, and international organizations. Responses are limited to no more than 10 pages per primary area, and should be submitted via email by July 18 at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I am requesting that Herr Mayer and the pledgerant give the possibility of a detailed response some serious consideration. If they would be willing to respond to this RFI, I will make efforts on my end to contact people and see that anything they produce doesn't just get tossed in the round file. Since German is well known in some of the halls of NASA, they should have no problem reading a response if it were written in German. An English introduction and conclusion would probably be helpful, though. I am also offering up my editing services, such as they may be, if they are desired. I would also be willing to assist in this project in other way that is requested. To be clear, this doesn't constitute an attempt to get anyone believing in the existence of extraterrestrials, but rather is just an attempt to inform NASA about dangerous asteroids and how to deal with them. Some of the information that might be helpful: 1. Exact asteroid locations and trajectories, exact physical characteristics and compositions, potential impact scenarios, etc. 2. Consideration of various options available to us. For example, solar sails, black paint, high-velocity impact projectiles, nuclear obliteration, explosive atomic nudge, etc. 3. Mass of the necessary atomic nudge, best impact points along asteroid's trajectory, how close to the asteroid an explosion should be, etc. 4. An assessment of the rockets and any secret anti-gravity machines that we have available to us for use in this asteroid-moving project, with an emphasis on the speeds that they can attain while transporting the requisite mass, and when they would have to be launched for the project to succeed. 5. Probability of success if pledgerant suggestions are followed to the letter, which suggestions NASA should follow most closely and where NASA can take some liberties, and probable consequences if the pledgerant advice is ignored. 6. An assessment of other space programs, besides NASA's, on Earth, and how they might best be able to help with this project. Answer: Michael Horn already sent the necessary information. As you can read further below. Billy, regarding the Nocademian spirit form, as I understand it, your personality is the last of the sevenfold series of true prophets and heralds on the Earth. My question: will you or one of your successor personalities be taken elsewhere, another planet, where the death of your spirit form's personality will enable the continuation of the Nocademian series of true prophets and heralds on another planet as it reincarnates, animating another personality prior to your spirit form evolving back to the High Council level? Thank you and Salom, Patton. Answer: Billy doesn't know what will be next when his spirit form, within a new personality, leaves Earth in 3999. Matt: Hi Billy, are Zionists a threat to world peace with regards to World War III, and if so, in what way? Salam. Matt: Answer: there are all kinds of political and terrorist etc. organizations on this planet which are threatening world peace. Zionism affects unpeace, Shaft Unfrieden, within Israel itself. David M. Pleasant greetings to you Eduard. I have read your article Conception, Consciousness and Personality of the Human Being, as well other articles. However, there remains one subject I did not find, and that is to do with the communication between the embryo and the spirit form. When an embryo is at or nearing the 21st or 22nd day after fertilization, which one of these products of creation, the embryo within the woman's body, or the spirit form that still remains in the fine fluidal realm, makes it known to one or the other, that the embryo is ready to receive the first process of the spiritual animation of the embryo inside the woman's womb. However, since the embryo has not yet been animated by the spirit form, then perhaps the woman who carries the embryo emanates a state of readiness or a form of awareness that the embryo is developed far enough to begin the joining with its counterpart, the spirit form, which then the embryo then becomes a fetus. Wishing all members of the Figu group immense gratitude for the hard that very few people understand what an immeasurable undertaking it is to teach to the truth. David M. Answer: this process occurs schwingungsmäßig according to creational laws, but Billy does not know the details of this process. Zach's Earth Science says Earth has very dense core. May I know its components, characteristics and process of formation? Answer: probably there is a molten core of iron. Zanderson: hello Mr. Mayor and the rest of Figu. My question is, what constitutes a wife? I understand this from the joint biological and legal perspective, marriage. But from your point of view, the spiritual teachings, what would constitute a wife? Would a caveman without the practice, tradition of marriage have a wife? And if a man having a wife is natural, as you have alluded to, what natural condition, criteria determines that she is indeed his wife? P.S. If you choose to, since females also read these, you could answer the reverse, as it relates to a husband, as this may be of help as well to them. Live long and prosper, peace. Smile. Answer: a woman constitutes a wife, and a man a husband. Besides the biological differences, there are no other. A woman, wife, is a human being with a consciousness and spirit form, just as this is the case with a man, husband. Note by cf. And when a man and a woman decide to live and work and sleep etc. together for the rest of their life, or, as is often case, for limited time, then they can be labeled husband and wife. Lorx 2008, Dear Billy. How about the famous ancient Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu and his book Do De Jing? Thank you, Rory Law. Answer: Billy did not read or study his books. Joe. Billy: my father had passed away back in 2003 at the age of 71. According to the Pledgerin, our population is currently at about 8.1 billion people. Is it possible that my father has already reincarnated as a different person in 2013? 71 by 1.52 equals 107.92 years the spirit spends in the fine matter world based on a population of 529 million. 8,100,000,000 divided by 529 million equals 15.31. So 107.92 years divided by 15.14 equals 7.04 years the spirit stays in the fine matter world based on a population of 8.1 billion people. Is this correct or have I made a mistake? Answer: such calculations are useless because the reincarnation cycles have been permanently damaged by the overpopulation catastrophe. The reincarnation cycle, will never again return to a normal ratio on Earth because already too many spirit forms have been activated due to overpopulation. Edward_B. Hi dude. I refer to contact 150 for my question, in which Quetzal explains that our current calendar date is actually off by 46 years and 4 months. My question is, how does this affect us astrologically? I surmise that the year doesn't make much of a difference since the planets would have been in the same position in that year anyhow. But what about the months? For example, if one was born on September 23rd, this would make one a Libra. Since the months are off, would this not make one an Aquarius instead? September 23rd plus 4 months equals Jan 23rd. Thank you for your time, Edward. Answer: it doesn't make a difference, especially in light of the fact that astrology as is performed here is just a pseudo-science. Savio. Dear Billy. 1. It was mentioned in CR 544 that milk and milk products contain very valuable nutrients and belong, for the majority of people, among the most important staple foods. 2. While on the other hand, it was also mentioned that milk carries away more calcium than it can replenish, hence weakening the bone structure of the elderly people. It seems that milk only have bad effect on elderly people. My question is, if 2 is true, can you comment on the consuming of milk and or milk power drinks among elderly people? Salom Savio. Answer: each person must find out what is good for him or her. Therefore, regarding 2, people who are drinking milk can take messages against a possible negative effect, equals consume additional calcium. Adityasan Akia. Hello Billy and Christian, I hope you both are well and healthy. Regarding evolution and wisdom, upon death the knowledge gained by a human being is passed on to her next incarnation as wisdom. Question: can you better explain this statement with an example? Even a basic example would do, to understand it better. Thank you very much. Salom. Aditya. Answer: upon death knowledge and wisdom are stored in the storage banks. That knowledge, and its essence, wisdom, are continually released in a next existence equals next life. This ensures that in an actual life, information equals knowledge from previous existences can be used again and built on, which guarantees a steady evolution. Note by CF, this means that during one's lifetime, impulses are appearing in one's consciousness which can, but must not, be detected and then used to gain further knowledge. Furbon. Hello Edward. Through learning I noticed that there is something quite phenomenal about the natural laws. It is only upon arriving at the very certain way of thinking when other possibilities and cognitions are waiting to be recognized. There is no other way, no matter how many thanks of praises or sacrifices or wealth or anything of this sort any human thinks he can spare to win wisdom for himself. It is also very interesting when Semchase, Quetzal, Twu and others can also convey their thoughts to each other to ensure their equal evolution. Through this any new recognition of one can be shared with others without any degeneration or abnormal consequences. And, if I didn't succumb to an error somewhere along those conclusions, do similar possibilities also currently exist among any Earth humans who may or may not be aware of this? Salome. Answer. Through a meditative's Denken, meditative thinking, impulses are retrieved from the storage banks. Usually, this process occurs unconsciously. On another level, talking and speaking with other persons, both of terrestrial or extraterrestrial origin, also is a field of learning. Earthling. Greetings Billy and Christian. I often check the weather forecast for the Schmidruti area and your weather this spring has been downright depressing, rain and then some more rain. I am sure you all are managing the extremely wet conditions, but it must be unpleasant. In the spiritual teaching it is recommended that we observe the free nature. I assume one basic reason for this is to observe the living demonstration of a neutral positive equalization in nature, which softly whispers creation's recommendations through. Out of this, the human's love of and for pets, for 1x, would be this innate attraction to the qualities of a perfect or relatively perfect neutral positive equalization. Is this correct that aside from the human being, all fauna and flora in nature have a neutral positive equalization? In primal times or in the distant past, were human beings also neutral positively equalized like the rest of nature, and at some point in our evolution did we lose this equalization between the negative and the positive? If so, what was the factor that sent us out of such a balance? I realize there is more than one question in here, but can you please say something with regard to this subject of neutral positive equalization and the Earth human beings' history thereof? Thank you. Salome. Bruce. Answer. In primeval times human beings lived much closer in connection with nature and had keener instincts etc. In light of the human beings' closeness to nature in those days, today it is strongly recommended that people go out into nature instead of constantly staring into their electronic devices, because in nature you can detect many creational natural laws and recommendations, and you can observe the neutral positive equalizedness in floral and faunal life etc. From these realizations you can draw analogies and get conclusions to your own existence and behavior etc. Jason's hang. Hello Billy. You have made the prophecies in the Contact 251 in £19.95. Negation is the time of prophecies from the year 1995 to £3999 inverted question mark Salome pound inverted exclamation mark Jason's hang. Answer, yes, until 3999. Marba. Hello Billy. For years persons A she and B he knew each other and they were friends. Person B did a wrong to person A and person A told person B to stop. After person A going through great lengths to get person B to stop, person B decides to stop causing person A problems. Next, person A told person B this, I went to great lengths for you to leave me alone, you need to leave me alone. So, person B decided to leave her alone. A long amount of time has passed by and person B is not bothering or even thinking about person A, not even try to contact her. So far, he kept his obligation not to bother her anymore. Now, all of a sudden person A is spying and having other people watching person B. As a result person B learns of what person A is doing and don't understand what is going on and why she is doing it. Since person A made it clear that there is nothing person B can offer her, now, person B is very confused. Please understand what I'm asking you. Now my question, Billy. What would cause person A to spy on person B after she told him to leave her alone, and what action should person B take? Answer, Might and Redden. A sensible action to be taken is to simply ask. Direct communication. Jacobus_Stalmokers. Hello Billy. Recently I read about Ian Brady who had sexually assaulted and killed 5 children. He was declared criminally insane. How could it be possible when he managed to point out that he is less of a criminal compared to worldwide serial killers as Bush and T. Blair who capitalized on war economy? He also mentioned he does not regret it as well as these 2 former world leaders. My question is how spirit forms of such persons process knowledge of this lifetime to become more evolved in the next reincarnation with mental block capable to feel and think more reasonable way. Salome. Answer. The learning process continues in the next life, which starts without any burden from a previous criminal existence. BTW, murder is murder. For a victim there's no difference whether just one person or many more persons were killed as well. Life terminated and the learning process have been brutally terminated. Murder is always a severe transgression against humanity and a human being. Mahajatam, does shape, elevation, size, arranging interiors and rooms in alignment with cardinal directions have any effect through fluidal forces on human beings? Or in other words, is there any relationship at all between the architecture of buildings, arrangements of the interiors of places where we live or work and their effect on human beings physically or mentally? Salome. Answer. Regarding fluidal forces, the answer is no. Note by cf. But of course there's a difference regarding well-being when living in a prison cell or in a cozy living room at home. Edmundo. I have rather philosophical question. We know that creational laws are constant, but on the other hand each form need to perfect itself. I may be wrong, but probably the same rules, constancy of laws and need for perfection, apply even to highest form of creation, absolute absolutum, which encompass all the reality. I feel there is contradiction between constancy of laws and perfection of the form, which means change to higher level. How it is possible that on the same time absolute absolutum is the originator of constant, never changing laws and yet perfects itself? Answer. Laws are absolute, and creation as creation is absolute as well, but development and evolution are not absolute. Thread pill. Hi Billy. It was suggested that children under the age of 5 often connect with their past lives in some capacity that is unclear to me. This may suggest a connection to why most people cannot remember what happened before the age of 5. There was a researcher, Ian Stevenson of the University of Virginia, who dedicated himself to the study of reincarnation cases of only children. Many of the documented cases do corroborate with your information. The reason I mention this is because it is abundantly clear that the majority of people following your information is interested in this, myself included. Now, my question then, has to do with what was exchanged on the English Figu Forum, where it was said, by yourself, that language, being culturally tied, is a factor in the spirit form's re-entry to the next physical body. What I would like is a more clearly stated set of conditions. That is my question. Here are just some things I contemplated on. They are not questions, but hopefully you can tie your answer to clarify this central question concerning the role of language, culture in the process governing reincarnation. When a planet such as Earth is freshly populated with new physical human forms where no language existed. When a family that is bilingual and more. When a person is bilingual and more. When spirit form has a vibrational match with expecting parents on the other side of the planet that is of the same language, culture or different. When a spirit form has remained in the fine matter world for much longer than the average wait time for re-entry, like 5 times the normal cycle of rebirth, due to region, cultural binds. When a person dies before living a full life, there is a documented case of one person having reincarnated 2 more times in the same family due to murder, for a total of 3 personalities in one family's lifetime. This is clearly within the guideline of language, culture. In a previous answer you gave to another, it was mentioned that spirit form that physically died in free space would go to the nearest planet and how this ties to language, cultural selection. I and many others would appreciate greatly an expanded explanation of this relationship. Salome. Answer. Language is not a factor regarding the reincarnation of a spirit form into a certain embryo. It's the cultural consciousness-based factors which are decisive for the location of a reincarnation. Hat matters is the existing level of evolution, consciousness-based, at the time of a person's death. Note by cf equals an example. The spirit form of a Swiss person, who lived here all life, or a part of it, and is used to the way of thinking and the culture and level of knowledge etc. in Switzerland, will reincarnate in Europe again, but not necessarily in Switzerland, but probably also in Austria or Germany or France etc., where a similar level of consciousness-based culture and way of life etc. exists. If a person from, for example, Afghanistan, migrates to Switzerland or Germany etc., lives the rest of her life here and gets used to the way of thinking, the traditions, the culture in the center countries of Europe, learns the language, etc., then the spirit form of that person may reincarnate in Europe in a next existence, and not again in Afghanistan or Pakistan or India etc. If in a family of immigrants in Switzerland there's a family member who does only live within her family, does not learn German or French etc., does only watch TV programs from her homeland, then such a person's spirit form will reincarnate in her original homeland or surrounding countries/cultures. Creational. Dear Billy, I know you are not a physician, however, due to your vast knowledge about just about everything under this beautiful sky, I thought it wouldn't hurt to ask, can you confirm if atherosclerosis, which is widely considered as a bland calcification of the lipid, fat, storage in arteries, actually involves an ongoing inflammatory response? There are some disciplinarians that believe this to be the case, and if so, treatment of coronary heart diseases should change accordingly. Thanks and stay healthy. Salome. Slur. Answer. Since many years Billy takes polyphenol in various forms and high doses against his coronary problems, with good success. Keywords to search for in the internet: OPC, resveratrol. Corey. Dear Billy and Christian, after the year 2020, if the USA dissolves and China becomes a world superpower, do you think China might require the rest of the world to follow their one-child policy? China's one-child policy might be a form of population control, but the way they favor males in Chinese culture disturbs the natural female and male ratio to the unnatural overabundance of males. It is barbaric, yes, but it has prevented millions of people being born needlessly. Salome. Corey. Answer. China will become the next world superpower. Billy doesn't know whether there will be demands from China's side regarding following their one-child policy. Note by cf. While drastic measures should be applied in all countries, the one-child policy in China is only a partial success because there are many exceptions. Cheryl. Dear Billy, I guess I never really introduced myself to you as I should have long ago. Greetings Billy, I am Derek. I have learned much from you and I thank you very much. I realize that there are much more important issues, questions that may help others if asked than questions regarding UFOs and the like, but these craft seemed so significant to me. I have had very close sightings before, but these craft were unique and looked kind of Egyptian in appearance. Below is my question out of personal curiosity. Derek. Salome. My question is about the events described below. From what I have learned from you and Tua, there are 3 ET races currently on our planet from the Sirius or Orion region. The craft in the link below are identical to the ones I saw. Are these craft one of the 3 ET races that come and go, or perhaps highly advanced government craft? And, is there anything that can be said about them? December 23, 2012, 12:15 p.m. Tempe, Arizona. Cheryl's house, approximately or between 300 to 500 feet above me, was what looked like 4 white birds with black in the middle. Their shape was that of geese. They were flying directly north in a V formation. Above them, maybe 100 feet higher or so, was what appeared to be a brown bird. The situation looked as if the brown bird was stalking the 4 birds below, such as a hawk would do and does quite often in the Arizona desert. What became very strange was what the white birds began doing. Out of the V formation, 2 of the 4 black and white birds broke off the formation and were doing a tightly synchronized ballet together, circling the other 2 birds as they all drifted without a flap of a wing. They looked like gliders as they did maneuvers that I have never seen birds do, and not an inch away from perfect synchronicity. Still, above them was a brown bird just gliding along. It lasted a couple of minutes and they didn't seem to ever flap their wings. As I watched, I turned away for a few seconds to call my friend to come see, and of course, like the boy who cried wolf, they were all gone. They all disappeared, but not into the horizon like they should. They were just gone. The only thing that I got confused about after seeing these same craft was if the black was on the end of their wings or more towards the center, which is understandable when you realize that their wings have both black and white laterally, horizontally down the bottom length of their wings. In my letter that described them, I said what looked like 4 white birds with black in the middle. I was so excited to watch them for about 3 or 5 minutes that I didn't look for details. Besides, they were silently moving around so much that it was distracting. The strangest thing was the synchronized maneuvers they were doing. They would do these fancy circles and then join back with the other two, resuming the V formation. Then, the other two would break away and do the same thing. It seemed too fantastic that birds can do these things so seemingly pre-rehearsed. Could these birds actually be an ET group that fly craft that simulate the appearance of birds? If so, can you or to tell me from where they came? I don't want to assume that you and the Pleasurean are aware of their presence here on Earth. For a while there I thought that they could actually be just birds doing incredible ballet for my delight, but after a friend on Facebook posted these craft, I was certain that these are the same craft, not birds. Update. On February 28, 2013, an acquaintance of mine on Facebook posted this video of bird-like craft that fly in perfect sequence. These were the very same craft type that I viewed from my friend Cheryl's backyard. However, I only saw 4 black and white ones and 1 brown one several hundred feet above them, and the ones that I saw did more of a ballet above me, and it was so amazing to witness. http://www.youtube.com/watch v equals q3 acts 0 c blah. Message edited by Indy on June 30, 2013. Answer. Billy is in no position to evaluate sightings of unidentified flying objects, especially when he did not see them himself. There are various possibilities for these objects: 1. Terrestrial origin, or 2. Objects which belong to the 4, not 3, as has been recently realized by the Ps, ET races currently active here on Earth. The first possibility is more probable. Michael_Horn. Hi Michael Helfert. I sent this to Dr. Moore at NASA and of course have received neither equals response nor acknowledgement of receipt. Now just a thought here, but equals what if all interested parties on this forum took the content of the equals message, either as is or he wrote it, and also sent it to him? For those who may have some interest in doing that, I can tell you that equals there are links not showing up here. I just may post this on my blog equals where the links can also be seen. Here it is. Dear Dr. Moore, in response to the invitation to submit suggestions on how to deal with the threat to Earth from asteroids, I refer you to this information, which was provided to Mr. Billy Mayer in Switzerland, regarding the Apophis asteroid, aka the red meteor. Here is an illustrated version of the information, available in 6 languages. 20. I have copied this information to several scientists above, all of whom have been previously provided with abundant evidence of Mr. Mayer's impeccably accurate scientific information 85 and ironclad proof that his publication of it long preceded official discovery, often by decades. Mr. Mayer's physical evidence and scientific information were examined and authenticated by leading scientists some time ago, with the most recent endorsement coming from Dr. Sanford Weinstein. We hope that you will carefully consider this information for the sake of all humanity. Please also see, NASA corrects Apophis information. Size is almost exactly what Billy Mayer foretold. First the Russians, now the Chinese 85. When will NASA get it? Sincerely, Michael Horn. Authorized American media representative. The Billy Mayer contacts www.theyfly.com. Michael Horn and Amy Horn, co-producers as the time fulfills. Answer. Thank you Michael. Melissa. Hello Edward, BEAM. I am trying to understand more about electromagnetic energy, which I think is the same as what is called as fine fluidal forces. Are these the same / what are the differences? Vilgut Jedankan, Melissa. Answer: electromagnetic energy as understood by the human beings on Earth is not the same as fine fluidal forces, which are Geistnergy and spirit energies. Masler. Dear Billy and Christian, the reason why I asked about the mass extinction is because my brother-in-law is doing his thesis on the Siberian Traps volcanic eruptions. Could you say that this explosion was indeed the cause of the massive extinction? Thank you, Masler. Message edited by Indy on June 29, 2013. Answer: that huge volcano eruption about 240 million or so years ago contributed to the mass extinction. Matthew. Hello Billy. Hope you and your family and Figu CG49 are well. Saturday, February 7, 1976, 3:50 a.m. A shaking is the island kingdom up in the north, in the Atlantic Pond, during the year of the evil, black time, when death lies ready by the masses, to extinguish large and small, making the earth to be a death shrine. The crown shaketh, as evil reward, for works and doings of the cult religion. But also politics play a role, which destroy the good island home. By my reckoning, anything from the weight of people, roads, industry, and oil extraction and new plans for hydraulic gas extraction could cause this island kingdom to shake. With our 16 nuclear power plants we are vulnerable. Can you give any more information about this evil, black time? Salome. Matthew. Answer: no. There will be no additional information. Jose_Barreto_Silva, Lieber Freund Herr Billy Meyer, erstens Word ich Zusagende Danksken für alles das du für mich gemacht hast Zusagen mir als ein Geschenk die Butcher Geistlehre all dies Jahr Jede Mon 8. Ich haben ein Frage zu fragen mein guter Freund and Prophet. Auf Seiten 1506 and 1507. Des Butchers Geistlehre Brief 121-124, Erwartst du die interdimensionalen Wesen Skrillwesen, konnte du sprechen nur ein bisschen mehr über die Skrillwesen und, Wasarten von Luten, sie erschen zu an Deutsch, wenn ein Person zu ein Tag nur in der Dimension bleibt, in der die Planten erlegt wird, we will take here auf Planten Wobig Gangen sein Word. Danksken im Vros mein lieber Freund Billy Meyer. MIT Respekt, in Denkbarkeit und Hochsterere Wischung, Freund, MIT sehr liebe, Jose Barreto Brazilian. Dear friend Herr Billy Meyer, firstly I would like to say thank you for everything you have done for me by sending to me as a gift the books Geistlehre all these years. Every 4 months. I have only one question to ask to you my good friend and prophet. On pages 1506 and 1507 of the book Geistlehre Brief 121-124 you mention the interdimensional beings Skrillwesen. Could you speak only a little bit more about these Skrillwesen and what types of people do they appear to? And also, if a person stay for only 1 day in the dimension where is located the planet Terra, how many days have passed here on planet Earth? Thank you in advance my dear friend Billy Meyer, with respect, in thankfulness and giving the highest honor, your friend, with love, Jose Barreto, Brazil. Answer: there will be a little information about the Skrills in the next Figu Sonda bulletin. Their appearance is so rare that people must have no fear of them. Hawaiian. Aloha Billy and Christian. I would like to express my deepest appreciation for your honorable work in bringing to us humans the necessary creational materials into the darkest corners of the universes. Years before I even knew about you or the creational materials brought forward, I studied one of the hardest of Zen meditation method of nothingness. It mentioned that once one has realized what nothingness is, then that person will become enlightened or obtain the nirvana which Buddha always strived for. It took me more than 2 years of study and discipline to finally get rid of my ego to realize that all material thoughts including the self was obstacles in experiencing enlightenment. One thing I've noticed that when one does finally get to this stage, they have an uncanny ability to read people's minds and at the same time also notice an additional presence surrounding them. Although I was speaking to someone, I also noticed this presence around them that they have no idea it was part of them. Now that you've mentioned that there is a meditation type called the liberation meditation which is so similar to the Zen meditation of nothingness, I was wondering if indeed when one finally masters the liberation meditation and frees themselves of the material restrictions, at least temporarily, then at that precise moment in time when the material conscious becomes transparent, does the conscious become aware of not only its own subconscious, but also the subconscious of others as well, which explains the presence of this surrounding others that I have seen previously. I was going to ask another related question regarding the subconscious and the difference between passive versus active resistance, but we'll save it next time. Thank you. Answer: the liberation meditation is used to free oneself from all that which one has built, created and which does restrict, einen, oneself. This is something entirely different from the Zen meditation of nothingness. K. Eyes of Phoenix. Hello Mr. Billy Mayer, it has been a pleasure to have finally been able to submit a question to you. I have always missed the submit a question portion of this forum and I am glad that I have the chance to do so. With that being said, one of the most curious questions mankind has always asked about extraterrestrials such as the Pleasuran is what do they look like? The Pleasuran state that they do not allow their pictures to be taken due to the fact many individuals can send harmful energy directed at those in the picture. In the past Tasket from the Dull universe allowed her picture to be taken, only because she reside in another universe and no negative thought energy can penetrate the energetic barriers into another universe to harm the living, clearly stated by the Pleasuran. Now for my question. Is it possible for the Pleasuran or another race to show Earth mankind pictures of other extraterrestrial races that live in another universe or dimension who are already deceased without causing emotional or physical harm? To be more specific, can pictures of dead bodies of other races in other universes be shown? Surely no harm can be done, being that the spirit form has already left the body, plus the corpse is also protected by the universal energetic barriers. Earth human has a very big imagination because many do not know what true extraterrestrials look like. Many people tend to make up stories in movies and video games of what we think they look like and then start to believe those stories and lies until they turn into gods, goddess figures. A few pictures every now and then, even if they stay there at the Semajace Silver Star Center, can really help sort out what is false and what is truth of their appearance. Again, thank you for taking the time to read and answer my submitted question. I would also like to give thanks to each and every member of Figu the Pleasuran, and other unknown races for their hard work in bringing the spiritual teachings and truth to us. Oh, and one more thing, if he is still with us living, ask Guido Muisbraga when does he plan on making an apple pie with his extraterrestrial apple to share with the Pleasuran. I'm pretty sure Tua or Quetzal are hungry with all the teleporting, turning invisible, and running through the woods dodging scary earth monsters lately. Joking. Ha ha ha. Answer: the main reason for the absence of photos of ET persons is that it prevents people from focusing on such pictures and making idols of the ET persons. This is religious thinking and acting and has to be avoided. In this respect, meditating while or by looking at a photo of Billy is nonsense and evidence of false attitude and thinking. Billy is no guru to be adored and idolized. Such actions belong into religious behavior. Luigi. Hi Edward and Christian. If somehow the spirit could be seen, like seeing ultraviolet or infrared lights, where would we see it go after the material body dies? In other words, the beyond. Is it surrounding Earth? Is it enveloping it? Is it in it? Salome. Thanks. Answer: the beyond is right here, where you are. It's another dimension. Eddie Martin. Hello Edward. In addition to my uncovering of consonance and its significance and implications, I have finally uncovered the joy which the prophets repeatedly mention in the Goblet of Truth. At first I did not fully realize what they were referring to, and I now have it in my possession and it has become a cherished part of my being. I have also uncovered the 12 advisors, counselors which guide me in all things of my life, so much so that anything in disharmony with the laws and recommendations of creation are repulsed. Although I am far from any attainment of any sense of perfection, I do find it immensely an impossibility to deviate from or to not apply the things I have learned in my thinking or deeds and actions. My 12 advisors, counselors, for example, have helped me touch the heart of someone who did me a grave wrong and injustice. This person is now an even better human being and our relationship is a new and warm friendship. There is immense power to be gained from the arduous study of the goblet, and it is my hope that all of us students, disciples, Figu, of the prophets will take courage, interest and desire and study the goblet of truth. If we all the students of the prophets of today were to synergistically study the goblet, we would recognize and uncover such wondrous power that we would be a force of absolute good in the world. It is my hope and intention to do all I can so that everyone I have loved and known who has passed away, will incarnate into a better world in their next incarnation. It is also my desire to learn and continue to grow in the knowledge of the teaching of the prophets, and to continue to think of ways to involve my fellow man in the interest and recognition of the truth. Thank you so much for what you went through and the help of everyone at Figu for making the Goblet of Truth translated and available to us, your modest and appreciative students. It says in the Goblet of Truth under the heading, an important message to the readers of this work, wherein it says, it makes no difference whether the text is read silently or aloud, or whether one person reads it loud to another. My thoughts from contemplation have been the following. Would you and RJSHWJSH find it permissible to have recordings of someone, KG 49, read the goblet and make it available to your students, or permit others to make the recordings? I have reasoned that the recordings would be beneficial during meditation time, that it would help expedite the grasping of the German by helping us recognize the words we are learning and seeing their use and placement in the sentences, and also directing more and more of our attention to the German texts in the goblet. All of us the students could listen in our vehicles while driving, so on and so on. Figu could charge a fee for the recordings to further help the mission financially. Thank you to you both. Salom. Eddie. Answer. Recordings of the Spirit teaching are not useful because the flow, stream of the words and sentences enters one ear and goes out through the other one. In order to learn you have to study the teaching sentence after sentence, with books, not electronic devices. In order to have a benefit you have to study and apply what is learned in your everyday life. Just listening will not bring the expected benefit. The code can be compared with just a counsel or advice, which to observe etc. is up to each person's own free will. Sanjin. Hello Hermea. What has been bothering me lately are concepts of the Gemat and the Impfendung, since they are important for true love. I'm having a difficult time telling Impfendung apart from the feelings, and it seems to me that it is also difficult for the Pledgerin, as they need some 70 years until they are ripe for marriage. My theory right now is that I'm overestimating the possibilities of the material consciousness. So I think that some things simply can't be generated by the thoughts and the feelings. That means that the things which are impossible to simply be generated for the thoughts and feelings must come from the Gemat in the form of Impfendungen. Therefore I think that we can recognize Impfendungen from their effects, similar to the way as the spirit is recognized. Since Impfendung is very important for true love, and our limited lifetimes does not give us much time for development, would you mind explaining how we can best, and in the least amount of time, develop the ability to recognize Impfendungen? Answer. A person who has Impfendungen knows that these are Impfendungen, contrary to feelings which are limited in occurrence, existence due to being based on the actual thoughts. An Impfendung, if once created, endures, exists permanently and cannot be destroyed anymore. A Impfendung is a lasting inner state and is detected, experienced when it has started to exist. Impfendungen have an effect both on the Gemat and the psyche. Based on what has been explained above, it's advisable to start living in line with the creational laws and recommendations, principles, and sooner or later Impfendungen are created, realized. Note by cf. An example for a possible Impfendung, a strong bond love, Bundniselby, expresses, or can express, itself through a Impfendung, i.e. independently of the behavior of your wife or husband. You Impfindest, perceive in a fine fluidal wise, a close connectedness and bond with your partner, and you never have doubts about the choice of your partner and your bond, etc. etc. Freddy. Hello Billy and Christian. My question is in reference to the force of logic and its role in the devolution. evolution processes. You have taught us the importance of observing our thoughts and do our best to think logically so we influence positively our evolution. The more logically we think, the more we are able to evolve and recognize the creation. What logic forms or logic principles we, the human beings in Earth, don't know yet, or in other words, we have not found, realized, or discovered that are known by you or the pleasurein. What new forms of logic thinking can you teach us? Are all possible logic forms already known to us but we don't use them? My deepest deference for you and Christian. Sincerely, Freddie Martinez. Answer: only one logic exists, not various forms. Another word for logic, is folgeric tikkiet, which is connected with the law of cause and effect. Either a conclusion or a succession of happenings etc. is logical, or not equals illogical. Psych Loud. Do you have any suggestions on how to deal with zebra mussels, which have invaded the lakes and water supplies in the USA, which make water shortages more likely? I realize our overpopulation as well as our tendency to travel and schlep unintended species is a major problem, but is there any way to combat these zebra mussels? Thanks Ken. Answer: 1. Stop and reduce overpopulation. 2. Massively reduce globalization. Unfortunately, much damage cannot be repaired or made unmade anymore. Bobby: will there ever be two prophets on Earth at same time? Answer: prophets in the sense of wise, knowledgeable persons. Yes, that's possible, but of course they would not belong to the Nocademian line. Memo. Hello dear Billy. You have mentioned that Earth human beings are addicted to entertainment and pleasure. I know that each person is different, but in general terms, how much time and resources should one dedicate to leisure activities? I remember you have mentioned maximum 8 hours for sleeping and working hours vary according to the evolutive level. Thank you very much, Salome. Answer: you answered your question yourself. It's different from one person to another. Note by CF: too much entertainment is not beneficial for a person, if entertainment is understood as passively consuming external information /shows etc. Jacob: hello Billy, my question to you is about reincarnation. If a person lives and dies in the Netherlands, then her spirit form can reincarnate also in Germany or Switzerland, etc. This is what I am assuming. I don't think a spirit is bound to a certain region solely because of language, because if that was the case, the spirit forms of people living in Belgium or Holland would be confined to a really tiny area of this planet for their reincarnation. I am assuming that the spirit reincarnations in the same region based on general level of consciousness-related development, and not because of language. Can you give an explanation about this? Salome: Jacob. Answer: your assumption is correct. See examples further above. Voten: hi Billy. Will the world economy due for a meltdown in the coming months and will this lead to a world war? Joe. Answer: the world economy meltdown is already happening. Possibilities for a world war do exist. Lipunif: dear Billy, thanks for your answer to my last question. I refer to the last paragraphs I wrote in April. If I'm not right, according to what you answered, trying to make sense with what, in English, is purely contradictory. This might be because you used truth tables different from what we currently use in science in 2013. Unless the translation was not accurate enough, people involved in science, and maths of course, use these truth tables. They are useful up to the 3rd year at university in the pure maths track. If one studies logic further, one sees things getting more complex. In other words, in one's everyday life, like in conversations we find here, those truth tables are greatly sufficient. You'll find those truth tables through the link below, http://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/truth_table. I observed these rules while talking to you. Question: do you agree with these logic rules? If not, can you provide us with the truth tables you use? This would be useful. Thanks a lot and be healthy. Lipunif. Answer: Billy does not use truth tables. Sonic_01. Hi Billy, as I am aware, not all pleasurein master telepathy. I understand that's the truth. However, as I understand it, there are some humans on Earth who actually do experience, not master, telepathy, either due to accident, shock or abuse. Are these people who experience, not master, telepathy simply psychotic schizophrenics? When the brain is shocked, it can grow very sensitive to outside influences leading to psychosis and perhaps an information overload. Consequently, the person involved would have a need to take medications for the whole and rest of their lives. The brain needs to be slowed down and made more blunt for that person to experience relief from the psychosis, or in their mind, telepathy. It can be inferred from the above that if a person is experiencing telepathy and not mastering it, they are also experiencing psychosis, according to our medical knowledge. Of course, Quetzal once said that schizophrenic people, channelers, psychics, etc., should be on medication, and that their channeling of whatever it is that they channel is only an illusion. As I understand it also, schizophrenia could also be due to a hormonal condition now labeled by scientists as adrenal fatigue syndrome, therefore making schizophrenia both a result of emotional shock, abuse and/or a hormonal disbalance of the adrenal glands situated just above the kidneys. It could be either or both, with the same result being that the person experiences psychosis, with some reporting that they are hearing voices of the dead, other people from faraway worlds, or simply from another person in another country. I understand this is psychosis, but could it also be telepathy, pure and genuine? Anyone not mastering this art, and having these things thrown onto their lap, could literally be driven completely crazy to the point of suicide in as little as 3 months, perhaps less. This is only an estimation on my part. My question is, were all telepaths, empaths, or highly sensitive people, within the medical framework of society, simply psychotics in need of medication? How is it in your case that you can hear the voices of other people in your head without it simply driving you apeshit and bananas? Pardon my French, what technique do you use to insulate yourself from the thoughts of others, and how do you avoid driving yourself insane? Because, as I understand it, you must be a highly sensitive person. How is a highly sensitive person, an empath, to deal with the constant thoughts and feelings of others? Also, how do schizophrenics, or possible telepaths, those senders/receivers, know the difference between their own thoughts and the thoughts of other people? Since some Earth humans do experience telepathy, for whatever reason, it being through meditation or shock, how can a person block other people's thoughts from interfering in their consciousness, and only be hearing their own thoughts instead of the thoughts of others? The blocking technique is what I'm looking for here. The adrenal fatigue question would also be nice to know. In other words, could the dopamine hypersensitivity syndrome that causes psychosis, simply a hormonal dysregulation that could easily be cured, be the cause of schizophrenia? Most importantly, I am interested in the blocking technique that you use to block out the thoughts of others. Secondly, I am interested in your opinion of the adrenal fatigue syndrome question. Thank you. And I am sorry for the extremely long length of this post. I just wanted to clarify all matters and cover all my bases. Thank you, and have a nice day. Salome. Answer: hearing voices is not telepathy, but a symptom of a mental illness, like schizophrenia. Telepathic impulses or messages are not heard in the brain, but manifest in the brain. You understand what the other person thinks. A blockade is necessary only when the thoughts of another person, or other persons, are strong and concentrated enough. You can compare Billy's situation with a discussion among several persons in a room. When you are able to lead a conversation with another person while other discussions are happening simultaneously, you just concentrate on the other person and exclude the other sounds. Generally, people do not think strong, concentrated enough to be monitored by Billy, so there is no need to block. Ophelia: I can't find my post that I wrote last night, so in case it got lost, I'll rewrite it. Sweat: Hi Billy, just a quick question this time around. If Quetzal was Gabriel in a previous lifetime, in angelic terms who would to Semjace and ask it have been? Michael, Raphael, Earl? Answer: Billy doesn't know. Thankies, and keep smiling. Hi Ophelia, I found your original question and deleted it, after seeing this post. Regards Scott. Message edited by Scott on June 29, 2013. Acrisis. Hello, and good day to you Hermia. First I want to say thank you and that I truly appreciate all that you have done, are doing, and are about to do for the spread of truth upon this little planet called Earth. My question in part is, when a person has attained sufficient knowledge to know and feel the creation all around them, has been reading, applying the spiritual teaching to the daily life and has come to a realization and truth of how life truly is, through meditation/concentration/application of true knowledge. My question in part is this a time in one's life when a true realization can come forth that the spirit and body can know of each other as a whole, and perhaps bits and pieces so to speak of knowledge of a previous incarnation and all knowledge attained and stored within the Akashic record surrounding this planet, can come forth into the present incarnation, that a person becomes truly wise through this true knowledge, if one has worked hard to achieve this? And if this can be the case, or not, referring to the same question, my true question is, does this affect those people that are in my immediate surroundings, such as family, through a neutral positive vibration of true knowledge that has an effect on other people through perhaps a silent influence and or impulse based on the creational truth that may cause other people to be perhaps curious and or drawn to truthful information without being told where to learn, read of true knowledge physically? Thank you for your time and truth. Salome, Marcus. P.S. May you have a most wonderful, pleasing day of joy. May there be beauty in each place visited, and fulfillment of what was needing to be accomplished most. Answer: if a person has realized the truth of the creational laws and recommendations and is applying them in his or her everyday life, then this may also have an effect on other people. This can happen through speaking/talking/discussing, or perhaps other people are taking such a person as of or build, model. Note by cf. Akashic record is a theosophical term and means world memory. The location where our knowledge and experiences etc. are stored is the storage banks. Jamesm. Hi Billy, does each creation consist of many universes or just one universe? Thanks, James. Answer: one creation equals one universe. Like human twins and triplets etc., there exist twin universes etc. Note by cf. Since both human twins have separate brains and separate spirit forms, each twin universe is a creation of its own. Posted on Monday, September 30, 2013 to 9:35 p.m. Patton. Billy, based on the information I found in the corrigenda_ein_offense_word, http://www.figu.org/ch/files/downloads/corrigenders/corrigenda_offense_word.pdf. Adam was born 13,035 years ago, 1975, equals 11,060 v. Oregon 13073 years ago, 2013, Adam was 2,035 years old and died 9,025 v. Oregon 11038 years ago, 2013. My question: since Samjaza, Adam's birth father, was probably present for Adam's birth, 11,060 v., can you share the approximate birth and death years of Samjaza, Adam's father? Thank you and Salome. Patton. Answer: Billy doesn't know. Redbeard. Hello Billy, you were able to learn from you time travel back to Siege Manual. Did any of you previous personalities as prophet travel in time to be taught, and if so could you elaborate? Thanks, Matt. Answer: yes, they did travel into their future to about 1844. Mahajatam. Posted on Sunday, March 21, 2010 to 7:46 a.m. Question: some God believers claim that since the fundamental physical constants in our universe appears to be tweaked or designed for life to evolve fine-tuned universe, it must be the work of a creator God. As a counter to this argument, some scientists claim that there could be multiple universes out there where the universal physical constants could be different and hence probably no life, making our universe just to be place where those constants happen to be such that the life had come to exist. Are the universal physical constants the same in the dull and other universes? If not, then it seems to be that universes with life can exist even with different values of universal physical constants. Source: http://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/fine-tuned_universe http://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/fundamental_physical_constant. Billy's answer: in every universe, creation with a material belt, there are the same physical laws. My question was related to the universal physical constants fine structure constant, proton to electron mass ratio, and not the physical laws gravity, electromagnetism. Some scientists speculate that even though same physical laws would exist in different universes, they might have physical constants which are different and suitable for each universe to exist. For example, the proton-to-electron mass ratio in our universe is 1836.152, but in other universes the value can be different. So my question was, are the universal physical constants same in different universes having same physical laws? Answer: each universe is physically wise different than the other ones, except in the case of multiple universes, twin, triplets, etc., as is the case with the Dern and the Dull universes which have been created simultaneously and which are, therefore, gleichgerichtet, equally directed. There exist 10 to the 49th different forms of universes. Sanjin: hello Hermea, for the last couple of months, I've been trying to become proficient with the autogenic mediation, as it is explained in your book Meditation Os Clara Sicht. There is something that is unclear to me though, and it seems like a contradiction to what was explained earlier in the book. In the section Fremgedanken, Fremgefühl, Gefühl, Beachtung meditation from page 261. So I was hoping that you could clear this up for me, as one of the fundamental zeal, aims of fulfillment. For the autogenic meditation it is stated, 3. Self-recognition, self-assessment, self-criticism, overcoming oneself, self-control and self-actualization through an immersive view within. 3. Selbsterkenntnis, Selbstbetung, Selbstkritik, Selbstbeurteilung, Selbstkontrolle und Selbstverwirklichung durch Einversenkungsmassage Innenschar. What troubles me is the Selbstkritik, self-criticism, because in the previously mentioned section it was stated that self-criticism is not appropriate for mediation. 5. Selbstkritik zuüben ist in der Meditation nicht angebracht, denn sie lenkt ab von unmöglich die meditative Übung. So my question is, why is self-criticism one of the things that should be attained with autogenic meditation, but not something that should be practiced with conventional mediation? With great regards. Answer: Selbstkritik in the first example means to judge, analyze and observe things and thoughts etc. critically and as they are. In the second example, Selbstkritik is used in the sense of Fremgedanken, which means that during meditation you shall not criticize yourself. Pavani. Inexistentes Leben in Universum, pages 180 to 183. It says http://thefly.com/gar/tautitis.htm. According to predictions by the Plejarians, 3 large space projectiles have been situated for some time in the path of the Sol system and specifically in the path of Earth. It concerns 3 large objects which, to this point, are unknown to Earth scientists or are beyond their observations, but which should be discovered or rediscovered around the turn of the 80s-90s. What are those 3 objects? Is Swift-Tuttle a part of the 3 large objects or is it not included in the 3 large objects list? This is my guess for the 3 objects and please correct me if I am wrong. A. Swift-Tuttle 3.2 kilometers, B. 3.5 kilometers diameter unnamed object. C. Double planetoid Tautitis, which once was a companion to the dinosaur-killing asteroid. I have found some scientific findings which have different values to those published by you. I would like to know whether these values published by you in 1993 edition of the book do not contain any printing mistakes and thus are correct according to Plejaran or not. 1. All 3 objects should be located outside Pluto's orbit, hence far beyond the planet Pluto. This means that the 3 objects comet Swift-Tuttle, 3.5 kilometers dia, object and the Tautitis are beyond Pluto. We know that comet Swift-Tuttle is beyond Pluto, but Tautitis, according to the science, is from the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter with a 4-year orbital period. http://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/4179 2, another large space projectile, a comet with the name Swift-Tuttle, having an approximate diameter of 3.2 kilometers, should come into a collision course with Earth during the years 2125 to 2128. Comet Swift-Tuttle's diameter is given as 26 kilometers and not 3.2 kilometers according to science. http://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/comet_Swift% E2% 80% 93 Tuttle 3. Tautitis frequently endangered the Earth and shrouded it in its tail haze several times, causing temperature changes which often sustained a long time. Its speed amounts to about 150,000 km per hour and might enter into the Earth's region around the month of September 2004, whereby a definite threat will be present that must be taken seriously, because, as the pledgearans state, the likelihood of a collision course exists. 4. Tautitis' speed is around 35,000 to 38,000 km per hour as investigated by the science and not 150,000 km per hour. http://www.astronomy.com/n/press%20 Rome/press%20 releases/2004/09/asteroid%20 Tautitis%20 to%20 shoot%20 past%20 Earth.asks. Answer: the information Billy wrote about in that book was told to him by the pledgearan. 2 of the 3 Weltraumschos were Swift-Tuttle and Tautitis. Matt: hi Billy, in Contact Report 128 Sam Jace and yourself were discussing numerology and the number 666. You provided Sam Jace some examples of words, names that added up to the degenerate, delusive, destructive, exterminating, and deadly value of 666. Some of the words, names you gave as an example were God, Christ, Jesus, Pope, Israel, Zion, Ect. My question is about Israel and Zion, elders of Zion. Apart from these 2 words, names adding up to 666, what was so negative and destructive about these 2 words, names, namely Israel and Zionists, that you included them as an example of 666? Answer: these terms were used in numerology since ancient times as negative examples. Ophelia: hi Billy, I'd like to ask a rather odd question if I may. For the simple fact that I need to know the answer for my own peace of mind. I've been trying for many years to obtain some kind of closure, but something comes up and makes me rethink things, and therefore I don't want to believe. Perhaps you can help. So if you can answer or ask the pledgearans, here's my question. Did Elvis Presley really pass away in 1977? Or has he been faking his own death, as many believe this to be true? Sorry, it's a weird question. Cheers, Ophelia. Answer: yes. He died in 1977. Zanderson: since you suggested that I should develop interpersonal relationships, my questions have been geared towards this, but they seem kind of wasted to me. So I think I'll make this my last question on the matter, after which I'll ask questions on topics that I'm truly interested in. So here goes. Question: why is the development of interpersonal relationships so important? Isn't having a handful of friends sufficient? From a spiritual standpoint, is connecting with a lot of persons in this manner somehow more beneficial as opposed to just a few? I guess what I'm really asking is, since my fundamental personality type is that of an introvert, why should I deliberately strive to develop additional interpersonal relationships? I usually just let this occur on its own. Isn't this sufficient? The only thing I can think of at the moment is that since the Arathasata level and up are all based on the collective, a very large one I may imagine, this would be like laying the groundwork for that phase of one's evolution. That's if it has any relation at all. Or did I miss the whole point? Was it about the quality and not necessarily the quantity? Peace, live long, and prosper. Zanderson: answer: the 2 main spheres of learning for the human beings are, 1, to rely on nature, to observe it and to interpret what's been observed, detected to communicate with one's fellow human beings. That's the way prophets learn. Being together with other human beings and living among them etc. is of paramount importance in order to learn and to broaden one's own viewpoints etc., to grow consciousness-based. If you observe families or groups of people who keep only to themselves and live secluded from others, outsiders, and society, you will notice that they will become eigenbrötlerisch, eccentric, among other things. This has nothing to do with the Arathasata level as a collective. Michael_Horn. This is not a question for Billy. It's a question for all those people who still want to write a book instead of ask a question. Will you please notice that Billy answers questions in a short, sweet and to the point manner? What does it take for people to respect him and all the other readers and just ask your damn question and give Billy credit for knowing what you mean, even if you don't? Answer, note by CF. Well said. Thank you, Michael. Freddie, posted on Saturday, July 27, 2013 to 10:17 p.m. Hello Billy and Christian. Billy, based on the Might of the Thoughts book, what are you referring to when you say true personality? What do you mean by true personality? And how do I recognize my true personality? I got the meaning about correct thoughts, and true thoughts, but personality and psyche seems a different factor. How can a person have a personality that is not true? Thank you so much for your spiritual decision of coming to us and bringing the light of the teachings of the Spirit. Sincerely, Freddie Moderator. Thank you for your time fixing it. Message edited by Scott on July 28, 2013. Freddie Martinez. Answer. The true personality of a person represents how and what he really is, and not what he is acting, pretending, vorspielen, or supposed to be. Usually the human beings are presenting to themselves and to the environment their untrue personality, which means that they are acting. Nearly all human beings are actors and are, to a greater or smaller extent, hiding their true personality, often even to themselves. Small, young children are showing their true and unaltered personality. Marsla. Hello Billy and Christian, kind greetings to you. When the Pleasuran communicate with terrestrial humans using impulses, do they use simple thought transmission, Gedankenübertragung, so simply sending their thoughts to a person in particular, or do they use a machine to concentrate their thoughts and send impulses that way? Thank you for your time. Marsla Salom Marsla. Answer. They are using machines, technical means, apparaturen. Corey. Dear Billy and Christian, I know Billy had a previous personality of Enoch, flew in and died on Earth 389,000 years ago, and then there was the prophet Enoch mentioned in so I am guessing there were two different Enochs living at two different times sharing the same name, but with two different spirit forms. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I must ask, was the earthly prophet Enoch, whose spirit form originated on the planet Listen and was born 9,308 years before Jemanuel's time, Canon 3143, a different person and spirit form than Billy's previous personality of Prophet Enoch, who was born in 3rd of February 9308 v. Jemanuel, page 13 UTJ 2011 edition. Note, your answer to Edward on December 07 th 2004 states that Billy's previous personality of Nocademian also came from Listen. http://forum.figu.org/messages/12/4175.html #1102460045. Salom Corey. Answer. There were two Enochs and Nocademians sharing the same spirit form. And Listen was one of the worlds in a very long series where the personalities of the Nocademian spirit form was active and living. Eddie Martin. Hello Edward. In one of the contact reports, Quetzal gave statements, explanations, which really got my attention. It was in reference to the use of the meditation pyramid and the projecting of love to others inside by persons who enter and remain therein. I walked around a park exercising and contemplating Quetzal's explanations. I want to know if I am heading in the right direction. As I contemplated Quetzal's words, I looked at the different people as I passed them by. I realized that they too, like myself, were a consciousness block with a spirit form that had incarnated into human bodies. Slowly it became a wonderful realization. They too were like me, experiencing this realm and existence on planet Earth. I noticed that each of us was experiencing our unique experience in our bodies and realized we all come from the same mysterious place. Thinking about Quetzal's words, the realization brought out a unique sense of love and caring, which I would say is amongst the things Sam Jace touched upon in her introduction to the spirit teaching. Needless to say, including what is contained in the Goblet of Truth. I wish to know if Quetzal's explanations can be practiced in our daily interactions with people around us and those whom we know or interact with personally as a way to cultivate Infandungeon. Salome, and thank you to you both, Eddie. Answer: of course that can, and actually shall, be practiced daily. Observing, thinking and acting accordingly. L. Greetings Billy and Christian. How do you wish we understand your use of the word degenerate or degenerated? E. What do you really mean? Which are, is affected, psyche, brain, spirit, etc. How and why are they? Is it affected? June. Answer: like Gewalt, Oz, our tongue has no correct word, expression in English. Ozgtet, falsely translated as degenerated, means that a person is acting against that which is creational law-based, with the effect that everything is going off course. Ozgtet's behavior, acting is based on false and non-balanced negative and or positive thinking. Note by cf. The effect of being Ozgtet is that such a person is making no neutral positive consciousness-based development and is a nuisance, or even threat to her fellow human beings. Threadpill. Hi Billy, if I understand the materials you have correctly, the power of the spirit is limitless within the creational realm of creation. For example, tapping into the power of spirit, creation can enable one be protected against negative forces as well as perform any sort of self-healing. There seems to be a case of this with a woman by the name of Anita Morgany. I would be very interested in your /Pleasuran's explanation of her experience in recovering from cancer. If I'm not correct in my understanding, please elaborate. Answer: yes. The power of the spirit is limitless, but you cannot tap into it directly. What you can do is to follow what is given, provided by the spiritual principles. In that way the human being can make use of that power, in a consciousness-based way. BTW, Anita Morgany is not known to us. Savio. Dear Billy, I refer to your great journey in 1975, 31st Contact, where, Semchase, 274, we have reached our goal, but we have done a big hyper jump and the rematerialization was delayed by 7 minutes, to allow you an intrusion into null time, into the timelessness. 288, you have thought no more. You have only empfunden. 289, in the null time, in the timeless, only empfunden exists in the great unity. I presume that the whole of the great space has stayed in the timelessness for 7 minutes. Since you, True and Semjace were dematerialized for 7 minutes, and all their equipment as well were not there, just disappeared for 7 minutes. My question is, how was it possible that their equipment still could record your Infandungeon while you and their equipment were not really there, not yet rematerialized? Salome Savio. Answer: Billy doesn't know how this was achieved. Zaxx. During your travel to timelessness, you refer about the great unity of everything, and you said that it is the last step before being one again with creation. So then the where of the great unity is separate to where the creation. In what belt does oneness with creation takes place? In the center core, creation belt, or all 7 belts? Answer: note by cf. I just realized that I falsely explained your question to Billy. Excuse me. But thinking about it right now, in my opinion it is not important to our evolution and to our everyday life to know the answer to such kinds of questions. Marba. Hello Billy. The majority of water on this planet is salt water and most of the fresh water is in the ice caps. This lead me to wonder about the weather on this planet. Now my question, Billy. If the oceans on a planet composed of fresh water, that is there is no ounce of salt water anywhere on the planet, what would life and the weather, climate be like on such a planet? This is a good question for you to ask to a Salome Marba. Answer: no, the majority of water on our planet is fresh water, 2 to 3 times more than salt water. It is located within the Earth's crust. A planet without salt water is hardly possible because through rain etc. minerals are washed out from the rocks and soil and then transported into the oceans. I'm Amovic. Greetings dear Eduard. According to the spirit teachings, what are the benefits of fasting? Thank you. Fasting may have a beneficial effect on one's body and health, and since the body is linked to the consciousness and the psyche, you may have beneficial effects on them, too. Answer: fasting doesn't need a religious background, but just rational thinking. Ramadan, for example, as is followed by the Muslims, is not fasting, but just waiting throughout the day until one's stomach can be stuffed, filled after sunset. Fasting shall be done rationally, for example by leaving off one meal a day, eating smaller amounts, etc. etc. And of course children shall not fast, at least as long as they are not overweight. Just Sono. Dear Billy, could you please tell me what type of forces are involved when a person almost dies but remembers that a loved dead relative is with them the whole time? Is it an energy packet of all their previous lives or the energy packet of the dead relative or something else? Thank you so much for all you do. Sheila. Answer: the consciousness with its memory. Lonnie. Dear Billy, during the next 2013 years, before leaving the Earth, what will be the main duties of the 144,228 Lyrians, if that's the correct number, before leaving the Earth, besides serving as teachers of the all-important figure writings and the spirit teaching? Will they have as part of their duties serving as government or political leaders in getting the laws changed to be in harmony with the creational and natural laws and recommendations? Lonnie Morton. Answer: the main duties is learning to develop love, peace, freedom and harmony, as is the case with everybody else. Jacob. Hello Billy. What can you explain more about the so-called elves, elementaries? How do they fit in the grand scheme of things? Do they have a human spirit form? Please explain if possible more about their origin, function, etc. If I am correct they are humanoid, which means they have a human spirit form. What can you explain about this? Salome. Jacob. Answer: yes, they are humanoid, have a human spirit form and have to learn as ourselves. They are living a different existence. Smug. Hootie. Hi Billy. Thinking about Gautama Buddha and how he discovered the truth without any ET contact, and looking at the spiritual development of us earth beings, except a few, now, and extrapolating this to Siddhartha Gautama's time 2,500 years ago. It makes little sense that Gautama Buddha had a jump in consciousness in just one lifetime to a level of a prophet. Is it possible to make a huge leap in consciousness of several millennium ahead of the rest in just one lifetime? Answer: no, that's not possible. Gautama Buddha discovered some truths, but he also figured out things which were not in line with reality. If not, was Siddhartha Gautama was of ET lineage? Joe. Billy, in the past 2,000 years did you always incarnate and live according to the laws of creation even when you were not a prophet? Answer: yes. Hawaiian. In order for the Nukadamjon pure spiritual form to reincarnate again in a material human being from the A level, it required assistance from the Petile to the AA levels in order for him to bring order and balance back into the Dern universe from his co-created peoples who degenerated into warlike conquerors spreading destruction and other uncreational endeavors throughout the universe. In his quest to maintain order, Nukadamjon was assisted by the AA pure spirit forms that prevented any more reincarnations for these degenerates for a long time and lifted. There is mention in one post that this type of assistance from the pure spiritual forms will never happen again. Historical events have constantly proven that there will always be degenerative material beings existing at the expense of others, as indicated by the Lyrian and Vegan wars 389,000 years ago that brought a host of ETs both good and evil to Earth and destroying the planet on more than a few occasions. Even when the evil Jux were arrested and banished to the prison planet millions of miles away, they with their Brazilian cronies tried to kill you. Not just the Geysers, but others such as that personality who persecuted Jmanuel were the same incarnated spirit form in a female personality who worked against you. To the very end these Geysers still harbor evil intentions. The question I have is based on these historical events where apparently it would have been much better that these degenerated incarnated spirit personalities who keep repeating their criminal acts against not just ordinary human being, but also prophets like yourself that many depend on for spiritual evolution, that it would have been much better had they not even been reincarnated to provide an environment conducive for humankind. People keep saying the good and bad, like positive and negative, are part of this equation of spiritual evolution, and that it is logical for even the degenerates to be afforded a chance for spiritual evolution, sometimes at the expense and demise of others' evolution. It appears that these higher spiritual forms have only intervened during the times when Nokadam initially started his quest to bring order from chaos. So based on that, my question is actually a two-part option because they are closely related to each other. If the AA or other spiritual realms will not get involved, then should earthly humans develop the capacity to have their own subconscious react in a cause and effect principle in order to bring balance to those who persecute them, as witnessed by yourself and Sam Jace when Mr. G's subconscious created a feedback? Or is there another option instead of impulses which are actually reactions to something negative generated by another party? Answer: each spirit form has the same right to incarnate, and any measure against it, if possible at all, would be against the creational principles. Each personality can, and will, learn during her new lifetime. Posted on Sunday, October 27, 2013 to 8:32 p.m. Mahajadam. Dear Billy, did pleasure and read and comment on the reports of the analysis of metal samples done by IMPA Swiss Federal Laboratories for Materials Science and Technology, metallurgist Walter Walker, and by chemist Marcel Vogel? Answer: Billy doesn't know whether or not they read the reports. Probably yes. And what can be added is that, contrary to the Swiss IMPA laboratories, Marcel Vogel, as a very knowledgeable expert in his field, did a good job over 30 years ago. If yes, then what did Pleasuran say? Did the Pleasuran accept all of their findings, especially Marcel Vogel's? I am asking because it is only Marcel Vogel who made extraordinary claims on the origin of metal samples, but the rest didn't. And besides that, in the year 2011, a person in the USA named Ivan Alvarado, who has a PhD in engineering, has analyzed the claims of the Vogel and concluded the following, which has put doubt on Vogel's earlier assertions. In a nutshell, the notable claims of this sample are that it contains a wide range of elements, the hard-to-obtain element thulium, and metal crystals exhibiting birefringence. All of these claims are in themselves not remarkable or notable. Thulium, though rare, was available in the 80s, and there is no reason that a metal in crystal form would not exhibit some degree of birefringence. A sample can be made to contain many elements of the periodic table without using cold fusion, as Vogel suggests. Thus, even in the case that all of the claims about Meyer's samples are correct, it still is not clear why these would make them remarkable. However, it would be interesting if the elements shown were all chemically bonded, but Vogel presents no evidence and performs no test that would lead to establish chemical bonding or alloying between them. http://www.igwest.com/investigations/Meyer/metal samples deconstruction update.html http://www.youtube.com/watch V equals FNWAD 7Z 3 grams. Ivan Alvarado obtained his PhD in electrical engineering from UCLA. For over 10 years he has collaborated in multiple research programs in both academy and industry, all of them in the area of nanoscale fabrication for electronics and photonics. His areas of expertise are electron beam lithography, scanning electron microscopy, EGS microanalysis, and atomic force microscopy. He is currently an active member of the Independent Investigations Group in Hollywood, California. Indy, for Derek. My question is, in regard to reincarnation, whether it be special love bonds between spouses or deep family bonds, or the most evolution in certain geographical places, how does the spirit form of the human being designate where and through whom it incarnates, reincarnates? What factors play a role and why? Salome Robin. Answer: the spirit form does not designate, quite to the contrary. It is designated according to creational laws. Billy does not know how this works, but of course everything depends on Schwingunjan, swinging waves. Pavani. Dear Billy, to a during your 254th contact, November 28, 1995, gave explanations as to why the wedding cake UFO, KUFO, resembles trash can lids, but in his explanations he did not address the fallen pin issue. One of the main allegations pointed by skeptics is of the fallen pin, which appears to be out of place, lying on the top of the middle section of the UFO, whereas the rest of the pins are located between the spheres as shown in the below picture. Did you get any clarification on the appearance of the fallen pin and its location on KUFO and its function from Pleasuran, and if yes, what did they say? Answer: that object of the 7-meter ship Billy was sitting on is about 60 centimeters long and goes into the ship's wall. It's not a loose object that has fallen down. Note by CF. It is a funny thing to notice how skeptics are continuously trying to bend and adjust reality to their own wishes and expectations. A fallen pin. That's really funny, especially when imagining a ship rattling and jumping during the start process and losing all kinds of screws and bolts. It is rather arrogant attitude to judge the design of such an unknown object and compare it with our technology. In light of the fact that the Pleasuran ships are using technology and energy forms that are a long way beyond our limited understanding and science. Rosemary Zakws. During your travel to timelessness, you refer about the great unity of everything, and you said that it is the last step before being one again with creation. So then the where of the great unity is separate to where the creation. In what belt does oneness with creation takes place? In the center core, creation belt, or all 7 belts? Note by CF. I just realized that I falsely explained your question to Billy. Excuse me, but thinking about it right now, in my opinion it is not important to our evolution and to our everyday life to know the answer to such kinds of questions. Excuse me, but I would like this be answered so I'll understand more. Atoms and quantum physics. Atoms has protons in its center and electrons occupies the rest of orbital belts, but neutrons on the other hand only exists in nucleus and can also travel back and forth. There's also such thing as neutrinos, which Maya, if isolated, controlled and weaponized by Earthman, can eradicate everything in the speed of light. Now I wanna know where timelessness happens. Maya said that time is created in our belt, so change can happen, an evolution, and becoming and being, etc. If he says timelessness happens in all belts, then I assume that the purest energy form / most basic unit of everything, or in whatever name it labeled, houses every corner of the universe, every atom and cell, every insect, worm and stone, and then there houses my and everyone's body and being. If timelessness only exists in some belts and not all, then I'll find another analysis later. I don't know if you really understand Annie what he said, since my mind is squashed right now. And also it pissed at first when you said my question is unnecessary, since I'm trying repetitively, battling my 2-decade-long stupid brain habits and at same time doing my all-psyche efforts to embrace this new, strange but truthful way of life which I'm bullshittily ignorant for 20 fucking years. But my piss pass, don't worry. I just felt the same way when Mayer easily laughed when I asked him if he exists. Anyway, lessons learned. Here's my cue once again. Which of the 7 universe belts timelessness exists where you felt the great unity? Answer: of course in the material belt, because a human being cannot live in the other belts, he can just traverse 5 to 7. Thread pill. Hi Billy, can you share us your thoughts, or ask the Pleasurans, of the 3 popular types of cooktop technologies in use today, their effects on the human body? The 3 popular types are: cooking by natural gas, where the actual fire makes contact with the cookware. Cooking by traditional electric heating element, as with the common electric coil heater, and heat is then transferred to the cookware without actual flame. Cooking by induction field, whereby the electromagnetic field generated by the base reacts with the magnetic properties of the cookware pot, and the heat is created on the cookware itself. Thank you. Answer: all 3 technologies or methods are used for the same purpose, heating food, and the effect on the human body is that if you eat the food you are nourished. P.S. If this cannot be answered right now, can you answer this short question instead? Is the current Pope Francis still the predicted last Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, meaning no other Pope will be named nor follows? In a previous Contact Report 236, line 259, it was said a Pope was supposed to have been assassinated but it was not. I'm curious if it has changed enough to affect the one mentioned in the Enoch prophecy in your contacts. Lipunif. Dear Billy, VB28, you said, everything that exists is never infinite. The only thing that is infinite is the absolute nothing of infinite duration. And to me you said that an egg had a finite part and an infinite one. This is contradictory, because an egg is something that exists. Question. Can you explain in a better way? Salome. Take care. Lipunif. Answer. Everything is relative to our understanding. Who knows? Perhaps the absolute nothing has also an egg shape, but we don't know it. Our capacity to know such things is limited. Besides, the term infinite has different meanings when used for an extension, space, or duration, time. Mightido. Hello Billy, I have recently found your information and this forum. I have noticed that you have a history of using your contacts to verify or debunk the experiences of others. I was wondering if you would be willing to do so again with the list I have compiled. If you perform a Google and/or YouTube search with these names along with the term alien, you can find a variety of information on their accounts. Also, their books and/or websites have additional information. Please note that I am not interested in their opinions or any personality issues. I am only interested in learning if their observations concerning their encounters are factual. I apologize if you have already addressed these accounts as I could not find them with a definitive response from you. Simon Parks, Bonnie Meyer, Jim Sparks, Vincent Sparacino, Dan Boris, Crane, Kim Carlsberg, Gerald Sims, Bright Garlic, Charles Hall, Philip Schneider, Clifford Stone, Anna Hayes, Ashiana Dean, YouTube UFO Literacy, Ricky G, YouTube UFO Abductee. Note: for fear of being stalked, most of his videos are currently being set to private, but may return in the future when he feels safe again. There are other YouTube video interviews with him though. My questions are as follows. 1. Would you be willing to request that the Pledgerin investigate these accounts? 2. If so, would you be willing to reply to this post in the future with a true, false tag for each listing? 3. If any of these claims are true, can you put the true accounts in your future contact reports? In the contact reports, I would be interested in knowing what the Pledgerin know about the issues and any information they are willing to provide us. 4. If any significant contact reports are produced from this investigation, can you please have your staff make it a priority to translate the reports into English? Christian and/or moderators, please feel free to review these listings yourself before providing them to Billy. If you have previous information from Billy on these accounts, please refer me accordingly. Thank you for processing my forum post. Answer: Billy isn't interested to be concerned with these people and will not discuss them with the Pledgerin. He just reports what the Pledgerin tell him since he himself cannot do the research. Corey. Dear Billy and Christian, is the time of Enoch I listed in Figure Bulletin 50, class to Lungzud and Prophet and Enoch and Enoch, of 13,500 years ago still accurate, and if so, which of the following time reckonings for the procreation of Adam would you recommend we study? 1. Page 13 corrected Talmud Manual 2011 edition equals 13,500 years ago, from 2011, 2. Canon 31 to 560, which says the procreation of Adam was 1,700 years before the first birth of Enoch on earth. Calculated from Canon 31:43 is 9,308 Voj Manual, or 9,308 plus 1,700 equals 11,008 years Voj Manual's time, or roughly 13,023 years ago. 11,008 years Voj Manual to the year 2013 equals 13,023 years. 3. The correction to an open word as 13,035 years ago, 1975, equals 11,060 Vouge manual or 13,075 years ago, 2013. If Billy's previous personality of Enoch I was living 13,500 years ago, how could the procreation of Adam by Billy's previous personality of the E.T. Samjaza occur at the exact same time as noted in the corrected TJ? Number 2 does not match up with number 1, and is some 477 years short. Number 3 is different from both number 1 and number 2 and 52 years more than number 2 and 427 years short of number 1. Help a researcher gain clarification like only you can. Okay? Salom Corey. Answer: yes. The 13,500 years for the first Enoch is still accurate. Enoch I was living about 11,500 years. Vouge manual. Enoch II was living 9,308 years. Vouge manual. Enoch III was living between 4 to 5,000 years. Vouge manual. Note by cf. Adam was procreated about 389,000 years ago. Between 31 to 565 and 31 to 566 over 380,000 years have passed. 31 to 566 corresponds with TJ page 10, verse 11. The and TJ show the correct numbers, dates. New initiation. Hi Billy, to this day I just can't come to terms with so many people out there stating that they've had contact with ETs, even after eliminating reasons of fraud, schizophrenia, black ops, special access programs involving cloned humans looking like the Greys, liars, CIA-funded disinformation, highly technological remnants or descendants of earlier ET civilization living in isolation from the rest of surface-dwelling humans, profiteers, charlatanry, fame seekers and delusionals. Billy, I may be wrong, but where it involves Dr. Greer's CE5 Contact with Aliens initiative, where thousands of video footage of UFOs spanning many decades, credible military eyewitness accounts and scores of declassified government documents verifying people's claims of contact with ET beings from outer space. It's improbable that all these people's account could not be all wrong at the same time. You have recently stated in your Bulletin 78 that there were 4 instead of 3 ET groups very active here on Earth. I don't know to what extent they are involved in the affairs of Earth humans and to what extent they are intervening in our affairs, but you did state on previous occasions that contact with small group of Earthlings is possible by the ETs. Now I do consider that your information is always superseded after recent turn of events and that nothing stays static. So could you please, for the sake of so many of my confused fellow human beings out there as well as for myself, by stating to us the unequivocal truth so that any confusion can be eliminated once and for all about what the reality of truth is in regards to ET contact with human beings on Earth. My question is, have any of the 4 groups of extraterrestrial beings stationed on Earth, excluding the Pleasuran and the Federation members, ever had contact with any Earth human beings, including Dr. Jia and his group members, and I include the interaction of a conscious kind with their flying discs or beam ships with Earth humans as part of the definition of contact and not necessarily contact of a face-to-face kind? Thank you, Matt Lee. Answer: Billy said that the Pleasuran have told them that they detected no contacts between the 4 groups and terrestrial human beings. They did not say that there are none such between the 4 groups and terrestrial human beings, and they also informed him that certain terrestrial human beings are also involved into the matter, but not to what extent. It is possible that terrestrial time travelers from our own future may be involved into it. Note by cf. Since Billy is in no position to research space around the Earth himself, he cannot present you the much desired unequivocal truth on a plate in order to soothe your confusion. You will have to live with the uncertainty that eventually some new information could emanate sometime in the future about contacts, etc., etc. One of life's truths is that it is not static and that human beings will continually detect new truths, etc., etc., which is based on learning. That's why the Pleasuran, just as we human beings on Earth, have to continually expand our knowledge because there are new discoveries, etc. Furbon. Hello Edward. It is understood that it shouldn't be condemned to make mistakes because, among others, that's how the process of learning continues. Unfortunately, along with the progress, there are always those who want to change the truth. It may even be that at present the number of those assholes is almost unbelievable. And so in this part I would like to ask you about deliberate surrender of material self, reason, thinking and feelings of material body to such degeneration for the purpose of learning and cognition. When this what seems like healthy kick in a teeth is an option and when this is a must. Answer: we don't understand your question. Even those who change the truth have to finally learn to find it themselves. Note by cf. Calling them assholes could be reason for you to question your own thinking and behaving. Pattern Billy was the Prophet Muhammad's Dej Esprit Isin, original, unmodified, Constitution/Treaty of Medina establishing an Ummah, community, of Medina based on the teaching of the prophets, spiritual teaching, and the information he received in his contacts with the Pledger and Gospod, Allah, Der Amalish, thanks and Salam Patam. Answer: Muhammad himself did not write down his teaching, which of course was in line with the spiritual teaching. His teaching was written down by people who did not understand what they heard, and much of it was written down a long time after Muhammad's death. Note by cf. Muhammad's teaching can be read in its original form in the Goblet of Truth. Jubilee. If I'm not mistaken, I had read somewhere here in the forum that Tua had discovered that there were future Earth humans visiting their past which would be our present time. Could you please, if possible, tell me in which contact report was this mentioned? Answer: Tua mentioned the Erdzukunftigen, terrestrial human beings from our own future, in several contact reports, but he did not go into details. Ebi_aura hybili all at figure concentrating or focusing on a candle flame I think can help in focus mind, concentration or meditation. Do you think that different crystals can help one's mind or person by way of focusing as they all have their own unique properties? Can you explain please? I ask as there's confusion as to if it all's esoteric nonsense. Thanks. Answer: you can concentrate on a flame, a crystal, your hand, a finger, another object, a flower, etc. etc. It's just a focus point for your concentration, meditation. And you can also learn about an object by studying it and concentrate with your consciousness on it. Note by cf. It's your own consciousness which helps your mind, not the crystal. Marbabili. The black community in the United States is messed up. High unemployment among blacks is high, especially among the black males. More children are being born out of wedlock. Blacks killed each other more than they are killed by any other race. More blacks are getting on welfare, food stamps, etc. If you got to a welfare place, you will see more blacks than any other race in line. When a black man is walking down a road by itself, many people will be scared of him for no reason. When a few black men cause trouble, all black men are judged just because of the actions of a few, and the media fuels this nonsense, and people always fear black men as of the result of the media, and many people, especially the whites, buy into it. To make things worse, there is no fathers in the homes of black children, and the boys are greatly affected by this. Plus, Reverends Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson are a bunch of frauds and they don't care for the black community. Now, if two or more white men were fighting, people would try to stop it. In contrast, if two or more black men were fighting, no one would stop them. In my eyes, no one cares for black men and boys. There are many single moms in the black community, and the children suffered the most and turn to a life of crime. The black women keep the father, especially when he will be and wants to be a father, of her children away unless he pays child support. This really hurt the father of the children, and sometimes the father commits suicide. Many people say black women are the worst stewards of children, and I agree with them. This just some of the problems that occurs in the black community in the United States. Billy, what will it take to fix the black community in the United States? Answer: it requires that each human being is treated alike and that there is not separation, but cooperation. The white people must accept the black etc. people as equal human beings, i.e. human beings of equal value. There are also similar problems within the white community, and also in other countries as well. even Switzerland, but in minor degree. Slavery and racism are still having a substantial effect in the US. Of course, the black must also do their part to improve their own fate. Note by CF, it is an urgent necessity in any society, in all races, nationalities, clans, groups of people etc. on Earth, and therefore also within the black community, that offspring is produced only by loving, mature couples who are not criminal and who are in a position to grant a good and harmonious education to their child, and who are in possession of the necessary material, financial conditions etc. Ophelia. Hi Billy and Christian, lately I've been feeling a connection to something around Mount Shasta. There's a story behind this which is way too elongated to write it down. So cutting this short, can you give me some kind of explanation as to why I feel this connection there? Thank you. Orphe. Answer. Your feelings are triggered by your thinking, and not by outside factors. Zanderson. Hello Billy, hope all is well with you. I remember a contact report in which you stated that Samar Jace, based on her looks, seemed to be in her 30s. However, she was over 300 years old, if my memory is correct. So my question is, would a Plagiarin at around 100 years of age look like a 10-year-old Earthling? Personally, I think that the maturation period of humans universally would be roughly standard, therefore late teens to early 20s. So a 100-year-old Eron, for example, would look like a recently matured Earthling who would be in their late teens to early 20s as opposed to a 10-year-old. Is this assumption correct? Answer. Yes. The physical bodies of the Plagiarin's children mature with about the same speed, rate as human beings on Earth. Jacob. Hello Billy, in Contact 109 of Thursday, June 8, 1978, you speak about the following. Das Tier ist im Gegensatz zum Menschen sehr stark darauf ausgerichtet, seine Modification in jeder Beziehung selbst zu erkennen und anzuerkennen, was macht die Sicherheit seiner selbst stark, seine Selbstwissens und seine Selbsterkenntnis gibt, wodurch es sehr beständig ist, dies darum, weil es naturgesetzmäßig richtig verbunden ist und dies in einem impulsmäßig als durchwollt. Der Mensch nun, naturabgevollen, verweichlicht und sich größten kennt in seinen Gedankenformen, hat längst verlernt, sich auf das Selbstwissen, die Selbstsicherheit und auf die Selbstständigkeit auszurichten und auf die Selbsterkenntnis. The animal, in contrast to the Earth human being, is very much geared toward independently recognizing and acknowledging its modifications in every respect, which gives it the security of its self-strength, its self-knowledge, and its self-confidence, making it very stable. This is so because it is correctly connected to the laws of nature, and these surge through it in an impulse-related manner. Now, the human being, who has fallen away from nature, effeminate, and big thinking in his thought forms, has long since forgotten how to align himself on self-knowledge, self-confidence, and on independence and self-cognition. As you say, the animal, in contrast to the Earth human being, is very much geared toward independently recognizing and acknowledging its modifications in every respect. What is your detailed advice how a human should do this, since he has a conscious consciousness and a personality which he does not truly shows to the outside world, according to your statement earlier? Salome. Jacob. Answer. Simply by using one's ratio equals rationality and intellect, and by connecting oneself again with nature, which, Betty W., is hardly possible when living in a city. Just so. Dear Billy, does the normal incarnation cycle always change from one genderer to the next? In one of your responses to a question, you say it all depends on genetics, so would that make the genderer of subsequent incarnations random? Thank you Sheila. Answer. The gender, sex of a human being is determined by genetics, which is a material factor. Savior. Hi Billy, it was mentioned that the center of the Earth has an iron core. It was also mentioned that there is a fusion unit in the center of the Earth. My question being, can you comment on the fusion unit and the iron core? Are they one and the same? Salome Savio. Answer. Billy thinks that due to the high pressure on the iron core a fusion process is going on. But it's a different process than what happens on the Sun. Memo. Hello dear Billy, I remember you have mentioned that sleeping transversal to the north-south magnetic poles, for example with the head facing east or west, can cause that one doesn't sleep well or have nightmares, etc. I would like to know if the cardinal point that we face during meditation has any influence on it. Thank you very much, Salome. Answer: basically, there's not much influence, but it is advisable to sleep in a north-south direction if possible. David_Chance. Hi Billy, in a question and answer posed to you on December 3, 2005 by Scott, you mentioned that on Earth the reincarnation cycles are out of order because of overpopulation. Yes, if a spirit form reincarnates too soon this causes problems. I wonder, can these problems that arise because of reincarnating too soon include such things as the various developmental disabilities such as autism and similar disorders? The reason I ask is because my only child, my son Jonah, has autism. According to some researchers, there has been a great increase in the percentage of children diagnosed with autism, and these researchers don't know why. I wonder if some of this increase is the result of overpopulation and the decreased amount of time that the spirit form spends in the beyond. Thank you to all at Figu for all that you do. David. Answer: no, autism and developmental disabilities have nothing to do with the out-of-order reincarnation cycles. The effects of the abnormal reincarnation cycles are, among other things, unconcernedness and disinterest for ethics, for gathering knowledge and wisdom, etc. The human beings do not develop in a consciousness-based valuable form. Door_knocker. Based on your prediction of a major earthquake in San Francisco sometime in the future, it seems U.S. citizens do not have much of a reason to think World War III or any major economic collapse will happen, at least until after this earthquake takes place. My reason for this conclusion is either of these events would most probably eliminate any chance for car makers to produce the type of mirrorless cars you saw in the future. Is my conclusion logical and do you agree with it? Answer: no, that's not logical. BTW, 2 times already the outbreak of World War III has been prevented by Russian officers, luckily. Smakuti. Hello Billy. Low self-esteem, lack of confidence, fear when there is nothing to fear are some of the widely found qualities of majority of humans in our planet. Also the genetic manipulation and prevailing societal condition no doubt plays a part in majority of Earth humans being either too cocky or too soft in response to provocations or stress situation. Suicide and murder both are easy and clean with the press of a trigger, than other methods. That is, a trigger can be pressed in the heat of the moment. Given the situation, do you think it is a good idea to allow nearly unrestricted gun ownership, for example like in the USA? If not, what kind of safety mechanism, laws can be implemented to ensure that only sane and capable persons, civilians, own lethal arms for their justified need? Answer: no, unrestricted gun ownership is not a good idea. The more weapons are around, the more incidents are occurring. There should be restrictions set to the weapon, gun lobby, Waffenlobby, note by CF, and of course the thinking of the people regarding living with and among each other should greatly improve, which will not be the case, however, as long as the religion disease is working within the brain of so many people on this globe. It is a requirement that the human beings on Earth turn towards the spiritual teaching, learn it and live accordingly. Masler. Dear Billy and Christian, we know that the atom is in fact a galaxy like we see in the sky from telescopes. So a discussion came up with some members. If an atom is a galaxy with suns and planets, like neutrons, protons and electrons, we were wondering if there is life in that tiny galaxy like in the rest of the universe? Thank you so much. Kind greetings to you and everybody in the SSSC. Salome Masler. Answer: the atom and also the components of its 7-level structure have a Eigenleben, a life of its own, but Billy does not know whether there is some kind of life on the hull of the particles. Robeth 69. It's a pleasure Mr. Mayer. We know the white race came from the Lyria regions, the black race from Sirius, and the yellow race from Njsen. Where did the red race come from exactly? Robert. Answer: Billy doesn't know. Note by CF, in the book it is mentioned that Tatel, the son of a Lyrian father and an earthly mother, is the father of the red species, mentioned Schlucht, on Earth. Empower. Dear Billy, how many advanced other races that still exist on Earth such as underneath the Pacific Ocean and surrounding waters, Mount Shasta Hyperboreans, which are gone now I think, then our center of the Earth people. Is the hollow Earth theory fake, or is it scientifically correct about lava etc. and no races? Thanks very much Salome, Xiron. Answer: the hollow Earth theory is nonsense. Of course there are caverns, hollow spaces in the Earth's crust, full of water and petroleum, etc., but not in the sense that our planet is hollow. Posted on Sunday, November 24, 2013 to 3:44 a.m. Michael Alford. Dear Hermia, we are all sensitive to the insults and bubs of bigotry, whether over culture, or race, or age, or sex, or weight, or some other trait. Each individual may have their own sensitivities which really set them off, but at the societal scale it is generally culture and race that are the most touchy topics. In this time of disparately modern societies, these sensitivities are constantly emphasized in the media and in governance, leading to preconceived notions of prejudicial insensitivity for merely mentioning some group or trait, such as the unmentionable, or even sometimes for slightly observing someone. Humanity is still in the process of outgrowing its historical ways of interacting wherein bigotry has been ingrained institutionally. Yet, we are also giving up our own validation of unique cultures and races in the rush to equality. One very influential politically correct group in particular is pushing for the dissolution of all borders and cultural identities, and pushing for racial integration as a social imperative beyond any easy acceptance, by playing the various social identities against each other. This politically correct group is especially pushing the European people to give up all sense of value for their racial identity. They are promoting this as the only way to validate other races. At least in America, this push is so ubiquitous and has become such a hot-button topic that many people have simply given up and accepted that there should be zero value given to distinct cultural backgrounds and races. This as the only way to validate the intrinsically sensitive, as if the only way to equality is by making everyone the same. Considering all of this, still other people are preparing for the disintegration of our cohesive civilized society as it has been overwhelmed by immigration and the resultant racial disparity. These preppers are preparing for civil unrest, riots, racial wars, overbearing governance, or some other scenario of a similar nature. Michael, could we please shorten these posts? Your question by itself is quite enough. Thanks Scott. My question for you is this: how can each of us best find our own balance within ourselves in the face of this politically correct push to invalidate all cultural and racial distinctiveness? How can we walk the fine line between bigotry and racism on the one hand, and the complete invalidation of cultural and racial groupings on the other? Certainly the guiding principle is that we are all valid as human beings, but how can we also validate distinct races and cultures in the face of so much promoted sensitivity? Or is this already too hot a topic to deal with openly, fairly, in a manner true to the moral principles to which we ideally ascribe? Thanks for your consideration. Message edited by Scott on October 28, 2013. Answer: by being and remaining neutral. Sanjin. Hello Hermia. I hope that you are doing fine. This time I have another question related to autogenic meditation. However, it is more of a personal issue and it deals with tension of the body and control over one's body. A while back it came to my attention how people can basically change the shape of their face over a period of time. This is highly evident in people who do drugs such as methamphetamine, where people actually disfigure their faces. Although, this disfigurement does not seem to be entirely permanent, but simply they unconsciously get used to placing a lot of pressure and tension semi-permanently in certain sections of the face, which may be a result of what is called muscle memory. Anyway, my issue is that before I started meditating, I would tense up the right side of my face a lot, and now I have trouble making the tension and lack thereof the same on the left and right side of the head. It seems also that my walking is not fully symmetric and even my breathing between the left and right side is irregular. Although I was able to heal it partially through the regular autogenic mediation, I'd like to target this issue specifically. Would you mind helping me form an autogenic meditation sentence that will make my right and left side of the body operate more symmetrically? With regards, Sanjin. Answer: no. This is not a muscle memory effect, but is influenced by your thinking and feelings, i.e. it is of psychophysiological origin, psychosomatis arc. Since each person is different from another and, therefore, no general sentence would bring the desired effect, you will have to find out the solution from within your own thinking. You have to direct yourself onto yourself. Auf sich selbst ausrichten. Regarding changing faces, it is interesting to observe that many people's faces are adjusting their features, plus gestures, behavior etc., to their dog or pet cat or bird etc. This is especially the case with many owners of mastiffs or greyhounds, etc. And it is also not too rare to observe resembling faces with old couples who are very harmonious to each other. Zanderson. Hello Billy. Hope you are doing well. It is said that the black race came from the Sirius region. It is also said that the creator overlords came from the Sirius region too. So if correct, could one conclude that the black race was the original warrior race that came to Earth so very long ago? Not sure if this makes sense, but of the three engendered races of God mentioned in the TJ, the black race was not mentioned, thus making it the most likely candidates of this origin. This would also aid to explain why scientists say that all races originate from the Africans, black race, since genetic markers of this race warrior race would have been transmitted to all races since all present races share the same effects: quick aging, aggression etc. But the reverse was not found true for genetic markers of other races. Is my understanding correct, and if not, what would the correct understanding be? Oh, and thank you for your explanation that was posted to me at the end of September. I found really helpful. Answer: the creator overlords came from a region beyond the Sirius region, from another dimension, and they had different skin colors. Regarding the terrestrial human races, it is a fact that it is not Africa where the oldest human forebearers can be found. Young Edward was shown by Sfeth the oldest human-like skeleton with already 5 fingers in a pit in northern Europe. From there that race moved eastwards. Darren. Hi Billy. Can you explain all the possible ways to reverse brain damage caused by long-term marijuana use? Salome. Answer: a brain damage cannot be healed. What has been damaged in the brain cannot be reversed because the brain cannot heal itself. The only thing that is possible is to transfer knowledge from one part to another, what has been achieved by Billy after his severe brain accident. But in order to do this you need to have special knowledge and capabilities and abilities. Note by cf. A similar process of transferring information is doing exercises after having suffered a stroke, i.e. learning again to speak or walk etc. Patton. Christian and Billy. Christian: I am confused by your note. Note by cf. Adam was procreated about 389,000 years ago. Between 31 to 565 and 31 to 566 over 380,000 years have passed. 31 to 566 corresponds with TJ page 10, verse 11. The and TJ show the correct numbers, dates. My translations may contain errors. 31 to 565. Also wordt gezegd Dutch Gabgiel and Gibran Dutch das deswijbsrene der Enoch, der de belegriep dimension kinder der Erd, and der also lebi 366 jaar. Thus Enoch was fathered by Gabgiel and born by terrestrial woman Serena, who then instructed the human children of the earth, and that thus lived 366 years. 31 to 566, Springeten aber die Legend des Enoch ein großen Frucht unter den Menschkinder der Erd, also award wieder Gibran in Newsite als Prophet and als Son des Jared. He brought however the teachings of Enoch no great fruits among the human children of the earth. Thus he was again born in the new time as prophet and as son of Jared. My understanding was that Adam was procreated by the second Samjaza, not the first Samjaza of 389,000 years ago. According to the core agenda for an open word, Adam lived between 11062 v. 9027 v. born 13,035 years before 1973 and lived for 2,035 years. Answer: Coragenda _ein_offense_word.pdf Please confirm with Billy if the corrigenda is correct. Also the verse says that Enoch was born the son of Jared. Enoch too was born the son of the Plegarian Crichton. Per Plegardus Plegaris contact Brick Block 11 page 222. Billy, my question to you, which Enoch was born the son of Jared? Thanks and Salome Patm answer, Enoch 3, just as it was the case with Enoch and Enoch. There was more than one Adam. Ophelia hi Billy. Firstly thanks for replying to my previous questions. Now here's my question. Last month 2 times in a row, 1 week after the other, I thought I saw what looked like a UFO in 2 different directions. The shape looked more like a rocket type with a point, but the vision was so quick that it was only a couple of seconds. So I can't really say any more than what I know, which really wasn't much to go by. But I do know I saw it. Any idea who and what this was? Was I fortunate enough to see a UFO? Was it you accepting my date request? Answer: yes, you've seen just that, an unidentified flying object, which, by the way, does not mean that it must have been a flying object of extraterrestrial origin, which most probably it hasn't been anyway. Note by CF, what can be said to reports of sightings in general is that when a person has not witnessed the same incident he or she is unable to explain the observation. Ramirez greetings Billy. Was the document the Kybalion written by a person named Hermes Trismegistus as is attributed and or claimed? Also was the person Hermes one of the historical personalities listed below? Plus I imagine at that date the location had to have been Atlantis. Is that correct for at least the first 2? Yes. The 13,500 years for the first Enoch is still accurate. Enoch I was living about 11,500 years Voj Manuel. Enoch 2 was living 9,308 years Voj Manuel. Enoch 3 was living between 4 to 5,000 years Voj Manuel. Thank you, and best wishes. Cheers. Answer: no. Note by CF, see Edward_B's answer further below. New initiation hi Billy, please tell me what happened to the 9 ski hikers in the northern Ural Mountains back in 1959 who have mysteriously died around what do the Mansi tribes call the Dead Mountains. This case is what is known as the Dyatlov Pass incident, which even a motion picture is made based on. There are stories of extraterrestrial involvement where the 9 skiers unwittingly ventured too close to the ET's secret stations, forcing the ETs to kill them, or that due to an accident involving their flying craft, the ETs unknowingly went too close to the skiers and accidentally killing them due to radiation from their flying craft. Matt Lee. Answer: Billy never heard about them, but what can be stated is that the stories you are mentioning are certainly nonsense. Kingman. Good day Billy. Once a healthy child is born, how consistent are the impulses from its storage bank? Does the child receive a steady stream of these, or is its stored wisdom released as like baby steps? It would seem that investigations by the child would be obvious moments for an impulse to occur, but aren't children being inquisitive all the time? A friend in America. Sean. Answer: no, there is no steady stream, because if that would be the case people would get crazy. Impulses from the storage banks must be triggered by certain thought processes, which, as a rule, occurs unconsciously. This may happen in children, but also happens in adults. But of course it is also possible to draw information from the storage banks consciously. Joe. Billy, if according to you or the Plegarian the German language stems from the ancient Lyrian language, then why is it that there are now over 6,000 spoken languages worldwide? Answer: because on the one hand there were people from different planets, worlds coming to Earth, who spoke different languages, and on the other hand there were human beings evolving here on Earth who developed their own languages, and of course there were all kinds of mixings of languages as well. Ebby_Aura. Hi Billy, many thanks and appreciation for your time answering my and others' questions. Appreciated. Recently I watched a video about the Skull Group experiment where spirits, fluidal energies put photos or images onto film or pics in crystals and even materialize objects from the past, etc. Have you heard of this or Skull Group? I am very curious. Is it esoteric nonsense as you say sometimes? Lol. Do you think any of this is possible? Dankskin smile. Answer: no, Billy did not hear of that Skull Group. Jacob. Hello Edward. In regards to your answer of my previous question, simply by using one's ratio equals rationality and intellect, and by connecting oneself again with nature, which, Betty W., is hardly possible when living in a city. Based on the information in your answer, it could be assumed that a liebempfindung, love-empfindung, when being in, surrounded by nature is also essential for the independently recognizing and acknowledging of one's modifications in every respect, giving the security of self-strength, self-knowledge, and self-confidence, resulting in stability. When a liebempfindung, love-empfindung, with nature is real, and not a mere mental exercise, then that awareness of oneness with nature would allow for insights and recognitions, etc., which he makes about nature and the natural creative laws and recommendations, etc., to have a direct neutral positive effect on his thought feelings, his mentality and his own personality, creating a very strong bond with nature. Basically, spending as much time as possible in nature is highly recommended. What are your thoughts about these assumptions and your continued insight about this matter? Salome, Jacob. Answer. Having empfindungen is not a common thing here on earth among human beings. The effect of being outside in nature may lead to a Hochstimmung, not correctly translated as in high spirits, of one's psyche, which is not an empfindung. Note by cf. Actually, a human being cannot understand and does not know what an empfindung is, unless he or she is experiencing one, which, in current times, is not frequently the case. Freddy. Hello Billy and Christian. Billy, my question is about the thoughts. Can one, single and same content thought, conscious or unconscious, have both values minus and plus at the same single time? You said that thoughts emitted are changed during their returning flight into new working material. That may be similar to having both values, but the factor of becoming a new working material turn it into a different thought. Also, in this regard, how I can approach this new working material so it helps in my evolution. With all respect, since these questions are strongly connected in my study, I ask with all my deference to you and Christian for your response to both. Thank you both for the humongous work and everlasting work you are doing helping us to evolve and grow. Freddy Martinez. Answer. It's not a thing of a thought being simultaneously plus and minus. Thoughts that are sent out come back in the same wise as they are sent, except if they hit another person and thereby produced, triggered an effect. Note by cf. A drastic example, if you throw a boomerang towards another person and miss him or her, unknown to him or her, then the boomerang falls to the ground or flies by you, and did no harm or substantial effect. But if you hit the other person, you will get a curse or something more drastic as a return, which must be addressed again in turn by you, etc. Billy, when Barack Obama got elected in 2008, it changed many things in the United States. To me and many people, it seemed like the reason why many blacks voted for Obama because he was black. Some people said that Barack Obama hung around only white people before he met Michelle. Ever since Barack Obama has been elected, there are claims that he did more for whites than blacks. More blacks have been on welfare and unemployed, yet some claim that blacks may have been better off when George W. Bush was president. All that leads to what Malcolm X said. Malcolm X stated this: blacks are chumps and traitors to their race for supporting the Democrat Party. Malcolm X was an African-American Muslim minister and human rights activist. Billy, what is your take or opinion on what Malcolm X stated that blacks are race traitors for supporting Democrats? Answer. Remarks of such a kind cannot be taken seriously. Furbon. Hello Edward. When for example you're informed about overwhelmingly bad news, are subjected to annoyance or simply have enough, then, as noted in contact reports, somehow you are able to take it in and process these in balanced form so that explosion and destruction is avoided and the whole thing is aligned in different way. Could you explain how this is done so that it could then be practiced? Salome. Answer. You have to think about everything and try to recognize reality, and then you have to process, digest it. But this varies from person to person. Each person must process this in line with his or her own ratio. Regarding reality, if a beloved person dies, or something terrible occurred to oneself, it is important to think about it, to process it, and then go forward on one's life path. It must be accepted that what is past is gone and will never be made unmade. The truth must be accepted and one has to say to oneself, now that has happened and is gone, but now I have to live forward and have to stop crying for the things of the past. Note by CF, processing. Digesting a loss of a person or an object does not mean to block out. Verdranger Edward_B Ramirez. The Kybalion was written by the Three Initiates, which was a pseudonym for a man named William Walker Atkinson who was a part of the New Thought movement of the early 1900s. He wrote some other works about the power of thoughts and such as well. I've read a couple of his works, and my guess is that he had access to the so-called secret sciences. Answer: thanks. Robeth 69. The ancient name for the Cherokee is Kitua. What we used to call ourselves before we were known as Cherokee is Anianwaya, the real people. The land of Kitua was an ancient place we came from, but we have no idea where this place was located today. Our legends tell us we used to live on an island similar to the descriptions of Atlantis. Do you happen to know if that is where the Kitua people came from or where this ancient land of Kitua was actually located? Answer: no. Corey Dear Billion Christian, my question is regarding God delusion and God delusion insanity, page 231. You once again make the point of the unity of the negative and positive pole, and how godly Trinity energy cannot exist, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, because due to the laws of natural physics regarding all levels there only exists coarse material, grob materialen, fine fluidal, feinstofflichen, and pure spirit energetical realm, rein Geist energetischen. But in saying that, are you saying that a trinity can actually exist? Coarse material, fine fluidal, and pure spirit energetical realm? That seems sort of contradictory to what you have written in Aratathasata, Die Psyche, TJ 2011 edition and others, that no trinity can exist as they claim in the belief delusion-based irrational teaching of religion, only a oneness of two opposing poles, /plus. Or is this not a trinity but a matter-of-fact statement of what exists in all levels of physics form, Naturwissenschaftliche Physik, and that the coarse material and the fine fluidal are two opposing poles? Salome Corey. Answer: coarse material and fine fluidal are belonging into the material realm, while the high fine fluidal belongs into the spirit energetical realm. As an example, thoughts and feelings, just as gases, are belonging to the fine fluidal realm. Note by CF: a list of 3 things is not automatically a trinity. Grantman High. What is the cause of blushing in social situations? Thank you. Answer: one's thoughts and feelings, with a very diverse background and of many different reasons, from shame to bad conscience and lack of self-confidence, etc. etc. Maslow. Hello Billion Christian. During the peace meditation I am able to get to see a red space in front of my eyes. It has a dimension or 3D effect, not considerably big. Then with a slight change of my eyes, this red space disappears and I go back to a black vision from where I work myself up to the red zone. Is this a normal meditation experience? Meaning, should I keep the red zone as much as possible or the changes in colors are normal? Thank you. Message edited by Scott on October 28, 2013. Salome Masla. Answer: it is possible that you are unconsciously doing a FAB meditation, color meditation. No, it is not necessary to keep the red zone, because you are doing the peace meditation. If Billy remembers correctly, his former teacher Dharmawara has written a book about color meditation. Edward_B High Billion Christian. I hope this isn't an inappropriate question, but what is the best way to loud and unruly toddlers? I try my best to deal with them in a calm and rational manner, but the screaming and crying feels like it's making me go crazy sometimes. Much appreciated. Edward. Answer: all you can and should do is trying to keep your nerves under control. Sometimes it cannot be avoided to get loud, hopefully with a positive result, but certainly one should never scream and lose one's control. Mark 92111 Billy. Does smoking marijuana physically damage the brain or does it only work on the psyche? If this question is answered to Darren's post, then I have another question. What steps would you recommend in first quitting and then the healing oneself from the psyche damage? Salome. Answer: suffering from a damaged psyche needs that the person in question is thinking about the situation and is trying to find the relevant points or factors to work on. In many cases it is necessary to get professional help. Lipunif: Dear Billy, thanks for your answer. It's still nebulous. Your answers raise more questions. Note that Earth mathematicians are able to distinguish between an infinity of infinities of growing density. If I can put it this way, can you give me, in your works, the text's references where you speak about infinity? Thanks. Salam Lipunif. Answer: Pledge Addis Pleasuris Contact Bricked, Block 7, Cite 491, posted on Saturday, January 25, 2014 to 11:04 a.m. Ebby_Aura. Thanks for your answer. You can't answer anything you haven't seen or have knowledge of. To be more to the point, what I was asking is, do you think it is possible for people, humans or spirits, Geist, to materialize objects? Or objects from the past? Is that really possible mental/mind or by electronic means? Thanks. Answer: It is possible through one's consciousness-based forces, but not for one's spirit form, to materialize objects, but achieving this is not easy at all. Michael: At what point in our evolution will we recognize our former personalities? In other words, will I remember any experiences of my present existence in 1000 years? Michelle. Answer: This depends on one's individual evolution level and can, therefore, not be answered in a general way. Jacob. Hello Edward, in the Spirit teaching, you explain that it is possible to learn self-hypnosis to such a depth that studying while being in hypnotic trance can be done, providing the ability to learn and remember very fast. Of course it is clear to me that normal studying with normal amounts of information is most important. Is it advisable to use an hypnotic suggestion to command the material consciousness block to aid the process of learning by using one's dreams, provided that self-hypnosis is mastered to a good extent? Answer: Yes, that's advisable. I am thinking of the expression that after a good night's rest people often come to an answer of a problem they have a hard time solving. Salome, Jacob Furban. Hello Edward. Regarding recognition of our own mistakes and correction of such literally in a childlike manner, could you explain what is meant by this and whether this perhaps should also be done with caution? Salome. Answer: In a childlike manner means that a child is learning in an unprejudiced manner. Hello Billy. Thank you for answering questions. During the time this section opens for asking questions, I never seem to have any questions that really bother me. After this section closes, problems appear that I would like to ask questions about. So I start rereading my To the Thoughts, Muktajedankan, and I start to understand and have an answer for my problem. And by the time this section opens again I have no more burning questions to ask. This happens over and over again and prevents me from asking any relevant questions on this forum. What should I do? Answer: Continuing in the same way as until now. Note by CF: Why should it be a problem if, when you are capable of answering relevant questions by yourself? Just Sono. Dear Billy, in the same way as your consciousness goes forward in time to realize a wish, dream, does your consciousness also go forward in time to stop something bad from happening? For example, if a person had a premonition, intuition that they would crash a vehicle, would their consciousness be able to go forward in time to make way for a different outcome instead of death? Thank you, Sheila. Answer: The things of the future can, and must, only be influenced, prevented in the present, equals now. Savio. Dear Billy, thanks for all your previous valuable answers. Within our universe, some planets are overpopulated and some are not. My question being, how do we know that it is a creational natural law that one family should not have more than 3 children? Salome Savio. Answer: This number was read, Abjerufan, based on the planet's arable land, a limit of 529 million and the resulting effect of a humankind living in a surplus of food etc. The limit of 3 children will ensure that the population remains stable since there are couples who will have less, or even no children. Of course this maximum of 3 children per marriage couple is valid for a human population within a normal range equals without overpopulation. Having less than 3 children, or even none, is good for the planet and advisable, at least as long as the population is over the 529 million or up to 1 billion limit. Acquiesces. Dear Billy and Christian, I was doing a bit of calculating about the destroyer comet and the movement of Venus, that moved this planetary body from Uranus 8,590 years ago. 1,051 years passed before the comet moved Venus once again. After this a long time of 2,848 years passed before another return of the destroyer comet. After this only a short time of 605 years passed before the return. Then 1773 years passed to make the destroyer comet's last appearance in this Sol system in the year 1680. My question is, if this is possible to be answered, based on these calculations, will the destroyer comet return in the year 2255 after only 575 years to possibly influence Venus and its orbit once more? Or has this particular comet been removed from our Sol system by the Pleasuran? As was spoken about in the contact notes. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your response as well as all that you have done, are doing, and are about to do, for the spread of knowledge of the truth on this planet called Earth. Salome, Marcus. Answer. The destroyer comet will not return because it has been influenced by the Pleasuran onto a course which leads it away from Earth. Corey. 2 months ago, October 27, 2013, your answer was. Note by CF, Adam was procreated about 389,000 years ago. Between 31 to 565 and 31 to 566 over 380,000 years have passed. 31 to 566 corresponds with TJ page 10, verse 11. The and TJ show the correct numbers, dates, but the first explanation from page 13 of the new corrected TJ indicates Jemanuel's grandfather Jacob and Jemanuel's father Joseph, not biological father who was the Et Gabriel, are descended from the Semjaza Adam line, which had existed for 13,500 years, from 2011, which the line had began by procreation from the Et Semjaza. Page 15 of the corrected TJ indicates that the extraterrestrial procreation father of Adam's named Semjaza, who is a former personality of Jemanuel's, who is different from the earlier former ringleader Semjaza who split from also enlivened Gabriel, now Quetzal, and both Semjazas were rehabilitated by the JHWH Ayus. By reading those pages it seems that to me there were two Semjazas, 1, former ringleader Semjaza, 389,000 years ago, 2, procreation further of Adam named Semjaza, 13,500 years ago. This is also matched by Contact 9 sentence 132 which indicates Arius and his sub-leaders left their homeworld and returned to Earth 13,000 years ago, where they led a bloody regime. Sentence 145 to 147 mentions the high sub-leader Semjasa and his offspring Adam happening shortly thereafter Arius's arrival. This to me is also matched by 31 to 555 to 6 that seems to say a new time, a new task for a new JHWH to neutralize, remedy previous evil events on Earth. Evil equals 389,000 years ago. To seek out the Earth again and create the new peoples of Earth, 13,500 years ago. The three new races equals 31 to 560 to 562. Lastly, in an answer to Christina, July 31, 2003, http://forum.figu.org/messages/12/3451.html?10621658882, information that you yourself compiled, states that the Adam lineage began 13,500 years ago. It is also much more believable that 11,500 years passed between the 77 generations, new corrected TJ page 1012, transpired between Adam procreating Seth, and Jacob procreating Joseph, then to think a full 387,000 years transpired over those 77 generations. Salome Corey. Answer. The Adam mentioned in the TJ has lived about 13,500 years ago. Shaban _1190. Hi Billy. I once again feel compelled to ask you about these dark disk objects that I've been observing and photographing for over 3 years now. It was mentioned that there was a fourth race discovered to be operating here on Earth. I am thinking that the objects I observe could be this new fourth race. I would like to know at least if I am correct or not. Answer: that's possible. Note by CF: could be is correct, and of course not the equivalent of R. Here is also an analysis of some of my photos. http://raltsai.com/index.php/n/investigations/272 UFO photos analysis Shaban Palinku. Thank you, Shaban. Freddy: hello Billy. I would like to ask you please to teach us about our thinking at the time we are passing to the beyond. You mentioned in the Psyche book one short statement about it but no more. When we are dying, what should be my thoughts, feelings? How can I prepare myself for that instant? Can you give us a pray to be used and help us when facing such learning moment? With sincere and deepest deference, Freddy. Freddy Martinez. Answer: in the state of agony just prior to death, your thinking will not function anymore in the normal manner you are accustomed to, and it cannot be controlled anymore. Therefore, note by CF: don't worry about thinking falsely on your deathbed. If a person is preparing, confronting him/herself during lifetime for, with death and reincarnation etc., fear of dying will vanish and a natural process will unfold. Norm: dear Billy, in the new documentary JFK the Smoking Gun, it alleges that Secret Service agent George Hickey was the second, and accidental, shooter in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Is this true? Answer: Billy doesn't know. Operation Nightfall: there is something I'm curious about also. I know that Manuel was not of a virgin birth but further by a pleasurin. So are all of miracle births of other figures listed in the link below are a result of Earth's women being impregnated by pleasurins, heavenly sons? Aside Manuel, Adam, Lidn, Tetel, are there any other heavenly sons/pleasurin hybrids created from 13,500 BC to 1500 AD? http://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/miraculous_births. Answer: no, of course they are not. There is much speculation and swindle being claimed as being true around the world. Michael Alford: dear Hermia, you have made mention of genetically engineered human-animal hybrids potentially being put to use by humans in the future. Would these beings encapsulate human spirits? In other words, would an otherwise human spirit incarnate as one of these animal-human hybrids? Answer: if there is a human head, with a human brain, then there is a human spirit form connected to it. Hawaiian: aloha Billy and Christian. Hope things are fine with you. I have a question in relation to your spirit form Nukadam John that is currently incarnated in your present personality life cycle and the reasons why it came out of the first of 7 pure spiritual levels in order to once again be incarnated in a material human being in order to bring balance and harmony back into the Dern universe. Even though Nukadam John could have remained in the Aratatha starter level and could have easily asked the Petal to return all his co-created white races back into the pure energy state prior to their creation in order to allow the Dern universe to heal itself without any more interferences and destruction that his people have done, so that both he and the Dern universe could continue unabated its natural course of spiritual evolution, but he decided to return and take personal responsibility instead. That being said, I have always pondered whether residue negative influences still remain when a spirit form in the material realm evolves into a half-material or pure non-material being, and that the negative experiences and its related linkage to other spirit forms when it was a material human being that it once associated with via the material subconscious storage banks becomes the responsibility of those who were negatively affected by such beings, because he or she no longer resides in the material realms? If true, then is this one of the reasons why Nukadam John returned to not only bring balance to the wrongs his co-created peoples have done, but to also balance his own responsibility for creating these people in the first place, because it appears spiritual evolution does not only goes in one direction but in cases like Nukadam John, can actually go backwards. but in reality moves in parallel, that is progressive in nature when a pure non-material being returns to the material realm in order to bring justice, because creation is justice, and that those who have the capacity like the Pleasurans should do likewise. Answer: each universe brings forth a universal prophet who is repeatedly materializing again as a human being in order to help the various humankind speeding up evolution. That's a normal occurrence. Masla. Hello Billy and Christian. I have a 6-year-old daughter and she noticed that everywhere we go there is a cross, on buildings and clothing, etc. So she asked me what it means, and I told her the truth about who Manuel was, and she was very interested to know more. Then I thought about her talking about it in her school. My question is, should we tell children the truth at an early age, or should we wait a few years to explain to them that it is not the popular knowledge just yet? Thank you. Masla. Answer: they must be told the truth from an early age on, but of course in a way that is adjusted to their understanding. This can be assured by just answering their questions, and nothing more. Let them ponder the answers. It's up to them, their thinking, to follow a thought and ask further questions. In the case of the cross, which, actually and according to the facts around Manuel's crucifixion, should not be a cross, but an Y. You could have told your daughter that there are many people who believe that great importance is connected with the cross, but that this is no necessity to believe the same, etc. etc. Note by cf. It is up to the child to realize that obviously it is possible to have a opinion that differs from the majority, etc. etc. Sanjan. Hello Hermea. Another question about autogenic meditation. The fundamental exercises, Grundübungen, and the organ exercises, Organübungen, are all based on focusing on specific sentences to bring about a desired effect. It seems to me though that the sentences are important at the beginning, until one learns how to bring about the actual effect, such as calmness, warmth, etc. Is it more beneficial and more effective to focus on the actual effect than on the sentence, once one learns how to bring about the desired effect or state? Salome. Answer: what one experiences is important, i.e. the effect is more important than the sentence. Threadpill. Hi Billy. In contact number 154, Kabbalistic calculations were discussed. For each table beginning with line number 31 of the discussion, it was mentioned that each table is applicable for the various skin color of humans, whites and their hybrids, yellows and their hybrids, etc. etc. How would a white human being interbred with a different colored human being affect the subsequent calculations? Please use white male Pisces, 31, with brown female Virgo, 22, as an example if necessary. This is assuming the word hybrid translated in the contact report does not refer to hybrids of different colors but variants of the same color group. If I'm wrong, please do elaborate accordingly. Thank you. Answer: these values are valid for a non-overpopulated planet Earth. Therefore, any decision regarding interbreeding shall be made by using intellect and rationality, Verstand und Vernunft, and feelings. Observing one's thoughts is important, and acting accordingly. Salome. Billy. Do you still keep in touch with any of your biological brothers and sisters? Just curious. Rem. Answer: yes, with 2, Edie and Bertie, of his 3 sisters who are still alive. His 2 brothers and 1 sister, Vreni, are dead. Votan. Hi Billy. Merry Christmas. Can you tell me if something major is going to happen in the next 2 months? Things are very quiet. It is like a calm before a major storm. Answer: there's much happening all the time, more or less: climate change, wars, turmoil, terror attacks, sectarian activities, murder, etc. etc. Note by cf. If you would live in Syria, would you call the ongoing civil war a calm before a major storm, or an actual major storm? Vasily. Dear Billy, will you please describe some more specific characteristics of the evolutionary level of human beings who are in the half-spiritual phase of development? For example, how long is the lifespan? Do they remember past lives? How do they behave in their personal relationships? What might their daily activities and goals include? Salome. Vasily. Answer: human beings who exist in a half-spiritual phase of development cannot be compared with us material human beings because they do not think and act in the manner as we do. Billy. Is it normal to forget about a future event that has been predicted to you from a look into the future, like when Ask It had told you that you would lose one of your arms so that the event itself does take place? Answer: no, that's not normal, but doing it helps to lead a normal life. It prevents one from concentrating on things which cannot be avoided and will happen for certain. Tony_Q Dear Billy, I hope you are well. My question is regarding the Chinese philosophy of medicine. Do you know if there are such things as qi, energy and meridians of energy in the human body such as claim to be manipulated in traditional Chinese medicine? Thank you. Answer: Billy is not familiar with these issues. Stephen_Moore Hello Edward. What exactly is the spiritual consciousness and is it located within the spirit form itself? Thank you for your time Salome. Answer: the spiritual consciousness cannot be compared with the material consciousness. It cannot be located at a certain place. The spiritual consciousness are impulses, swinging waves which are active, working on their own, like electricity that powers machines or a light bulb etc. The Skupfarasgeistnergie, creational spirit energy, is interweaving the entire universe. It is an intelligence of its own, but not like the one in human beings. That what the effect of the energy brings forth. For example, life forms, matter, etc., can be called intelligence. Lipunif Dear Billy, thanks for your previous answer. This is time for another question. Answer: Contradiction 5. This is about one of your answers that follows. Posted on Sunday, May 24, 2009 to 5:42 a.m. Lipunif, Dear Billy, thanks for your previous answer to me. It was very helpful. I've a question about the blue race of ET living underground. On a message posted on Saturday, March 29, 2003 to 5:16 a.m., you answered, "High class, Hyperboreans don't live on Earth anymore. They have emigrated to the Plejaran Federation. The blue-skinned race will not participate in the peace meditation, most probably. It's fine to hear that the book Ein Führung in die Meditation is of help for you." The question was then, question 2. Why does not the blue ET race living under the surface of the Earth partake in the peace meditation? Thanks for your work Salome Lipunif. The answer was then, answer: Billy doesn't know. Now, when you say, the blue-skinned race will not participate in the peace meditation, most probably, it means that you know some reasons why they would not, or that you have a clue about their behavior. Question: then, why did you answer you didn't know? This is contradictory. Thanks and take care, Lipunif. Answer: no, that's not contradictory. Billy never spoke with the blue-skinned people, but he knows that they are not a part of the mission. That's why he used most probably. Note by CF, most probably is not an equivalent of it is a fact, and since he did not speak with them, he doesn't know what they are doing or not doing. Marble Billy, throughout history, white people have owned many slaves and white people have enslaved each other. Whites came into Africa and kidnapped some of the blacks, or some of the tribe's leaders sold their own to the white slave masters. Now in the United States, many people are saying it was a black man who owned a white slave first. On the other hand, some people say white people owned blacks as slaves first. Billy, what is the truth about black slaves in the United States? Who started it, blacks or whites? This is a good question to ask to or Quetzal. Answer: Billy did not deal with the topic of slavery in the United States. Note by CF, what a stupid discussion about who was the first one to own a slave. Matter of fact is that it is extremely mean, violent, reprehensible etc. if a person is taking, owning and treating a fellow human being as a slave. For a slave it does not matter at all whether her owner has a white, brown, black, yellow, blue or green skin. Anyone who is trying to discuss this blame the first one story should urgently ponder her own motives. Zanderson Hello Billy, this question is about will and how can one go about its creation? If memory serves, I remember in the Teach Age manual said that the human must first create the will for things they wish to do, and with the epidemic of overpopulation and the birth of so much human suffering from its effect lack of desire, will, I think knowing how to create this force would be good. Personally, a breakdown similarly to the one you gave for the meditation technique with candle would be appreciated. Answer: before the will can be activated. A motivation and guidelines must be worked out and built up within oneself. Only then can an effect, endeavor etc. be achieved by using the will. Unfortunately, it is a fact that more and more human beings are becoming weak, verweichlichen, because they are not struggling themselves anymore to work up, learn those factors, including knowledge and wisdom, which are necessary to lead a good life and attain values which are in line with the creational natural laws and recommendations, etc. Hello Billy, it is my understanding that the impulses from the central consciousness block, which holds the sum of all processed values from past lives, can only be of positive evolutionary value. However, can a person receive other types of impulses, which are unprocessed and come directly from each past life, and as such, can be positive or negative and manifest as quirks, phobias, loves and hates, personality traits, religious fanaticism, etc. Would these, if they exist, be related to fluidal forces stored in the bones which decay with time, which would also explain why the most recent lives would be the most influential in this aspect, and there wouldn't be an overload from all the thousands of past lives. David. Answer: the impulses can only be received from the storage banks, i.e. the planetary one or the overall consciousness block. You cannot receive impulses directly from past lives. Posted on Sunday, February 23, 2014 to 8:06 p.m. Scott. Dear Billy, in your great voyage back in 1975 you mentioned during your 7 minutes in the timelessness teaser of Derek Kiet, dies tief liebe. Ik wil hier blijven, en I will ik merzeruk. Hier ist das sein, das wirklich sein. Ik verstehe nicht. Dieser this call of eternity, this deep love. Yes, I want to stay here. I never want to go back more. Here is the being, the real being. I do not understand this reputation. Would you know if you were merged with creation, or Petalora Ratathasata during this time, or was it something entirely different? Thank you as always, Salom Scott. Answer: no. This was just a Bewusstseinszustand, a state of consciousness where he felt like being dissolved and extremely harmonious. Corey. Dear Billy and Christian, in the future if the Enoch prophecies unfold, especially during the fall of Europe and the destruction of the USA, would this include subjugation of the USA and Europe at the hands of oppressors, which could lead to prison camps of subjugated peoples and other forms of unfreedom in destroyed countries, possible foreign military supremacy as a side effect of civil wars, anarchy, and war, as well as worldwide Islamic supremacy and rule over the destroyed Northern Hemisphere, collapse of Catholic Church and Christian religion mentioned in Enoch prophecies, as possibilities? I know that the US/NATO/Europe, Russia, and China will be heavily involved in the war, but also Middle Eastern countries. Salom Corey. Answer: decisive or great factors which will play a role are Catholicism and China. Prunk. When the sun dies and there is no more possibility to live on the planet, the ones that are alive will go somewhere else. What will happen to the ones that are not incarnated? Posted on Saturday, January 25, 2014 to 12:55 p.m. Answer: the spirit forms will move onward to other planets in other star systems. Furban. Hello Edward, just as you written here. Libby mentioned der Diktator Führer Gedanken, den sie werden zu Gefühlen, Diktator Führer Gefühl, denn dies werden schnell zu Worten und dies zu Taten sowieso Handlungen und Taten aber werden zu Gewohnheiten, die gar schnell sich zum Charakter formen, durch den wiederbestimmten allen Ingenieurswechsel. SSSC 9, April 2011, 22.55 hours. Billy. It becomes clear that good habits are very important. Could you explain more about how can anyone develop them and which are mostly recommended in healthy and fruitful life? Salom. And happy birthday Smile. Answer: each person has to find out for him or herself which good habits he or she wants to acquire, learn. Since each person is different from another, the priorities are different as well. Good habits are developed through one's thoughts and the resulting feelings, by which a sound psyche is built. Herbert. Hello Mr. Mayer, I was not born into a German-speaking family. Therefore, I am only able to read the English translations of your work. I am pleased with your books The Might of Thoughts and The Psyche, but I also have the book Symbol der Geistslehre, and I want to know about the Vorwort and the Inlet tongue. If it's not too much trouble, can you please inform me on these introductions to your book? Answer: you can find them in the A Companion Guide, which is available here. https://figu.org/shop/b%c3% /symbols of the spiritual teaching A Companion Guide. Language equals N. As a side question, do you know the meaning of my name? Herbert. Thank you for your consideration and peace be to you. Matt. Hi Billy. Which race of extraterrestrials brought Enoch to Earth 390,000 years ago to enter its reincarnation cycle? And did Enoch know at that time that his spirit form will be here for hundreds of thousands of years? Salome. Answer: Enoch came, flew in, from Lyra. And of course did he know at that time about the duration of his mission here in the Sol system? Roger Peck. Dearest Billy, I hope this finds you well. Just a quick question. Why would the Pleasurans waste their time on such a primitive species of human? Surely they are wise enough to realize they do not need to correct the actions of some faction of their descendants. Thanks. Answer: being a part of an extremely old mission to help the Nocademian spirit form to teach human species all over the universe is absolutely not wasting time. Maslow. Hello Billy and Christian. I was reading Meditation und das Leben Selbstsein die besten Lehre, and you wrote that there are 3 forms of meditation that are particularly beneficial: the analysis meditation, the concentration meditation and the compassion, sympathy meditation. I understand the concentration meditation, but how are the other mediations practiced? Do we generate our own thoughts regarding that specific relation between our own person and the other humans, living forms? In other words, the generation of thoughts are made by our own free understanding and directed to our consciousness? Thank you very much. Maslow. Answer: yes, your question is the answer. To develop Mitgefühl, feelings for others, is only possible through one's thoughts, which in turn trigger the resulting feelings. James. Dear Christian, Billy and Figu, what is in fact an agate that can be combined with the smaller travel pyramid to enhance its power, harnessing capabilities, from 2 people to 7? In other words, what is it and how does it generally work? Salome. Tim. Answer: an agate has the innate structure, characteristics to receive and amplify, send out vibrations. Matthew. Dear Christian, moderators, please can you show this video to Billy? http://www.youtube.com/watch V equals Polskjmauk and list equals use PL SAPE 4 VTHLR 53 T9 IAHA and feature equals share and index equals 3. Instead of the video in my question to Billy, as it is a more stable and detailed version of that video and clearly shows the strange strobe-like characteristics and shape of the orb. Thanks in advance, Matthew. Answer: that's certainly no orb, but a bird, or giant butterfly, flapping through the evening sunset, or rising sun in the morning. Jacob. Hello Edward. In one of your answers you state, the spiritual consciousness cannot be compared with the material consciousness. It cannot be located at a certain place. Can we safely say in this case that the spirit consciousness, the spirit subconsciousness, sensor, spirit central consciousness and Gemat are basically functions or states of the energy that composes the spirit form? In other words, its function is determined by state, in lack of a better word, then shape/form/discrete mass like the brain for the material consciousness. What are your detailed thoughts about this topic? Salome. Jacob. Answer: Geistnergetis Impulsmasszustand, spirit energetical impulse-based states, is a suitable description. Thomas 57. In a rare experience this month, happened during a discussion with a friend. There was a moment, could have been many minutes, when clear thought conversation with something inside me, gave me the conclusion that the consciousness block/spirit form/creation seed, within me had an actual conversation with me, my human self, ego and all. I realized that this type of connection had happened years before, and recognized, again became aware, or at the very least had a simple comparison. How would you suggest, other than the many ways I've read through your words over the last 35 years, I strengthen that connection. Wonderful experience in realization. Thomas. Answer. Many people are experiencing the same if they are concentrating on themselves, because when they do this they receive answers from their subconsciousness. Therefore the answer is to concentrate on your own inner self and on that which is occurring within yourself. Michael Offert. I broached the topic of cultural and racial integration on this forum, and admittedly opened another can of wriggly worms. Although I have worked at it, it's currently impossible to deal with this subject in a manner that is morally acceptable by all people. For the most part, the relevant posts have been removed from this forum. Indeed, some people consider critically examining the full drivers and impacts of coerced whole-scale racial integration to itself be racist, and I have been named as much. For myself, it's not a topic I like to dwell on, but it is potentially germane to the mission. From your view of the more distant future, perhaps several hundred or 1,000 years down the line, do you see all the various races of people that live on Earth amalgamating into a single race of Earthling? Or does the future hold distinct races with distinct communities, cultures, and traits? Whatever it may be, is the circumstance you see conducive to happiness in people? Answer. The process of races amalgamating is already occurring here on Earth. It is advisable that races do not mix with other races, at least not in great numbers, because this will and do lead to all kind of social and health problems, as well as to misunderstanding etc. Hello, it is said there is an issue about hearsay on the contents of the written religious articles, there being no one to authenticate the contents. What makes, goes with all your materials, especially the transmissions from Arat Athasatu and from your contact persons, for it not to be considered hearsay also? June. Answer. Because the transmissions from Arat Athasatu, Pet Island, the extraterrestrial contact persons are recorded literally, and not just based on hearsay. The reason for this is that this time, today, any religious sectarian influence to distort the truth must be eliminated and avoided in the teaching of the prophets. Blake_P. Billy, I would like to ask you about information in the New Talmud manual, regarding the scrolls written by Judas Iscariot, and later found by yourself and Isa Rashid. In the New Talmud it is mentioned that a portion of the scrolls that were translated by Rashid and sent to you and were then later kept by the Pledgerin. So my question is that if some portion of the scrolls still exist, then will they later be used at some point to prove with tangible evidence, either placed by the Pledgerin or entrusted with someone, to prove the true written testament of Jemanuel's life? Thank you for your time. Blake Parnell. Answer. No, they were not sent to Billy, but were taken away from Isa Rashid directly, and what's in the possession of the Pledgerin now will not reappear here on Earth. Freddie. Hello Billy and Christian. What influence have the eclipses any in the functioning of our individual or collective thoughts, psyche, consciousness, and spirit evolution? It is just a placebo and suggestive self-effect? If not, why? Salome. Freddie. Answer. They don't have any influence, and a placebo effect is made by the individual, him or herself. The eclipses are a purely astrological thing. Kaylin. Dear Billy, if it's possible, how can someone heal, repair their damaged, mutated genes which are negatively affecting their health during their lifetime? Thank you for your time. Answer. Principially it is possible, but it is hardly feasible because a person would have to convert and change his or her entire world of thoughts and feelings. This would be a lifelong process. Savior. Hi Billy, I refer to your article written in 1964, oh where are you going humanity? Where within the article, broken bar. Hard and difficult months followed, no work, no money, practically only living directly from what meager morsel the hand gave the mouth. This reminds me of the story of the widow of Sarepta shared her morsel with Elijah. My question being, can you briefly share the real story between the widow and Elijah? Salome Savio. Answer. No, because he does not have the time to do the research in his storage banks. Marba. Billy, this will be the last question I ask you about the problems black people face in the United States for a while. Since integration happened in the United States in the 1960s, it is something that is very needed for black people. The years following, black people was in restaurants, classrooms, sporting events, etc. with white, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, Middle Eastern people as well. Many people loved it and enjoyed integration. But, as years went by, as blacks commit the majority of crimes in the United States, the black neighborhoods are poor and broken. The majority of businesses in the neighborhoods are owned by Asian, Indian, and Middle Eastern people. Now, some black people blame this on racial integration. Last year, it was the 50th anniversary of Martin Luther King Jr.'s march in Washington, D.C., but many black people say it was a farce. Yet, some black and other people also blame racial integration for the downfall of the black community in the United States. Now, deep in my heart, I know racial integration was the best for blacks as well as other races of people. When people say that, it really upsets me and I want to say something to them. And, I want some advice from you on this, Billy. Billy, what is your thoughts on the people who say racial integrations was the worst thing that happened to black people? Posted on Saturday, January 25, 2014 to 5:25 p.m. Answer: they are wrong. Integration is a good thing, but of course it is possible only if the people are willing to contribute with their own efforts. Just waiting for being integrated will not work. Laziness will not help. Salom Billy. What does each part of the pleasure and peace symbol symbolize? I cannot find it anywhere on this forum, although I am pretty sure I read the explanation some time ago. Answer: here's a copy-paste from October 23, 2009. The rectangle represents the grounding, fundamental block of peace which holds together and bears the tree of peace and life. The black and white square represents the symbol of life and peace. The 7 feathers on top are the 7 consciousness forms. The 2x3 feathers below represent spiritual vibrations. The 2 wheels represent the universe and creation and are connected. Operation Nightfall. You have mentioned meeting these blue-skinned race that live deep underground. Can you tell me more about them? What star system did their ancestor originated from? Are they part of Enoch lineage? When did they arrive on Earth? Was there a time when they live on the surface? Answer: Billy just saw them in India, New Delhi and Ashoka Ashram, but did not maintain contacts and cannot answer your questions. Therefore, regarding the term blue-skinned, their skin is just showing a faint bluish shimmer. Hawaiian. Hello Billy. Some people are saying it is impossible to meditate in one's dreams, but I have tried it once by focusing on a distant point and noticed the dream freeze frame just like if someone stopped the show for about 3 seconds. I have been doing some experimentation on my own while in the dream state and will discuss it some other time. It seems related to when people die and send out feelers to their loved ones that also lasts for 3 arc seconds. So the question I have is this 3-second duration related to the maximum size of the planet in this turn universe in order for such feelers to reach other human beings? Thanks. Answer: it is possible to meditate in one's dream, but only if one is capable to consciously dream. In his younger days, Billy used to have a pad beside his bed, and when he had some realizations from a meditative state in his dream, he deliberately woke up and made some notes. Parts of the spirit lessons were written in such a way. It is possible to train this ability. BTW, terrestrial scientists are doing research in this field. For example, at the University of Zurich, as he learned from a TV documentary some time ago. Note by CF: I forgot to discuss the second paragraph, but based on Billy's comment regarding the first paragraph, it is highly probable that you are wrong with your assumption because meditation in a dream is certainly not limited to 3 seconds. Posted on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 3:17 p.m. Michael Alford. The Enoch prophecies have presented the possibility that mankind will develop weapons that will repair themselves, potentially even build themselves. Apparently if we do so we will lose control of our inventions and they will wipe out all humans. We are already so close to this horrible scenario. Yet considering the mindset of some people here, warning them might not be a good idea either. They might simply use the ideas to further the development of their war technology, paying no heed to the danger of doing so. Whether the technological development is warlike, domestic, travel-oriented, energetic, or especially genetic in form, one of the key challenges facing mankind seems to be putting his cultural and technological development on an appropriate path, a path that is guided by natural and creational precepts. perhaps to be beautiful and altruistic, and of course wisdom inculcating. Instead, our modern world has been set on a path of development that is driven by the short-sighted desires to use people, societies, and the natural environment as tools to get whatever someone wants or can. It seems to me that engendering the patient wisdom of respect for oneself, one another, and especially the natural process of creation, is one of mankind's most pressing challenges right now. More than our technological tools, or scientific understandings, more than anything else, it seems to me that how a society approaches this challenge of respect is what determines its flavor, its character. How we approach respect defines our society and sets its course for continued development. Do you anticipate multiple, potentially coexistent societies developing over our remaining millennia on Earth, which each take their own path of cultural and technological development, and each build their own solutions to this challenge of inculcating the wisdom of respect? Or instead, do you expect that our time on Earth will generate only a single society which combines all the others that are available, and as well absorbs all the secret coteries governing methods, technologies, and cultural directives that are replete here? Answer: an increasing mixing of races and societies is already happening and will lead to a steady decline. Note by cf. Your statement that according to the Enoch prophecies weapons will repair themselves is not true. The correct statement is, Och wenn der Nordamerikanus Kontinent von der Furchtbarsten Katastrophe befallen sein Word, die dort James Zuversagen sein Word, Worden Botskraft der Militars mit Computer und ABC Waffen amok laufen, wobei es auch Jeschen Word. Das sich Computerwaffen selbstständig machen und außerhalb die Kontrolle der Menschen geraten. STR0323 Hello, Mr. Mayerl, truly thank you and all other human beings who are or have helped present the message of truth and the spiritual teaching. My question: if you were only a student amongst all of students of the spiritual teaching, what question would you ask the true prophet that would help the most human beings, now or in the future, for their consciousness evolution? I do not necessarily need the answer to the question you would pose unless with your wisdom you deem it necessary. I thank you in all love, truth, and wisdom. Salome, Scott Reed. Answer: it's not the question which helps, but the answer, and the answer is, each person should study and learn to recognize reality, which means to detach oneself from religions and other false doctrines etc., and to use one's time to further one's consciousness-related evolution. Creational. Dear Billy, hope all is well with all of you at the center and that you are enjoying great health, peace and harmony. My question is specifically in regards to next World War. There is no doubt that we are going to go through hardship due to overpopulation causing global warming, extreme weather, famine and the rest of issues it creates. However, my understanding is that at least for now the Third or rather Fourth World War is diverted as it was prophesied. Could you please elaborate on this issue since there is a confusion regarding this matter? Salome with love, Slur. Thank you Billy. Answer: at the moment another WW is not in the foreground. Of course everything depends on the actions of people, but it can be expected that the persons in the specific, leading positions will be careful not to start another WW. Matt. Hi Billy. In the previous round of questions I asked you which race of extraterrestrials brought Enoch to Earth 390,000 years ago to enter its reincarnation cycle, and you said Enoch flew in, from Lyra. Are you saying that Enoch came to Earth on his own spaceship? Salome. Matt. Answer: whether it was his own or someone else's spaceship is unknown to Billy, but of course it was a spaceship. And the Lyra system he came from exists in another time-space configuration. Threadpill. Hi Billy. When it is said that it is against creational law to lie, but the concealment of truth is not the same, I'd like a little more clarification. At the present time on Earth, it appears there are various forms of lies, least of which are lies for personal gain, personal protection, self-preservation, and altruistic lies, white lies spoken for the benefit of another. Please explain how these types of lies affect the development of a person, spirit. As it appears lying is socially acceptable in some cases. Another example, rejecting another person's affection while trying not to hurt his, her feeling by telling him, You don't deserve their attention. Thank you. Answer. A lie does not affect the spirit or spirit form. Each situation where a lie is applied must be evaluated individually. What matters is the result of the action, lie, whether it is positive or negative. This depends from the situation and the person in question. New initiation. Hi Billy and Christian. From my own perspective at least, unique cultural heritage and tradition of many nations are fast becoming obsolete and forced out by the dominant hegemony. Is the destruction and disintegration of culture and tradition unique to many nations an inevitable part of true progress towards a one world where people cease to be bound and divided by obsolete customs, or should people put enormous effort to preserve their own unique customs, culture, tradition and ways of life independent of external influences? Billy, could you talk a little bit more on these issues and share your views here? Thank you, Matt Lee. Answer. No. The disintegration of culture and tradition is not a sign of true progress, because peoples/nations/societies should preserve their good traditions and customs, and get rid of the bad, negative ones. For example, genital mutilation, religious ceremonies, etc. etc., and there should be no mixing of races and societies, etc. Note by cf. In Figu Forum Bulletin number 76, which will soon be published, there's an explanation by two about how they on error are dealing with the mixing of peoples and races, etc. Eddie Martin. Hello Edward and happy belated birthday. For the last few months, I have been putting your last answer to me into daily exercise. This has led me to one unpleasant realization and would like your thoughts and recommendations. I would like to present your answer in the Figu study group on Facebook so everyone may discuss and ponder your words. You may not realize it, but your words carry much weight with us, and it is with great modesty that we give them much consideration. Myself and other Figu folks are very enthusiastic, and with great boldness we post or comment on posts with what we intend to wake people up, to make them aware of the falseness of religions and expose them to the truth. Exercising your last answer to me, I have come to a realization that in our enthusiasm for the truth, we may have overlooked the insights and recommendations contained in the goblet. Unfortunately, some of us do not reference the goblet for various reasons, including due to individual limitations with internet access or the inaccessibility during the corrections. Myself and others, I fear, have perhaps quite possibly come off rather offensive and even insulting towards religious people and their beliefs. I fear that this may be counterproductive to the mission and not conducive to our cultivating those values spoken of in the goblet. Would you please share with us your thoughts and insights that we should consider and remember in our dealings with the religious, so that we can discuss these and learn to apply ourselves effectively? Salam and thank you to you both. Eddie. Answer. Everybody has to accept the thinking of each other, which includes religious thinking. This, however, shall not prevent oneself from making statements about the negativity of religions and sects, etc. However, this can be done in a neutral way and does not need a direct, personally addressed critique of another individual, at least as long as oneself is not directly attacked. Of course it is acceptable to correct or reply to a false accusation or attack. Jacob. Dear Edward, your answer about the possibility to meditate when one can consciously dream is very interesting. I have been thinking how to induce such a state based on your answer. I didn't think it was possible, but apparently I am wrong. In my assumption it could be done by using self-hypnosis to pre-program the set of events in oneself. Falling asleep greater than dreaming consciously greater than inducing meditation greater than meditating greater than waking up and writing down one's experiences. If I am correct, then this opens new avenues for me. What are your detailed thoughts and suggestions how to do this? Salam, Jacob. Answer. You don't need self-hypnosis, you just set your intention, purpose, go to sleep and then dream consciously, which needs practicing. Of course. Thomas 57 Beam/Christian F. A hearty hello from Vancouver, Washington. In several places, within the forum and from quotes from site, http://www.mayisecond.info/time_travel.html, cf. Care Bergheim. There has been a discussion about chronons and tachyons in their relationship to movement in time. Also, recently, a third connection with the human DNA helix has been postulated as a gene-switching mechanism, turning off and on certain genes and proteins. With your experience in travels, including those in time, can a similar parallel be made with the chronons and tachyons, with the mass elements or molecules, ships, bodies, material belt things, as in a qualifier mechanism that controls their state, physical, semi-material or fine matter states, in the time travel process? Or is this an off-limit area of discussion? Thank you, Thomas 57. Answer: Billy is not knowledgeable in this field. Just Sono. Dear Billy, do you think it will be possible to get rid of our current provincial government and make the necessary changes with a new government so that we are not so corporate friendly to all the foreign investment in the oil sands? Will the people be able to force the closure of the oil sands, or should one focus more on trying to stop any further development? It makes me angry that we the people currently have no say in the matter. Thank you in advance for your answer. With great love and utmost respect, Sheila. Answer: the economic and strategic interests in the exploitation of the oil sands are very strong. It would need a majority of the voting people to replace a government at the next elections. Sanjan. Hello Billy, could you please explain the difference between the German words for punishment Ahung and punishment Straf, and how they apply to the spiritual teaching? Answer: an Ahndung is not the same as a punishment. Ahndung means the process of investigation which occurs prior to the trial, i.e. before the court, and the resulting punishment. There's no equivalent term in English. Masla. Hi Billy and Christian, reading the Talmud manual, it came to a surprising revelation to the translation team that on chapter 5 1-11, it's been said that one must or should be joyful in order to understand the spiritual teaching, to realize that knowing the truth is to be joyful. My question is, life having so many upside downs, is it of much importance to remain optimistic and happy in order to really understand the teaching of the Spirit, to have a strong feeling of joy and this helps the consciousness, or is it a reminder that we must be joyful since we found the truth and follow it? Thank you. Answer: in order to be open for the spiritual teaching, i.e. being open to learn it, you must be neutral and optimistic. A person who is walking through life with a wry face all the time, or a pessimist, is not capable to really learn the spiritual teaching and act according to the spiritual laws and recommendations. Furban. Hello Edward, what is self-obligation in context of the mission as understood, performed by any responsible person? Salome. Answer: if a person is doing that which comes from his, her own inner realm, and if someone commits him/herself to do something, positive or negative, then this is called self-obligation. But this must be done only based on one's own decision and urge. Corey. Dear Billy and Christian, my question is, how exactly do the encodings from Billy's German books affect the consciousness in present and future incarnations in deaths, and how do the encodings affect the programmings of the OCB for the new consciousness block, personality, and new incarnation during the death life when the spirit form is in Jensts? Salome. Corey. Answer: the code encoding could also be called Anregung, Impfverlang, impulse/counsel. The code is an impulse for the reader's consciousness to make something out of what's written in the text. The whole process occurs without any coercion whatsoever. The code can also be called as Anstos impulse. Steve. Oh, thanks for answering my last question. Don't let you being influenced by an IQ number, because the IQ doesn't give testimony of a person's consciousness-based development, evolution. The mental state you are in is an entirely psychological process. Vorgang. You should try to escape from your present world of negative thoughts and feelings. Don't feed your anxiety, your angst, and control your thoughts, which means that you should be aware of what you are thinking and to direct your thoughts to good and neutral factors, for example to nature, etc. And don't let yourself be influenced and put down by the bad things that are happening in the world, as informed by newspapers, television, etc. Here's my question. How am I supposed to think about this world then in order to overcome my personal problems? To think neutral positive meaning be not to good or to bad but in balance with both. You said to be fair in the goblet of truth many times over. It seemed the best way to live a good life in this world is to be selfish but to be honest. I'm not that type of person. I want to live an honest life but even that is hard. I find living in this world is not for me. Even with yourself. Cause what happened to you. You shut yourself from the outside world and really I don't blame you. And you said that the P have to renew your feelings over and over so you don't go crazy and so. Even you as a human being it was hard and also me. But how do you deal with it? You're a strong man I have to say. But what's your secret? With me I'm utterly hopeless like the fun die me and live hopelessness like I care not for good or wrong like I'm dead inside. I try many things but can't seem to get my head out of the shadows. I'd quite really and am seeing a doctor and I do feel better this year than I did last year, a lot better. I was diagnosed with major depression as a child. I was seeing ghosts as a child. I witnessed emotional abuse. How am I supposed to think natural positive and this world we live in? Answer: you should consciously concern yourself with something which brings you some progress, i.e. a concrete result, for example a meaningful, sensible hobby, etc., something which lifts your thoughts away from your negative feelings etc. and fills your thoughts with neutral topics, experiences. Maurizio 65. Hi Billy, I hope you are well. My question: we know, 469th contact conversation of 11th of August 2008. What was said about the petroleum extraction and the real worldwide reserves. And now, do you have any informations about petroleum extractions with shale technology? Thank for your patience and for your great work. Salome, Maurizio. Answer: yes. Petroleum extraction with shale technology, fracking, is dangerous and damaging to the environment and groundwater etc. etc. Melissa Liebeherr. If plants and animals can develop together very well, then, why is it that human beings seem to easily stray from this, or even be easily manipulated to stray from this? The natural creative. Melissa. Answer: because human beings have a free will. Mahalobilly. For many years, I have always been fascinated with the lost continent of Atlantis. When I read the contact reports about you and Sam Jay's taking about how Atlantis actually existed, I wanted to know more. I would like to know as well as many people what Atlantis looked like. I have some pictures of what people think Greater Atlantis may look like. I wonder if you could show these pictures to Tu and Getzel? Now my question, Billy, does these pictures show what Greater Atlantis really look like? Salome. Marbar. Answer: probably yes. At least the biggest of the four parts of Atlantis existed in the Atlantic between Europe, Africa and America. Savio dear Billy, I refer to the spirit form of androids. It was mentioned that androids are enlivened by an artificially created spirit form, i.e. they have no immanent spirit form. My question is, would these artificially created spirit form also observe the creative natural laws of reincarnation? Salome Savio. Amidam is the word. Answer: the android spirit forms are also capable of reincarnation, but not as human beings, but only as androids with android consciousness forms. Ben dear Billy, I have a question regarding psychological test called projective test or ink blot test, which was developed by psychiatrist Herman Rorschach in 1921. In a nutshell, this test consists of 10 cards with an abstract symmetrical images, similar to ink blots. According to Rorschach's theory, what person sees on these cards has some relation with personality characteristic, thinking processes and might reveal hidden emotions, internal conflicts, thought disorder, deeply hidden or unconscious fears etc. Billy, is Rorschach's theory correct? Is this test reliable and useful? If not, what other method or test should be used instead? Salome Benjamin Skoronsky. Answer: no, this test is nonsense, and there's no suggestion for another test. Andrew_Wydira when it comes to making inquiries with others about the questionable behavior of a third party, at what point does one cross the line between a fair sharing of opinions and a negative form of gossiping? Andrew. Answer: the line is crossed when a person is not neutral anymore, if intrigues and hateful etc. schemes are started etc. Has Toid Hermea, what is the difference, if any, between the individual storage banks and the overall consciousness block? Matthew Reed. Answer. In the storage bank information is stored. Passive process. The OCB is actively working equals dissolving the material consciousness after a person's death and building a new one for the next reincarnation of the spirit form. Mahijidam. Hello Mr. Mayer, can you describe the locations of galactic central sun, zodiac central sun and universal central galaxy? Also, how is supermassive black hole of Milky Way different from the galactic central sun? Answer. The black hole of the Milky Way is within the galactic central sun. Note by cf. A black hole appears black, and a sun usually shines, radiates light. Pavani Hermea, my question is about the 1951 and 1958 letters. Your mission has gained worldwide popularity and established credibility through evidence since 1975, but back in 1951 14 years old, and in 1958 21 years old. There was no evidence provided by either you or Pleasuran in order to establish credibility and draw attention to the mission. I would like to know what was the logic behind sending these letters to the governments, newspapers, institutions, etc. worldwide at a time 1951 and 1958 when you have not established your credibility or draw attention through evidence, and which is why the authorities and people can easily disregard these letters as written by some science fiction doomsday prophet. In 1958 letter were many specific events mentioned which occurred in 1990s and the beginning of 21st century, like the breakup of USSR, unification of Germany, 2 Iraq wars, European Union, etc. If the intention of Pleasuran was to alert the world governments and people about these events and to change for the better, why didn't they warn about these events from 1975 onwards? Answer. Billy also had to go through his apprentice years. Note by cf. When a person is knowledgeable of negative future events which could be averted if humankind changes its behavior and thinking etc., why should he not try to warn governments etc. early enough to provide the chance that the worst effects could be avoided? Even if that person is a teenager or young adult. Memo. Hello dear Billy, in the predictions of the prophet Jeremiah, apart from all the terrible things that we now see happening every day, I found something curious, and that is that he predicted that the young would have grey hair just like the old. Every day I see more and more young persons with grey hair, even in my family and myself. What I would like to know is the cause and the possible consequences of this. Thank you very much for your time. Salome. Answer. Billy does not know the causes, but he also observed the reality of the prediction. Luigi. Hello Edward and Christian, my question is about political leadership corruption. What's the best method, steps to dissolve corruption? I think I've read that political parties should no longer exist and that only the most suitable, spiritually evolved, should take the roles as leaders. But how can you start dissolving this complex structure without the use of force? Or is force, that is logical force, in order? And that same force is being used by the corrupt politicians in the first place. Salome. Louise. Answer. The only feasible way is that the people elect persons into their governments, who are 100% integer, i.e. persons who do not pursue their own advantage, benefits after having been elected into office. The same of course also applies to companies, and actually all people. Posted on Monday, April 28, 2014 to 10:39 p.m. Posted by Norm on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 3:37 p.m. Billy. To quote Christian Frenher, he said, Stein Snyder, Hannussen emerged as a middleman between the Thule Society and Hitler, and, so to speak, directed Adolf Hitler according to the Thule Society's leader's will. My question is, why would Thule Society use a Jewish man as a middleman to Hitler? Sure, the Thule Society would know when Hitler found out that Hannussen was a Jew it would be the end of him. Answer. When they found out Hannussen was shot in a forest. Posted by Imamovic on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 3:43 p.m. In Pleasuran terms, how many atoms make up the hydrogen element? Greetings, Dino. Answer. Billy doesn't know. Posted by Borthwi on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 4:03 p.m., for all its exhaustiveness on what is legitimate or not according to creation's laws. The Goblet of Truth seems to me to not go very far in what concerns polygynous marriages and at times to make some apparent contradictions with it, namely in what concerns adultery. I know that polygyny is still not practiced on earth in its correct form, but I ask this also as a question for future generations. My question is, what principles should the man adhere to in his love relationships with other women, if he is in a polygynous marriage? What kind of actions could constitute adultery within such a marriage, and merit the penalizations stated in the Goblet? Salome, David. Answer: he should treat all of his wives equally, grant all of them the same rights, and have the consent of all of them for the multiple marriages. In other words, all of the wives have to agree and accept that their husband leads multiple official or non-official bonds, marriages. Contrary, if the husband has secret liaisons, relationships with different women, without the knowledge and consent of all women involved, he commits adultery. The same applies when a man or woman is married and has secret sexual partners. Posted by Marba on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 4:09 p.m., Billy, has said that the impulses left by the Bafath will affect people on this planet for several hundred more years. Now, every time I think about the Bafath, I get very angry and I will never get over it. Now my question: Billy, can the Andromedan High Council or Arat Athasar to get rid of the residual impulses left by the Bafath? Can you please explain? Marba. Answer: basically, such impulses are stored personality-based, personlichkeitsmassig, and will hit/influence only the new personality in a next reincarnation of the spirit form in question. This means that terrestrial human beings will not be hit by these residual impulses. Anyone who lives, thinks, feels and acts according to the creational laws and recommendations will not get into such swinging waves, Schwingunjan, and, therefore, will not be affected. Note by cf. People who are reading information like the one about the impulses and the Bafaths should avoid creating confusion and emotions, like fear, hate, etc. But keep in mind one of the basic principles of the spiritual teaching, namely that controlling one's thoughts is the main thing and focus where the human being more or less decides about her life and destiny etc. and can develop kind of a protection against external negative influences, etc. Posted by New Initiation on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 4:15 p.m. Hi Billy and Christian. The ubiquitous use of smartphones and soon to catch on wearable electronic devices is undeniable. It's only been recent matter of months when for the first time in my life I've started to use one, yet something unexplainable is happening to me with the use of one, as it seems to stimulate the pleasure centers of the brain, leading to certain addictive effect. The sight of zombie-like masses of people in trains, buses, cars, cafes and restaurants among so many other places with their heads down transfixed on their mobile devices felt weird to me at first, but the only inevitable conclusion that I can come up with after using it is that these devices are purposefully designed to emit electromagnetic waves via the radio wave in the same hertz range as our brain wave pattern, leading to a certain mind control effect. You spoke previously of a secret precision electronic mind control devices which are even housed inside the regular computer monitors and TVs, for example. So if the pleasurer never informed you about it, would you be able to inform all of us readers about what the truth of the matter is regarding the reality of the smartphones and similar electronic devices that are rapidly consuming and arresting the consciousness of the masses? Thank you, Matt Lee. Answer: just as alcohol doesn't bear a program for addiction, it is not the devices, but the human beings who decide to what extent they will use television, smartphones, tablets, computers, etc. etc. It's exactly like any other addiction. It's the human being who starts an addiction based on her thinking and actions. Note by cf. Such electronic devices are attractive to people and especially children, and since a great many of human beings are not aware that it is their duty to control their own thoughts, they get hooked to the artificial, virtual worlds and don't realize that their thinking is slowly but surely influenced, captured by the electronic information, etc. Betty W. How should children learn a sound, healthy handling of electronic devices and information when their parents are addicted to the gadgets etc. and cannot tear off their eyes from the screens, or when the TV set is constantly on and polluting the children's and adults' minds with advertisements of nonsensical and harmful products and with shows that are abusing rationality, intellect, decency and common sense. Posted by Jacob on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 4:48 p.m. Dear Edward, I have formulated my question in English and German, because I really wanted to be clear in this question. Since some terms were hard to translate into English, I have some questions about the spirit form, its consistency, structure, etc., etc. It is known to me that the spirit consciousness, spiritual subconscious, sensor, spirit central consciousness and the gemat exist as spirit energetical impulse periodic states. I have some assumptions about this. The definition of the impulse in the spiritual teaching is the same as in physics, or very similar. In physics, the impulse is defined as: impulse is the product of the average power multiplied by the time over which the force is applied. Impulse is a vector quantity, since it is the result of integrating force a vector quantity over time. Since the spirit energy met 7,000 times the speed of light goes, the spirit energetical impulse periodic state must have a very high value. Is the spirit energetical impulse periodic state a part of the spirit energy which, purely symbolic, moves infinitely in a circle like a snake biting its own tail, thus forming a closed circuit with her body? Symbolically, Ouroboros, this is also visible in the symbol creative spiritual energy on page 390 in the book Symbols of the Spirit Teaching. Deutsch, SIST mir bekannt, dass der geistige Bewusstsein, geistiges Unterbewusstsein, Sensor, geistiges Zentralbewusstsein und das Gemat existieren als geistnergetes Impulsmassage-System. Ich hab darüber in Vermittlungen der Definition der Impuls im Geist zur ist gleich wie im Physik, oder sehr ähnlich. In der Physik der Impuls ist definiert, Impuls ist das Produkt aus der Durchschnittskraft multipliziert mit der Zeit, über die Kraft ausgeübt wird. Impuls ist ein Vektor groß, der ist das Ergebnis der Integrationskraft. Ein Vektor groß über die Zeit. Der die Geistnergie mit 7,000 mal die Lichtgeschwindigkeit, müssen die geistnergetes Impulsmassage-System erhöhen haben. Sein die geistnergetes Impulsmassage-System ein Teil von der Geistenergie des sich, rein symbolischen, anendlich in Cirkelweg zu einer Schlange, die sich in den eigenen Schwanz bist und so mit ihrem Körper eingeschlossen Kreis bildet. Symbolis, Ouroboros. Dies ist auch sichtbar in der Symbolskopf geistige Energie auf c 390 inches Buck symbol der Geistlehre. Answer: your assumptions are confused and make everything look complicated. Simply stated, impulses are swinging waves, Schwingungen. Posted by Lipunif on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 4:50 p.m. Dear Billy, thank you for your previous answer to Billy and C.F. Let me remark you that when we use the expression I don't know, it means that we have no information about it. Whereas when we use most probably, it means we know something about it. It is not a certainty, not equivalent to it's a fact, as you said, or I'm sure that, but it represents a high probability. The degree under. The same applies in German. In that respect, I don't know why they will not take part in it, and they won't take part in it most probably is inconsistent. That's why I noticed it was contradictory. I spotted another contradiction, contradiction 6, in a message posted on Sunday, August 24, 2008 to 10:41 p.m. Redbeard member said, Dear Billy, greetings and many thanks from a fellow earthworm. My question is, with overpopulation our spirits spend less time between lives. What problems if any could this lack of time to get over, released from the previous life and prepare for the next life could the person experience because of the short rebirth cycle? Peace to you from Redbeard. You answered, A short time span between incarnations does not lead to problems with an incarnation. Certain things have to be worked out again in a next existence anyway. Whereas in a message posted on Sunday, November 28, 2010 to 9:54 p.m., you said to Hector, if a spirit form is forced to reincarnate too soon, the overall consciousness block had not enough time to fully program the new personality. As a result, there are human beings born who have great problems to get firm ground under their feet or, in other words, to live into their life. Other effects are weakness, non-thoughtfulness, instability, etc. This is contradictory question. Can you clarify your stance? Thanks. Salome. Lipunif. Answer. There's no contradiction between the two answers, because they explain different things. After so many futile attempts of displaying a nitpicky attitude, the moment should arrive when at last the penny dropped and the time is better used to ponder about one's own mind structure and activities, etc. Usually nitpicky people are human beings who are convinced that they are smarter than others, while in reality. Posted by EJET on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 5:39 p.m. It was known the mission of Jmanuel would not succeed. What was the main reason for going forward? Answer. If you start with something valuable, you continue with it and bring it to a good end. That's the way everything valuable is achieved by human beings, inventions, achievements, etc. etc. Unassertive and hesitant people will never be really successful in life because they stop from continuing every achievement when the first obstacle appears. Note by CF, in the long-run view, Jmanuel was successful because now his teaching is available in the form of the new Talmud Jmanuel book, translated by extraterrestrial language experts in cooperation with the Arath level. Posted by Michael Ilford on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 5:41 p.m. Dear Hermia, thank you for taking the time to answer questions from the Figu Forum. Reading your responses each month acquaints us with a little bit more realistic thinking for what seems to have a cumulative effect, so thank you for that. I could be wrong on this, but I believe I read somewhere in the records of your conversations that the average length of time advanced civilization lasts is only 5 to 10,000 years. Whatever the length of time may be, on average approximately how many advanced civilizations does a spirit live through before it no longer incarnates in human form? Certainly there are many variables to derive this answer, but can you give a very broad figure, or a range? Thank you for the more exacting interpretation in the previous month's question. Christian. Answer. In the Pledgeran Federation, especially on Era, the civilization is very advanced and enjoys peace since over 50,000 years, and the probability of a downfall of their culture is nearly zero. Here on Earth during the last 13.500 years, we didn't have long periods of advanced civilizations, and our own civilization could experience a heavy downfall if the overpopulation catastrophe continues to grow. Sooner or later a worldwide power failure could occur. Our Western world wouldn't be a very civilized world after a few weeks without electric power. To answer the core of your question, the broad figure or range cannot be stated, except for the fact that a human being's spirit form needs between 40 to 60 million years to be evolved enough that no physical body is needed anymore. Posted by Creational on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 6:04 p.m., Dear Billy et al., thank you for answering the most important question regarding the relative peace on Earth. You made my day. I have a request, sir. I have two daughters, 19 and 29. It is difficult to communicate your truth with them without appearing as a missionary. I highly appreciate your recommendation and advice as to how to trigger their interest to want to delve more into the material while keeping a balanced approach. Salome with love. Answer. Stop any attempt to trigger their interest. They must find their way and find their interests themselves. What you can do is to be a good father. Try to implement the creational natural principles, virtues, into your daily life, and if they ask you questions, answer them. In doing so you may be an example which your daughters may take as a model to be applied to their own life. Posted by Elra on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 6:26 p.m. Hello Billy and Kristen. In relation to the issue of hearsay, What can you say about the authorship by your contact persons not being readily verifiable at this time? I am entertaining the idea that soonest you are no longer around and not be subject to any assassination attempts, that somehow a claim will come out duly authenticated that the contact persons you have referred to are all fictitious and that it was only you all along who is the author of all the materials. June. Answer. The opinion or claims of such ignorant people are not important at all. The content of the books are proof enough. Note by cf. The book Might of the Thoughts just being one of the many. Posted by Pavani on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 6:58 p.m. Thanks Billy. However, you didn't answer this part of my previous question. In 1958 letter were many specific events mentioned which occurred in 1990s and the beginning of 21st century, like the breakup of USSR, unification of Germany, two Iraq wars, European Union, etc. If the intention of Pledgerin was to alert the world governments and people about these events and to change for the better, why didn't they warn about these events from 1975 onwards through contact reports? Answer. There were plenty of, and repeated, warnings in the 70s, 80s, and even until today. Read the books. It appears that you are one of those people who are on a constant journey to find proof that something is not as it really is. Posted by Mahajidam on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 7:17 p.m. Dear Billy, retired Professor James Deardorff has proposed a theory which you may already know. It's called as leaky embargo hypothesis. According to his hypothesis, advanced ethical ETs would not reveal their existence as it would create shock to lower civilizations from sudden disclosures. So these ETs like Pledgerin would select a contactee on a planet and through him pass on the message to the people who are ready or interested. As a part of this strategy, Deardorff seems to have stated the negative aspects of the case like missing original negatives, films, slides, outer space photos, ask it narrow issue, letting MIB, CIA, etc. manipulate or steal the original evidence, absence of and negative evidence of astronomical details, Milona, destroy a comet, origins of Venus and Moon, dark star in Sol system, etc. Clear contradiction of values with scientific results. Cavemen photos still being in ppkb, etc. are purposefully introduced or let them to exist by Pledgerin in order for people to spot these and give the chance to refuse the reality the case so that they can save them from the shock of ET existence. I would like to know, if such a strategy not necessarily related to the above details, was being used or has been used by Pledgerin with or without your knowledge. P.S. Everything above may not be attributed to Deardorff. Answer. The leaky embargo hypothesis is pure nonsense. The Pledgerin always informed openly and honestly. Of course only within the limits of their directives. And when at some later time they learned that formerly given information turned out as being erroneous, due to a lack of certain knowledge on their side, etc., they always corrected their former incomplete or false information. What can be stated with certainty? They never lied. Posted by Marsler on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 7:18 p.m. Dear Billy and Christian, thank you for the previous answer. I am sure many of us will benefit from it. My new question is about the power of the spirit form. Reading the TJ manual talks about asking your spirit for anything, and trusting the power of it to do anything or accomplish a task or goal. I was wondering if this goes both ways, positive and negative. Can you ask your spirit for energy, health, success, but can you also ask for money, wealth, to attain power to defeat your enemy in a malicious way? How does the spiritual energy work, for both positive and negative intentions? Thank you dearly. Answer. In those days they did not have a word, nor the knowledge, of consciousness. Therefore, Manuel had to use the word spirit. That's why in many instances in the TJ the word spirit means consciousness. The spirit is spiritual energy and in no way a partner for communication. What you can do, however, is addressing your consciousness, and dependent on the way and manner etc. you may receive an answer through your own thoughts. Note by cf. Asking your consciousness for money is self-deception. Posted by Ramron Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 8:06 p.m. Dear Billy, I remember reading some part of a Contact with tour where he stated something about artists and which art he considers to be worthy of the name art. It seems that he was referring to art as in some art that is done with skill, but there is lots of other art which takes almost no skill at all, and just looks nice, or other art which is a good conversation piece, or provokes an impulse to change one's attitude about something or think outside the box. Do you have a favorite painter or a favorite artist? As I myself am somewhat of an artist, I am curious if you have a favorite or even a small list of artists you prefer or are fond of. That's all. Thank you. Remington Robinson. Answer: Billy has no favorite artist or painter. Posted by Ramirez on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 8:49 p.m. Greetings dear Billy. Given that some revisions of various texts have taken place over the past couple years, maybe you would comment on and or give figures to what is now considered accurate information regarding the issues below, which would set a reference point and establish guidelines. 1. Reincarnations into a human body on this planet occur for a period of around 40 to 60 million years. So roughly on average how many reincarnations would that be? 400,000 to 500,000, or how many would you estimate can fit into the time frame of 40 to 60 million years? 2. The age of the universe at present is about 46 billion years, as in 46 billion, and the expected life cycle of this universe is expected to be 311 billion years, that is 311 billion years unless something dramatic and unexpected occurs. Would that be correct? 3. The predictions of Jeremiah override the prophecies of Enoch, as posted in CR 251. Prophecies of Enoch. So all those persons writing about and spreading doomsday predictions via books and films saying the world will come to a catastrophic end are only serving to create and increase fear and anxiety for those who believe such things. So the world will continue to exist for a long time. However, there are likely be huge social and ecological changes in future, some rather unpleasant, mainly due to the foolishness of greedy and irresponsible elements plus rampant overpopulation wrecking the planet's environmental systems. But despite this, the world will continue to exist and function as a habitable planet for a long time into the future. What would be your advice for the direction and priorities humanity needs to concern itself with overall as a strategy for the future? Regards and best wishes, Ramirez. Answer: to answer to your third question, it looks like the Earth will exist for quite a long time, but of course this depends on the future actions of the human beings. What will certainly be the case is that due to the unchecked overpopulation catastrophe, much destruction will occur in the times to come. Posted by Savio on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 10:45 p.m. Hi Billy, it was mentioned that one's thoughts and deeds are recorded within the storage bank, as one's thoughts are usually based on her own language, and obviously the storage bank is not a language-based system, hence there must be a translation before the recording takes place within the storage bank. I would think that one possible scenario is a euro. No matter which thought language is being used, the electromagnetic thought energy, vibrations generated by the person will be in a suitable format for recording by the storage bank. Having said that, there must be a special translation method used to convert one's thoughts in a certain language into the common codes used by the storage bank. My question being, can you explain the relationship between one's thoughts and the codes used by the storage bank? Salom Savio. Answer: language, thoughts, light and everything else is stored as swinging waves, Schwingungeon. There's no code involved, but each person and connected spirit form has its own frequency which is different from any other. Posted by Furbon on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 11:51 p.m. Hello Edward. There are many of us who get lost in negative thoughts and actions while lacking understanding that the process of learning and realization of all good things takes time, and often very long time or even extremely long time. What is your favorite explanation, example or a story that could be helpful and be told so that we and our fellow human beings could understand and try to think about and acquire such patience? Salome. Answer: self-cognition is a main factor. Learn to know yourself, who you are, what you are. The more a person knows about him/herself, the more he or she adjusts him/herself to the creational natural laws and recommendations and lives by them. If a person doesn't know his, her own thinking etc., he or she dwells in illusions and will not get in harmony with reality. The human beings have to learn by themselves that patience is necessary for getting to good and valuable results, and realizing this is a very important step a human being can take in his, her evolution. Posted by Truthseeker on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 9:53 p.m. Greetings Billy. I need an opinion concerning something that happened to me as a child. Between the ages of 10 to 14 I was subjected to bullying and domestic violence within the family by two family members. In particular this involved an older brother who had consistently physically restrained me while hitting me, along with humiliating, intimidating, and mocking me about girls, girlfriends, and sex, etc. for about 3.5 years, until I eventually got to the point when I was not only embarrassed to be around girls, but was also embarrassed to be alive, while at the same time I had a father who had physically punished me for being abused by my brother, etc., because he did not want to resort to favoring me over my brother, while even no matter what he did, my brother still continued to be relentless in his abuse and bullying towards me. In years following, I found myself suffering from a post-trauma anxiety disorder which additionally for the first few years following had caused a kind of morning sickness in me, especially if I felt like I was in love with a woman to which I just could not be around her, because the trauma anxiety got really bad, from which unfortunately I will not be able to marry in this lifetime. Now many years later, my brother recently married and had a child of his own with his wife, and even to this day he still tends to be rather bossy towards me. However, at present he appears to be good with his wife and child, but my mother presently fears that if his wife finds out about his past crime concerning having had formerly abused me, that she would suddenly take her child, then leave and disappear forever from the entire family. My mother also does not consider my brother for being accountable in any way for any of his past abusive actions towards me, because of my once abusive father who had also abused him. My friends however still feel that his wife has a right to know anyway, so that the child does not eventually become a possible future victim of my brother's abuse, which may not become known until years later if it happens. I'm not completely sure as to why my brother had abused and bullied me in the way he did, and still sometimes wonder even years later if it was indeed my fault. My question is constant bullying about sexuality and the opposite sex considered to be a kind of sexual abuse, and if so, should my brother's wife be informed as to his past actions and still be made accountable for this, for the sake of any possible future risk involved to the child? Peace in knowing, James Truthseeker. Answer: even when bullying is a negative, shameful and intolerable behavior, it is absolutely not your business to inform your brother's wife about his former negative behavior. You don't have the right to interfere in their marriage. Note by CF, if you really need to address someone, speak with your brother about your relationship. Posted by Corey on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 11:34 p.m. Dear Billy and Christian, does getting a college education, intellectual and sixth contact, in a current lifetime lead someone to be college educated and highly trained in future lifetimes, or should one just be content focusing on gathering wisdom, knowledge, love, and the formulation of high values etc. from studying and living? Urban, the spiritual teaching and fulfilling the laws and recommendations of creation found in your books in their current lifetime, because future incarnations depend on consciousness-related evolution, not book wisdom and school knowledge, pattern knowledge. Salome Corey. Answer: a no to the first part of your question, and a yes to the rest of it, which begins with or should one. Posted by Votan on Sunday, March 23, 2014 to 11:37 p.m. Hi Billy, will Russia take over by stealth all the countries it gave back including Hungary? Will America do nothing other than open their mouth? Was there agreement made after the Second War for Russia to have all those countries it took? Answer: we do not concern ourselves with politics. Posted by Earthling on Monday, March 24, 2014 to 2:33 a.m. Dear Billy, no question. Only immense and immeasurable thanks and gratitude for all you've done and continue to do. For all your continued writings that relentlessly guide us as lights in the darkness unknowledge towards removing our darkness and ever so slowly, step by step, living a truer and truer life. Your continued words, if we are open and willing and if we continually persist, eventually hit their mark and the consciousness evolution proceeds slowly but surely. And immeasurable thanks to you and all involved in translating the GOT into English and making this available to us. Holy smokes, this is awesome. I could go on and on with thank yous, but just know that such feelings are thought and felt on many a day and night, and naturally this extends to all those who assist you in your endeavors. The same goes for my friend, Christian. Sincerely and Salome, Bruce Lala. Answer: thank you very much as well. And kind regards from Billy. Posted by Memo on Monday, March 24, 2014 to 6:03 a.m. Hello dear Billy, I hope you are doing fine. I would like to know what is more important to determine if some music has a positive or negative effect on a person. The music itself, sounds, or the lyrics, words. For example, we have Mozart's Requiem Mass. The music is good but the lyrics are just religious bullshit, and the same with Gregorian chants and many other kinds of music. Thank you very much for your time. Salome. Answer: what really matters is the overall impression, the harmony, the voices and the sound. The words are not as important. Posted by Threadpill on Monday, March 24, 2014 to 6:04 a.m. Hi Billy. Is the ability to think critically reflective of the spirit's evolution in any way? Knowing the information you have seems to suggest that that would be the case. The spirit's knowledge and wisdom from past as well as current life experiences. But then, it would also seem that the ability to think critically may be a simple matter choice at times. Answer: this has nothing to do with the spirit, but with the consciousness. Thinking critically, i.e. using intellect and rationality, is necessary to find out and realize the truth within reality. Posted on Sunday, June 29, 2014 to 7:31 p.m. Scott. Dear Billy, if I understand what the pledgerans and you have stated that real or true love does not exist on earth between human beings. I understand there are many types of love, but real lasting love is not something humans are capable of at this time. Since and if this is the case, how are humans supposed to behave towards each other, especially when entering into committed relationships, when real love is missing? Thank you very much, Salome. Scott. Answer: they shall start by learning to live and perform absolute openness, a fahiyat, towards oneself, the partner, the fellow human beings, the fauna and flora and the universe. This means thinking, pondering, combining, making it right. On Earth there are a growing number of human beings who are on their way of acquiring and or developing real love. Preferably they may be found among persons who are in a long-lasting partnership, marriage. Michael Alford. Dear Hermia, regarding the energetic fields which determine the forms that life takes on as it evolves, can these morphic fields be thought of as fluidal forces? In other words, do fluidal forces influence the formation of the energetic fields which provide the shapes, functions, and traits that a species assumes as it evolves? Answer: no. The fluidal forces are the result of a person's thoughts and feelings. Note by cf. The fluidal forces are produced, emanated during the entire life, i.e. when the body with the brain already exists. New initiation. Hi Billy and Christian. Billy, you have spoken in the past about the unknown dangers of radiation created by man's folly, whether from nuclear tests, nuclear power stations and nuclear power-driven military vehicles of all kinds. Given that we are suffering ever more natural disasters just as you, the Pledgerin, Enoch, Jeremiah, Ilya, Isaiah, Athasata, Jemanuel and the Petal level had prophesied and predicted, accounting for many things that have been told up to now, it appears that the unknown dangers of radiation that our terrestrial scientists are still unaware of, I suspect, extends to it disturbing the magnetic field of the Earth, hence the disproportionate amount of natural disasters always seemingly happening, especially in Northern Hemisphere, but also the straying of polar shift towards Greenland. So my question is, would you able to share your additional thoughts regarding what I have stated above in the unknown dangers of radiation? Thank you, Matt Lee. Answer: Many devastating effects of the side effects of the overpopulation catastrophe etc. are tried to be kept secret, as for example the pollution of the oceans etc. with plastic, or the clandestine implementation of the death penalty in the EU. Since most of the excessive consumption of the resources etc. has started within the industrial countries, which in the majority can be found in the Northern Hemisphere, many disasters can be traced back to the Northern Hemisphere. However, since the Earth is one organism, the influences also affect the Southern Hemisphere as well, as for example the melting of ice at the poles. Billy, could you please explain what causes a heterosexual male human being to reincarnate in the next life as a heterosexual female human being and vice versa? Answer: these are natural processes which the human being cannot influence or control. Greetings Billy, could you please favor us with information so humans would understand the word innocence in relation with his pish, personality and the spirit form he is and its ignorance? June. Answer: within the spiritual teaching, innocence means that which is available or does exist in a neutral positive way. The term shield, guilt, in contrast, represents all that which is negatively girt, osged, perverted, etc. Earthling greetings Billy and Christian. When my 11-year-old nephew was 5 and 6 years old, he made a few simple paintings and other artworks. For someone of that age with no training, they were remarkably well done, well put together, well balanced in its shapes and use of color, etc. My artist girlfriend thought the same, as well. Nowadays, he is into and occupied with playing soccer and soccer competitions and doesn't seem interested in developing his art-related skills further at all. Does such an innate talent emerge from subconscious impulses from a previous personality as an artist who developed their craft, even though in his current incarnation, he isn't interested in further developing the same thing? Dank, Salome Bruce. Answer: as a rule, such talents are emerging through heredity, genetics, which can lead back over 10 to 20 generations. Another possibility is impulses from the storage bank. Whether or not this is affected depends on the interest of the individual. In the case of your nephew, it seems that he has lost interest in the artwork. Billy, for many weeks, memories that I had once forgotten or not thought of is now coming to surface. It seems like I can remember more of these memories, and sometimes I feel like they are trying to tell me something. I mean memories of things that happened to me over 10 years ago. These are memories of disputes I had with people years ago, and they are now surfacing. With these memories, sometimes I react to them in anger or sadness. Plus, when I'm alone in a quiet place, I can receive the information from the memories better. Also, it seems like I can remember them more, getting better details, each time these memories resurfaced. Billy, please understand I'm not trying to be crazy, weird, funny, or stupid. Billy, why are these memories now surfacing, and what lessons or information they trying to teach or tell me, and what is the meaning of them? Marba. Answer: if you start giving attention to your memory, you start a training which automatically produces results. Regarding the human being's memory, if it does not function anymore in the way it should, it is spammed with junk. Mit Gerumpelubligit, Threadpill. Hi Billy. Do you think raising, handling your kids differently would have produced different outcome? I ask this since many of your experiences suggest predestination, including what happened with the meeting of your wife, the subsequent naming of your kids, and your relationship with Methy, your son. It appears that, as parents, we have a role to play, by title. Yet, as spiritual beings, we also have a responsibility to let things happen without interference when children do not come into physical harm with their own decisions. The roles and responsibilities sometimes conflict with one another. For example, at the moment, my parenting emphasis is on self-responsibility and critical thinking. However, in doing so it gives the impression of irresponsible parenting to my spouse. Your comments are greatly appreciated. Message edited by Scott on April 29, 2014. Answer: Billy had no admission, Gang, for the education of his children because his dear ex-wife had choked off and sabotaged all of his efforts to this effect. Only when his ex-wife had left was he in a position to help educate the two sons, Atlanta and Nathan, to whom he is the father in the absence of their biological fathers, from his older children, Gilgameshire, Atlantis, and Methusalem. Only Atlantis found his way back to his further Billy and has since then started to live a decent life, developed positively and married well, and he has become a core group of 49 member. Also Atlanta and Newton, who were directly under Billy's educational influence, have developed to valuable members of society and are doing well. Note by CF, making sure that one's children develop critical thinking, which means that they shall and can think independently and not just believe, and that they may learn to realize that they are responsible for all their thinking and resulting feelings and actions, is one of the main tasks of parents to achieve, which, unfortunately, only a minority of responsible-minded parents is willing to fulfill. Jacobus_Stalmokers. Dear Billy and Christian, you answered to my question that suicide is never an option. So I had a discussion with some people close to me and they asked me what are the consequences of committing a suicide to a person concerned, because in the next reincarnation it is different personality who the spirit form enlivens, and I had no answer to it. What is the answer if there is one? Also Christian added that if one thinks about suicide something is already wrong in his thinking. Was it meant specifically when one sees that as an option, or that one even raises and contemplates the issue generally? I am sorry for being bothersome, but I did not receive an answer to my previous question, which was about cause and effect law. I asked if this law is universal or are there alternatives with different creations? Thank you respectfully, Jacobus_Stalmokers. Answer: suicide is an act of cowardice and a lack of appreciation of life. If a person commits suicide, he or she stops the learning process, the reason why the human beings exists. What has not been learned in one's lifetime, because it was shortened through a despicable act of killing oneself, must so be learned in a next life. You can compare this with a person who has stopped going to school after the 3rd grade. Such a person is missing much what could have been learned in his or her life. Actually, the longer a person lives, the greater the potential to learn and to acquire benefits for one's evolution. Note by CF, of course the law of cause and effect is universal, because if this would not be the case, there would be chaos and everything could not have developed, and everything would have ceased to exist from the beginning. STR0323. Dear Billy, can a human being experience Empfindungsstability in a dream while asleep? Thank you for all that you do. Peace Scott. Answer: yes, but rarely. For anyone who may experience it, it is a shaking experience and tremendously painful, because to experience Empfindungsstability cannot be brought to match with everyday life. Pavani. Hello Billy. The following was your response. Thanks Billy. However, you didn't answer this part of my previous question. In 1958 letter were many specific events mentioned which occurred in 1990s and the beginning of 21st century, like the breakup of USSR, unification of Germany, 2 Iraq wars, European Union, etc. If the intention of Pleasuran was to alert the world governments and people about these events and to change for the better, why didn't they warn about these events from 1975 onwards through contact reports? There were plenty of, and repeated, warnings in the 70s, 80s, and even until today. Read the books. It appears that you are one of those people who are on a constant journey to find proof that something is not as it really is. I have read all the CRs which have discussed these topics: breakup of USSR, unification of Germany, 2 Iraq wars, European Union, etc. What I have found is that none of this information has been published before the events have occurred. That is, they are only published after the events occurred. In such a case, how can one call them true predictions if they were published after the facts were known to all? And why do you think such post-published information would attract the attention and make people realize the truth of your claims, when there is no evidence that they info have been predicted before the events occurred? You have written a lot on belief versus knowledge. And how should we understand the information published in many articles where you cite these fulfilled predictions 1951 and 1958 letters, as a proof of what's wrong with humanity, when it seems we were apparently not given any information from these letters beforehand during 1970s and 1980s, that is before the events occur? There are only two ways to find the truth of your claims on 1951 and 1958 letters. One is to believe you and the other is investigate ourselves by looking at the evidence of publication and accuracy of unfolded events in CRs. We know you are against the belief path, and so we are left with latter logical path. Since you have said that there is indeed information that you have published from 1951 and 1958 letters in 1970s and 1980s, would you please cite some evidence? Answer. There is no use and no need to repeat details of prophecies or predictions over and over again. Betty W. On the 14th of March, another prediction by Quetzal has been fulfilled when a dangerous asteroid whooshed past Earth. Mahajadam dear Maya, the following was my earlier question and your response. Can you describe the locations of galactic central sun, zodiac central sun and universal central galaxy? Also, how is supermassive black hole of Milky Way different from the galactic central sun? The black hole of the Milky Way is within the number 65,533, galactic central sun and number 65,533. Note by cf. A black hole appears black, and a sun usually shines, radiates light. So is galactic central sun not really a sun or star but just the bright light at the center of our galaxy, which is in reality made of billions of stars and lots of hydrogen gas, which glows from the radiation from all those stars. Also, please respond to my earlier unanswered question regarding the meaning and locations of zodiac central sun and universal central galaxy. Answer. Actually it is simple. In the middle of our galaxy there's a black hole which is attracting suns. Since towards the center of the Milky Way there are more stars than on or in the periphery, the stars etc. are attracted by the black hole are kind of condensed around the black hole during the process of being sucked in. And since the mass of bright stars around the black hole is very dense, the black hole is hidden behind the luminous mass of stars, suns which are aligned around the black hole. Note by cf. The locations of the zodiac central sun and universal central galaxy are somewhere out there. Are you planning to visit them? If it is really so important to you, we could help starting a search. Michael, hello. How long will it take before we realize the dangers of our overindulgence in an animal's, cat's, dog's life? Meaning, we have commercialized animals on every level. Most humans trust only animals. Are we missing out on an opportunity to evolve when our main focus are on animals and not humans? Michelle. Answer. In the first place, human beings have to concern themselves with other human beings in order to fulfill their evolutionary duty. Human beings who only focus or trust animals are lacking sound thinking and can be compared to so-called fakidioten, blinkered specialists, geeks etc. Such persons do not realize the whole spectrum of reality. John_Marks. I am a black man married to a white woman. My wife and I love each other very much and we are both aware of the spirit teaching and the creation. We strive hard to live under the creation's laws and recommendations, and honestly, we do a good job of it. I've seen so much talk of you against interracial coupling, and while I am not encouraging the world to suddenly mix into one race, I believe in exceptions. It is fair couples like us should exist and exist without being judged. Especially when we love each other and we strive under the spirit teachings. Do you agree with this, Billy? Answer. Of course there are exceptions. What has been said is that the mixing of races on a broad scale, for example through mass migration, has many, but not only, negative effects. Health-wise, cultural, political, etc. If you love each other then there's absolutely no problem. Enjoy it. Memo. Oh hello dear Billy, do you know anything about the missing Malaysia Airlines flight 370? Thank you. Salome. Answer. No. Billy did not ask the pleasurean about it. Jedi. I've noticed being able to sense people's emotions and even feelings through the computer via the projection they use for themselves in the virtual world. I get the sense in the back of my head, and to describe it in words is fruitless. It'll be like trying to describe your scent with your eyes, for example. I've tested this extensively for years and came to the conclusion that we're not so safe, even hiding behind internet anonymity. Theoretically, is this why the pleasurean won't even touch the internet to interact with Earthlings? Because they can still receive telepathic influences from us despite being on the other end of the machine? Answer. These are only imaginations. You cannot sense other person's emotions or feelings through the computer. However, it is possible to get some limited impression of another person's feelings by observing his or her talking, movements, clothing, etc. Basically, human beings should not make imaginations of other persons because, usually, they do not correspond with reality and are preventing oneself from being neutral, etc. Savior Hybeli. It was mentioned that if there is no time, there will not be beginning, starting of anything. My question being, does it mean that there was time before the first creation created the first creation? Salom Savio. Answer: no, time was created simultaneously when space was created, because time and space are inseparably connected. Yet some matters that need to be acknowledged by humanity are iterated in the material over and over again. Books, periodica, contacts. But some matters, for example very important, no less important than frequently iterated, recommendations and laws, are mentioned only very few times. It must be on purpose. I can think of the state of consciousness of humans. What is the real reason for that? Answer: we do not understand the question. Just so no, dear Billy, last summer the Psyche, which was newly translated to English by Figu Canada, had arrived at an opportune moment when my daughter was in the hospital for 3 months. I put it to good use and just want to thank you for all your knowledge and writings that you share with all of humanity. If the psychiatrist had his way, she would still be on antipsychotic medication. We told her she didn't have to take anything she didn't want to. It seems that they are assuming that everyone who has gone through anything is suffering from PTSD. How would you address the psychiatrists of today when they try to ram those antipsychotic drugs down people's throats and aren't even waiting for symptoms? Salom Sheila. Answer: speaking out what one has in mind. Generally, the dispensing of medication should be coupled with a psychological therapy. Antipsychotic medication per se can be very helpful, depending on the kind of disturbance and illness etc. I may Movic, do some of the spirit symbols pulsate? Answer: no. Masla, dear Billy and Christian, going back to my previous question, now it is clear to me that we have the spirit form, creational energy, that gives us life, and we have the consciousness that generates thoughts and determines everything that we do. So one can ask the consciousness to achieve anything if the will to do so is present, but I assume that humans can also achieve negative deeds through their consciousness powers. If one procures harmony, love, respect, does the consciousness power improve? Thank you very much. Answer: yes, you're right. Human beings can achieve positive and negative effects by thinking and acting accordingly. Ekra, dear Billy, is it possible Malaysia Flight 370 went into a dimensional door in the Indian Ocean? And if not, what do you think happened to the plane? Thank you very much and my condolences to Mr. Guido Muizbraga and family. Answer: based on the information that could be read in the media, there's a high probability that the airplane was hijacked, and when no fuel was left, the plane fell into the ocean. Corey, dear Billy and Christian, on November 24, 2007 you answered baseline player's question in this section regarding the length of time our sun will begin to fade out and answered the following. You will have to wait a couple of years to start with the evacuation. In about 500 million years it will be visible that the sun is beginning to fade out. Did you mean 500,000, 500,000 years, not 500 million years? Contact reports with to a state our sun will last 1.5 to 2.5 million more years, which fits into James the Truth Seeker's answered question from January 27, 2008, in which you answered the time duration of the sun's fading out will last for 1.5 million years. So I don't see where the 500 million years fits in and seems like too long of a time reckoning. Baseline player's question. http://forum.figu.org/gibbon/us/discus.kg PG equals pref and topic equals 12 and page equals 8756 James the Truth Seeker's question. http://forum.figu.org/gibbon/us/discus.kg PG equals next and topic equals 12 and page equals 8756 Salom Corey. Answer: between 1,500,000,000 to 2,500,000,000 years is the correct number. Matthew, dear Billy, as human beings evolve spiritual consciousnesses, how do they make decisions, Likewise, distinctions, within the seemingly endless contradictions that exist within the fine matter realm and without the blocking function of the rational material consciousness. Thanks in advance, and I hope this question finds you and the CG49 in good health. Matthew. Answer. In the fine matter realm there are no decisions made in the way we know it, because no human brain does exist there anymore. The processes are happening, unfolding on a impulse space. Lipunov. Dear Mr. Lipunov, perhaps you need to show a little respect. Billy has answered thousands of questions from thousands of people over many years. I highly doubt you or anyone else could maintain a complete level of accuracy for decades which even comes close to what Billy has provided. If you don't like the answers which you are given, perhaps you need to go somewhere else. It is a privilege, not a right, to participate on this forum. Scott, Figu Forum moderator. Dear Billy, you've just said about me usually nitpicky people are human beings who are convinced that they are smarter than others, while in reality, thank you for holding me in contempt and being at the same time anti your own teaching. What to example for a prophet? You speak about logic in your teaching, but when we remark you that what is said in English on this side is not, you get on your high horse res you don't read what is written on the site yourself. When we write to you at Figu in Switzerland, the answer in English is consistent, but on this site most of the time, the answer is beside the point, biased. Sorry not to be either a believer. What we should not be according your own teaching, or a yesman. You should have hired the service of a specialist in translation from English to Swiss German. This would have avoided a lot of time spent to try to get some precision. I'm sure that there are people with a master in English among the Figu-friendly Swiss German people. I hereby allow your Polarian friend to scan my thoughts and see if they were logical, consistent with what I wrote in English, and compare them to what you were conveyed and the answers I got. If you want to abide by logical law, then why shouldn't this site be cleansed from illogical sentences? On this site, you remark to others that this or that is a nonsense, but you don't seem to appreciate when common earthlings remark you that there is something wrong. This being said, contradiction 7. To save Yahoo asked you questions about what determined the gender in a baby. You answered, A, B and C I colored in red. Answer. The gender is not determined immediately after impregnation, but by the personality that enters the embryo, together with the spirit form. On the 21st day of pregnancy, it is the new personality that has been created by the comprehensive consciousness block, Gesamtbewusstsein block, that steers, directs the developing embryo in order to remain a female body or to become a male body. This process is made possible by the spirit's force, power. The spirit form is responsible for the necessary impulses for this process, but the spirit form itself does not decide about the gender. It's the new personality and its aspects/goals/etc. that determine the gender of the developing baby, human being. B. The gender is determined by genetics alone. C. As far as Billy knows, the chromosomes are the determining factor. B and C are consistent but obviously contradictory with A. Question. Do you agree with the assertion in green? Take care. Salom. Lipunov. Message edited by Scott on April 29, 2014. Answer. No, the claim in green is not correct, because all three, A, B, and C, are correct, since all of these are factors that are involved in the whole process of determining the gender, sex of a human being. First, the ovum is fertilized by the sperm. During the next 21 days the embryo is developing. All the while a consciousness block has been developed via overall consciousness block in the other world, Gensts, and is ready to incarnate in an embryo. The influences of the consciousness block, together with genes, determine the gender of the baby, because the process is not only a genetical one. Note by CF. I think it is advisable to use the occasion and explain some aspects of the question-answer process in this part of the Figu Forum. When Billy and I sit together in the SSSC kitchen to fulfill the task of answering the forum questions, I have all questions in English in front of me on the table. I don't make a translation of the entire text's questions, but verbally present the essence of each question to Billy. Of course in Swiss German, if something is unclear, we are reading the sentences, as for example has been the case with the question by Ejet in this round of questions. During the meeting I'm making notes on the leaves in front of me, and for a couple of years, I also record the discussion so I could listen to one of Billy's answers if my notes are not adequate enough. Of course the transcription of Billy's answers does not cover all of what he explained. As everyone may have noticed in the meantime, the answers to your questions are quite short. This is on purpose, because on the one hand, answering all aspects would lead too far and would demand too much of our time, and, on the other hand, the main part of the thinking process must be performed by those who are asking. As can be deduced from the example of Lipunif's post above, short answers provoke new questions and leave off interesting aspects that could also have been answered in connection with a question. That's a risk that is to be accepted. Finally, I recommend that you choose questions which are potentially helpful and useful to a lot of people, like questions of a spiritual teaching nature. Then there's a chance that an answer may be a little longer than usual. And it should also be avoided trying to shine before the readers by writing long introductory sermons. And yes, trying to not being nitpicky is also appreciated. I wish you a good summer, or winter, depending where you are living. And thank you, Scott, for reliably publishing my answers for so many years in the forum. I will have to agree, many years. Scott posted on Friday, July 25, 2014 to 5:28 a.m. Michael Offert, dear Hermia, is it healthy and wise to quickly build, or rebuild, higher species through some form of genetic manipulation, engineering? Or is the better approach to wade through the relatively slow process of evolution to bring an appropriate species into existence? This has bearing upon how we work to balance Earth's various natural environments. For example, in order to balance the natural environment, as we kill off and integrate out of existence Earth's ecologically balancing species of wild bovines, cetaceans, and canines, can we genetically re-engineer them back into existence, in order to reintroduce them back into the natural environment, or must we contend with the slower wheels of evolution in order to appropriately do so? Answer: taking one step after another is the intelligent way of evolution. Re-engineering extinct species is possible, but makes sense only if the environment in which they existed still exists, and also if the other species which were a part of the ecological environment also still exist. It makes no sense to re-engineer extinct species just to keep them in a zoo. Darren: hi Billy, if an English-speaking person has found the Maya material in this lifetime and read all the English translated contact notes, bulletins, spirit teachings books, and accepted, knows it all as being true but has done little meditation and pondering and implementation of the teachings into their daily life, would finding the Maya material have helped them raise their spirit evolution and awareness in this lifetime or not? Salom Darren: answer: just reading the material and waiting that process does happen will not bring any valuable results. Only dealing with and studying the material and implementing it in one's daily life brings forth progress. The same is true regarding the code. If a person is not reacting to the impulses which are triggered by it, there will be no learning process. Pigford: hello Billy, I have never noticed a black woman who is interested in or involved with Figu. If there are none or very few, what is the reason for this? Salom: Kevin. Answer: note by CF. Counter question: how many of all the black women of this world did you meet and talk to? There is quite a number of black women who are interested in the Figu material or even are a Figu passive member. Marsla: dear Billy and Christian, I was reading about the astronomical clock that facing sound it follows the real direction of the sun, therefore the clock marks the time to the left, going counterclockwise. Do you think these clocks are correct, or have you heard about this type of clocks? Thank you. Marsla: answer: no, Billy has not heard about it. However, here at the SSSC on a certain spot various clocks were going counterclockwise. Creational: dear Billy et al. Hope all is well and you are enjoying great health. Thanks for all you do. As usual, my question this time is in regards to left-handed people. I am aware of the medical reasons and the right brain, left brain explanations that Earthlings have come up with so far. However, I was wondering if you can add any more insight to this deviation in nature and if there is any significant differences spiritually or otherwise between left-handed and right-handed people that you like to share with us. Slur. Thank you, Billy. Answer. This is no deviation in nature, it's just a genetically based variety, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the spiritual. Aburns87. Hello Christian and Billy. Thanks again for all your work. The information has, and continues to, greatly influence my life for the better. As for a question, I thought this might be a long shot, but do you know of any treatments/remedies/cures for the rare skin condition called vitiligo? Thanks in advance. Andrew. Answer. No. Sonak_01. Hi Billy. Christian, I would like to ask you about someone who is supposed to be a second prophet, or, as Billy put it, a teacher. Someone from the forum said this person is no longer part of the mission, or has died. Others say that this person will only come into action 800 years after your death. I would like to know, when, if at all, is this person going to step into action, and come into being? Are they dead, or are they still part of the mission? What can you tell us about this person and what they are going to do for humanity? Thank you very much and have a great day. Answer. This person, Anatole, has died in an accident. Andrew_why do are erotic fiction stories a proper form of creative writing or just a sexual obsession kind of tongue? Andrew. Answer. This depends on the writer's motives and other factors. Grantman. Hi Christian and Billy. My name is Grant and I am a 16-year-old in America. About 4 months ago, I encountered a schoolmate whom I had never met before. After being around the schoolmate for a few minutes, without ever having talked to or interacted with him directly, I developed an intense negative feeling which I can only describe as extremely heavy and very dense. This very negative and heavy feeling solidified into a negative mentality block and stayed with me for the next 3.5 months, until late June. This is the only time I have ever experienced anything like this, and after a great deal of self-psychoanalysis and thinking about self-responsibility, compassion, love, and many other life concepts, I am still unable to resolve what exactly caused the negative mentality block or how to prevent it in the future. I don't mean to make this forum into a psychologist's office, but I would forever appreciate any knowledge or experience you or Billy have in this matter. What caused this negative mentality block after I was around this person, and how do I prevent it in the future? Is it a result of the schoolmate's low vibrations, impulses, or is it a result of one of my own psychological characteristics, or something else entirely? Normally I would not ask such a long and personal question, but this was an extremely difficult and uncomfortable experience which I did not think possible beforehand, and which, after many hours of analysis about many things, I am still unable to resolve. Note: this may or may not be relevant, but the facial expression of the person who triggered the negative mentality block seems somewhat empty and distant and has a sort of unhealthy look about it. I do not know the schoolmate personally, so I do not know his personality. Thank you very much. Saloom. Answer. That's a normal occurrence which can happen to every human being, and actually does happen to many people at least once in a lifetime. Most probably this may have to do with the incompatibility of fluidal power radiation. Vote and hi Billy, I read somewhere that on July 1st the US dollar will crash and also the American economy. Joe. Answer. July 1st is now in the past. I seems like you read one of the many nonsensical conspiracy theories. Savior. Dear Billy, thank you for your answer. That time was created simultaneously when space was created. I would then presume that there was no time existed before the first creation created the first creation. It existed and still exists in timelessness. According to logic, when there is no time, timelessness, it is not possible for any activities or beginning of activities. My question being, how can the first creation planned and created the first creation where it was an activity in timelessness? Salom Savio. Answer. We cannot understand this how, but it is a fact that time and space only exist in the fourth belt of our universe, the material belt, where the galaxies and worlds and life forms exist. Pavani. San Francisco earthquake photos. CR 104, 1978. Billy, and surely it doesn't matter if I then also publish these photographs, if they come out well, is that okay? Quetzal 89. Surely there would be nothing to object against this, for thereby very many people will then leave San Francisco and settle elsewhere before the catastrophe arises. 90. This would save very many human lives. Billy, yet listen now, somewhere must be a building, which should be known as the America Building or similar. So get me there. This I want to photograph above all, so that no one can come and claim that I would have taken photographs of the last great quake at the turn of the century. In CR 106, 1978, you come to know that a year earlier a similar-looking painting was published in Geo magazine and talked to Quetzal, who then expressed the following statement. Quetzal, 51. However, under the circumstances it is likely better, if I take the photographs, as well as also the negatives of the film, in order to protect you from further attacks. Wendell Stevens in his message from the Pleiades says the following on this issue. A few days after that, Meyer was summoned to a new contact and was asked to bring the photographs with him, which he did. The visitors Pledgerin wanted to have their scientists look at the pictures, too, and they took the negatives and prints with them. When Meyer tried to get the pictures back, he was rebuked for showing them to us without their approval, and against their instructions not to do so until after the event. Those pictures have never been returned to him. Thus today we do not have any solid evidence that those pictures were ever taken. Why did Quetzal change his position, when in CR 104, he gives permission to you to publish all the photos of future earthquake destruction of SF, but again in CR 106 takes all these back? And if what Wendell above says is true, why would Pledgerin rebuke you for showing these pics to the 10 members including the American investigators, when these were supposed to be published for all the world to see and move away from SF to save their lives? What caused Quetzal to change his decision? Also, how is that by taking away all the 11 color print photos where one pic out of 11 was very similar to Geo magazine's painting and the rest 10 would not be, would save you from further attacks, when in fact you could publish all the 11 photos, which gives you more credence, leverage to your side of the story, thus convincing thousands of people in California and in other places to move away from their homes and save their lives? Answer: it was Quetzal's decision because he was angry about the circumstances. Note by CF, for any rationally thinking, intelligent person who is thoroughly studying the Meyer material, it should be clear that San Francisco will be destroyed in the not too far future. No photos are necessary to come to this realization. It's just a case of whether or not an individual decision is made by all those people who are living in the San Francisco region. And this, by the way, also matters with other locations around the Pacific and elsewhere. Mahajidam on the topic of falsified space photos, in CR 236 1990, verse 303, Tua seems to speak of one futuristic film, science fiction film, which was made from Pledgerin impulses, from where all or almost all of the manipulated space photos, planets, suns, humans, apparatuses, dinosaurs, and plants, came from and were used by Mibbenschmid. If it is true, then what is this science fiction movie name and year of release? http://billy_contact_report_236 Dies worden durch die Menschenschaffen der Felberen ebenfalls stark verfalscht, uns war all, den unter allen Gen, die Quetzalen sich genommen und untersucht hat, fanden sich ein, die nicht bösartig gerad manipuliert wurden, dass sie letztendlich aufnahmentlich kommen, die einem Zukunftsfilm entsprechen, der durch unser Impuls auf der Erde hergestellt wird. 303. Yes, those were greatly falsified by the machinations of the fallible ones, and I mean all of them, because out of all those that Quetzal took and examined, there weren't any that weren't maliciously manipulated, and they ultimately turned out to be shots that correspond to a future film that was produced by our impulses on the Earth. Answer: Billy doesn't know. Threadpill: Hi Billy. What creatures that you are aware of beside humans have ego? It would seem to be true for anything that is consciousness-based evolution, but I just would like to confirm. Thank you. Answer: each animal and jetty has an ego, even if it differs from the human one. Good examples of evidence can be attained when observing apes, ravens, or generally birds at the food cupboard. etc. Ramirez: Greetings dear Billy. Concerning the life force and the way it operates, would it be appropriate to describe the basics as being similar to a very fine electricity which powers the shell of the spirit form, which in turn provides power to the consciousness and everyday operation of the physical body? Once it has passed through the body and done its work similar in principle to electricity powering devices, does it pass on as a spent force as electricity does into the ground? How does it work? As long as a spirit form is active within the brain, the body continuously inducts the life force energy through 768 acupuncture meridian points distributed all over the body. Is that correct? However, in the past you mentioned a reprocessing operation which takes place on planets. Is this carried out by some sort of naturally occurring procedure within or above the surface of the planet, or is it connected to so-called interdimensional entities variously called orbs and/or other classes of light beings which are constantly present near the ground, in the upper atmosphere and further out in space? Way back during a spaceship journey with Sam Jace, you asked about various energy spheres and other light structures visible around the planet and within its atmosphere. Are these involved with reprocessing the life force as part of their function and/or other atmospheric gases? Cheers. Answer: from your 5 questions, the first one is answered. Life force is Geist Elektromagnetische Energie, Spirit Electromagnetic Energy. Rosemary: Self versus Family. Dear loved ones, which would you choose and please why? Message edited by Scott on June 30, 2014. Answer: you shall treat anybody else just as you treat yourself. This includes the entire humankind, not just your family. However, in order to being able to be helpful towards others, you have to make sure that you yourself have the basic requirements fulfilled, like food and shelter, etc. In a fight for survival, you don't have time or capacity to simultaneously help the whole world. Dear Billy, how big is the absolute absolutum? How long has it existed for? Just kidding. Funny questions, right? Reminds me of when I saw you in the kitchen at the center 2 years ago, and I asked you in my best emulation of a Swiss German accent, wie geht es euch? I asked a question that I couldn't have possibly understood the answer to, since my German was next to zero. What do you know? You responded with a few sentences that I had no capability of understanding. Lots of times I have become aware that this questions section is open, and I begin to think that my question is either a waste of yours and my time because of its lack of relevance to my life, or I just sit there and think for a second, and realize that I am already beginning to figure out the answer for myself. Other times I have just found the answer by doing a search here on the Figu Forum. Still, since you and Christian must be continually scratching your heads wondering why people in this English forum ask silly questions, I feel compelled to offer an answer to the question of why do people ask questions which a. require answers that are so incredibly distant from their understanding and comprehension, or b. the question, answer as a unit, even if it is understood, is completely irrelevant to their life right here and right now on this earth. 1. I have a feeling that when this questions to you section opens up, lots of people want to ask a question simply because the scarce opportunity to do so is present. I think a few times I have even asked a question for this reason as well. So, without much consideration, a question is whipped out of the air and posted here on the forum while there's still time to do so. 2. It seems to me that a big reason for such irrelevant to one's life questions, though, above all else, is that it seems to me that lots of people read the contact reports and want to be a part of the action. So they ask a question that seems like it would be straight out of one of your contact conversations. These are my own speculations, and I am aware that there are probably lots of other reasons for funny questions. Of course, then there are actually people who really do ask questions that are of value, questions that are fully worth asking. So what is your question, Rim? Message edited by Scott on June 30, 2014. Joe Billy, in Contact Report 35 speaks about the planet Takkart, which is only around 5 light-years away from Earth. How can it be that NASA speak about potential Earth-like planets that are located much farther away and never even mention the planet Takkart? Answer: because Takkart is not in our dimension, but in another space-time configuration. Dear Billy and Christian, Is my getting of schizophrenia an atonement for going against the creational laws and recommendations, or is it just a disease that is caused mainly or solely by genes? Thank you so much. Answer: schizophrenia has absolutely nothing to do with an atonement of any sort or with the karma nonsense. It is just a disease which may have different causes, genetically, accident, psychic terror, etc. Derek: Dear Billy, how can one trust in wisdom without doubting themselves? Thank you. Derek Salome. Answer: sorry, we don't understand your question. Corey: moderators, please accept this shortened, edited version of my question in place of the other longer one. Thanks. Dear Billy and Christian, according to television and the movies, ETs are a threat to our existence, and we need to fear war and enslavement. Also, ETs are usually depicted as monsters, not human like we are. See 441st Contact. Your material is a blending of warnings about negative ETs such as Contact 463, yet positive information such as Goblet 25 to 146. We will probably enslave ourselves if one considers the future dictatorships, biochipping, see, biometric identification system, SATS 40 from Warnan and Al-Regi Ranjan Europas, and future surveillance over every single citizen. So any future liberation may have to come from our people against future earthly enslaving governments and sciences and the like, instead of needing liberation from an oppressive ET race. Now my question is, do you think our first experiences with extraterrestrials will be negative, or positive, or a combination of both? Or does it all really depend on future Earth human actions and decisions and the law of cause and effect? Negative Earth actions equals negative encounters with ETs. Positive Earth actions equals positive encounters with ETs. Salome Corey. Answer: of course this depends on the future Earth humans' actions, but based on the actual situation here on the planet the experiences could be negative, especially based on or caused by the terrestrial side. Apropos monsters, the real monsters are currently living here on Earth. For example, they can be found in Israel, Palestine, Syria, Iraq, and many other countries, and also here in Europe and the EU among those who secretly have decided to reinstall the death penalty. New initiation. Billy: it appears to me that the Pleasuran have sacrificed, or should I say put enormous effort here on Earth over the millennia, and from the way they go about investigating something, they never do it half-heartedly but give it their best. So it does appear that when the other ET groups such as G. Iberfarth and co-conspirators were still here on Earth, it never made it easy for the Pleasuran. My question is, during their self-chosen mission here on Earth, how many Pleasuran have died or were killed helping the Seven Prophets? Matt Lee. Answer: Billy doesn't know, but it is unlikely that the Pleasuran had deaths here on Earth. Posted on Monday, August 25, 2014 to 8:50 p.m. Corey: Dear Billy and Christian, when is it acceptable for the following to happen? 1. Revolutions. 2. Civil wars. 3. Uprisings that are good for the people because of an oppressive government which results in a formulation of a new and better government that tries to work for the people but can spur further conflict and civil wars of opposing parties as portions of the people want the negative old ways and old leaders back because they are unknowledgeable about what is good for them. I realize that all of the above should be dealt with the recommendations of Due Alt Same Due Altler Sikhiat and the multinational peacekeeping troop. But since this is unfortunately not manifestable at this current time, I was looking for when it is acceptable for the above examples as we see unfolding every day in the news. Salome Corey. Answer: neither of the three occurrences is acceptable because in each scenario people are killed etc. The only acceptable way is when peaceful persons are elected, i.e. persons who will not misuse their might as soon as they are in office. The only acceptable way of using weapons is through, by a multinational peacekeeping troop which takes actions against the warmongering parties/countries/persons. Mahajidam Billy. http://futureofmankind.co.uk/w/images/9/9f/apollo-soyuz6.jpg. All the 6 different photos in the above illustration come from Apollo-Soyuz docking on July 17, 1975, or do some photos in those 6 not belong to Apollo-Soyuz docking? Answer: we don't know because Billy is not in possession of the original slides, photos anymore. Note by CF. And after so many years Billy does not remember the exact details. Simon_CG Hi Billy and Christian, since language is always changing, will your books still be readable in a few centuries or even millennia, or will they have to be adapted to contemporary German all the time? If so, will that be possible by Earth humans, without degeneration of the text and without loss of the evolution code etc.? Best regards, Simon. Answer: as long as the German language exists the texts will be readable and understandable. Of course German will be further improved in and during the future, and new words will be created, but the original texts will remain unaltered. The code only exists in the actual book versions. Ms. Michael Hello Beam, how can I strengthen my efforts to persevere in a society based on delusional rules, regulations and beliefs? Visualize my question this way. I walk in one direction towards the spiritual teaching, while others are walking towards me in another direction towards their beliefs in God/Lord/Jesus. We continue to bump into each other and sometimes the process is painful, especially since I must work and live in this society. I hope that makes sense. Peace. Message edited by Scott on July 25, 2014. Ms. Michelle. Answer: you have to build your own Gedanken world, realm or world of thoughts, based on reality. You have to live in it, reality. Take in what comes from the outside and what is useful to you. Threadpill. Hi Billy. In terms of numerology, in previous answers, you mentioned 11 is the same as 1. Also, triple occurrence of the same digits is also treated specially. My interest is the repeating digit pattern significance in numerology. Some call them master numbers. Can you elaborate this further, or point to a source for further reading, so I can clarify numbers such as 1,11, 111, 1111, etc. 11,011 as a number, 4 or 2 11s, the significance of zeros in whole numbers. Thank you for your help in understanding this universal phenomena. Message edited by Scott on July 25, 2014. Answer: can equals yes, doing equals no. Pavani. Hi Billy. In CR 222, 1988, Katsal says the fact that Andromeda was not a galactic nebula as scientists thought but a galaxy, and that this fact was unknown to scientists even in 1988. But this fact was already known in 1924. http://www.wired.com/2009/12/1230 Hubble first galaxy outside Milky Way http://ipod.nasa.gov/diamond_jubilee/debate_1920.html pp block 5. See IT 415. Answer: thank you for the information. Savio. Dear Billy, I refer to the contents of a new TJ regarding the feeding of 5,000, where it involved totally only 51 persons and 15 loaves of bread and 30 fishes. However, in Contact 207, it was mentioned that the total people was 250, where there were only 40 men, others were women and children. And Jmanuel fed them with 5 loaves and 2 fishes after exercising his power of consciousness. My question being, did Jmanuel exercise his consciousness power and for what purpose? Salom Savio. Answer: the numbers in Contact 207 are false, the ones in the TJ are correct. No, Jmanuel did not exercise consciousness powers in that event because there was enough food around for the few people, and who knows, perhaps some among those people were not hungry. And number 61,514. Memo. Hello dear Billy, some years ago I had the opportunity to see some strange black things flying in the sky. I would like to know if you know what they are. They look very similar to these objects that were recorded flying over Tel Aviv, Israel in 1997. https://www.youtube.com/watch v=d4ctbq1mfzk. I saw them on 3 different occasions here in Mexico, in different years. They are black and appear to have protuberances. They traveled horizontally, approximately at the height of the clouds, Sometimes they hid in them, until they disappeared. What really caught my attention is that they traveled, let's say, from point A to point B where I could no longer see them, but then a few seconds later they were again in point A or in another very far place which they could not been if they were balloons. Also once I saw how a commercial airplane passed close to the object and it emitted something like a light. Thank you for your time and sorry for the long post. Salome. Answer: Billy did not occupy himself with this issue. Luigi. Hello Billy and Christian. Since the law of love is not translated yet and my Deutsch is not good enough, I have to ask here, if one loves her couple but his desires towards another person, is that wrong? Is it a betrayal, infidelity? What should one make out of it? Could you explain what exactly should be understood as fidelity within a couple? Is it sexual fidelity or is it only about the feelings towards each other? I'm asking because of the constant struggle between desire and love. Thank you. Salome. Answer: This depends on the individual situation. Basically, true faithfulness means being open and honest, being connected with the partner, being supportive, not cheating, etc. Both. We. Hello Billy. You said on an interview, or at least the dubbing seemed to, that the buildings on Era were either domed or helical. Is this correct? If yes, could you give some additional details, like, could it be said then that generally, the lower buildings were domed and the higher ones helical? Was the diameter constant or were the helices thinner at the top like cones? Can you give an estimate of width and height of these helices, or the proportion between the two? Where on the helical structure were the windows, if there were any to be seen? Blue. The Pleasuran houses and buildings are not quadratic or rectangular, but round, and could be roughly compared with the Roman houses with an atrium in the center. The houses, buildings are round and covered by a cupola, dome which collects the rainwater. Jacob. Hello Billy, I am wondering about the following. In Holland it happens a lot that when people are buried, that after 10 or 20 years, their grave is being lifted to make place for new people. Usually the bones end up in a mass grave. Now it's my assumption that the skeleton as a whole has a stronger fluidal footprint than just the bones scattered all over the place. I am personally thinking that as long the bones exist the fluidal forces still exist and the new personality can make a connection with those forces. My question is basically this. Does it affect the fluidal forces of a skeleton when it's buried in a mass grave as I described? Can you give a detailed answer about my assumption? Question. Salome. Jacob. Answer: The fluidal forces are weakened if the bones are buried in a mass grave, but they can still be connected. Andrew _why dear Edward Mayer regarding the mental fluidal forces and their storage within the bones. Is this occurring such that an individual's mental fluidal forces are also being stored in the bones of others, particularly in the case of a lifelong couple who are spending a lot of time together? Or is this storage process an absolutely personal one? Answer: Fluidal forces in human beings are limited to the person, i.e. they are individual only. New initiation. Hello Billy and Christian. My question is, once the spirit enters the embryo on the 21st day, how long into the pregnancy does the fetus have to be before it can interact with the parents, even just at a subconscious and unconscious level, with the stimulus that the parents provide for him? Whether in thoughts, voice, sound, feelings or touch? Thank you Matt Lee. Answer: During pregnancy it is a one-way process from the mother and further etc. to the fetus, i.e. the fetus only receives. This happens unconsciously and non-consciously. These outside impulses are building the Grundcharakter, basic character, followed by the Erzählungs- and Selbsterziehungscharachter, educational and self-educational character. Norm. Dear Billy, President Barack Obama is not enforcing current United States immigration laws. The USA borders are now wide open. Does he not understand the world's poor will be coming, adding up to millions of new people and crash the US welfare system? Message edited by Scott on July 26, 2014. Answer: Unfortunately, through the influencing of his counselors etc., Barack Obama has changed during his time in office and has exchanged his original notions etc. Jediah. Greetings Billy. What exact methods should one undertake to continue improving their telepathic capability, understanding? Answer: Meditating, learning, exercising, which differs from person to person. Tony_Q Dear Billy, my question is this. During a Bentra meditation at a passive meeting, both myself and Anton Hanekamp experienced something unusual. We were both sitting very close to the meditation pyramid, and during the meditation I experienced a series of visual patterns that occurred in a particular order. At first I thought I was imagining it at the beginning of the meditation, but as I tried to clear my mind and focus only on the word Bentra, the visualizations increased in intensity, so I just observed them. It appeared to be a glowing X-type shape which was radiating energy. This then gradually transformed into what I can only describe as a series of waves, as if watching the ocean coming in. It lasted for the duration of the meditation and was very pleasant. When I spoke to Anton about it afterwards, he was very surprised, as he said he saw the same thing. None of the core group members we spoke to could explain this to us. Is there anything you could tell me about this experience that occurred? How is it possible that we both saw the same thing during the meditation? Many thanks. Tony Quinn. Answer: this could be a sign of a deeper meditative state. The symbols and patterns etc. being experienced in meditation have to be explained and investigated by each person himself or herself. Jan Dear Billy, while many esoteric, new age and alternative directions are booming nowadays, quite a lot of people from these circles generally realize that the reincarnation is a real thing. Many of them, however, as a result, very oft claim their beliefs about alleged facts from their past lives etc. My question is, how many years roughly do you reckon it may take until people here on Earth in general progress so far so that they themselves conscious realize and ever realistically evaluate flashbacks from their past lives? Thank you for your answer. Salom Jan. Answer: generally this will need several millennia, but can be sped up through meditation, which could bring results in 10, 20, 30 or 50 years, depending on the efforts. But in order to be successful, really deep meditation is necessary. It could be possible in 8 years if the person is constantly meditating, with breaks only for eating and sleeping. Learn more. 12 Hello Mr. Mayer. This is my first time writing to you. It is a great pleasure to have come to know about you and your mission. I feel like I found treasure on Earth. Thanks for all the wonderful work you are doing selflessly for the sake of humankind. My question is about a monk and priest who lived in Kerala, India, known as Javagis Mar Gregorios, 1848 to 1902. He is called the patron saint of Orthodox Syrian Christian Church. He lived a life of discipline, simplicity, humility, and love and respect for his fellow beings. During his lifetime, he has performed many amazing feats, such as healing of sick, others and himself, parting of clouds during a photo session of himself, the only picture taken of him during a cloudy day, feeding many hungry pilgrims at a time when food was scarce, and many other things. During his younger days, he contracted the deadliest version of smallpox for which there was no treatment available in those days. He said he had a vision of Mary, Emmanuel's mother, who told him that he would get well soon. Soon thereafter he got better and was cured of his illness. My question is, how was he able to perform all these amazing things? Is it the power of his positive thoughts? Thanks and best regards. Anne. Answer: Billy has not heard about that monk. A vision of Mary? That's a deceptive religious imagination. Ramirez. Greetings dear Billy. In the past you mentioned a reprocessing operation of the life force energy which takes place on planets. Is this carried out by some sort of naturally occurring procedure within or above the surface of the planet, or is it connected to interdimensional entities variously called orbs and or other classes of light structures which are constantly present near the ground, in the upper atmosphere and further out in space? Cheers. Answer: reprocessing operation of the life force energy? What do you mean by this? Billy. Does it affect a human being's next incarnation in any way if in the previous incarnation the body of the human being was cremated instead of buried? Answer: no. Only the fluidal forces of the former personality are not accessible anymore since they have been eliminated through fire. Blake_P Billy. Why does it seem that the creation favors the positive even though it is completely equalized with both positive and the negative? Meaning, through our countless lives we are encouraged to follow the laws and recommendations which are inherently good and facilitates a righteously lived life, and every person who lives, will have to progress through many lives to merge with the creation, which is inevitable no matter what. So it seems as if the creation favors one side over the other, in a sense that if we are here to provide creation with information through living and experiencing, why wouldn't people just live lives whether they are positive lives or negative, and after a certain time you merge back and all the information is taken just the same. So since we live far more positive lives to progress through evolution, does that mean that the creation is inherently good or favors the one side? Blake P. Message edited by Scott on July 26, 2014. Answer. Creation has no personality, cannot feel joy or be disappointed or prefer someone or somebody, nor does creation think. Creation is pure spiritual energy. Everything which exists within creation has been created according to the creational laws which, in turn, have been created by creation through an impulse. Marsla. Dear Billy and Christian, regarding the clocks at the SSSC, possibly there was a huge magnetic field at that point at the center. Now my question is, they say that when we die, the body loses immediately 24 grams of weight. Is this a myth or a real fact that explains that something leaves the body when we die? Thank you. Marsla. Answer. Billy doesn't know about that story. The spiritual energy is weightless. The detached spirit form will have no measurable effect on the body. Billy, I have been interested in the Ouija board for years. I found the following information from Wikipedia. The Ouija board, also known as a spirit board or talking board, is a flat board marked with the letters of the alphabet, the numbers 0 to 9, the words yes, no, hello, occasionally, and goodbye, along with various symbols and graphics. It uses a planchette, small heart-shaped piece of wood, or movable indicator to indicate the spirit's message by spelling it out on the board during a seance. Participants place their fingers on the planchette, and it is moved about the board to spell out words. Ouija has become a trademark that is often used generically to refer to any talking board. Following its commercial introduction by businessman Elijah Bond on July 1, 1890, the Ouija board was regarded as a harmless parlor game unrelated to the occult until American spiritualist Pearl Curran popularized its use as a divining tool during World War. People have been using this type of board in China since 1100 AD and in the 19th century in the US, but many people who use this board claims that it can contact spirits or demons. Now, I and many people know there is no such thing as demons. My question, is there any danger involved by playing with the Ouija board? Salom, Marbar. Answer, yes. There is danger involved because people believe in positive and negative effects. Delusion. Dear Billy, what is the particular benefit gained from adhering to a meditation schedule, where one performs the same meditation at the same time of day, every day? In other words, why does it matter to always do it at the same time? Salom, Rem. Answer, it is not necessary to adhere to a meditation schedule. What's important is meditation in itself. Perhaps a meditation schedule may help some persons to regularly meditate, so they do not forget to meditate. Get knowledge. Hello, I am not fluent in German. I can read and meditate with only one sentence or phrase at a time. For example, one line from the meditation from Clear Sight, the 7-point meditation, or the spirit prayer in German. Regarding the evolution code, is it as effective by reading just one line versus a paragraph, a pamphlet or an entire book? Furthermore, since German is phonetically similar to the Lyrian language, how does Billy's texts have a code but other German texts don't? And is it in all of Billy's written material including articles, contact notes, etc.? Thanks. Answer. The code has an effect in each part of the text, but what matters is that one makes an effort. The code has an effect without any coercion. It is a Vereinsdrang, a fine pushing. The free will is always guaranteed. The code is in the spirit lessons, in the spiritual teaching books, in booklets, A5 and A6 format, but not in den contact notes. Grantman. Hi Christian and Billy. In the current time on Earth, what profession or career is most effective and has the greatest potential to change Earth for the better? For example, a businessman, an intellectual, a politician, a scientist, or a doctor? Or is it wrong to choose a career based on how much it can change the world, as humanity will only change through the conscious recognition and cognition of each individual, and any material gains will be short-lived? Answer: what matters is how one is applying the creational laws and recommendations in one's own life and towards others, and whether or not one is living according to them and, thereby, is acting as a model. Note by cf. The bad situation on our earth is to a great extent caused by businessmen, intellectuals, politicians, scientists and also doctors, among many other professionals and fanatics etc. etc. Has taught her Maya. My nephew is fluent in the German language and is helping me learn German. Would it be inappropriate or proselytizing to have him help me read the spiritual teaching materials? Matthew Reed. Answer: no. That would be appropriate. Your nephew can maintain his own opinion and is free to think about what he reads. He could even gain much valuable. Posted on Tuesday, September 30, 2014 to 4:12 a.m. Scott, if by chance genetic engineers are able to extend the human lifespan hundreds of years, can the human spirit maintain its connection with the human body for this greater period of time? Or is there a limit on how long the spirit can be connected to the human before it returns to the fine matter world? Can the human consciousness cope with this increased time which it must function if the lifespan is increased in a fairly short period of time? Thank you Salome Scott. Answer: there's no limit for the spirit form, as long as the body functions correctly. The spirit form remains connected. Note by cf. And of course the consciousness can cope with an increased time because that's an ongoing process that starts at birth. You can compare it with when a human being is born with a disability and copes with the situation resulting from it because he or she does not know how it feels without the disability, etc. Matt: hi Billy, regarding the spiritual teachings, their negative behavior of an individual is able to be contagious to many others, because the human brain, respectively, the thoughts proceeding from out of the consciousness and the feelings resulting from them are able to infect one another. I see many negative behaviors and faults in people that I do not want to affect or influence me. I have enough of my own faults, and some aspects, parts of the spiritual teachings are about the need of learning through our daily close interactions with other people, partners and friends. My question is, does one really need close interactions with other people to learn these aspects of the spiritual teachings, and is there anything wrong with predominantly living alone as life if one desires that? Salome. Answer: this depends on the individual and her thought control and self-stretch fuel, self-worth feeling, and self-responsibility. Human beings shall avoid everything that is not right, if that's possible, and or they shall not let themselves be influenced. Note by cf. There are things one can learn only when one is alone, and then there are things one can learn only in the interaction with other human beings etc. But that's something each human being has to decide him/herself. Michael Alford. Dear Hermia, recently I realized that life is worth living more than just superficially, that every moment of life, no matter how horrible, is quite valuable to our spirit for its own growth. This brings to mind another pressing question: since the quality of the state of living is not such a factor in the value of life to a spirit, is it possible to live our long succession of lives, 60 to 80 million years of incarnate living, in a utopian society, in a gentle, pleasant, peaceful community, or must we spend most of our time incarnate overcoming the difficulties and facing the challenges such as what we so commonly find here on earth? There is phrase I remember from childhood: into every life a little rain must fall. We tend to think that challenges and difficulties either overwhelm us, or build our character and make us stronger. In considering reincarnation, almost automatically we expect the same process to be true for lifetimes, that spirits face challenges in their succession of incarnate existences which help to open up the spirit to its own sense of wisdom and depth of understanding. However, in the spirit of questioning everything, perhaps this too should be questioned. To restate the question, in order to evolve and grow in consciousness, over the course of the spirit's 60 to 80 million years of incarnate existence, Must the spirit grow from hardships and challenges, or does it make no difference if the spirit lives its succession of lives in a pleasant, utopian environment, free from torturous pains? Answer: the learning and evolution process primarily occurs through the consciousness. Everything depends on the human being's thinking and the resulting feelings. Based on using one's thoughts etc., the consciousness evolves. The surroundings are not relevant. What's relevant is one's thoughts, thinking. Note by cf. Living in a gentle, pleasant, peaceful community for millions of years is possible only if the human beings involved live a life with thoughts and feelings which enable that quality level of existence. Vincent Hi Billy, in Contact Report 251 it says that in 10 billion years' time our dead sun, its planets and satellites will be swallowed by a black hole and later, no time given. This black hole will explode and develop into new galaxies. Is this black hole the central black hole of the Milky galaxy that will explode and develop into new galaxies? Thanks. Answer: yes. Andrew_Wadireduadmea When it comes to the eradication of dangerous pathogens, should we be destroying all known samples of these, or is it worthwhile to be storing some, as is being done with the smallpox virus in Russia and the USA? For scientific learning? Andrew. Answer: if the necessary safety measures can be guaranteed, then it makes sense to store some of the pathogens, so they may be explored, used to produce vaccines in the future, etc. Truthseeker greetings Billy. Would you know anything concerning reported sightings of humanoid dogs or other dog people, or dogmen seen in the forested areas of England, Germany and possibly even in Switzerland and Romania, as is also reported sightings in both North and South America? Reports involving a half-human and half-dog-like creature or creatures that look something similar to that of a werewolf that lives in the woods. Assuming they exist, would you know what these creatures are all about and if they are friendly or not? Thanks, James Truthseeker. Answer: that's news to us. Note by cf. We had a good laugh in the kitchen about being confronted with just one more strange tale, claims, invented by crazy human thinking. Marsla. Hello Billy and Christian, you mentioned that the fluidal forces are destroyed when the body of a dead person is cremated. Why are fluidal forces important for the next reincarnation? Thank you very much. Marsla. Answer: the next person, meaning one's follow-up personality in the next reincarnation of one's spirit form, can make cues swinging wave-wise and unconsciously, or consciously, from one's former personality. This may happen in a useful or detrimental way, of course, depending on one's thinking etc. Corey. Dear Billy and Christian, did Jmanuel study Palabudismus? Contact 355. When Jmanuel lived in the Far East and India studying knowledge and secrets in his younger days, learning from wise and knowledgeable ones named masters, before he became a prophet. TJ 2011 edition 2924. Salom Corey. Answer: yes. Ramirez. Greetings dear Billy. In the past you mentioned a reprocessing operation of the life force energy which takes place on planets. Is this carried out by some sort of naturally occurring procedure within or above the surface of the planet, or is it connected to interdimensional entities variously called orbs and or other classes of light structures which are constantly present near the ground, in the upper atmosphere and further out in space? Cheers. Reprocessing operation of the life force energy? What do you mean by this? By this I mean that when persons and or any other living things induct then utilize this energy, it becomes a partially spent force similar to electricity requiring a recharging of effective potential. Whilst there may be more than sufficient throughout the universe for the needs of all living things, it's not quite fully unlimited in that after use by living organisms small quantities are in a partially discharged state, requiring a mechanism by which it becomes again fully charged for reuse. Cheers. Answer: energy always remains and cannot be destroyed, but it cumulates to something new. What changes is the craft, force/power. Energy has power within itself which brings forth the effect, action. Tony_Q. Hello Billy, many thanks the answering my last question. My current question is this: When meditating, if one perceives symbols, how does one determine if they are delusions or something else? If I had not shared the experience with Anton during the meditation I spoke of before, I would have considered it a type of fantastical mind wandering and tried to avoid the experience repeating. Salome. Tony Quinn. Answer. A symbol is not a delusion, but has a meaning. However, a delusion may result if the meaning of the symbol is falsely interpreted. Hazel. Dear Billy and Christian, regarding someone who has persistent bad thoughts of people, like images of harming them or vulgarities, in the form of obsessive-compulsive disorder, psychologists say that everyone has these thoughts and they are part of human nature. How evil are these thoughts considered to be? And can the other person sense these thoughts if they are strong enough? What can be done to reduce the frequency of these thoughts? Ingratitude. Salome. Answer. What the psychologists say is not true. The human being thinks according to how he or she builds her life. In other words, if the human being lives in a correct way, he or she doesn't have evil thoughts. Basically, the human being is not bad and evil from the beginning. Everything depends on a person's Erziehung und Selbsterziehung, education and self-education. It's up to each person to direct one's life through one's thoughts. And even so, if there are genetic factors involved, knowledge, wisdom, love and freedom etc. matter, and how the human being behaves towards him/herself, and whether or not he or she lives according to the creational natural laws and recommendations. Jubilee. According to James Deardorff, about 85% of the Bible contains false information. Could you please, if possible, tell what percentage of the Quran contains false information? Answer. Billy doesn't know, but as an average it can be stated that only about 12 to 15% within the teachings of all major religions correspond with the truth. Within certain sects, the percentage is even lower, as for example actually with regard to the IS Caliphate. Earthling. Greetings Billy and Christian. Billy, I received the following correspondence from an old, very good friend of mine. Could you please explain how such a thing works? Thank you very much. Equals 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 and my dad. Shortly after his death, a writer for Ocean magazine emailed me and told me that a gentleman with her wanted to talk with me. She described my father exactly. She communes with those who have passed, has since childhood, never commercially as she does not believe in making money from this. I called her and she said he was with her right then and would talk through her. So she slowly related what he had to say and the words were words that he would use. Very specific words. And he mentioned a few things that happened way back in my early childhood that I barely remembered. She knew nothing at all about any of that, nor anything at all about my father. One of the things that he said was that he was not dead, not gone. His body died but his spirit exists. And he will always be with me, every moment. Since, she has called me relating messages, saying such things as there is a box right near where you are working, right by your desk, that he wants you to open. Something metal. There is something metal he is referring to. She knows nothing of my office nor of where I live, and he never did, never visited here and never asked anything about it here. I looked and could not imagine what she was referring to. A day or two later I found it. It was right next to my desk. It was a jewelry box from my childhood packed away inside a larger box with other items. In it were coins from all over the world that he brought to me from his travels when I was a child along with jewelry he gave me then. Other such things, many others, have occurred too. Bruce. Answer. This could be a form of Helsiktikiet, divinipotence, unless the person had previous contact with your father and knew him. However, a communication with those who have passed is not possible. Edmundo. Hello Billy. I want to ask, what is good way to protect ourselves against mosquitoes, ticks, fleas, chiggers, and many other biting insects and arachnids? They can carry dangerous diseases like Lyme borreliosis, encephalitis, malaria etc. There are on the market insect repellents based on DEET, N-diethyl metatoluamide, but probably it can harm human health too. Answer: pure, natural, unrefined coconut oil. New initiation. Hi Billy and Christian. Besides eating a wholesome well-balanced diet, what could the mother do for her unborn child growing in her womb to help him develop the best he can before birth? What is the decisive element and factor to a healthy development of the unborn child growing inside the mother's stomach? Matt Lee. Answer: a mental osjeglitchenheit, mental equalizedness, is very important, which means avoiding any extreme thinking, with the resulting feelings and emotions. The mother should really take care of her psyche and think in an equalized, balanced way, having loving thoughts and feelings, etc. Betty W. This kind of thinking may even alleviate negative genetic factors in the fetus. Mahijadam Billy. When I recently looked into some of the Apollo-Soyuz pictures and others that were published in Guido's Unseefliegen doc, and also in CR31, PPKB1, I found that 11 outer space pictures are certainly falsified and have been traced back to NASA animation, early 1970s, Russian documentaries, 1969 and 1972, etc., all of which were produced before your great journey in July 1975. Some pictures are of spacecrafts that were not even in space during your great journey. For example, salient one in your photos was from a frame of a documentary made in 1972, and the Soyuz 4-Soyuz 5 coupling photo was from a frame in a documentary made in 1969. CF has already received a shortened German version of my analysis and you may want to look into it, if you haven't already seen it. Now, my questions are: 1. Would there be any explanation, by you or, and Pleasurin, on this discrepancy, just like the explanations which were given in earlier times on similar anomalies? Asked Nera, Universal Barrier, Kufo, etc. 2. Would these pictures be removed entirely or would they be published as it is, which would give the obvious message that they are genuine? Of course, any of the above actions could only take place after you or Pleasurin analyze the pictures once again and confirm their source. If possible, many are interested to know how this has even occurred when till around 2002 strictly ensured that no fake pictures would enter into PPKBs, as this statement by Hans-Georg Lanzendorfer from Figu Special Bulletin 20 clearly states. In the year 2001, Guido was asked by Billy to make some of the photos available for publication in the corrected Pleiadian, Pleasurin contact report block. For the publication in the contact report block, it was strictly ensured, with the help of TUA, that it only concerned Billy's genuine pictures or his pictures that were only slightly falsified by Schmid, whereby the aforesaid falsification, for a logical reason, found no use. Answer: there's no need for a correction. Note by CF: actually, these pictures are not an important issue. They were used in the PP block only as an illustration. Pavani, dear Maya, the following was your reply to my question as to why has Quetzal destroyed all the 11 San Francisco earthquake photos when only one was found to be similar to an illustration from a magazine. It was Quetzal's decision because he was angry about the circumstances. I would like to know, what were the circumstances that made Quetzal angry about? Was he angry about the coincidence that an identical illustration has appeared in a magazine published much earlier with the aid of Boy's impulses? If so, then Quetzal could have just taken that specific identical photograph and let the rest 10 photographs be published, which according to Quetzal. 89. Nothing to object against this, for thereby very many people will then leave San Francisco and settle elsewhere before the catastrophe arises. 90. This would save very many human lives. Answer: he was angry because there were people who accused Billy of having taken photographs from the magazine picture, even if that wasn't true, as has been asserted by Bernadette Brand when she compared Billy's photos with the picture in Geo magazine. Note by CF: as has been stated earlier, hardly any person would leave San Francisco for good if the photo would be inserted into the contact report. If Billy's warning by now has not been heeded, an additional photo will not change anything. Jacobus_Stalmokers. Hello Maya, how far into the future can be seen what will happen with a person with certainty? Pleasurin were able to see quite far that you will lose your hand. Marry and divorce your wife and other events with high precision. If your future is not set in stone, how it is possible at the same time to see what will happen unavoidably? Answer: under certain circumstances certain events can be seen millions of years in the future. Seeing into the future, Zukunftska, is not something that is done frequently. But when it is done and something is to be seen in the future, then this will happen with a certainty of 100%. But this does not mean that the future is set in stone. Other ways of looking into the future, for example Vorschauend, or through Wahrscheinlichkeitsberechnungen, will not lead to results which will happen with 100% certainty. Billy, ever since Barack Obama got elected, racial tensions between blacks and whites in the US have gotten worse. Every time when a black person moves into a neighborhood where the majority of whites takes residence, the whites will fear the black. Sometimes, they will not come out when they see the black person outside just going for a walk. Even if the black person have no intention of hurting or robbing people or is not trying to cause fear. To make it worse, the whites would move out of the neighborhood. In Chicago, black-on-black crime is the worst. Not once Barack Obama has gone to Chicago and spoke out against the violence that is going on there. It seems like the only time a black life has value if that life was taken away by a white person. And Obama seems to live by this delusion. Ever since Obama got elected, it seems like he only helped whites, Hispanics, Latinos, Asians, and Middle Easterns. Yet, he has done absolutely nothing for blacks. As a result, there are some blacks saying, if any black continues to support Barack Obama is a fool. In the US, it seems like these politicians only use black people for political gain, and when the blacks need something, they are left out in the rain. Now my question, is there anything stopping Barack Obama from truly helping blacks? Marbar. Answer: unfortunately Barack Obama has let himself be influenced by the people, organizations around him, and does not fight for his ideals anymore. Betty W., the impression that the situation for the black people, and also of other parts of the US population, is getting worse is probably accentuated because of the increased use of electronic media, online news, Twitter etc. etc. Savior Hi Billy, thanks for making the original teaching of Manual available to mankind. It would be great if the original teaching, encounters and life stories of the mystified prophet Elias, can be made available as well. It will then solve all the legends and mysteries around the prophet once and for all. My question being, other than Prophet Manual, would you intend to do the same for Prophet Elijah? Salom Savio. Answer: in the Goblet of the Truth not only Elijah's teaching is included, but also Muhammad's. All of their teaching leads back to Nicodemean. Norm: dear Billy, since your personality dissolves at the moment of death, how do you know you're dead? Answer: when the personality, i.e. the consciousness with the thinking and feeling etc., has ceased to exist, no thought activity is possible anymore. Only the people around you will know that you are dead because they have still a working consciousness. A question by CF: when you have powered off the tape recorder, is it still possible to record a sound with it? Michael, are many of us suffering from a form of mental issue or psyche damage even though we managed to discover you, the mission and the spiritual teaching? In other words, because of the law of cause and effect, are some of our efforts to make up for lost time or repair the damage of our forefathers, evolve, worthless? Answer: you can never change or make undone what you have done or not done in the past, but you can start and build, shape and work up your own future now. A new beginning is only possible in the case of a new process. You have to build new causes for your behavior. The future is shaped now, in the nanofraction of a second called the present. Jenna: hi Billy, is he legitimate? I know the chakras are not. Or maybe if it will be easier for you to answer. I know that the symbols are ancient. Billy, are these symbols powerful? Thank you, Jenna Britton. Answer: Billy does not recommend he. Regarding the symbols, a symbol is just a representation of something. The symbol itself has no power, but it gets power if someone imagines something as an effect. John Boy: greetings Mr. Mayer. My question is, does consuming an alcohol beverage prior to the peace meditation have any adverse consequences? Thank you for all you have done. John Boy. Answer: yes. For the meditation your consciousness should be clear. Eddie Martin. Hello Edward. For this round, I would like to ask for your help in understanding this creational law which states that a heterosexual male, born anywhere in our universe, is not a fully male if this male likes or enjoys dancing with women. It is based on CR 112 and everyone's understanding that you and your pleasure and friends were discussing this idea. Truth. I've included the Facebook discussion I had with 3 friends there, with whom I disagreed with their understanding. They insist that their understanding is correct. If indeed they are correct, I can only conclude there is a flaw in my present understanding of the natural creative laws. I included our discussion below. I would like to add that these 3 friends are very pro-Figu. You would be pleased to know they take their consciousness evolution seriously and you would be proud of their steadfastness in their efforts to support the mission. Wake people up to the truth and contribute generously always. Hence why I give their comments seriousness and my utmost consideration. Salam and thank you to you both. Eddie. Friend 1. The spirit teaching mentions dancing as a feminine female quality which only women should do if I remember correctly. If men do it, they have feminine traits or characteristics in a small degree. I might be wrong with the exact explanation. Friend 2. I knew that's where you got it from my brother. Eddie Martin. Friend 1. Where in the spirit teaching did you come across that? THNX. Friend 3. Not the spirit teaching, but in the contact notes. Friend 3. Sam Jace explained that men dancing is a sign that they are not fully male, and still have some female traits. Friend 3. http://www.futureofmankind.co.uk/billy.contact_report_112. Eddie Martin. This contact report should be read very carefully. Line 9. The pleasure in men dance, alone or among their peers. Line 11. And Billy. Anyone who carries certain female traits due to reversal of incarnation cycle and premature birth of the new personality is a gay man. Friend 3. No, not true, you are reading it incorrectly. Certain female traits do not have to express in homosexuality, but can be much more subtle. It depends on how weak or how strong these female traits express themselves. Eddie Martin. Then explain please. Line 9. Friend 3. How many men dance with men or alone, as explained in line 9? Not many, even very little in the Western world. I think that some men who dance take offense to this information. For example, John Travolta is an avid dancer, and to my knowledge he is not gay, but a married man. Take for example the dervish dancers, who are male and dancer amongst each other. 100% masculine males do not dance with females. Eddie Martin. Line 9 is in reference to pleasure in men. Friend 3. Line 9 describes how natural men, pleasure in men, behave. When it comes to dancing, they are fully male, in contrast to some men here on earth. Answer. It's not a universal law. What Sam Jace mentioned in CR 112 is the fact that because of overpopulation the reincarnation cycles are out of normal order, with the effect that a part of the male population is born too early and, as an effect, their masculinity is not fully distinct. Ozpragd. The kind of dancing in question is that form of dancing when a man and woman are dancing real close. Dancing like ballet or artistic dancing etc. does not fall into that category. Rating. Learn more. 12. Dear Billy, it has been mentioned that when a person dies in an accident, it is not a peaceful death. What is meant by that? What happens if a person meets with an accident at the age of 80 years and dies suddenly, but has been contemplating or is ready for death and is prepared for it? Does the sudden accident of that person affect him or his spirit negatively? Thank you. Answer. The spirit or spirit form is never affected by anything, but there may be some effect on the storage banks, from which, in turn, an effect may happen into the next existence. Posted on Tuesday, October 28, 2014 to 9:26 a.m. Furban. Hello Edward. What main things should members of small study group collectively occupy themselves with to be, or learn to be, productive and not mostly waste time on rubbish talk, ego polishing and backslapping? Salam. Answer. They shall occupy themselves with the spiritual teaching, which is the main issue of the mission. Besides doing this within the group, each member shall build up him/herself, working for attaining self-cognition, personal fulfillment, etc. Besides, writing articles of organizing information stands etc. is also an option. Corey, dear Billy and Christian, some years ago, I received a Figu bulletin or special bulletin in the mail that was very interesting. Some years have passed and my memory is fuzzy, but it spoke about a potential future world conflagration between the United States, China, and Russia, which would nearly destroy Russia. The article also spoke of agreements between the United States and Middle East countries. With the recent figure of rearmament of potential World War III through Michael Horn, I have since tried to find this bulletin or special bulletin using your website by systematically going back 7 years and searching for it, but have not found it. If memory serves, those years ago I received this bulletin in the mail like I always do, and held it in my very own hands and read it, and made many cognitions, but I cannot for the life of me find this particular bulletin to reread it in the present day with fresh eyes. Then again, maybe I remember things wrong and this bulletin does not exist. From my description, do you know of this particular article in one of your bulletins or special bulletins? Salome Corey. Answer: we didn't find such an information in our bulletins. Jedi, dear Billy, you have done a great service to all of mankind. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, wisdom and love. Also, this thanks extends to Figu for all their efforts as well. Again, I send thanks and love and so much appreciation for all that you have done. Answer: thank you, Mahajatam. Dear Maya, in response to my question whether the faked Apollo-Soyuz pictures would be removed entirely or would be published as it is, which would give the obvious message that they are genuine, you responded as follows: there's no need for a correction. Note by CF: actually, these pictures are not an important issue. They were used in the PP block only as an illustration. Why do you think there is no need for correction? Do you still consider these photos as authentic, photographed by you during your space journey? If not, why publish the pictures, faked my MIB in PPKBs as authentic? CF: these pictures were checked and authenticated by TUA. I still don't understand what you meant by this. They were used in the PP block only as an illustration. If Figu is fine with having faked pictures in its publications, why did they remove the Venus, Jupiter, pterodactyl, asked Nera, captions changed, etc.? Why not just have them in photo albums and just say what you have just said? Answer: Billy's comment: this is old hat. Joe Billy, many secret services around the world are aware of the authenticity of the Maya case. So why is it that none of the secret services either make a public statement or inform their respective governments about the Maya case so that Earth humanity can eventually rid itself from the false religious teachings and also tackle the overpopulation problem? Answer: because they are secret services. Savior Hi Billy, it was mentioned that no Academian created his people billions of years ago. There is very little English information regarding the way of how his people was created. No matter how to look at it, it must have been in a high-tech and massive scale. My question being, can you briefly describe on the process of how no Academian created his people? Salome Savio. Answer: he gathered groups and clans and tribes of people and united them to new peoples. These peoples grew, increased through the natural way, sexual intercourse, and not through technical or genetic means. New initiation. Hi Billy and Christian, even before a child is born and is gestating in the mother's womb, would talking aloud the spiritual teachings to the child help improve and train certain abilities of the child which would enhance her chance at a spiritual life when born? Matt Lee. Answer: what matters is how and what the mother is thinking and how she is building up her psyche. Her way of thinking etc. is transferred as impulses to the unborn child. Note by CF: it is not required that the mother reads the spiritual teaching aloud. What matters is that she lives according to the spiritual natural laws and recommendations. Ramirez. Greetings dear Billy. After death, regarding the review period, which faculty does the review, what happens and on average how long does the process last? Answer: when the human being has died, a review is not possible because there's no material consciousness, personality anymore which could trigger/send/receive such a review. Norm. Dear Billy, How are we to expose this group you call the Dark Order if we don't even know who they are? Answer: the Dark Order, mentioned as Jehimord Nundead Unkeliite on pages Lux V and Lux 6 in the Goblet of the Truth, is the combination of religion, sectarianism, politics and terrorism etc. Blake_P. Billy, could you please explain creational foreordination? Meaning, what it is, how it is possible to have certain events transpire in your life for sure, and how it seemingly creates a contradiction with having 100% free will. Thank you Billy and Christian for all the years of answering people's questions. Blake Parnell. Answer: creational foreordination does not exist. Everything is constantly foreordinated in the course of the individual's life. The way a person thinks and acts, cause, will bring about an effect which is stored in the storage banks in order that certain events will transpire in the future, as is the case with the Nocademian spirit form. There's the assistance of the Aratasata level required. The free will is based on one's thinking, on ideas and wishes, motivation, decision, willpower and, consequently, their realization. Threadpill High Billy, under what conditions can a spirit form devolve? In other words, are there conditions that would contribute to evolving a spirit form besides losing the time essence of learning? For example, would a persistent degenerate behavior, thinking process contribute to evolving a spirit form in a given material lifetime when it has already achieved a certain level of evolvement in previous lifetimes? Hearing it from you would help to confirm my understanding. Answer: a spirit form cannot devolve. It may nearly stagnate. For example, when a person is severely handicapped concerning his, her brain, etc. Even when, for example, the cerebrum is severely damaged, there is still a tiny amount of evolution happening. I love Billy Day. Billy did Sam Jace's husband crash into our sun, SOL, and has reincarnated on Earth? I am very grateful to learn so much from you. I have read most of your English work. I love you Billy Salam. I love Billy. Answer: no, he did not crash into our sun. Get knowledge got, pages 55-56. So wakt aber auch die Erkenntnis, das nur das durch das Bewusstsein Gedanken nachkossen gelebt und bin Leben schluckten, Bozen oder negativen Aspekten an him viel und nichts mit dem tiefsten, innersten Wesen zu tun hat. But there is also the awakening of the cognition that only the life that has been outwardly lived, and had outwardly existed, due to the consciousness and its thoughts, fell prey to bad, evil or negative things, and had nothing to do with the deepest, innermost nature. Is this referring to the material life, which can be damaged, or is it making a distinction between the life that has been lived from the outside in versus inside out? Thanks. Answer: this is referring to the material life. Michael Alford Dear Hermaier, to promote human folk's evolution, to help us grow in clarity of thinking, wisdom, strength of will, and the ineffable deep beauty of being. You yourself, and others, have brought us to the natural and creational laws through the use of words. Likewise, following in the footsteps and recommendations of the High Council, the Pleasurean have helped us earthbound humans make our way back to our own true inner guidance. Thank you all for that. Though most people on this planet aren't yet aware of this, these efforts have already helped immensely, and will continue to do so wherever our twisted paths may lead us. It would seem that helping others to evolve in consciousness is integral to helping ourselves. At some point, humans may in turn want to help various species of animals and plants on their evolutionary path, to bring more awareness, wisdom, and beauty to the garden of life itself, since the evolutionary path of animals and plants is different from our own. It's not immediately obvious how we might effectively promote their consciousness evolution. Perhaps we can genetically modify species for greater wisdom and beauty. Perhaps we can meditate with the animals and plants, leading by example to help them find peace and think for themselves at the species level of awareness. Perhaps our efforts might even involve working with elemental spirits. Somehow, what methods can you suggest for humans to develop along these lines, in this endeavor, to help animals and plants evolve in wisdom, happiness, and the beauty of being? How can we best and the most effectively work with animals and plants, and their spirit forms, promoting their own evolutionary path. Answer: evolution is something which can only be achieved by the human being, or animal or plant, him/her/itself. You cannot help a plant or an animal to evolve because a plant or animal cannot attain wisdom. Pavani. Maya, the following was your reply to my question on why Quetzal was angry on one single photo being similar but not identical to San Francisco earthquake illustration published in Geo magazine. He was angry because there were people who accused Billy of having taken photographs from the magazine picture, even if that wasn't true, as has been asserted by Bernadette Brand when she compared Billy's photos with the picture in Geo magazine. Note by CF: as has been stated earlier, hardly any person would leave San Francisco for good if the photo would be inserted into the contact report. If Billy's warning by now has not been heeded, an additional photo will not change anything. I still don't understand the logic behind it, which I have already pointed out earlier. Could you please elaborate more on the logic behind it? Also, how is that by taking away all the 11 color print photos where one pic out of 11 was very similar to Geo magazine's painting and the rest 10 would not be, would save you from further attacks, when in fact you could publish all the 11 photos, which gives you more credence, leverage to your side of the story? If we use the same logic, why didn't Pledgerin remove the Apollo-Soyuz and cavemen pictures from your genuine photo collection, when they are clearly shown to be fakes by Mahajatam? Skeptics also accused of faking several beamship photos. Why didn't Pledgerin take them back? Dear CF, it was Quetzal's logic and decision to let Maya publish all 11 San Francisco photos, by which thousands of people can move away from California and save their lives. CR 104, 1978. Are you saying that Quetzal was wrong in his thinking? Answer: just as it is the case with the human beings of Earth, Pledgerin can also get angry and do things which are not entirely logical. Note by CF: since Pledgerin human beings are human beings, they are not perfect and, therefore, may act illogically sometimes. Slider: hi Billy. Earlier you stated that the identity of Jack the Ripper as relayed to you by the Pledgerin was Dr. Thomas Neil Cream. But new strong evidence has now come to light which seems to prove that Jack the Ripper was in fact Polish-born hairdresser Aaron Kosminski. The new evidence is DNA on a shawl found at a Ripper murder scene. By testing descendants of victim and suspect, identifications were made. Quote, a shawl found by the body of Catherine Eddowes, one of the Ripper's victims, has been analyzed and found to contain DNA from her blood as well as DNA from the killer. Dr. Lou Lane was able to extract 126-year-old DNA from the material and compare it to DNA from descendants of Eddowes and the suspect, with both proving a perfect match. Here is the link to the Daily Mail article. http://www.dailymail.co.uk/news/article 27463221/Jack Ripper unmasked, how amateur sleuth used DNA breakthrough identify Britain's notorious criminal 126 years string terrible murders.html. So is it possible that the Pledgerin have made a mistaken identification here? Can you ask them to look into this? Answer: we also learned about that investigation. Claim: finding Aaron Kosminski's DNA on the shawl does not prove that he was the murderer. We don't know how many persons, and who, had a contact with that shawl. Note by CF: actually, since these events have happened quite some time ago and all persons involved are dead, there's no need to investigate more into that case. Solar: hi Billy, is it alright to kill insects and other animals which invade our houses and can be dangerous to our health, like spiders, houseflies, mice etc.? Or should we perhaps catch them and release free outside house? Answer: such insects and animals cannot be tolerated in human beings' houses because they are threatening our health. Killing them in order to protect our health is okay. Note by CF: for example, catching houseflies, putting them in a box and driving many kilometers in order to then release them free, and by doing so preventing that they probably return into one's house, is a positive as our tongue equals is not neutral positive thinking. Frankly, That will be a stupid action. Marba Billy, I will ask you more questions about the current state of blacks in the US in the next round of questions. This question is now about pleasuran marriages. Since pleasuran men are allowed to marry 4 women, I wonder how does the marriage comes to be. If a man is in a romantic relationship with 1 woman, I wonder how does the other 3 women come into the picture. Now my question, Billy, when a pleasuran man marries 4 women, do they all get married at the same time or they get married one at a time after a certain amount of time? Salom Marba. Answer, are you serious? Masla. Hello Billy and Christian. When answering a question regarding the peace meditation, I was told that one can visualize the words of the sentence in the mind. I was wondering if it helps to write them down with the mind, visualizing the words like leaves falling from a tree or snowflakes falling from the sky. I don't know if I am explaining this correctly, but my question is, can one visualize Salom Gamnan Ben Uada, Ganj Brazala Hesperuna in different ways as a concentration exercise until I can get used to totally vanishing other thoughts? Or how can I visualize the sentence / truly thankful? Masla. Answer, you can visualize the sentence in your mind as you wish and according to how it best suits you. What's important is that the sentence is constantly spoken, thought. Learn more. 12 Hi Billy, when an infant is born extremely premature such as 23 to 26 weeks gestation, the parents are told by the healthcare team how serious and complicated the child's future life is going to be based on the gestational age and immaturity of the infant. There is an uncertainty as to whether the infant will grow as a healthy adult or not. There have been instances where such premature infants have grown up to be term in the healthcare institution and gone home to live a healthy life. In such situations, should the parents make a decision of terminating the infant's life because of the prematurity and its complications? Or what is the best way to deal with such situations? Answer, since each situation is different, it's the parents who have to decide what shall be done. They shall decide in accordance with their conscience. Note by CF, actively terminating the infant's life would not be correct, but letting her die would be okay. Baseline player. Hi Billy, please stay well and stay strong. It is still a lot of people who have a lot to learn from you and your friends from this world and from outside it. All the best and take care. And bast to Halsninger, MIT best in Grussen. With best regards / baseline player. Answer, thank you, Pat Billy and Christian. I understand that the Adam born of the second Samjasa and an Earth woman, 11,062 V, was born on Earth. What planet, star system was the Adam, furthered by the first Samjasa of 389,00 years ago, born on? Thanks and Salom Patm. Answer, on Earth. Pat Billy and Christian. One clarification of my question, both Samjasas I speak about in my question, from what I understand, are from the Nocademian spirit form lineage. Thanks and Salom, Patm. Answer, no, just one of them. Meditating_Farmer. Hi Christian and Billy, in June, I asked a question about a strong negative feeling I had when I was around another person in school. The feeling continued for months after the encounter and was very difficult. You responded that it was probably a fluidal radiation incompatibility. My question is this, because the other person goes to my school, I often come into contact with him. Is there any method or technique for protection besides just avoiding the other person? Could you also please elaborate about how and why a fluidal radiation incompatibility exists? Sincere thanks, Grant. Answer, keep on avoiding the person is one possibility, but another possibility is to meet that person and talking to him. This may need energy, force, intellect and rationality, and courage, but it may lead to positive and even surprising results. As a rule, communication is better than avoiding it. Sonic_01. Hi Billy and Christian, I am wondering about a topic which I concerned myself with in the last little while. It concerns itself with the topic of the Dark Order which you prophesied about. In the last bulletin, Sondern Bulletin, you mentioned that the powers that be will use credit cards, and chips in a cashless society that controls people to the nth degree, even in their thoughts and feelings. Perhaps through television, and will know everyone's location to the centimeter. In this bulletin, Tua said that this is what's already happening right now. I am wondering, then, If the prophecy in the goblet of truth is coming true? If it is coming true, what can we do to live in such a society? Is the society in which we live irrelevant, as long as we mind our own business and study the spiritual truths? In closing, I would like to ask you, is the prophecy about the Dark Order coming true? And do we have a few hundred years of darkness looming which we will spend under their heel? Is the Dark Order irrelevant as long as we can still study the spiritual teaching? Or should we feel free of politics, and educate ourselves in the spiritual teaching, no matter whatever the political climate may be? Perhaps, and I think this is true, I spend too much time indoors and don't go out enough to get some fresh air, and I spend all my days reading the news which blows everything out of proportion, creating a sense of panic within me. I read too much and don't go out. Do you think I should get a healthier hobby, or are my concerns legitimate? Thank you. Answer. Of course the Dark Order is relevant even when you study the spiritual teaching. Note by CF, ignoring something does not make it inexistent. It is advisable that you take appropriate action concerning what you write. After I spend too much time indoors, care more for yourself. Try to find self-cognition, and avoid spending too much time dealing with the negative things happening on our planet. Note by CF, it's each person's duty to take care of one's own thinking, feeling and one's psyche, and not let oneself be broken and damaged by what's going on outside of oneself. Posted on Sunday, November 23, 2014 to 9:07 p.m., Evman read Hello Billy and Christian. In studying the law of positive, negative, the boomerang effect, when positive go out, negative returns stronger, vice versa, so on and so on. I understand this principle. In the psyche this is spoken about in depth. Then it is written how important it is to always think positive thoughts. I also understand the principle behind the need to have the positive and negative to create, and for creation to create, and how this back and forth action comes to a fruition in terms of a neutral positive which brings wisdom from this knowledge. I still am in question about how the writing gets from the principle of the negative, positive, which seems quite concrete in natural law, to always thinking in the positive. Wouldn't always thinking in the positive always bring negative back? Thank you. F. Answer. The human being must think in both ways, positive and negative, in order to achieve a balanced result. Thinking just in one manner, positive or negative, leads to Ozartung. Ebby_Aura Hi Billy, do you think it's possible or can be achieved to use meditation or symbols to achieve things such as using a symbol to help attract a person to you or help archive a job or success? Answer. No. Pat member Billy, this is my understanding. There is a major discrepancy between the American, small scale, and European, large scale, large number names that must be defined for accurate German to English translations in the United States. Due to the American method of naming of large numbers, anyone doing translations from German to English should not use the American names for large numbers in their translations. The German, European, names for large numbers must be used for German to English translations of figure material because the actual original numbers intended were originated with a German, European, based name for large numbers and the associated actual number value. The only common, equivalent, usable reference between the American and German, European, large number names and their associated actual number value is million equals 106 equals 000,000. Any numbers larger exponentially differ in number value for the same large number name. Possibilities include the German to English text, for example million, scientific notation, for example 1012, the German word, for example billion, or the European long-scale name, for example billion, the Greek-based name, for example tetrillion, the SI prefix, for example tera, combinations, etc. Obviously the American short-scale names should be excluded, including in German to US English translations. This is my question. When translating German to English, the large number names used in all figure material, is there a preference, suggestion for current and future use of large number names or designations for clearer understanding of the actual number value intended in the original German text? Please add figure preferences, Recommendations for all the large number names to the Figu English Dictionary. Please review. Thanks and Salom Patm. Answer. Figu's books are written in German and, therefore, the European system of large numbers is used. Americans have to consider that when they are reading or translating our texts. Note by cf. People in America who are working or dealing with the numbers in our books should be aware of the discrepancy between the two scales/systems. Stan Hybeli, when trying to perform the concentration exercise with burning candle, 12 minutes in thoughtless state, almost every time I hear music flowing in my head. Is it okay, or should I try to kill or stop the music? Regards, Stanislaw. Answer. You can just observe what will result if you let it flow. Perhaps there will be some usable result. Note by cf. But just observing, not interfering/directing/influencing. Maslow. Hello dear Billy and Christian. Now that we know what happens after we die, I have no longer any fear related to the passing from this world to the other. However, lately I have been developing some concerns about reincarnating in such terrible conditions on this planet. My life right is very good and the thought of reincarnating to bad parents has me very worried sometimes. What would you recommend me and us to do in order to accept this inevitable fate? Thank you truly for your time and patience. Answer. Since your next personality will not remember this actual lifetime, there's absolutely no need to worry. You cannot influence your next life from the actual life. However, what you can do now is to make the best out of this life, i.e. live according to the creational natural laws as good as possible. Note by cf. Just as it is or has been the case in this life, where you were able to achieve a good life, the same is possible again in next existences. What you learn in this life, will or may bring you some benefit in your next personality's existence. Zanderson. Hello Billy and cf. Concerning overpopulation, is there any natural contraceptive, be it herbs, seed etc., that you know of that may be added to the food diet of one's family? I presently know of, for females, the seed of papaya consumed daily, which is said to act as a natural contraceptive, but is there any that works for males as well, or on both sexes, that you know of and would be willing to share? Thank you in advance, live long and prosper. Answer. Billy doesn't know such herbs. Threadpill. Hi Billy. How should a 5-digit number with 0 in between like 22,022 be interpreted? I'm interested in confirming my understanding of this subject. Thank you. Answer. Unclear question. Please clarify. Blake_P. Billy, could you please explain how to further develop intuition, where it comes or develops from, and what type of feeling it is? The best way I can explain it would be to equate the feeling is like getting a ping, like when a cell tower sends out radio waves that hit your cell phone or vice versa. I will get hit with something and it is usually only seconds or a minute or two before when a person is about to call or something happens exactly right after the fact. So if you could please answer the aforementioned question but also be specific about how to improve and expand this more. Specific types of meditation, conscious thinking, etc. Thank you for your time Christian and Billy. Blake P. Answer. Intuition develops from one's own regurgitation, impulsations, from one's own unconscious thoughts and feelings. Intuition is not a feeling. You can develop intuition by taking notice of your inner voice, auf die innere Stimme, and to open up for it. What you are mentioning regarding things to occur has more to do with inspiration than with intuition. It's a inspirative and Eugeneite. Vincent. Hi Billy. How is the threat and possibility of World War III looking now and can you give us any new information about it now too? Salome. Vincent. Answer. What can be said is that at the moment there is much blundering, about, happening in our world. Especially because of the machinations of the US and the EU, the threat is growing. They, US/EU, should abstain from putting pressure on Putin. He's more reasonable than they are. Steve. Oh, I regret my life so much cause I was too nice to people. I did do to people what they did to me. I was too nice. I cared too much. I did lie a lot. I did manipulate people. I did choose people for my own advantage. All I wanted was to be happy with people and care for them. Instead I should have though of myself and my needs and my emotions and feelings and not though of others. I should never cared or love or treated others with kindness and respect. I should have lied then of thinking of others. I should have take whatever I could from others and not care about their feelings. Cause I cared I ruin myself, my feelings and emotions and also my being and self-worth. Cause all they did was took from me and more. And now I'm scared and have social anxiety and reject everything I want cause I'm scared I'ma get hurt again like always. They destroy me and make me destroy myself at a very young age. Friends and family and strangers. I hate society now, don't get me wrong, there is good people in the world. But I tried to be good so much and so long. When I should have just cared about myself and my needs and my evolution. And even you said it yourself that hesitant people really never gonna succeed, so therefore I'm doomed to die. And if that's true, then the life I live now I might as well get rid of to save every humanity in my mind I have, so that in my next life I still have that little humanity to hold on to and hope for from this life to my next. And I know everything I'm saying sounds crazy, but then again for over 10 years there's no hope for me, never had been, never will be, at least not in this life, and I'm 26 now. I think I'ma have a better chance in my next life. My question: what do you think with what I said? Answer: what you do not achieve now in this life, you won't necessarily achieve in a next life. You have to face your problems now, because in your next lives you will have to face and solve the same and other problems as well. Note by CF: wallowing in self-pity is never a solution. It's you alone who is responsible for your own thinking and the resulting feelings. Do not blame other people for your own thinking and feeling. It's you who has let yourself be inundated by exterior factors. Your better chance is now. Freddy: hello Billy and Christian. What is blessing and what is something holy? When we shall practice it? Why and how? Are the teaching of the Spirit a blessing teaching but not something holy? Note: in the Goblet of Truth the word blessing, anointed, is mentioned 3 times and the word holy is mentioned 29 times. Since this question are about related issues, I ask for the moderator permission and Billy's consideration to be answered. Billy: thank you for bringing us the truth, and thank you for taking valuable time helping us in our consciousness development. Freddy M: answer: holy must be understood as control and controlling. Blessing in the sense of to anoint means occultic action, as for example applying oil on hand, feet and head. It's a symbolic act of reverence, etc. Another meaning of blessing is connected with the term prosper and prosperousness. Jedahan/Jedahan. Corey: dear Billy and Christian, will global warming and overpopulation be the great battlefields of the 21st century, replacing traditional war and enemies such as terrorism? No other enemy has the power to destroy our home planet and our people as global warming and overpopulation. The longer we wait, the worse the effects of the causes will be. Sooner or later the two will have to be dealt with by both the powers that be, as well as the masses. Or will it be just needless destruction on top of needless destruction? Then the future dictatorships, dark order, choose inhumane methods of population reductions for a dark and dim future. Salome Corey: answer: no. They are not the battlefields. They are natural catastrophes, also called Naturweltenbrand, as a variety of Kriegsweltenbrand. Weltenbrand equals global conflagration. And of course, the longer we wait to apply the necessary measures against overpopulation, which is the crux of the matter, the worse the effects. Dark order in the sense of the spiritual teaching, as used in the Goblet of the Truth, is a term for everything that is evil and negatively osgtet. Note by CF: global warming and overpopulation are the result of humankind's irresponsible behavior, based on the law of cause and effect. Hawaiian: during the process of physic teleportation, when objects both living and innate are teleported from one place to another without technology, where does it really go before being transported to its final location? Strange things are still occurring to this day. Objects disappear sometimes for weeks on end or other times a few minutes in my presence. I notice that it usually occurs when I worry about something and that object disappears only to reappear another time. Just wondered if I should concentrate in developing this ability further or do other more useful activities instead. Thanks. Answer: it's not the object which is displaced, but atomic, subatomic impulses are transmitted. Not atoms are transported. but the impulses. While the atoms etc. are dissolved in one place, other atoms etc. are built up in another place. You can compare the process with doing a phone call. You are dialing the number. Then your voice is transmitted as impulses, which in turn manifest in the other cell phone. If a person is capable to teleport him/herself, he or she is both the sender and receiver. Note by cf. An example of such an incident is reported by Bernadette Brand in Billy's Eugene Butch. STR0323. Hello Billy and Christian. My question is in regards to information in Contact Report 512. Zafanat Punch related information to two about secret services and religious sectarian organizations manipulating all electronic devices, such as TV, computers, radios, internet, etc. They insert certain vibrations to influence a human being's subconsciousness to act a certain way and do nefarious things. Do you or the pleasurer know if they target a single person or a president, head of state, members of parliament or Congress, law enforcement agencies, to influence them to murder, start wars, or pass specific legislation? With respect and reverence, Salome, Scott Reed. Answer: it's not the individual, but it's about the masses. Even the first emperor of China, or Mao, or Genghis Khan, etc., were aiming at the masses. In this sense, each newspaper, journal, or TV station etc. is striving or aiming to trigger effects in the masses. Note by cf. To give you just one of many examples for that effect, compare reality with the messages that are broadcast, conveyed by Fox TV in the US. Joe Billy, could you please tell us if overpopulation is the main cause of the increased frequency of sinkholes that are appearing around the world? Answer: not directly. The sinkholes may have natural causes, caverns in the underground which are enlarged through rain etc., or they may be the result of underground mining, which, in turn, indirectly may be attributed to overpopulation, because the less people, the lower the need for fossil energy. Jet where in your material can be found information on how to get better sleep, how to fall asleep faster, how not to wake up too often etc. Names of books, publications. Answer: just shut off your thoughts. Melatonin is necessary for good sleep. Luigi. Regarding punishment, I agree that prisons are not a solution and that the criminals end up leaving even worse, or not leaving at all, and also degenerating even more, as well as the prison guards. When a person commits a crime and is exiled, left by her own means, to provide for himself, herself, wouldn't that be considered murder? Or a certain place where living is possible, to gather fruit, plants or hunt animals, should be chosen? In other words, is the criminal left without any aid whatsoever, or should her be left with maybe some tools, shelter, books and food? Thank you. Answer: of course the deported criminals would receive everything which is necessary for living and securing their basic needs. For example, tools, books, first aid kit, seeds, etc. But they would not get things with which they could leave the location, and of course as well, the place would be guarded from the outside. Norm: dear Billy, I was wondering where the race of the Sons of the Sun come from. Thanks, Norm. Answer: Billy doesn't know. Michael Alford: dear Hermia, thank you for your previous answer regarding the limits to the evolution of plant-animal consciousness. Since there are limits to what plants and animals can achieve in their evolution of consciousness, since they have a hard time growing beyond their own limitations, can it likewise be said that humans have analogous limits to what we can achieve in our evolution? In other words, are there awarenesses and definitions of self which require such wisdom and self-directed freedom of being that we simply cannot be expected to achieve the understanding? Are we the crop and pets of some other level of being? Life. Answer: human beings have a limited capacity of using their consciousness. This depends on the structure of the brain. However, human beings of Earth generally use much less of their brain consciousness capacity than would be possible. The higher the spiritual level, the higher the consciousness. When a human being has reached the highest possible level of consciousness evolution, the spirit form will not reincarnate as a human being, but transforms, changes into the sphere of the High Council. BTW. Expansion of consciousness cannot be achieved through so-called esoteric means or drugs etc. I am Hoegi. Hello Billy. It is an honor to be a part of something as earth-shattering as this. Please forgive me for being so naive. I can't believe it took me this long to find people that believe as I do, especially since I am always searching. I heard of Billy Mayer through the lectures of Phil Schneider. I am 63 years old and I just, 3 days ago, found out about the Talmud of Jmanuel. Why is it taking so long for people to believe? It is so logical, but I can understand how hard it must be to convince people that what they have believed for so long. But to me it has always been illogical. But still, the word has got to get out. Nobody I talked to has heard of the Talmud of Jmanuel. That's not good. Please forgive me, as I am still familiarizing myself with this site, and have been posting in all the wrong places. I went for years not knowing what religion I was. I thought of myself as atheist. I tried telling people there is no supreme being. In 1969, I experienced the fine matter world. It was so beautiful and full of love. I didn't want to return to this world. At the time, my upbringing had me believing the Christian lies, so I thought I was before God. I sensed a calling for me to come, but I refused, thinking I wasn't worthy. That's when I returned. It took me 15 minutes to comprehend my own name. The two people I was with were saying something about alcohol or something, and I said, "What are you talking about? I don't drink." A lot of it is still a blur, but while there, I felt like I was on the cross. All I remember thinking was, these poor people, forgive them cause they don't realize what they are doing. I know what you are thinking, but I'm just telling you of my experience. I don't care what anybody thinks. I have only told this to a few people. For a long time I sensed someone or something was watching me, and guiding me. Then it stopped. I don't know why, but I guess I screwed up or something, cause I don't feel it anymore. I didn't understand what was going on, and whether it was good or bad, and I think I inadvertently hurt one of them. Any thoughts on this? That out of the way, my question is, what is up with the Z2 and the pole shift? Should we be preparing? Answer: if you mean the androids, little grays, of the Roswell incident, they were destroyed during the crash. And regarding the pole shift, in about 1,000 years from now the magnetic pole will have wandered to the region of Mecca in Arabia. Posted on Sunday, January 25, 2015 to 10:20 p.m. Voten. Recently we came across an event which we cannot work out. Whilst we went for a walk we came in contact with this person and the next minute he disappeared. We sat down and he was just around the corner. When we got up he was not in front of us or behind us. We cannot tell our friends because they think we imagined it. Joe. Answer: what's your question? Probably you experienced a blackout. L. How is communication made possible between humans and spirit beings like the High Council? Answer: through Guy's telepathy, spirit telepathy. Holland_Escobar. It's mentioned in the Goblet of Truth that it will be used on other planets beyond Earth in the future. Correct me if I am misunderstanding. My question is, will the Goblet of Truth be translated into the languages existing on those planets? Or will those civilizations use only the original German text? Or both? Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayer. Answer: it will be, and actually is already done in the Pleasuran Federation, translated into other languages, as is also the case here on Earth. Maslow. Hello Billy and Christian. I recently read an article that some transgender men now are capable of conceiving babies and giving birth. I imagine they have a complete sex change. Is this an example of going against nature by having a male give birth? Or no, since they become females, are they still respecting the female role in conceiving life? Thank you very much for your answers. Answer: if nature provides a person with an uterus, additionally to male organs, then it is a natürlich Abnormität, a natural abnormality. Note by cf. It would be entirely different if an uterus etc. would be inserted, operated into a male body. Corey. Dear Billy and Christian, on page 15 of Die Psyche, where you wrote about highly evolved humans that have achieved the level of comprehending their feelings from a spiritual consciousness-based and material consciousness-based standpoint, that to achieve that level of evolution you have to have lived through 42 million years of reincarnations. Does the mentioned 42 million years include time spent in gests? By my calculation at the 1.52 rate equals 14.37 million years in the material life with of 27.63 million years in the beyond? Or is it that the 42 million years total is only counted as time spent with material lifetimes with no time in gests included? Salome Corey. Answer: April 2, 2015. Correction of the earlier answer. 42 million years equals the time in the gests. The ratio is 18 million years in the material life and 42 million years in the gests equals if there's a total of 60 million years. Hawaiian Aloha. I've been thinking about this for a long time regarding the connections between the memory banks of the aggressors and their victims when the cause and effect are still out of balance throughout many incarnations, even though the original spirit form of the aggressor has incarnated in a different star system many light years away. The memory banks of the aggressor goes with them while the memory banks of the victims remains on their host planet, but appears still being linked when separated by light years and different dimensions. I know that Sam Jace and Beam ran an experiment on Mr. Glanz's subconscious that apparently triggered an EMP feedback pulse that destroyed the apparatus on her ship and almost knocked Billy unconscious. That being the case, then is it possible to technologically trigger a similar subconscious EMP feedback on a reincarnated spirit form who was victimized in the past, utilizing the same type of technology to link them to the former aggressor who is also reincarnated on different planet by placing her current image or personality in a threatening way to induce a strong emotional response to that, in turn trigger this EMP pulse directed to the current aggressor personality in order to destroy him, her, since the relevant experiences and knowledge are stored in both planets' memory banks. I'm actually referring to the Pledgerans, former creator overlords, their counterparts who fled to Earth and other spirit forms. Thanks. Answer: if a person is separated from another person by more than 3 light seconds, equals about 1.2 million kilometers, a link is severed. Interrupted. New initiation. Hi Billy, my question is, why wasn't other gods of lies and falsehood from the Giza intelligences such as Kamigol, Hen and so forth insert their name into the Bible, as all references are mainly based around Jehovah and Jesus Christ? Is there a particular reason why the other gods didn't bother getting their name into this world's best-selling book? Matt Lee. Answer: you would have to ask the authors of the Bible. Billy didn't write the Bible. Jacobus_Stalmokers. Hello Billy and Christian. From my last question I was explained that not everything is set in stone. After I asked how by a specific type of looking far into the future things could be seen which will happen to a person with certainty, like Billy losing his hand and troubled marriage. I understand that by our thoughts we can influence future events which are changeable. But my interest is in that part which seems as if it was already predetermined, or in other words inevitable. Can you please explain the process of it? I mean about things which will happen regardless of her own thinking. Please, no beating around the bush. Best regards, Jacobus. Answer: if you have the means or capabilities to jump or see into the future and notice something happening there, it will happen with 100% certainty. Note by CF. But this process is something which is not done, happening frequently, meaning investigating the future by visiting it. When Billy met Jmanuel and talked with him, this meant that it was then already a fact that Billy would, nearly 2,000 years later, travel back in time to meet Jmanuel. Steve, so the things I'm dealing problems I have now with my life is because of my past life, our lives, so I've been having this problem before I was born in this life. What you said is what I know you would say. So this life is the result of my past life despite of any mental issue I have in my current life, cause I've been seeing thing on and off since I was a child, but this is cause of my thinking, so everything in my life is based off my thinking, which I think is not all bad cause I had good memories in my life. But what you explain is makes much sense, cause since I was a kid I had problems with my peers and social anxiety and seeing spirits when I was, and cause of this happening is based off my thinking that carries from past lives. So the way I think is wrong. I have tried many ways to think and tried many options in my life that lead to end a sad end, so much that I just gave up. Well, enough of that pity talk, but I was thinking about what you said when I asked the question, does creation love me, and your reply was yes, but not in the sense as you may think or imagine. Creation's love is manifested by the fact that the human being exists, that he or she is a product of love. It's the same thing with the saying it has been creation's idea. The term idea cannot be used in the sense we human beings understand it. Creation's idea creates Fugunjin, a logical series of cause and effect. So basically what's happening in my life is what's supposed to happen, which is logic in a pure form of all my lives I'm supposed to go through now in order for me to personally grow and go back to creation. I'm just in the early years of life though. This is my question: am I right about what I said about creation and me? I mean, I have many lives after this and many opportunities, so life does get better cause I'm getting better at it, either way cause I'm growing. But even you said it's hard for a person to grow entirely cause of all the overpopulation and also other factors. But once we get all this in control, many even me can and well be helped. So what all you say and said is that there's still hope in my life, in my current life, cause this life is what matters. So it's not the body I'm in, it's the thinking I about. So I need to change my thinking. But what I don't understand is when you explain the incarnation cycle and how it's messed up. Ain't I'm supposed to be born around people with the same thinking relations? But my question is still about creations. That's all I need to say. Thanks, Edward Albert Mayer. Answer: yes. It's the actual life that matters, not the past, but only now, the present, and onward. Because now, at this moment, you are deciding what next steps you will make and take. You cannot avoid being confronted with the things of life, problems, good things, etc., and will have to deal with them inevitably through your thinking and the resulting feelings. Note by CF: this life of yours is not the direct result of former lives, but only indirectly. Ebby_Aura hi Billy and all at Figu. A question you answered for me before. You said that orbs are real and called it organic biological life forms. I am still seeing photographing orbs and seeing them with night vision cams. You said they are not dead people. I was curious to know if you could tell me if they are spiritual forms and are of good intentions. Are they monitoring or protecting us? And not negative, etc.? Thanks. Answer: no, they are no spiritual forms. They are energy ball engine. Energy balls. Save you, dear Billy. I would think that you are the single human on Earth who has met the most number of types of extraterrestrials. I presume that highly evolved human beings will have given up their tails long time ago on their way of evolution. Having said that, I would conclude that whoever brings up a photo of a life form or a skeleton with a tail, it has nothing to do with extraterrestrials. My question being, did you meet any extraterrestrial being who has a tail or something like that? Salom Savio. Answer: no. Marba Billy, now that the midterm elections in the US is now over, Republicans have total control Congress. I wonder how this will affect black people in the US. For many years, people have been saying the Democratic Party has done more harm than good for blacks. It was the Democratic Party that allowed slavery to happen in the US and allowed the Ku Klux Klan to terrorize and kill blacks. Many blacks vote Democratic, yet they are still unemployed and live in poverty. Many poor cities in the US are run by a Democratic mayor. Lyndon B. Johnson once said, "I'll have those niggers voting Democratic for the next 200 years." This tells me that the Democratic Party really does nothing for black people. On the other hand, some people are saying the Republican Party has done more good for blacks. Now, I wonder which party has done more good for blacks? Now my question, Billy, which party you think have done more good for blacks in the US, Democrats or Republicans? Answer: Billy is not interested in answering such questions. Zanderson. Hello Billy and CF, hope you guys and the rest of Figu are doing well. For this round I'd like to get a true understanding of the following. I remember reading you saying something to this effect: if the process of kinesis or of movement is consciously desired, then the thoughts and the consciousness determines the entire occurrence. I assume that the thoughts in this occurrence would be focused on visualizing the process. Uncertain, however, if this is correct, would you kindly explain how the consciousness would aid in determining this occurrence? Else, how would both the thoughts and the consciousness aid in determining the process of kinesis or of movement? Thank you. Live long and prosper. Answer: the process happens automatically and is not accompanied by conscious thoughts. Truth Seeker. Greetings Billy. When the MIBs were removed from Mars, back in 2006 from the Sirian ET forces, along with all other ancient Mars structures, because these were being used by the MIBs. Then were other ET groups who had bases on Mars also forced to leave Mars? I'm kind of wondering about this because I've recently heard some YouTube stories from some supposed former US secret military special ops concerning supposed secret military groups from certain countries on Earth who already have spaceships capable of space travel, but only within the solar system, have also possibly established one or more secret bases on Mars, the Moon, etc., and who have acquired before 2006 various ancient artifacts from ancient sites on Mars. So if that is the case, then not everything would be destroyed from the Sirius forces back in 2006 and so-called other ET bases on Mars, if these were not forced to leave, would still leave possibilities of having already been discovered or at some future possibility are yet to be discovered. If you know, then feel free to comment. Thanks. James Truthseeker. Answer: that's nonsense. Mahajatam dear Maya, Ingudios and still they fly. On page 114, he wrote that a total of 5 giant fir trees were eliminated in the course of the demonstrations along with all memories of these trees. Locations and dates of the most well-known disappeared trees are listed below. 1. Fussbuhl-Hofhalden Site, Lake Background, July 9, 1975. 2. Beamships circling around the tree-like pendulum, March 18, 1975. Can you tell us the locations or dates of the photos, in which the other 3 giant fir trees were eliminated? Is the tree that appeared in Kufa video also made to disappear too? Answer: yes, that tree was also eliminated. Edward_B Hi Billy, Christian. I remember reading once in your writings that Earth humans in their current evolutionary state are fickle and cannot take neutral positive thoughts, feelings and expand them, make them last, internally. I am wondering how one can eventually achieve this. When I think about it, it seems like something that will develop with sufficient practice, meditation, applying the teaching to daily life, taking care of oneself, etc. Thank you for all you done. Edward. Answer: by studying the spiritual teaching and living according to what has been learned. Using meditation is a part of this process. Luigi. Hello Edward and Christian. About breakups in relationship. If a person breaks up with someone, in an intimate relationship, is it because there's no true love involved? In my case, I do know that I love my partner, but sometimes I doubt it'll ever grow towards true love, and I have doubts. And still, even in love, I would end the relationship, even if it's a healthy one. I don't know how to put it into a question. I think it would be, even in a healthy relationship where love is involved, possibly not true love in capital letters, would it be against the laws of creation to terminate this relationship? I think it would take some courage and total honesty with your partner. Answer: no, this is not against the laws of creation. But this is something each human being has to decide for him or herself according to recommendations. Dear Billy, I have been wondering what you would say about the following for quite a while now. What may students of the spiritual teaching be called by others? Since in our world, people seem to require labeling to identify others, we end up seeing students, followers of the doctrine of Islam, and label those people Muslims, or ones who pursue Christianity are called Christians, and so on. I understand that the teaching of the truth, the teaching of the Spirit, the teaching of life should require no label, since it should actually be the natural inclination of human beings to live by the creative natural laws and recommendations which are contained within the teaching, and which also may be observed in nature. Despite this, most people on Earth do not observe the teaching, or do not even know of its existence. Therefore I think it is unavoidable that some label will emerge, though it is my feeling that this should be avoided. I wonder if, in the future, people will refer to members of Figu as figuists, creative naturalists, geistlerists, or any other labels that people will inevitably come up with. I would like to know your thought about all of this. Answer: human beings who learn, no label necessary. Michael Alford. Dear Hermia, President Obama. A loaded question already. President Obama has recently forced the illegal immigration issue upon the U.S. He has done his level best in not enforcing our immigration laws, even hamstringing the Border Patrol in innumerable unreported ways, while maintaining a mantra that the American immigration laws are broken, and need to be fixed. Now he has moved beyond de facto amnesty for illegal immigrants, and is basically offering citizenship to almost anyone who can find a way to America's shores, excepting Europeans. Of course, just the other day, he announced an open-ended intention to legalize at least 5 million more people who are here illegally, though the number of people is more likely 3 to 5 times that. President Obama, whether or not he is just a marionette of some nameless dark force, he did do this, and against the wishes of the majority of the American people, though our mainstream media is reporting. Well, just as with the Ukraine, they are pretty blatantly spinning the news to say whatever they want, regardless of the actual facts. Unsurprisingly, our Congress is equally complicit. They say they don't like what Obama has done, but few of them have mentioned that they have ready at hand the constitutional power to reverse his latest executive decision. This smacks of corruption, disingenuous, duplicitous, manipulated corruption. The issue highlights how America is being run by people who don't serve the interests of what had been the American people, but rather they are deliberately altering the makeup of America to whatever easily manipulable multi-ethnic society they want it to be, consistently. These interests involve importing more people into the U.S. and constantly promoting racial integration, among many other ways in which they deliberately evolve, or subvert, the traditional American culture and society. It seems to me that the issue of borders invariably reduces to a racial issue more than a cultural one. In attempting to discuss this topic on the Figu Forum, I found that almost no one wants to talk about the issue. It is just too hot a potato, I think. The one person who has done so has brought up the primary argument for removing our nation's borders, integrating all races, and accepting everyone as human beings worthy of sympathy. This reason is love. Likewise, as other people in my life see it, to be loving means that when we shut people out with our borders we are committing a crime against humanity, and that the mere existence of separate races, especially white people, is implicitly unfair to some people. As they see it, we can only have one single borderless nation and one race of mixed people the world over. To them, only this is loving, and anything less than that is immoral. They do not see how we can be loving and yet maintain limits, how we can be loving and yet enforce our borders, how we can be loving and yet maintain our cultures and races. How it can possibly be moral for any group to set limits when needy people want what others have. My question is this: how do you wish the Figu to address this issue? Would you prefer that the Figu actively promoted a one single world society with the much vaunted racial mixing? Or would you prefer that the Figu stand by and say nothing on this issue, letting the chips fall where they may? Or would you like to see the Figu support the arbitrary limits of borders and distinct races? As an adjunct, in considering how to approach this issue, do you expect that the Figu membership is too immature to deal with racial issues in a fair manner? Answer: we don't deal with politics. We only assess the facts and name them. Earthling greetings Billy and Christian. Billy, as the human being who wrote a work such as the Goblet of Truth, which contains knowledge and wisdom far beyond my comprehension, you are well versed in the laws and recommendations of creation, and there is no arguing with such laws as they will not bend to our individual wishes. One such law is the becoming and passing. Therefore, knowing the unchangeableness of such a law, do you feel sad and have some period of grieving over losing another human that you've been close to for a long period of time, even though you know this is the unchangeable way of life and that their spirit form will reincarnate as another personality? So we are grieving over the lost personality that will never be seen again, even though the spirit form that animated that personality still exists and will once again animate another human. Can you please speak a little about this? Thank you. Bruce. Answer: a human being who is thinking rationally, vernunftig, automatically will experience feelings of joy or sorrow, etc. And such a person can also feel sorrow if another person dies. Note by cf. Rational thinking also enables the person to live through the sorrow and find an end to it in order to continue with one's normal life. STR0323 Hello Billy and Christian. What are the circumstances that bring you, Beam, peace at this stage of your life? I thank you and everyone else who give the truth to the human beings of today. With respect and reverence, Salome. Scott Reed. Answer: when Billy is content with himself, with that which he is doing or has done, when he can say to himself, "Now it is good and right." Note by CF, at the moment Billy has just started writing another book, about unglücklichkeit, mishappening/unfortune/unhappiness. Simon_CG. Dear Billy and Christian, I have some questions about the following. Contact report 251 mentions an error in the pi number calculation. These events coincide with many innovations and discoveries in technology and science, for 1995 and the ensuing years bring incredible breakthroughs that will change civilization. One contributing factor to these breakthroughs in the near future will be, finally, the exposure and rectification of an error in the pi number calculation. In Contact Report 260 Billy and to speak about a calculation of the pi number from Guido. Billy, that's exactly what we thought. Here, I now have a calculation for the circle number pi. Guido's work is the whole thing, as you can surely already tell by the handwriting. The question, now, is whether the calculations agree and, thus, are accurate to a 105. This calculation is very amazing, but the time is still much too early in order to be allowed to make more detailed and more exact statements about that. Billy, we've already feared this answer, but we just wanted to try to a 106. Of course, I understand, but I really must remain with my statement. 107. If I would go into more detail about that, then I would have to violate our directives, but we don't do such. On page 484 there is a scan of this calculation. Can you confirm the correct pi number is indeed 3.144605512? As suggested by this calculation, and where do the extremely precise values for the dimensions, base and height, of the pyramid of Cheops Guido used for his calculation come from? Answer: Billy does not know since he did not get into more details during that contact. Jediah: Hi Billy, can you describe what traveling on any of the beam ships felt like? Answer: You mean on Orion? Sitting outside on the spheres of the wedding cake beam ship felt like being lifted by a platform. The beam ship rose and flew smoothly. Norm: Hi Billy, can you give us some insight into why the leaders of Europe and the USA are opening their borders to the overpopulated third world? It seems like an insane policy that can't continue forever. It almost seems like some grand plan to sink their own countries in overpopulation and the problems that come with it. Answer: Reasons for that are false thinking, false politics, false humanism, etc. BTW, Billy's prophecies and predictions already announced this clearly in the 50s and 60s of the last century. Derek: Dear Billy and Christian, I have recently relocated to Clearwater, Florida after residing in Phoenix, Arizona for 30+ years. I have tried to relocate close to Munns Park on several occasions but found it difficult to find work or networking with people willing to help me get started with a job or a living situation. A part of me did not want to leave Arizona knowing that I was only 2 hours away from Munns Park and other like-minded people, but I had nowhere to go all of after losing my job because of car trouble. On the other hand, I was open to new changes and the possibility for new prospects and perhaps a better living situation. I have noticed while being in Florida that though the ocean is beautiful and so on, the majority of people living here are very religious for the most part, and I often feel as though they are very self-righteous and some have a downright nasty disposition with very untrusting eyes. There are many churches around, seemingly on every corner, and big elaborate ones at that. What I'm wondering is, how big of a part does geography play a role or influence one's own state of well-being and consciousness, especially areas such as the South Bible Belt? I feel a greater sense of negativity and indoctrination in this area that seems to be even more negative than Arizona, the West. Can you clarify perhaps how much is self-created and how much is a result of exterior circumstances? I say mantras at times to protect my consciousness, but nevertheless this is how I think and feel. Thank you, dear Billy and Christian. Answer: The most important factor is always the individual person and how he or she is thinking. Note by CF: If you really control your thoughts, you can live among a bunch of criminals or sectarians etc. and not be affected. Just so, dear Billy, Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel was fired today. Was this Obama's last-ditch effort to ease back the USA World Police? Answer: Billy wasn't involved into the decision process. Besides, he's a Swiss person and lives his neutrality. Posted on Sunday, March 01th 2015 to 10:15 a.m. Norm: Hi Billy. Do you know what's behind all these old symbols and artifacts pertaining to the Knights Templar and the Holy Grail bloodline of Jesus and Mary in Europe and America? Since we know the truth about Manuel and India, is this Holy Grail bloodline a planned hoax to trick people, or is it just a false belief? Answer: There's no bloodline to America. However, there's a bloodline stemming from Manuel via Malta and Amalfi to Switzerland. Vote. And Scott, if you are going to reply, be a bit more serious, or do not bother. Guess what, there were two of us. Do you really believe that we both had a blackout at the same time? I do not think so. There are many things in this lifetime that cannot be explained. So if you do not know the answer, do not make fun. Thank you, Joe. That answer did not come from me. Scott. Message edited by Scott on January 25, 2015. Joe. Answer. Note by CF: if you read your last posting again, you will notice that you did not ask a question. That's why I wrote, "What's your question?" And Billy's comment regarding your experience, probably you had a blackout, referred to your experience, not your posting. New initiation: Hi Billy and Christian, my question is, could you please share your advice on how I could raise my 1-month-old baby now to become spiritual? It appears to be a stupid question, knowing that my wife and I need to set the example through our thoughts, deeds and actions, but I feel like my son is subconsciously very attuned to my thoughts, and without myself talking verbally to him, he seems to know my intentions as if he can listen to what I am saying internally. This would mean that he is absorbing through fine sensitive feelings and impulses all that I am and all that I think about and do, suggesting that not only do I have to keep my thoughts strictly aligned with the creational laws and recommendations, but I need to constantly generate and create conscious thoughts and feelings in spiritual related manner around him for him to at least be influenced. Is this not effective? Thank you, Matt Lee. Answer: just treat and educate your baby boy correctly, and refrain from indoctrinating him with any theory, religion or teaching, even spiritual teaching, and do not try to influence him. Your baby has to grow up and find his own path of life, and has to decide freely whether or not he will study the spiritual teaching or not, and refrain from having illusions. Your son is not mature enough to know your intentions. Note by CF: a good education, Hung, means, apart from providing food, clothing, fondness, love, friendliness, shelter etc., that you and your wife are setting good examples of behavior etc., and setting boundaries where necessary. And above all, let the child ask questions and answer them according to the child's understanding only. No surplus information if he doesn't ask for. It's the child who has to do the thinking and combining knowledge etc., and who has to learn how life is by making mistakes etc. Michael Alford: Dear Hermia, you advocate for a global police force, which in light of all that is happening today, makes complete sense. The scale of such an undertaking may be small at first, but it would have to grow to an enormous size to truly be effective. Considering the variety of human beings on this planet, and depending upon how strictly the imperative of fairness and corrected behavior is enforced, perhaps 1/100th of the global population would need to be engaged in this police force. Earth currently does not have either the financial nor the industrial capability to support this size police force. Although these are not insurmountable challenges, overcoming them would require that many political leaders change their priorities. It seems to me that, as much as such an overarching global police force is genuinely needed on this planet, it could also be very easily turned into yet another venue and means to further the agendas promoted by some of our planet's most powerful, duplicitous, and corrupt people who themselves already work for a single world government and culture dominated primarily by their favorite ever-threatened group association. My question is this: are you at all concerned with the preservation of the planet's unique societies, its unique cultures and peoples, or in weighing the need for a global police force? Will you accept the destruction of what makes us unique? Answer: to interfere in a conflict, as for example in the case of the IS terrorists, criminals, would require that a 3 up to 10-fold multinational peace-enforcing troop, which may never consist of mercenaries, would interfere in the region and checkmate the terrorist scum. BTW, since terrestrial population has already reached 8.5 billion, 85 million fighters, equals 1/100th, would be too many. Regarding your question, the peoples and cultures on our planet, on any planet, must be preserved and not unified. Each folk and culture should preserve its uniqueness. However, this is increasingly threatened because of migration, refugees etc., enforced through wars, mismanagement, famine, etc., all of which is based on the overpopulation catastrophe and the connected religions etc. Mahijita Meir, in Contact Report 68, November 1976, ppkb2, pgs.378, you and Sam Jace were discussing the fact that some space pictures that are very similar to yours, which you photographed in mid-1975, have been shown on TV in 1976, and the accusations that you photographed them from TV. Also, according to the same Contact Report, some artists, painters have already in much earlier times to the time you photographed, July 1975, have painted some identical illustrations and published them before you did. When you asked Sam Jace why she allowed you to publish your photographs that are very similar or in some cases identical to the illustrations made in earlier times, she said that you would come to recognize the importance of the publication of these space pictures in the course of next year, which is 1977. Billy, but tell me, is it really so damn important that I have to disseminate these images, which already were made in oil or otherwise and published by gifted sensitive painters in times before? Sam Jace 44. It was very important and it still is, but it wasn't calculated in our probability calculations that certain groups would react that negatively. Billy. Then I am simply the fool now. You could have informed me on these things. Then I would never have disseminated the pictures. Sam Jace, 45. I knew that. That's why I wasn't allowed to say anything. 46. It had to be this way. You will experience in the course of the next year why. Billy, mystery monger. Sam Jace, 47. I cannot change it. Billy, okay, never mind then. Question. Assuming you came to know the reason in 1977. Can you tell us why was it so important to publish your space photographs that are now very identical or similar to the ones that were already published by artists, painters before? Answer. Billy was allowed to make all of his photos to trigger a controversy in the ufological field and beyond, so people would get attentive to the story behind the photos. He does not remember the special reason for Sam Jace's statement. 1977. Truthseeker greetings Billy. Thanks for your interesting answers as always, as these always give a good perspective. My next question is in relation to a recent blog posting by Michael Horn. Recently last December he posted on his internet blog site concerning that the countries of the world need to collaborate together with an army of about 300,000 troops to move in and put a stop to the Islamic State or other ISIS group of about 100,000 troops before they eventually march into Europe, cause global conflict, etc. that would eventually result in plunging Earth back into the Dark Ages as they eventually result in destroying knowledge and technology. Therefore I'm also of the opinion that if this happens then there likely will no longer be any other means in the future to stop the red meteor asteroid Apophis from crashing down into the future global Islamic State dictatorship by 2036 at the latest. So my question is, when is it going to be too late, or when is the deadline for the countries of the world to collaborate together to put together their 300,000 or larger troop army to deal correctly with ISIS and to hopefully banish them to a place like one of the remote Kerguelen Islands, etc.? Thanks, James Truthseeker. Message edited by Scott on January 26, 2015. Answer. Billy did not make a Vosha, i.e. he did not look into the future regarding the Islamistic State. What is certain, though, is that the IS should be defeated as fast as possible. Jacobus_Stalmokers. Hello Billy and Christian. Thank you for your answer. I would like to know then, are some things already predetermined to happen to a person in her lifetime regardless of her thinking? Jacobus. Answer. The predetermination happens constantly. instantly at each moment, i.e. each decision you are making, or are not making, determines your fate, life. It's the law of cause and effect. By using intelligence and logic it is possible to assess, estimate how certain things could result. This, however, doesn't mean that the things are already predetermined. Corey, dear Billy and Christian, in the future if the Enoch prophecies unfold, especially during the fall of Europe and the destruction of the USA, would this include subjugation of the USA and Europe at the hands of oppressors, which could lead to prison camps of subjugated peoples and other forms of unfreedom in destroyed countries, as well as worldwide Islamic supremacy and rule over the destroyed Northern Hemisphere, collapse of Catholic Church and Christian religion mentioned in Enoch prophecies, as possibilities? I know that the US/NATO/Europe, Russia, and China will be heavily involved in the war, but also Middle Eastern countries. ISIS. Salom Corey. Answer. These are Dustir Herbiswarunjan. Note by CF. How and why do you know that what you say in your last sentence? Savior. Hi Billy, we understand that creation is love. On the other hand, we have to kill animals and plants in order that we may survive. Perhaps we are more at ease by thinking that kill and eat animals and plants help fulfilling their destiny of existence. My question being, how can we reconcile universal love and killing for survival? Salom Savio. Answer. All higher life lives from the lower life. That's a creational law. That's why the floral life was created before there was animal life, and human life was created, developed, afterwards because the human being needs both plant and animal food. The human being is omnivore. From this results that the vegan lifestyle is the result of a positive ozartung, i.e. a positive illogical extreme, which is not in line with the natural way. Note by CF, even if it is a fact that the human being needs to eat animal products, this does not mean that he or she shall exaggerate, and of course any maltreatment of animals must be avoided. You may find the same principle even in the universe. A black hole swallows suns and planets and galaxies and then enables evolution by exploding as a supernova, from which new worlds develop, etc. Vote Hi Billy, could it be possible that the people running the ISIS conflict come from the Atlanta race? Seems strange that it is happening before the start of World War. Nature has a funny way of retaliation. Joe. Answer. No, that's nonsense. The Islamistic State's originator is the self-proclaimed Caliph, al-Baghdadi. If the Americans would not have interfered in Iraq and had not killed Saddam Hussein, he would have choken off the IS threat at its very beginning. Note by CF. That's just one more of the many catastrophic side effects of the US warmongering in the Middle East. Vote and Scott. Who did it come from? You were the moderator. Surely Billy does not answer in that tone. Perhaps you should ask Christian whose answer it is. This is the questions to Billy section, not questions to Scott. I did not make the comment, I only posted the questions and answers as they were given to me. Why don't you believe me? Message edited by Scott on January 26, 2015. Joe. Answer. Note by CF. Scott is right. Zanderson. Hi Billy and CF. Regarding the extraterrestrial history of present Earth humans, what do you know of and can say about such history? Origins of the Africans, black man. The only thing I was able to come across is that a tribe in Africa has some connections with a group of ETs from the Pleiadians Federation. But is there any other more detailed history/connection/information apart from this? Thank you. Live long and prosper. Answer. Apart from the information you mention above, there's no further information in the contact notes about the black race's origins. Sonak_01 Dear Billy, I have been on psychotropic drugs since I was the age of 18. I am now 34. In my teens I had many normal teenage problems. I had problems with my dad, problems in school, my studies, and the regular social awkwardness that goes with being a teenager. The problems I had that led me to resort to these psychotropic drugs have long been resolved, and I am left addicted to this stuff for no good reason at all. I have no spiritual problems. I get along great with my dad. My consciousness is sound. My only problem is these psychoactive substances which I am left with. I can't leave them, and I am addicted to them. Also, if I try to leave these drugs, the withdrawal symptoms are almost catastrophic. I thought that when one went to the doctor, They were supposed to help you, not hurt you. Once I started to take these drugs, my problems multiplied by a factor of tenfold. I'm now sleeping an average of 10-12 hours a day. For that reason, I can't sustain full-time work. I'm on government disability, and I am living a life of poverty. I can look forward to having a very difficult time sustaining a career, and for that reason it will be very difficult for me to study in school, or ever one day own a car, or buy a house, or settle down comfortably. The best years of my life are almost gone in a few years, and I am stuck in this psychopharmaceutical trap. These drugs are destroying my mind, my memory, my reason, and my consciousness. They cause apathy, flatness, and listlessness. I feel trapped. I have been labeled with schizophrenia, but I know for a fact that I never, ever once suffered from any mental illness until I started to take those drugs, poisons that these doctors call medicine. My mind was perfectly good and sound, even a little bit better than most. I was only a little bit sad, which is not a crime and is perfectly normal for any adult or children. All I needed was an adult to talk to for some guidance, advice. Instead of this, I got turned into a psychopharmaceutical guinea pig, and I have been running on this hamster wheel for almost half my life. How can I get out of this trap? What can I do? Is it recommendable to go off of those drugs in the first place? Is this flatness, apathy and listlessness caused by the drugs, or am I just being lazy? Is it my own fault? Should I just try harder, or is there another alternative to psychiatry or psychotropic, the drugs? Thank you for your patience. Salome. Answer. We understand that with psychotropic drugs you mean what is called Psychopharmaka in German, i.e. drugs described by physicians and/or psychiatrists, equals no hallucinogens, illegal drugs. A slow withdrawal from these drugs may be basically possible and could be the solution, but it should occur under medical supervision only. However, this solution depends on the circumstances and your specific health condition. Schizophrenia. Jubilee. Is it necessary for both the sender and receiver of spiritual telepathy to be in the same space-time configuration, dimension, or is it possible where, for example, the sender is in a different dimension from the receiver? Answer. You have to be within our creation, universe, equals Stern Universum. Contrary, primary telepathy can be active only within 3 light seconds distance. Rishiro and hello Billy. Since the population on Earth is growing at such rapid pace, I was wondering if all the spirit form that take birth on Earth had previous births on Earth, or could there be new or otherworldly spirits with no previous births on Earth? I know each spirit form is bound to take birth on the planet where he died, but since the current population is 7 billion and there haven't been so many people on Earth before, so I wanted to know if that's possible. Thanks and regards, Rishi. Answer. There's no need to activate new spirit forms on Earth because already 129 billion. According to Arathasata's information, spirit forms have at least once been activated/incarnated/reincarnated. However, most of them are inactive. Earthling, you often write about the importance of being in touch with one's inner nature, which is formed according to pre-given creational natural laws, and from that directing and guiding one's life outwardly, even though the personality is different with each successive incarnation. Does this inner nature within one specific spirit form essentially remain the same even if it is reflected differently by each completely different personality? Bruce. Answer. Yes, in the same sense that when a person is learning a profession, he or she remains the same human being even if the amount of what has been learned has increased. The inner nature, in fact the innerst Wesen, not to be confused with the inner ears Wesen, is a part of the spirit form. Get knowledge. Hello. Does one's spirit form always incarnate in the same astrological sign of the zodiac? Thanks. Answer. No. Billy. I should never asked that question about which political party in the US done more for blacks. When I was typing that question, I forgot that you stay out of politics and want no involvement in them. When Planned Parenthood came into being, it helped many people with birth control. Planned Parenthood gave women free birth control, advice, and abortions. But there are some people saying this company is trying to reduce the black population in the United States. I personally think that is nonsense and is not true, but many blacks believe that. It is true that a lot of black babies are aborted every year for bad reasons. After this round of questions, Billy, I want to ask you two more questions about blacks in the US. Now my question, Billy. What would make someone come up with such nonsense that Planned Parenthood is trying to reduce the population of blacks in the US? Answer: such claims are nonsense and are based on angst, resonance. Luigi. Hello Edward and Christian, thanks for your previous response. I'm from Argentina and right now there's a lot of turmoil because our current president and other government officials are being questioned for a cover-up on the terrorist attack on the Jewish embassy Amia in 1994. A federal prosecutor, Alberto Nisman, died hours before he could go to the Congress and speak about his proofs. There's talk about murder or instigation to suicide. From what I know, Iran was behind the attack in 1994, and our government covered it up. Now, 20 years later, a memorandum was written to permanently close the investigation or at least direct it to a dead end, granting impunity to the perpetrators and to establish economic relationships with Iran once again. What's behind all this? If you don't answer political questions anymore, or if you don't know, then I would ask, how can the common people bring down secret intelligence agencies like the CIA, NSA, etc. if we don't know who are their leaders? Thank you. Answer: the only feasible way is that a true democracy is formed, developed where no power-hungry people are allowed to get into the government. This requires that each individual person changes, improves her entire thinking and acting. Note by CF, and when religious beliefs are neutralized. Simon_CG. Dear Billy and Christian, early 2013 NASA reported they have ruled out the possibility that the asteroid Apophis, red meteor, will impact Earth in 2036. Is this also the view of the Pledgerin, Figu? Answer: Billy did not discuss this with Tu and, therefore, doesn't know. Anyway, researching the intervention possibilities concerning defense actions towards approaching object from outer space is necessary and sensible, etc. Andrew_Y. Dear Edward, may your warm greetings from sunny Australia to you and all those present to receive this message as you experienced the cold season. What do you make of the appropriateness or usefulness of satire to get across a message? Is it the place of the satirist to be sensible in order not to offend, or is it the responsibility of the audience to take it lightly? Andrew. Answer: if satire is applied in a reasonable and does not insult people as human beings, then nothing can be said against it. Decency, fairness, and stand must be observed. Jedediah. Hi Billy, Figu. Hope you folks are well. Following my previous question, I meant inside the beam ships. What did it look like? How did you feel? Any particular sense caught your nose or sights for your eyes? Please try to be descriptive as possible. It will help greatly, thank you. Answer: it felt like sitting in a train or airplane, etc. It was the persons in it, the Pledgerin, who made the swinging wave-based, schwingungsmäßig, difference. Michael, how is it possibly to have such an overpopulation crisis, when you hear on a daily basis families having trouble with procreation, therefore, they seek the services of a fertility clinic? My question: can our spirit forms suspend creation of personalities, human beings, until the overpopulation crisis is over? Message edited by Scott on January 26, 2015, Michelle. Answer: no. It is the people who are forcing the spirit forms to reincarnate by excessively procreating offspring. Evmanrad. Hello Billy and Christian, my question to you centers around the information in Contact Report 39 concerning the balls of energy. Sam Jace answers Billy's question about the balls of energy orbiting the Earth, concentrations energy of the most diverse types and strengths. In Contact Report 402 is it explained, by Tua, that they are bioorganisms and energy objects and there is a certain energy intelligence to them. In Contact Report 457, Tua again talks of these energy balls as forms of life that live in a parallel space, but they have not yet been able to take up communication with them as yet. Sam J. said, in Contact Report 39, that they are very important for the existence capability of the earthly life forms. Can you explain why these balls of energy are so important for the existence capability of the earthly life forms? Perhaps is it not possible because, as Tua said, They have not been able to communicate with them. Thank you and best wishes for your health and happiness from California. F. Answer. Billy does not know what these balls of energy are for. Threadpill. Hi Billy, in earlier days, you met with Jemanuel through time travel with Ask It. In that contact, and others' writings, you mentioned the ability of future vision. My question is relating to this ability. Other people have also reported having similar abilities with different names. Please explain what you know. Meditation, spontaneous flashes, dreams, and if the accuracy is tied to the condition of the physical body, aging/sickness. Thank you. Answer. This ability is triggered meditatively. Word meditative get lost, and is connected with the consciousness. It is not tied to the condition of the physical body. Pat. Billy and Christian, when a human being leaves their planet of birth, are they still able to access the planetary storage banks of their previous planet and the stored impulses of former personalities, or do they only have access to their new planet's storage banks, no longer able to access stored impulses of their spirit form's previous personalities? Salom Patton. Answer. Since each human being's information in the planetary storage banks are also stored in other storage banks, it is secured that even when a planet is destroyed, the information is preserved elsewhere. Note by CF. Contrary to many human beings on Earth who do not back up the information stored on their computer's hard drive, creation made sure from the beginning that data preservation is guaranteed as long as human beings exist within its realm. Blue_geometry. Hi Christian and Billy. Hope all is going well. My question concerns sleep. I find myself needing 9 to 10 hours of sleep to feel adequately rested. However, I read in one of Billy's articles that the maximum amount of sleep is 8 hours. Is this normal variation, or do I need to change something in my meditation or nutrition habits? By the way, I am 17 years old. Thanks a lot and hope you are enjoying yourselves. Answer. As with every rule, there are exceptions. 6 to 8 hours are, or would be, normal in our current time. This depends on the conscious-based work that is done. Billy, for example, today needs about 10 hours of sleep, contrary to the days before his accident when he usually functioned with an average of only 2 hours of sleep. Personality. Hi Christian and Billy. How does one remain conscious, lucid during sleep? I always meditate in thoughtlessness before bed, yet seldom am conscious and in control of my dreams. Many thanks. Grant. Answer. There's no need to control one's dreams. What's important is that dreams process that which they exist for to process. 7,191,997. Hi Billy and Christian. Are there any supplements or foods that you know of that are useful to increase energy levels? Genuine thanks. Answer. There exist many supplements on our planet. Vitamins, ovomaltine, Ovaltine, generally food which contains sugars, etc. Meditating_farmer. Hi Christian and Billy. I know this question is irrelevant to the current times and philosophical in nature. Will creation ever reach perfect perfection, not just relative perfection? Does Billy know what will happen if creation reaches perfect perfection and no more evolution is needed? Or is this beyond the grasp of human understanding? Thanks. Grant. Answer. Since evolution does never stand still, there will never be perfect perfection. This is valid even for the highest form of existence, the sane absolutum. Michael_Horn. Greater than. Is it remotely possible that people will stop writing their long boring books and just spare Meir and Christian the trudge through their irrelevant tales? Notice how concise and to the point the answers are. Now why not honor the time and consideration that is given to answering questions by making them short and to the point? Hi Michael. It's a little better this round. Scott. Message edited by Scott on January 26, 2015. Answer. Note by CF. Being upset is no lasting solution because there will always be new readers of this forum who on the one hand don't read such comments in the archive, on the second hand don't read the entire archive before posting their question, on the first leg have or are dependent on their individual consciousness-based background which needs much words to finally come to a question that actually or in several cases is not important for their everyday evolution, and finally, on the second leg write down their message without posing a question at all. Applying equanimity, gelatinite, is beneficial for one's own health and can be recommended. Memo. Oh hello dear Billy, does there exist a limit to the quantity or quality of fluidal forces that can attach to physical objects? I ask this because it has been mentioned that real, paper, books are better for learning than for example tablets, and even when I know for sure this is true, I don't understand why fluidal forces don't attach to the screen of the computers, or why it is more difficult to concentrate with electronic means than with other physical objects. This I have noticed also with a real chessboard versus a chess game in an electronic screen. Thank you very much for your time, Salome. Answer. Since the quantity and quality of fluidal forces depends on the originator person's thoughts and feelings, as long as he or she lives, there's no limit. Note by cf. Fluidal forces cannot overflow, which your question seems to imply. Posted on Sunday, March 29, 2015 to 11:22 a.m. Norm. Dear Billy, there are secret plans to merge the USA, Canada and Mexico into a North American Union. It will be North America's version of the European Union. My question is, will this happen before the predicted United States' second civil war? Or will this union be the cause of the civil war? Answer. Billy doesn't know about such plans. Mahajidam Billy, regarding your space journey in July 1975, you mentioned in CR 31 that you were first taken to the edge of the universe, i.e. the seventh displacement belt, which is made of fine matter or pure creational spirit energy. And here it was stated that a passageway was artificially created to travel from Dern to dull universe and vice versa. Also a photo of universal barrier was photographed by you. http://www.billymeierufossearch.com/wp-content/uploads/2015/01/Billy Meier July 1975.jpg. In that photograph, towards the left, we see two complete spherical bodies that seem to be partially photographed. My question is, how come material objects exist in the seventh belt or in between Dern and dull universe when it is said to be made of fine matter or pure creational spirit energy? Answer. Billy doesn't own an unaltered copy of his original photo anymore which he could examine. He doesn't know the meaning of the spherical forms, patterns. However, there were spherical objects around which probably belonged to the ship. He doesn't remember because everything happened a long time ago. And of course there were no material objects in the tunnel. Get knowledge high. Does subliminal audio and video work? Thanks. Answer. Yes, but unconsciously. New initiation to Billy and Christian. Thank you for your answers, as it will be very helpful in the future when raising my child. As it stands at present, the unfortunate circumstances involving Islamic terrorism, especially from ISIS, is very serious. Yet I am wondering why there isn't more information concerning Muhammad and his teachings where it may assist the Muslims to better understand the context of their religion through a Muslim equivalent Talmud of Manual. There seems to be lacking enough information about Muhammad when we have much more on Manual and Talmud of Manual. My question is, even in the light of the fact that you have written and made available the Goblet of Truth and many other written works, would you in the foreseeable future be writing more about Prophet Muhammad, texts concerning Islam and its distortion of Muhammad's teachings, and more in general about Muhammad's life, just as you have done for Manual, so that it gives a good reference for future Muslims and the world's people to understand the origin of their deep-rooted problems, which has culminated in so much destruction and religious wars today? Matt Lee. Answer. No, Billy has no intention to write about Muhammad's story, life. However, in the book The Goblet of the Truth, Muhammad's teaching is included, as is also the case in the book Betty W. In Billy's book 77 canons are included, with several thousands of verses, while the original consists of 77 million canons. Sonic_01, Hi Scott, could you please publish the later post 292, and delete the earlier one, post 291? Thank you. Hello Billy and CF. Dear Billy, question, does the information in contact 371, if it is taken into consideration, mean that a minimum of 20 to 30 minutes of normal-paced walking are sufficient if there is no learning ability, or no learning capacity being developed. If a person wants to develop their learning capacity and learning ability, then would the full time of 7 hours, 6 minutes be necessary to develop their learning curve? Also, it is said that for every 8 hours of work performed, we achieve 1 hour of study time. Does this count only for spiritual material? I remember when I was in college, I used to study for many hours a day. Does working on a computer count as work? Also, if I would have exercised, it might have been easier. Is that correct? The question is, how many hours? Thank you, Billy, and have a nice day. Contacts 156, 157, and 371. Contact_report_156. Importance of manual labor. Billy, by that, you mean that is, so to speak, responsible for? Quetzal, 19. That is of correctness, but her responsibility won't be easy. 20. We must also impose the condition on her that in the future, she points to the right way, in terms of manual activity, so that he learns to work properly. Quetzal, 26. With my daily 16 working hours, I'm doing several times his daily activities, and in comparison with your daily performances, he disappears from the point of comparison. 32. In truth, however, this is an erroneous and dangerous view, for he can shape his life only spiritually and in a knowledge-related manner just as little as anyone else, so even you and we cannot do that. 33. If you or we or the Earth human beings want to develop spiritually and in a knowledge-related manner, then we can only do this if we also exercise our manual activity in the best way. 34. This is, in fact, not only necessary for livelihood but also for the right shaping of the teaching and its processing and effects. 35. If a human being and also we want to live and learn in accordance with the teaching, then we also have to perform sufficient manual activity, otherwise, things will get confused and the teaching will become a failure. Billy, that is known to me, and I myself know well enough that I can never learn properly if I'm not manually active enough. I need hard work quite often, and that in a not too scanty form. Quetzal, 36. That is of correctness because the greater the quantity and the difficulty levels of the learning material are, the greater is the need for physical activity. Contact_report_157. Necessary manual labor average of Earth human beings. Billy, that is quite clear, but I would still like to know some data, if you will give me information, please. Quetzal, 30. I counted on it. 31. By this, you're thinking of the forms of manual activity, in connection with learning activity and learning capacity. Billy, exactly. I would like to know how everything is when these things are unscrewed a little more. According to your explanations, the necessary manual labor average of the human beings of the Earth is a daily output of 6 to 9 hours, which I can well imagine. This, nevertheless, can only really be an overall average, according to which the values must be different if only certain people are taken into account, right? Quetzal, 32. That is of correctness. Billy, then tell me, what values, for example, apply to the white race? 33. You can't look at it like that because among the white Earth human beings, various forms are already divisible. Billy, then tell me the average for Central Europeans, perhaps even for Russia and for real America. Quetzal, 34. That question is precise. 35. The average for Central Europeans is 7 hours and 6 minutes, which equally applies to domestic Russia and domestic America, in which are also included all other races that have lived in these areas for centuries, such as the brown races in America, which were previously deported there as slaves. 36. The same is also true, however, for the red races of real America. Billy, that was better, my friend, if you still don't add an unwise remark, but now, it still comes to my mind that you didn't give me an answer, when I asked you about in the wintertime. Quetzal, 49. That is of correctness. I haven't considered that. 50. If is truly willing, then he can perform his necessary manual activity, despite the wintertime. 51. He can begin his work at daybreak and then perform other work after nightfall in artificial light, when he can do no more work in the open. Billy, So you think that he should specifically do outdoor work? Quetzal, 52. That is the most obvious thing for him, and he should now already strive for this. Also in the center, for his time will start to run from today. Contact_report_371, physical exercise requirements Billy. Thus, the slogan also applies to sports, that too much is unhealthy. But what is to be understood by normal sport? And what daily exercise does a person need? What about walking? Normal paced walks of 20 to 30 minutes a day are fully sufficient for the necessary physical exercise. If no walks are possible, then extensive gymnastic exercises for the same length of time are sufficient. Of course, walks or gymnastic exercises can be freely extended even longer, but they should always remain within the framework of what is reasonable and what is consistent with the condition of the skeleton and the constitution of the body. Special exertions are not necessary, but to the contrary, these can cause injury to the body, to its organs, its skeleton, and its joints. And this can be insidiously and quickly irreparable. Sonic_01. Perhaps in the future you could enclose links, instead of copying over large portions of the contact. Thanks Scott. Message edited by Scott on March 01th 2015. Answer to a statement means that it is advisable that a human being daily does perform some physical activity, but that he or she should not exaggerate. And yes, working on a computer is work, too. Note by CF. There is a meaning behind the fact that the human being has got a body, and if the body is not used it will become weak etc. etc. Many people who get sick could find the cause of their sickness in their lazy, idle lifestyle. Just walking there and back between the refrigerator and the television chair and between the lift and car doesn't count as work. Breaking off from study for about half an hour for a swift walk in nature or through the village etc. and then returning to study brings about a positive effect in most people and brings new freshness into the learning process etc. etc., as can be experienced by anyone who makes the attempt. Jamie's Dear Billy, for my daughters. Is there a planet in our universe where there are mermaids, mermen or water-dwelling human beings that have a tail similar to that of a dolphin? Thank you, James. Answer: most probably yes. Since there exist human beings who can fly, there surely exist human beings who live in the waters. Simon_CG Hello Billy and Christian, I stumbled upon these verses from Canon 32, which include beards. 1173. Ein guter Mann Garik Tarat Tragtlib ein Dhr and Langen Bart 1173. A good man of the right kind has love and honor and a long beard. 1267. Bartlos Manus ein wie Krussen Loses Brot. Sie signed Blidge und Sintot. 1267. Beardless men are like crustless bread. They are pale and seem like dead. 1269. Ein guter Mann hat ein Bart, ist arbeitsam und spart. 1269. A good man has a beard, he is industrious and saves. If these verses are taken literally, they seem to be pretty positive about men with beards and or pretty negative about men without beards. I cannot imagine how a beard would have a positive influence on a man's character. So I guess they should be interpreted metaphorically, but I do not quite understand what they are supposed to mean. Could you please explain them? Answer: it must be interpreted metaphorically. Earthling Salam Billy and Christian. Billy, in this day and age with these mega over-the-top churches, particularly those evangelist types in the USA, the wealth of the Vatican, the Mormons' supposed gold hoard and all other religion-related material excesses, not to mention the general excessive materially oriented society, you have described yourself or have been described as an avowed and avid anti-materialist. In the 7 foundations of being human in the real and true sense, number 2 is anti-materialism. Can you please describe and define what you mean by being an anti-materialist and anti-materialism and how the human being should apply that in their own lives? Thank you very much. Bruce. Answer: an anti-materialist doesn't solely concentrate on material things and only strives to amass, get riches, money, but has her focus on her consciousness-based development, evolution, But this does not mean that such a person does or would not need material things like food, clothing, shelter, books, devices, etc. etc. Matthew, dear Billy, do the various pictorial forms that we see in the symbol der Geists or derive from actual physical objects that once existed and that were seen in someone's life, perhaps an ancient incarnation of the Nocademian spirit form? Salome, Matthew. Answer: Nocademian created these symbols based on what he saw and imagined, was Ursen an sich vorgestellt hat. These symbols may not be confused with the 52 million three-dimensional symbols of spirit telepathy, which, by the way, cannot be drawn. Bronze-esque, dear Billy. There seems to be a prevalent belief that an unknown satellite or ship is in a northern orbit around the Earth, which dates back supposedly from the days of the Mount Hermon experience. I wonder if the Pledgerans or Quetzal have ever mentioned anything which they have now nicknamed the Black Sentinel, and as to its possible validity or not pertaining to the 200. Sincerely, Matt, Bronze-esque. Answer: that's nonsense. Hawaiian, aloha Billy and Christian. Does a person have an obligation to notify others of impending events that will occur resulting in serious injury or death because they have taken unwarranted negative actions against him? These perceived future events to others are given in dreams by the subconscious before it happens, and on 2 separate occasions this person has actually intervened in the dreams and tried to save both individuals, to no avail. It appears that these events will occur regardless of what he does, just like a prediction will occur rather than a prophecy that can be changed. The person claims such events still occur today. Answer: generally, a person has an obligation to notify, warn another person of impending events which may threaten his, her life. Marsla, dear Billy and Christian. I read in the spiritual teaching that one must think a situation until it's fully utilized and resolved by one's thought. I don't know if I am correct, but is it important to think a situation and all of its aspects negative and positive even when the ideas are extreme, or is it better to control one's thoughts and not astray in negative thoughts? Thank you very much. Marsla. Answer: yes, it can be important to think through all positive and negative aspects of an idea, through which the real effects can be derived. Just thinking about the whole picture does not mean that the idea thoughts are realized. Note by cf. A drastic example. The idea, thought to kill someone, may be thought through in its various aspects and its possible consequences and effects as well. And if this is done thoroughly and neutrally, a sound, healthy human being will come to the clear realization that killing does not only harm the killed person, but oneself, too. Vote in high Billy. There is more to this ISIL movement than meets the eye. Who is really behind it? To gain so much strength it has to be backed and organized by somebody very powerful. Joe. Answer: in the first place it is its leader al-Baghdadi. Besides, of course, all those psychopathic fanatics who are his followers, etc. Note by cf. Religious sectarian belief is sickness rooted in the brain. Rosemary: how can I convince myself that creation loves me if me on first place cannot even accept nor love myself? Answer: firstly, you cannot convince yourself, nobody can convince anyone, and secondly, you will have to make the effort to search for the truth and find it within yourself. The term for this process in German is called Selbstfindung. Corey, dear Billy and Christian. I had a dream where we had a planetary language that was cultivated, cultured, and advanced. Literally changed after hundreds of years of future development, and it could have been German. My dream took place a few hundred years in the future, and by that time, we had Mars as a settlement planet. I remember being filled with a sense of relief because English didn't prevail and the change to the planetary language was a natural progression. My question is, do you think my dream could come true? Salome Corey. Answer: yes. It is said that in about 1,000 years from today there will be a world or planetary language. Of course parallel with the many other languages of the peoples. Lipunif, dear Billy, I hope your Gesundheit, health, is good. I go back to the nitpicking attitude I was attributed by cf. Let me remark you that the nitpicking frame of mind, I call precision, succeeded well in making the difference between those 3 concepts, mass, weight and gravitation, which seem to be very close though. Since you told me you didn't use any other logic than the earthling one known at this time, I remark you that in your answer. No, The claim in green is not correct, because all three, A, B, and C, are correct, since all of these are factors that are involved in the whole process of determining the gender, sex of a human being. First, the ovum is fertilized by the sperm. During the next 21 days the embryo is developing. A, B and C can't be correct at the same time, since C, ending by alone, excludes the other possibilities. I didn't invent the logical truth tables, the Grecians did. I simply understood them wholly and taught them as many people involved in science, in one way or another, on this planet. By the way, I don't understand why other people involved in teaching or science don't take my defense. Since this kind of reasoning is obvious to a 10th grader, they're scared to intervene probably. You mistake my goal too. I think that you probably are the 7th prophet. For the probability to reach 100%, you need to provide us with communication without logical mistakes that contemporaries of yours could notice. If this site is cleansed from any logical mistakes, unlike cults, sects or religions, then you will appear clearly as a lighthouse of truth. Conversely, any contradiction will delay the spreading of your words, since people will be able to fight back saying it's not logical and will have the last word. This being said, this is my question. I work at night to make a living. What is the best way not to harm my health? Thanks Salom Lipunif. Answer: by controlling your thoughts and psyche in a healthy manner and by taking care of a healthy lifestyle, eating, recreation, etc. and avoiding switching frequently from working at daytime and nighttime. Prunkalo Billy and Christian, when it comes to positive equalized thoughts and feelings, uncertainty, doubt and anxiety are, in the book The Might of the Thoughts, described as capable of crippling any good and positive thoughts, and should be completely eliminated. But as we should have both negative and positive thoughts and feelings in an equalized manner, why should we eliminate uncertainty, doubt and anxiety from our consciousness? Wouldn't that lead to Ozartung? Or are uncertainty, doubt and anxiety not feelings but emotions? Please try to be as explicit as possible. Thanks for everything. Indgut, Alsgut. Prunk. Answer: uncertainty, doubt and anxiety are not emotions but are thought processes, Jedankenv or Ganj, which trigger feelings. They should be processed, Vrabadet, and the correct way out should be found. Shoving them off, Wexchpan, must be avoided. Jubilee, is the Book of Enoch really hidden somewhere inside the Vatican? Answer: for sure, but which version? There is more than just one. Meditating_farmer. Hi Christian and Billy, do you know anything about the low carbohydrate, high fat diet, also known as a ketogenic diet? Is this diet healthy for the earth human being or should one eat grains and carbohydrates? A silly question, I know, but your response is greatly appreciated. Salome Grant. Answer: Billy doesn't know this diet. There's much nonsense being preached in this field. Luigi Scott, could you replace my previous post with this one? Thanks. My girlfriend asks the following question relating the father's parental role. Since polygamy is a reality within the pleasure in mankind, how can the father be present for their children if he has, for instance, 9 children with 3 wives, 3 each? How do they live? How do they reach a consensus regarding the time spent with each family? Do they live together or each in a separate house? Until what point do the children live with their parents? All these questions point basically to, how does the father respond to his children/wives' needs, desires and demands? What if, for example, 2 of his wives are expecting a child? How can he effectively fulfill his role as a father if he has 2 wives with 2 incoming sons, daughters in different houses? What is this like for the pleasure in? Thank you. Answer: he will be together with his wives and children according to a schedule, but of course if certain circumstances and needs arise, he will act flexible. And since on error the several wives of a man are living in immediate vicinity and since the wives are friends and cooperating with each other, there's no problem as would be on Earth. BTW, Billy on several occasions met polygamic families during his travels through the Middle East to India where everybody harmonized with each other to everybody's satisfaction. Note by CF, It is very unlikely that two wives are giving birth at the same day, based on the fact that a pleasurean woman gives birth to a maximum of 3 children in a lifespan of 1,000 or so years. Freddie Hello Billy and Christian, from gangs in the streets up to politicians in power. Extremism is spreading in the world like cancer, and children are lured into this. Is de-radicalization something possible? If so, what its recommended path to achieve and facilitate this in people who are radicalized? Freddie Martinez. Answer: yes, that's possible if the right steps are being taken and if children and young adults are involved. Concerned. De-radicalization must occur by separating the persons and by instructing, teaching them without performing any brainwashing and without punishment. In the case of the adult fanatics of the IS, such de-radicalization is hardly possible because these fanatics are bestialized beyond return. Zanderson. Hello Mr. Mayor, I hope you are in good health. I often see person asking you about the possibility of using fluidal force, power of consciousness to heal themselves, but one of the points you make regarding this is the amount of time it will take to actually reap the benefits, such as from spinal injuries, would be near the end of one's life. But I was thinking, would it be possible for the present personality, throughout the entirety of one's remaining life, to converge, focus their power of consciousness towards healing themselves, onto a single point in their life? So say that the person wanting to heal themselves will die in 2060, they would focus, converge their fluidal force from now, 2015, until they die, 2060, onto an earlier singular point, period in their life, say 2020, before they die? Is this possible? If yes, what would be necessary for the person in question to achieve this? P.S. Happy belated birthday. Hope you had a good one. Answer: your example is nonsensical, but of course it is possible to heal oneself by using the power of consciousness, but not the fluidal forces. In that way you form your psyche, and the more you attune yourself to such a process, the higher the chance of healing. And a counsel for people who are suffering of pain: avoiding concentration on the pain does help. Michael Alford. Dear Herr Mayor, why am I always aware of only this one moment, now? It's an odd question, but it stems from an odd feeling. Since I am living through every moment, why am I not aware some other moment? What is it about the now that brings it to the fore of my awareness? And as a corollary, what is the duration of a single moment of time, and how many blocks of these moments are we aware of at any point in time? Thanks for your previous answer. It is nice to hear that the cultures and societies and whatnot that make us unique have the right to be preserved and evolve at their own pace. Answer: actually there's only future and past. What we call present or now, is the timeless point between the future and the past. But of course in our everyday life the human beings use a constructed, relative present, now, an artificial construct which encompasses a certain amount of duration of the past and the future. Example by cf. We are talking about now when we are sitting together at a meal, and afterwards, future, we will go to work, etc. etc. But in reality, during the entire meal the future is constantly falling into the past.